Chapter 1. Awakening of the Martial Soul. In the Holy Soul Village, at the Martial Soul Hall, a strikingly handsome young man, exuding a subtle air of arrogance, was overseeing the awakening of martial souls for a group of children. Your martial soul is a carrot. Inherent soul power level 2. A carrot, not too shabby. After visiting so many villages, I finally found a child with soul power. Su Yintao smiled at Hu Jiu before him. Although his martial soul was deemed useless, as long as he possessed soul power, he could cultivate and, with diligent effort, potentially become a soul master. Thank you, esteemed soul master. Hu Jiu respectfully bowed, a flicker of surprise passing through his heart. Having arrived in this world 3 months ago, ever since discovering it was the Douluo Continent, he had been plagued with anxiety, fearing he would become an unfortunate soul without any soul power. Although a level 2 inherent soul power was not particularly impressive, it was sufficient for cultivation. The rest, of course, would depend on his fortuitous opportunities. As a transmigrator, how could he lack the golden finger that serves as a cheat? After stepping aside, Hu Jiu felt puzzled. Hadn't he heard that Brother Tao would recruit anyone with soul power for the Martial Soul Hall? Why was his reaction so muted towards him? Was it disdain? It must be disdain. What level 2 soul power? Wasn't Su Yintao also a level 2 inherent soul power? Just because it was a beast martial soul, he looked down on tool martial souls? Truly worthy of being the blind-eyed Douluo, indeed blind. Hu Jiu glared indignantly at Su Yintao, who was awakening the last child. Needless to say, the last child to awaken was undoubtedly the protagonist. Typically, important figures make their entrance last. In this world, the protagonist was Tang San, a prodigious being with twin martial souls and a full inherent soul power of level 10. At this moment, Tang San was awakening at a critical juncture. In his left hand, a small sprig of blue-silver grass materialized, and simultaneously, Hu Jiu noticed Tang San's left hand tightening, presumably gripping the legendary Haotian hammer. Unfortunately, the boy concealed it too, while Hu Jiu could not catch a glimpse of what the Haotian hammer looked like. Tang San's awakening spectacle was grand. The golden light points in the awakening array outnumbered those of the others. Su Yintao's eyes sparkled as he realized he might be witnessing the emergence of an extraordinary genius. Alas, what appeared before him was merely blue silvergrass. Another useless martial soul. All right, you may leave now. Su Yintao sighed. Disappointment etched across his face as he waved them off. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Upon witnessing Tang San's awakening of blue silvergrass, Su Yintao lost all interest in testing his soul power. Uncle, you haven't tested my soul power yet. Tang San insisted earnestly, undeterred by the rejection. Without turning back, Su Yintao said impatiently, no need. I've never seen anyone with soul power manifesting from a useless martial soul like blue silvergrass. Please let me try. Uncle, Tang San persisted. Unable to refuse Tang San any longer, Su Yintao reluctantly proceeded with the soul power test. What? Inherent, full soul power? Tao Go was astounded. Then he felt his vision dim. What a pity inherent, full soul power appearing on blue silvergrass. What use could such a useless martial soul possibly have? In his mind, apart from beast martial souls and weapon martial souls, everything else was deemed worthless. After testing Tang San's soul power, Su Yintao left the wooden hut with a face full of disappointment, leaving behind a group of children staring at each other in bewilderment. As soon as Su Yintao departed, Hu Jiu found himself surrounded by the other children. As the grandson of the village chief, Old Jack, and having awakened a martial soul, he was regarded as quite remarkable among them. All right, everyone, stop the commotion. Grandpa is still waiting outside. Let's head out. Hu Jiu waved his hand with a smile, lacking enthusiasm in the presence of the small children. Exchanging a glance with Tang San, Hu Jiu took the lead in exiting the so-called Martial Soul Hall. Having awakened a martial soul, he needed to return home and contemplate his future path. After all, his martial soul was not exceptional, a mere Karov needed to devise a proper plan for its development. Outside the Martial Soul Hall, Old Jack looked at Hu Jiu with eager anticipation, holding the proof issued by Su Yun Tao, with Hu Jiu's name prominently displayed at the top. Hu Jiu was his little grandson, and after so many years of hope, a soul master had finally emerged in the village, and it was his own grandson. His heart swelled with joy. Little Jiu, let Grandpa see have you truly become a soul master? Before Hu Jiu could reach him, Old Jack excitedly stepped forward to inquire. Yes, Grandpa, I awakened it. Look, Hu Jiu replied, extending his right hand, revealing a small carrot floating in his palm. Good, good, good. Old Jack grasped Hu Jiu's hand, not letting go, overwhelmed with excitement to the point of speechlessness. After a significant moment, Old Jack eventually sent the other children home, and then took Hu Jiu's hand to accompany Tang San back home. Along the way, Old Jack learned that Tang San's awakened martial soul was blue silvergrass, and that he was the child with inherent full soul power. Little San, would you like to attend a specialized school to learn the methods of soul master cultivation? It is the only place with the most accurate knowledge regarding martial souls. Grandpa Jack, I need to ask my father first, replied Tang San, standing to Old Jack's right. This little rascal just knows how to keep things hidden. Seeing Tang San respond so slyly, Hu Jiu silently ridiculed beside Old Jack. He and Tang San were not very familiar over the past 3 months. He had been acclimating to his current identity, leaving him little time to interact with Tang San. All right, then you can go home and discuss it with your father, Old Jack casually suggested, though in his heart, he had already decided to award the village's work-study student slot to his own grandson. Though they could afford tuition, why pay when he could attend for free? Wouldn't it be better for little Jiu to live a little more comfortably with that money? Before long, the three of them arrived at the blacksmith shop. Upon seeing Tang Hao, Old Jack launched into a tirade. He was incensed by Tang Hao's inability to provide for his own child. Old Jack held no respect for such a man. Watching his grandfather bicker with the elderly man, Hu Jiu silently felt anxious for his grandfather. This was the legendary Hao Yin. Only Grandpa would dare to berate a powerful Douluo like this. After a few exchanges, Old Jack was driven away by Tang Hao's anger. On the way home, he continued to vent his frustration about Tang Hao for a while before finally settling down. Little Jiu, when we get home, I have something special for you, Old Jack said mysteriously to Hu Jiu. What is it, Grandpa? Follow me and you'll find out. Old Jack replied with a smile, refusing to reveal anything further. Fortunately, it was not far from Old Jack's home, and they arrived in just a few minutes. Upon reaching home, Old Jack cherished a black box as if it were a treasure. Little Jiu, do you know why our village is called Holy Soul Village? Old Jack asked, his face radiating a sacred aura, his eyes filled with deep reverence. Hu Jiu was somewhat puzzled by Old Jack's question, but answered nonetheless, Grandpa, I know it is named Holy Soul Village because a soul sage once appeared in our village. Haha, today Grandpa will tell you that the soul sage who once graced our village is actually my great ancestor. Old Jack pointed proudly at the black box on the table. And this is a treasure left behind by your great ancestor. So amazing, Hu Jiu exclaimed in astonishment, his expression further inflating Old Jack's pride. Old Jack solemnly opened the black box, carefully revealing 2 tattered books within. Little Jiu, look, this is the cultivation secret manual passed down from our soul sage ancestor. For the time being, you will study here with me. Once you have mastered it, Grandpa will take you to the primary martial soul academy in Nodding City. Upon hearing that a soul sage had left behind a cultivation manual, Hu Jiu let out a quiet sigh of relief, secretly thinking that his golden finger would finally be of use. However, he soon became captivated by another piece of news. A martial soul academy? Yes, our village has a work-study student slot this year. Grandpa will give that slot to you, so you can study at the academy. Good, good. I want to go to school. Hearing this, Hu Jiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this slot merely for studying? No, it also meant Xiao Wu. This slot was equivalent to a childhood engagement. Chapter 2, The Idle Interface. What a pity for little Sin. Judging by his drunken father's demeanor, he will surely not allow him to attend school. Old Jack lamented, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. There was only one work-study student slot in the village, and if Tang San were to enroll, it would indeed pose a dilemma for him. After all, He quite liked Tang San, who had always been exceptionally well-behaved. Meanwhile, Hu Jio was gleefully plotting how to win over Xiao Wu later on. From what he understood, it seemed that Tang San had managed to win her over with nothing more than a new quilt. Perhaps I should try that method as well. He mentally noted this plan, deciding to ask his mother to prepare a new quilt later. Little Jio, let me introduce you to our family treasure. To old Jack, those two manuals were indeed treasures from the moment he took them out. He had not allowed Hu Jio to touch them, only allowing him to lean in to take a closer look without even letting him make contact. The name Hu Jio inscribed upon the tome is familiar to him. One volume is titled Soul Power Meditation Method, while the other is named 5 Senses Enhancement Technique. The Soul Power Meditation Method is self-explanatory, serving as a means to cultivate soul power. However, this particular method is a legacy left by a soul saint, undoubtedly far superior to ordinary cultivation techniques. As for the second tome, the 5 Senses Enhancement Technique, it was only through old Jack's explanation that Hu Jio grasped its significance. This technique was originally created by old Jack's ancestor, which propelled him to fame. Its purpose is to amplify the 5 senses of the human body: taste, hearing, sight, smell, and touch, providing a comprehensive enhancement. Successfully mastering this soul technique would offer immense benefits, as even the esteemed ancestor, the soul saint, only managed to reach the second level during his lifetime. Yet, even at merely the second level, it afforded him substantial advantages, allowing him to evade numerous dangers in both life and combat. Upon hearing this introduction, Hu Jio felt an overwhelming anticipation, eager to learn it at once and utilize his golden finger for enhancement. Contemplating the golden finger, Hu Jio focused his thoughts, and immediately a cerulean, translucent panel materialized before his eyes. This panel was remarkably simple, square in shape, reminiscent of an inventory bag in a game. It was divided into small compartments, with 3 already accessible and a 4th likely to be unlocked in a matter of days. He quickly understood the panel's purpose. It was designed for idle cultivation, an innocuous form of progression. By placing the skills or techniques he wished to cultivate into the small compartments, he could gain continuous enhancement around the clock. The insights gained from this idle cultivation would be imparted to him without any adverse effects. This was an essential tool for the lazy, a boon for those who traverse realms. Thus far, he had no skills available for idle cultivation, which is why he had gazed longingly at the panel for 3 months without truly utilizing it. Now, an opportunity presented itself. The Soul Power Meditation Method and 5 Senses Enhancement Technique were undoubtedly skills that could be employed with his golden finger. Old Jack seemed to regard these 2 skills with utmost reverence, and although he was not prepared to teach them today, he had merely presented them to Hu Jio for a preliminary glimpse. All right, Xiao Jio, if you wish to learn the skills within this tome, be sure to come to me early tomorrow. It is getting late now, and you should return home. I'm sure your parents are eagerly awaiting you. Old Jack carefully placed the tome back into its black box, locking it securely and hugging it tightly, as if fearing Hu Jio might seize it. Disappointment flickered in Hu Jio's gaze as he withdrew it from the black box. Old Jack truly enjoys teasing people. After a brief moment of exasperation, Hu Jio obediently replied to Old Jack, "All right, Grandpa, I shall return home now, and I will come and find you tomorrow morning." Upon leaving Old Jack's residence, Hu Jio made his way home. His house was not far from Old Jack's, easily visible in the distance. Upon his return, he found his father, Hu Rui, and his mother, Aima, had already come back from the fields. "Xiao Jio, how did it go? What martial soul did you awaken?" Hu Rui inquired, looking up from chopping firewood. His question was casual in his heart. He did not truly believe that Hu Jio possessed any innate talent for becoming a soul master, considering the odds were akin to winning a lottery. Simply asking what martial soul he had was already quite fortunate. "Just like yours, it's a carrot," Hu Jio replied with a beaming smile. "But I do possess soul power. Father, I am destined for greatness." "What did you say?" "I mean, my martial soul is a carrot, and I have innate soul power at the 2nd level." Hu Jio reiterated, fully understanding his father's excitement. Possessing soul power meant acquiring extraordinary strength. How could one not be elated? After all, Old Jack had been equally thrilled. "Really? How many levels? Tell me quickly, Hu Rue exclaimed, hardly able to believe his ears. His excitement propelled him towards Hu Jio, his loud voice startling Ai Ma, who was cooking inside. My martial soul is a carrot, and I have innate soul power at the second level, Hu Jio patiently responded. Haha, my good son, Hu Rue exclaimed, lifting Hu Jio high into the air in his jubilation, turning to the equally astonished Ai Ma and declaring, Ai Ma, did you hear? Our son possesses soul power and is destined to become a soul master. The news of Hu Jio's soul power brought broad smiles to both Hu Rue and Ai Ma, who continued to exuberantly discuss his martial soul and soul power, even after finishing dinner. That night, Hu Jiu lay alone in bed, summoning his carrot martial soul under the gentle moonlight, lost in contemplation. Extraordinary power had indeed manifested. To this day, he felt somewhat dazed by it all. Yet, as time passed, his adult sensibilities began to settle in, prompting him to ponder the future trajectory of his martial soul and life. Though a carrot, a plant, and a source of sustenance, the scant knowledge he possessed regarding martial souls left him uncertain about how to advance. One thing was clear. His martial soul offered little in terms of combat capability, and he would need to devise alternative strategies to acquire such prowess. After all, he possesses a modern mindset, and the plethora of novel ideas swirling in his mind is truly countless. The minor inconvenience of his auxiliary martial soul lacking combat capability is hardly a concern. However, there is one troublesome aspect. His innate soul power is merely at the second level. Innate soul power reflects one's cultivation aptitude, with the highest level being 10. Thus, his cultivation potential is rather unimpressive. Yet, where there are challenges, there are always solutions. Since his cultivation aptitude is lacking, the first step is to address this issue. The enhancement of physical strength, soul power cultivation methods, soul rings, celestial herbs, and other factors can all accelerate the pace of cultivation. In an instant, a series of methods for enhancing cultivation speed flashed through Hu Jio's mind. This is the advantage of having prior knowledge of the plot. Chapter 3, Mastering Skills Early the next morning. Hu Jio, sporting dark circles under his eyes, rose early, eager to learn the soul power meditation technique from Old Jack. He could hardly contain his excitement. After hastily finishing breakfast, Hu Jio quickly made his way to Old Jack's residence. Grandpa, I'm here, he called out loudly even before stepping into the courtyard. Haha, little Jio is here. Come in quickly. I never thought my little Jio would be up so early. In the courtyard, Old Jack was drinking porridge from a large bowl. And upon seeing Hu Jio, his smile broadened. After finishing his porridge in a few swift gulps, Old Jack led Hu Jio to the room where the soul power meditation method was carefully placed on the wooden table. He began to explain it to Hu Jio, word by word. Although Old Jack had never practiced the methods written in the book himself, he had spent his entire life studying them, and thus had valuable insights to impart to Hu Jio. Moreover, Hu Jio was not truly a child. The steps outlined in the meditation method were quite clear. As the morning passed, after Hu Jio thoroughly learned the soul power meditation technique, an azure, transparent panel suddenly appeared before him. Unnoticed by Old Jack, with a mere thought, the first small box on the panel was instantly filled, emblazoned with the 5 characters for soul power meditation. In the bottom right corner of the box was a numerical level, 0. Above the box, a transparent circular ring occupied the space, with a small segment of progress gradually rising. After setting the soul power meditation method to auto-cultivation, within just a few seconds, Hu Jio felt a sudden surge of understanding regarding the meditation technique emerge in his mind. This insight was remarkably natural, as if it had been comprehended by him all along. What a remarkable feeling! Hu Jio relished the convenience brought by the auto-cultivation feature, with small bursts of understanding about the meditation method surfacing in his mind every few seconds, miraculously not interfering with his thoughts. Despite having acquired the soul power meditation technique and engaging in auto-cultivation, Hu Jio patiently endured an entire day of learning with Old Jack, determined not to appear overly extraordinary. By the following day, while Old Jack was preparing lunch, Hu Jio quickly skimmed through the sensory enhancement technique and placed it in the second auto-cultivation slot. Thus, he had quietly mastered the 2 manuals left behind by his ancestors. The soul sank. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, he continued to study the soul power meditation technique with Old Jack daily. His progress was not slow in front of Old Jack. as he had already learned a significant portion of the cultivation methods and would likely complete them in another 2 days. On that particular day, the level of the soul power meditation method changed from 0 to 1. In an instant, a profound understanding of the meditation technique appeared in Hu Jio's mind as if it had always been there. Simultaneously, he felt a sudden change in the soul power within his dantian. With faint enhancements occurring every few seconds, the speed of this enhancement was so subtle that if he had not been paying close attention, he might not have noticed it at all. What a wondrous sensation! Initially, Hu Jio had thought that the auto-cultivation panel only increased his comprehension of the meditation technique without directly enhancing his cultivation. However, he was pleasantly surprised when it suddenly bestowed such significant benefits at this moment. The continuous increase in soul power felt incredibly gratifying, almost addictive to that moment. He realized that skills needed to reach level 1 before they could confer any enhancement to his cultivation. Glancing at the circular progress indicator in the second auto-cultivation slot, he estimated that it would only take a day to level up. He placed considerable importance on the sensory enhancement technique. Little Jio, don't daydream. Pay attention to what I'm saying. Old Jack's voice jolted him from his thoughts. Observing Old Jack's growing enthusiasm as he spoke, Hu Jio felt a sense of helplessness. Thankfully, he was no longer the original Hu Jio. Had he followed Old Jack's teaching methods, he would have certainly achieved less than optimal results, even if he would not have gone astray. After all, Old Jack lacked any innate talent for cultivation. Despite his lifetime of study, he had never truly grasped the essence of it. Fortunately, this tedious period of monotony finally came to an end after a week. On this day, he successfully completed his study of the soul power meditation technique and the sensory enhancement technique in front of Old Jack, even demonstrating what true meditative cultivation entailed. Through this period of auto-cultivation, Hu Jio's understanding of the meditation technique reached new heights. Although the level of the technique had not yet increased to 2, he had gained considerably more insights compared to when he first began. Just yesterday, his soul power had even risen by 1 level, reaching the 3rd stage of soul power. This moment, meditating in front of Old Jack felt like second nature. He could sense his soul power subtly circulating, enveloping him in a radiant aura, emanating a unique presence typically found only in soul masters. Of course, all of this was deliberately showcased for Old Jack's benefit. In reality, there were no such effects during genuine cultivation. This was merely to bring joy to the old man. A genius. My little Jio is truly a genius. Hu Jio's performance was not in vain. Merely observing him meditate brought immense joy to Old Jack, who repeatedly exclaimed genius. In his eyes, his own descendant was undoubtedly the most remarkable. Grandpa, there's something I would like to ask for your assistance with. After finishing his meditation, Hu Jio opened his eyes and began to articulate a plan he had been contemplating for several days. What is it that you need my help with, little Jio? Just tell me, and I will surely make it happen, Old Jack replied. Sitting up straighter, his posture no longer slouched. Grandpa, you should know that our cultivation of soul power is greatly influenced by physical fitness. And with my innate soul power at only level 2, the only way to cultivate faster is to enhance my physical strength. Therefore, I would like to request your help in speaking to Uncle Tang Hao to let me train at his place. Do you think this can be arranged? Hu Jio looked at Old Jack with eager anticipation. He had considered this matter for several days, not for any other reason, but to more smoothly win over Xiao Wu in the future. After all, Xiao Wu was not as easily won over as he had imagined. Without some ability, she would likely not even spare him a glance, let alone allow him to win her over. In order to possess some combat capability before the start of school, he had set his sights on the hidden powerhouse, Tang Hao, from Holy Soul Village. As for Tang San, he was out of the question. That fellow was notoriously tight-lipped, and the unique skills of the Tang sect were unlikely to be shared with outsiders, so he was immediately ruled out. Thus, the only option remaining was the chaotic wind hammer technique from Tang Hao. He vaguely recalled that the original text mentioned the chaotic wind hammer technique was merely a smithing skill, suggesting that it was not entirely secretive and could potentially be learned, especially from the disheartened Tang Hao. Furthermore, even if he couldn't learn it, there was no harm in trying. After all, opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. Chapter 4. Plotting the chaotic wind hammer technique. Little Jio, blacksmithing is quite arduous. You don't necessarily have to go to Tang Hao the drunkard to train your body. You can exercise at home. Upon hearing Hu Jio's intention to train with Tang Hao, Old Jack frowned. In his mind, Tang Hao is synonymous with unreliability, and training in the blacksmith shop was far too exhausting for him to bear. Training at home won't suffice. I wish to train in a more challenging environment. please agree to my request, Grandpa. I know you have your ways, Hu Jiu pleaded, shedding all pretense as he resorted to charm to persuade old Jack into allowing him to freeload the chaotic wind hammer technique from Tang Hao. He recalled that this was the very moment Tang Hao was teaching Tang San the technique, and if he missed this opportunity, he might never get another chance. After all, Tang Hao would not likely take the time to specifically teach him the chaotic wind hammer technique from the Haotian school. Whether he could learn it would depend on luck. All right, I agree to your request, little Jiu. I'll head to Tang Hao's place shortly. I'm sure that drunken fool will agree to this small matter. Old Jack, feeling helpless, ultimately acquiesced to Hu Jiu's request that he asked for whether Tang Hao would agree to this matter. He hardly considered it, for in old Jack's mind, he was still the village chief of Holy Soul Village, and such trivial matters were easily manageable. Then I shall accompany you. It will demonstrate our sincerity. Upon hearing old Jack's agreement, Hu Jiu grinned with a foolish smile. All right, let us be on our way. To ensure the plan's success, Hu Jiu specially returned home to fetch 2 jars of fine wine collected by Hu Rui, slinging the small basket over his back before setting off with old Jack towards Tang Hao's residence. Tang Hao's home was situated on the western side of Holy Soul Village, near the entrance, not far from Hu Jiu's abode. After a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at Tang Hao's doorstep, if it hadn't been for old Jack's slow pace. Hu Jiu could have easily reached there in just a few minutes. Tang Hao. Upon arriving at the courtyard gate, old Jack wasted no time in calling out loudly before even stepping inside. Who was making such a ruckus? Came Tang Hao's impatient voice from within. The curtain parted, revealing Tang Hao's figure. Old Jack, what brings you here? I am here for a purpose, of course, old Jack remarked, observing Tang Hao's disheveled appearance, his brows furrowing. However, as he required Tang Hao's assistance today, he refrained from uttering any harsh words. Had it been in the past, they might have already been embroiled in an argument. Speak, Tang Hao replied coolly. This is my grandson Hu Jiu. As you know, he awakened his martial soul a few days ago that I wish for him to train under your guidance and lend you a hand. You should be pleased. Old Jack raised his cane proudly, as if presenting Hu Jiu to Tang Hao deserved gratitude in return. Absolutely not. Tang Hao rejected without even glancing at Hu Jiu. Uncle Tang Hao, please lend a helping hand. I know you enjoy fine wine, so today I've brought you 2 jars of exquisite wine. Sensing the situation turning dire and old Jack's annoyance rising, Hu Jiu hurriedly restrained his grandfather and stepped forward. Placing the basket down and swiftly uncorking the jars, unleashing a wave of fragrant rice wine into the a connoisseur of alcohol, Tang Hao could hardly resist, especially since he had refrained from drinking for several days to ensure that Tang San was well fed. The temptation stirred within him, and without hesitation, he approached Hu Jiu, seizing a jar and pouring its contents into his mouth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. This wine isn't be a deed in light of this gift. You may train here, but I won't teach you anything. Whether you do it or not is up to you. Tang Hao cast a fleeting glance at Hu Jiu as he spoke. How dare you? Tang Hao, old Jack interjected, unable to tolerate such insolence. This was his precious grandson, and to think Tang Hao would refuse to teach him was nothing short of outrageous. Grandfather, Hu Jiu quickly intervened, feeling a twinge of regret for enlisting old Jack's help. Had he known that 2 jars would suffice, he would have avoided all this trouble. Thank you, Uncle Tang Hao. I will arrive punctually tomorrow morning, Hu Jiu said obediently, with the first step of his plan accomplished. Hu Jiu felt a sense of relief. However, a lingering concern nagged at him. While old Jack had promised to secure a position for him as a work-study student, he remembered that Tang Hao had ultimately consented to Tang San attending the Soul Master Academy. He wondered how his presence might alter the situation. Securing Xiao Wu's affection would be a long and arduous journey. Competing with Tang San, the destined child, for Xiao Wu, felt somewhat presumptuous. Yet, how could he help but like her? Though they had yet to meet, having perused the original text and watched the anime, he had long since developed an infatuation. The following morning, Hu Jiu, clutching 2 meat pies, made his way to Tang Hao's residence. The meat pies were, of course, a gesture to foster goodwill with Tang San, who at this point was likely subsisting on porridge and experiencing hunger pangs, upon arriving at Tang Hao's home and finding the courtyard gate still closed. Hu Jiu stood outside, waiting patiently. Since he was there to train and learn, maintaining a respectful demeanor was essential. After a brief wait, he spotted Tang San approaching briskly from the direction of the training grounds. Little San, Hu Jiu called out. Little Jiu. Tang San retorted, equally spirited. Hee, I'm here to learn. Have you eaten yet? Hu Jio asked with a friendly smile, foregoing their earlier rivalry. Not yet. Come with me, Tang San replied, shaking his head as he opened the courtyard gate, ushering Hu Jio inside. Little San. Tang San turned back. Puzzled, Hu Jio produced the 2 meat pies from his pocket and offered them to Tang San. These are meat pies made by my mother. I brought them for you to try. Tang San stared at the meat pies in Hu Jio's hands, momentarily taken aback. Receiving food from a friend was a novel experience for him, and his emotions were somewhat conflicted. What are you dawdling for? Take them. Hu Jio feigned impatience, shoving the meat pies into Tang San's arms before striding into the courtyard. Though Tang San had lived 2 lives, he had spent the previous one within Tang's sect and was unfamiliar with social nuances, making him no match for the experienced Hu Jio. Just like that, with 2 simple meat pies, Hu Jio had forged a connection with Tang San. Inside, he declined Tang San's invitation to join them for breakfast, opting instead to accompany the father and son as they finished their meal. Once done, the 3 of them proceeded to the blacksmith's workshop. Little San, teach him how to work later, Tang Hao declared, already indulging in the wine Hu Jio had brought the day before. Sure, Dad. Tang San nodded obediently, then turned to Hu Jio, gesturing for him to come closer. As Hu Jio approached, Tang San began to operate the bellows, explaining the process to him. Both boys possessed mature minds, making communication effortless. One was eager to teach, while the other was keen to learn, resulting in a pleasant interaction. Before long, the morning slipped away, and Hu Jio had settled into his role, merely assisting by working the bellows while observing Tang San at the anvil. Throughout the morning, Tang Hao sat behind them, sipping his wine without a care for their activities, thanks to his recent training in the 5 senses enhancement technique. Hu Jio experienced a significant boost in his sensory perception. The heightened hearing, vision, touch, and smell provided him with a unique experience. As he practiced operating the bellows alongside Tang San, the enhancement allowed him to grasp the technique quickly. After just a brief demonstration, he had nearly mastered it. Meanwhile, he keenly observed Tang San's blacksmithing technique, noting how Tang San continuously struck the iron with increasing force, each blow heavier than the last. This was the very reason Hu Jio had come to Tang Hao's place, to learn the chaotic wind hammer technique. On the surface, the technique seemed devoid of combat prowess, primarily utilized by the disciples of the Haotian school for physical conditioning. However, based on Tang San's repeated applications of it in the original story, Hu Jio understood that with sufficient mastery, it could prove quite practical in battle. This aspect was precisely what Hu Jio valued. For with his martial soul being a carrot, he was destined to follow the supportive route. Auxiliary soul masters typically lacked combat capability. To enhance his fighting skills, he had to explore the potential of his soul techniques. Once he mastered the chaotic wind hammer technique, he was confident he could leverage that to elevate it to a high level in a remarkably short time. By that point, impressing Xiao Wu would likely be within his grasp. Moreover, Hu Jio suddenly realized that his martial soul, being a carrot, could be consumed directly, fitting seamlessly into the category of food-type martial souls. Xiao Wu, being a rabbit, had a natural advantage over Tang San in terms of innate qualities. At noon, Hu Jio returned home, and after a quick lunch, he hurried back to Tang San's house to continue learning the hammer technique. After all, there was no food or drink provided at Tang San's home. In just half a day's time, Hu Jio's rapport with Tang San had skyrocketed. Given that Tang San had few friends in both his past and present lives, Hu Jio's genuine companionship significantly boosted Tang San's fondness for him. It was crucial to note that Tang San was a person deeply rooted in emotions. At this point, he was in a period devoid of friendships. Therefore, the arrival of Hu Jio, a peer, was something he cherished immensely. Observing Hu Jio's keen interest in blacksmithing, Tang San, not wanting to directly teach him before Tang Hao intervened, subtly adjusted his hammering angle to allow Hu Jio a clearer view. This scene did not escape Tang Hao's notice. Though he pretended to be oblivious, continuing to enjoy his drink, there was potential here. Hu Jio was far from foolish. Observing Tang San and Tang Hao's reactions, he felt a surge of delight in his heart. Realizing he had surmised correctly, Tang Hao did not hold much regard for the chaotic wind hammering technique. That it was utterly impossible for him to learn the Haotian 9 absolutes, which were reserved solely for the true disciples of the Haotian sect. Yet mastering the chaotic wind, which was merely a physical exercise, posed no great challenge. Nevertheless, Hu Jio was able to glean some insights into the chaotic wind hammering technique from Tang San, albeit with only a rudimentary understanding of his movements and techniques. while the rest remained a mere smattering of knowledge. 3 days later, Hu Jio's soul power meditation technique advanced to the second level, compared to the first level. He distinctly sensed an enhancement in the rate at which he accrued soul power during his idle hours. Approximately a 10% increase. His 5 senses had also been heightened. Otherwise, he would not have been able to perceive these changes. Notably, on that very day, the 4th idle slot on his panel was finally unlocked, allowing him to simultaneously engage in 4 skills. Regrettably, he possessed only the soul power meditation technique and the sensory enhancement technique, leaving the remaining 2 slots vacant. This revelation provided him with considerable motivation. Over the course of 3 days, although he had been manning the bellows and had not laid a hand on a hammer, Tang Hao would occasionally approach Tang San, offering tidbits of advice regarding the cultivation of the chaotic wind. Hu Jio also discovered that Tang Hao had a peculiar quirk. The more he drank, the more loquacious he became, particularly when in high spirits, leading him to offer additional guidance to Tang San. Armed with this insight, Hu Jio resolved to invest significantly, frequently pilfering bottles from his father Hu Rui's cellar to present to Tang Hao, all in hopes of acquiring more knowledge about the chaotic wind's cultivation methods. On the 4th day of his ironworking studies, the sensory enhancement technique reached level 2. After this advancement, he found his vision and hearing had sharpened remarkably. Simply observing Tang San forge had proven immensely beneficial. He estimated that if he were to remain here for another 2 months, he could master the chaotic wind hammering technique through mere observation alone, as Tang San was still in the early stages of learning. And the technique itself was not overly complex, making it relatively easy to learn by stealth. "Kid, do you wish to learn my forging techniques?" One day, while Hu Jio was intently watching Tang San work, Tang Hao suddenly inquired from behind him. "Yes," Hu Jio exclaimed, startled by the ghostly voice. However, he quickly composed himself and explained, "I believe that Tang San's hammering method seems more effective for physical training. Just look at the muscles forming on his arms." He pointed at Tang San's bulging muscles, which had developed from the forging in the presence of Tang Hao. Deceit was futile, and Hu Jio had never concealed his intentions. Thus his words flowed forth naturally. "Ha, sharp eyes," Tang Hao remarked, glancing at Hu Jio with a hint of amusement, before slowly saying, "In light of all the wine you've brought me over these past days, Tang San, do teach him a thing or two." "Yes, father." Tang San, who had been attentively listening to their conversation, promptly replied with enthusiasm. In truth, Tang San had long wished to teach Hu Jio the forging techniques, but he had refrained from doing so without Tang Hao's approval. Now that Tang Hao had spoken, Tang San felt elated for his companion. In just a few short days, Hu Jio had endeared himself to Tang San with some meat buns and other breakfast treats, establishing a genuine friendship. Aware that Hu Jio's intentions were purely for physical enhancement and recognizing the efficacy of the chaotic wind hammering technique, Tang San was genuinely pleased for him. "Thank you, Uncle Tang Hao." Hu Jio beamed with joy, for in such a brief span, he was on the cusp of acquiring the hammering technique he had yearned for, and the elation within him was beyond words. Having committed Tang San's visible forging techniques to memory, he only needed to grasp the core methods. After a single demonstration, Hu Jio had nearly mastered them. Chapter 6. Departure with a Mere Thought. The idle panel appeared, and at Hu Jio's command, the 3rd idle slot was instantly filled, officially commencing his practice of the chaotic wind hammering technique. Within mere moments, his mind began to absorb the experiences related to the technique. Though he had successfully activated the idle practice, he did not forego the opportunity for formal instruction from Tang San. Having previously experimented with the soul power meditation technique and the sensory enhancement technique, he discovered that simultaneous practice allowed for dual enhancement. Thus, his own studies, coupled with the insights gained from idling, resulted in a compounded rate of progress. 2 days later, in the blacksmith shop, Hu Jio held a small iron hammer aloft. His body coiled like a bow, brimming with strength. Clang, clang, clang. He struck with astonishing speed, completing 9 hammer blows in just 2 seconds. In the brief span of 2 days, under Tang San's tutelage and the benefits of the idle panel, he had successfully entered the realm of the chaotic wind hammering technique, signified by his ability to unleash 9 consecutive strikes, a mark of his initiation into the technique. At this juncture, Tang San had only just surpassed him, achieving a sequence of 18 strikes. "Xiao Jio, it seems you have mastered this method of leveraging force for forging. You are truly a genius. I took much longer to reach this stage," Tang San praised with a smile. He was well aware of his own talent. Had it not been for the cultivation of the techniques from the Xiantian treasure record, he would not have progressed so swiftly. Yet Hu Jio, with no prior knowledge, had managed to learn even faster, leading Tang San to view him as the true prodigy. Unfortunately, Hu Jio remained oblivious to these thoughts. Had he known, he would have undoubtedly quipped, "You wouldn't understand the life of a cheat. Haha, it's not that fast. After all, I have been observing your forging techniques for quite some time now, so naturally, I would learn more swiftly," Hu Jio said. Feigning modesty, though inwardly brimming with pride, as if he felt 2 days was a rather slow initiation, his words elicited a raised eyebrow from Tang Hao, who silently took a swig of his drink. Perhaps begrudgingly impressed by Hu Jio's unabashed confidence. In the time that followed, Hu Jio did not depart. He played the part of the diligent apprentice, although he had already mastered the chaotic wind hammering technique. Having achieved his initial goal, he continued to assist Tang San in the forge to avoid raising suspicion. Tang San was also quite amiable, frequently encouraging Hu Jio to take on forging tasks himself. To this end, Tang San even procured a piece of common iron for Hu Jio to practice with, enabling him to train similarly. Consequently, Hu Jio's proficiency in the chaotic wind hammering technique advanced to the extent that it surpassed the levels of the previously idled soul power meditation technique and sensory enhancement technique. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Hu Jio's soul power meditation technique had risen to level 3, a notable increase of at least 20% compared to standard training. The sensory enhancement technique had also reached level 3, significantly amplifying his senses, sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste, making distant objects appear vividly clear, while his auditory range extended further, particularly at night. He could accurately discern the positions of animals and insects by their calls. And his sense of touch had developed to the point where he could discern shifts in the air, accurately determining the passage of time. His sense of taste and smell had also undergone notable transformations. In essence, his 5 senses were evolving beyond the realm of the ordinary. His soul power level had also experienced considerable growth. He estimated himself to be at level 5, nearing level 6. With 2 months remaining before his departure to Dingnua City for schooling, he aspired to reach levels 8 to 9 prior to the start of classes, indicating that shortly after the term commenced, he could begin preparations for his first soul ring. Yet, the specifics of how to arrange his first soul ring still required careful contemplation. As for the chaotic wind hammering technique, it had been elevated to level 4, allowing him to strike consecutively 64 times, with increasingly profound effects on his physical conditioning. Each day, he felt his strength surging. And in terms of mastery over the chaotic wind hammering technique, he surpassed even Tang San, who had only just managed 36 consecutive strikes. However, Tang San, despite being a formidable talent with the Xiantian skill and Xinyu hand, wielded a strength that Hu Jio could not rival. Tang San forged with Tang Hao's massive hammer, while Hu Jio used only a secondary hammer that had been long abandoned, marginally larger than a regular ball-peen hammer. In casual conversation, Hu Jio learned that Tang San indeed wished to attend the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, suggesting that his enrollment had become a foregone conclusion. Hu Jio felt a twinge of concern, wondering if old Jack would succumb to pressure and allocate the village's sole student worker position to Tang San. It was not that Hu Jio was particularly attached to the opportunity for education. Rather, it was that he could not bear the thought of parting with Xiao Wu. However, the time has not yet come, and he remains unaware of how events will unfold. Time flows like water, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. Early on, old Jack arrived at Hu Jio's home to escort him to the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. After all, being a beloved grandson, the coveted work-study position ultimately remained unclaimed and became Hu Jio's prize. Although he felt a twinge of guilt towards Tang San, Hu Jio resigned himself to it for the sake of Xiao Wu. At home, Hu Jio had already risen, his bedding and clothes packed into a large bundle, and in his hand, he clutched a small iron hammer, which he had borrowed from Tang Hao's residence, whimsically dubbed a weapon for self-defense. Thus, with a burden larger than his own body slung across his back and a small hammer in hand, he possessed all his worldly belongings. Bidding a reluctant farewell to his parents, Hu Jio followed old Jack as they made their way towards Notting City. "Oh, Grandpa, isn't this the road to Xiao San's house? How curious." Initially, Hu Jio had been eagerly imagining the moment he would reunite with Xiao Wu, but suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him. "Haha, I forgot to mention. Little Sam will also be accompanying you to the Junior Soul Master Academy. It will be good for you to have each other for support," old Jack said kindly. Xiao San is going to school too? Hu Jio felt a sudden flutter of anxiety. Could it be that Xiao Wu would be lost to him? To be honest, I was quite surprised as well. That drunkard Tang Hao actually did something commendable this time. It seems he has sufficient funds for tuition, old Jack explained with a smile. Self-funded? That is excellent. It means he won't have to stay in the work-study dormitory as long as he doesn't steal Xiao Wu away. They can remain good friends. Chapter 7. Enrollment. Xiao San, Xiao Jio, Grandpa Jack. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Hu Jio encountered Tang San, who was waiting for them. As old Jack prepared to leave with Tang San, the latter displayed a reluctant expression, lingering at the dilapidated adobe house for quite some time before finally departing with them after etching a line of words in the dirt. Xiao San. Don't fret. Uncle Tang Hao is a grown man. There's no need for your concern. Hu Jio comforted, patting Tang San on the shoulder. No, I'm just a bit reluctant, Tang San replied, shaking his head as he quietly tucked away his feelings of longing. Haha, it's really no big deal. If worse comes to worst, I'll have Grandpa check on you often, Hu Jio reassured. Indeed, you need not worry, Xiao San. I'll keep an eye on you. If you fail to take care of yourself, I'll give you a good scolding. Old Jack chimed in from ahead. With their trio, they spent half the day traveling until they finally reached Notting City around noon. After asking for directions several times, they located the Junior Soul Master Academy. Upon arriving at the entrance, they were confronted by the gatekeeper. What do you want? Is this a place for country bumpkins like you? Upon witnessing this scene, Hu Jio refrained from intervening as it pertained to Tang San's ability to become a disciple. Were it not for Tang San, Hu Jio would have already sent a hammer flying at him. Old Jack, with a smile, addressed the gatekeeper. Young man, we are from Holy Soul Village, and these two are our students enrolling this year. Could you please inform us of the necessary procedures? Holy Soul Village? That little hamlet hasn't produced anyone with soul master talent in many years. Is it possible for a phoenix to rise from the ashes? The gatekeeper frowned and spoke with a condescending tone. How dare you speak like that if you have nothing worthwhile to say? Do you believe I want to give you a taste of my hammer? At that moment, Hu Jio's ears perked up, and a sly smile crossed his face as he suddenly transformed, raising the hammer with a fierce glare directed at the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper, recognizing Hu Jio's intimidating presence, faltered. Despite Hu Jio appearing to be merely a 6-year-old child, he wielded a weapon, and the gatekeeper, an ordinary person, had every reason to be afraid. You're being outrageous. This is Notting Academy. How dare you? The gatekeeper stammered, his bravado waning. At that moment, a hoarse and rigid voice echoed from afar. Looking up, they saw it was the master. The master was of average height, slender build, and bore a languid and weary expression. Master, you have returned. The gatekeeper's demeanor shifted dramatically, as if he had found a lifeline, and he stepped forward, eager to report. This kid here is causing trouble. Look at him wielding a hammer to threaten me. Ha! Hu Jio scoffed. Had it not been for your narrow-mindedness, I wouldn't have bothered to engage with you. The master furrowed his brow, interrupting Hu Jio. Greetings, esteemed teacher. We are here to enroll, but this gatekeeper not only denies us entry but speaks to us with malice. My companion became agitated and reacted accordingly. Tang San explained from the side. The master cast a calm glance at the gatekeeper, which instilled a significant amount of pressure upon him. The gatekeeper hadn't expected the two children to be so quick-witted. Revealing the events that had just transpired, you have any proof issued by the Spirit Hall? If so, you may present it for my inspection, the master inquired, his expression softening as he faced an elderly man and two children. Even he wouldn't treat them coldly. Here it is, master, please take a look. Old Jack, having served as village chief for many years, quickly recognized the master's esteemed status within the academy and promptly produced the credentials for both Hu Jio and Tang San. Spirit, Carrot, Innate Soul Power Level 2. This indeed verifies the credentials from the Spirit Hall. The master first examined Hu Jio's proof, but upon viewing Tang San's, his expression shifted dramatically. In innate full soul power. And the spirit is blue silvergrass. This revelation, the master raised his head, scrutinizing both Hu Jio and Tang San. Which of you is Tang San? Teacher, that would be me, Tang San replied, somewhat puzzled, wondering if there was something amiss with his spirit. Very well. The master nodded and turned to old Jack. I apologize for the earlier incident. On behalf of the academy, I extend my apologies. I will take these two children under my wing. Allow me to escort them for enrollment. Clearly, the master had discerned the peculiarities surrounding Tang San's spirit, and his demeanor towards them warmed considerably. No need that we wouldn't want to impose that my child is simply a bit too impulsive. Please take care of them, old Jack advised Hu Jio and Tang San before slowly departing. Once old Jack had left, the master cast a dispassionate glance at the gatekeeper. This is your final warning. If you dare to repeat this behavior, you need not return. This caution nearly sent the gatekeeper into a panic. Despite the master lacking a formal position in the academy, he was a friend of the Danes. And it would be simple for him to deal with the gatekeeper. I swear, the gatekeeper stammered, terrified. After reprimanding the gatekeeper, the master forced a stiff smile and said to Hu Jiao and Tang San, "Children, let us proceed inside." "Thank you, master," Tang San replied, following closely behind. "I am not a teacher of the academy," the master replied, glancing at Tang San with a neutral expression. "Not a teacher? But you just said you represent the academy," Tang San exclaimed, bewildered. Beside Tang San, Hu Jiao watched this exchange with keen interest, fully aware that the master had taken a liking to Tang San, although he had no desire to become the master's disciple himself. He was more than happy for Tang San to do so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have held back until the master arrived. Following this, the master showcased his abilities, successfully facilitating Tang San's apprenticeship. Hu Jiao, however, felt neglected, as the master had barely spoken a word to him throughout the ordeal. "Humph, today, you look down upon me. One day, I shall make you regret it." Hu Jiao vowed silently that it was one thing for him to choose not to become the master's disciple, but it was quite another for the master to disregard him. Being overlooked as a time traveler was utterly humiliating. Afterward, the master guided Hu Jiao and Tang San to the academic affairs office. There, they swiftly became students of Notting Academy, albeit Hu Jiao as a work-study student, while Tang San enrolled as a self-funded student. With the enrollment process completed, Hu Jiao felt a rush of excitement. He was finally going to see Xiao Wu. "Xiao San, it seems our accommodations are in different places. Once we settle in, let us meet up." The first encounter with Xiao Wu, of course, must take place without Tang San present. It is essential to understand that Tang San is the fated child of this world, a fact that instills considerable fear in Hu Jiao. Chapter 8, Xiao Wu Dormitory 7, a unique establishment within Notting Academy, is home to students who are all work-study participants. Now, Hu Jiao has arrived at this legendary dormitory where both male and female students reside. Standing before the entrance of Dormitory 7, Hu Jiao tightened his grip around the hammer in his hand, for he intends to use it to craft the perfect gift for his initial meeting with Xiao Wu. He knocked on the ajar door, capturing the attention of everyone inside, with a smile gracing his face. Hu Jiao greeted them. "Hello, I am a new work-study student, and I look forward to your guidance in the future. You're this year's work-study student." Barely had his words left his lips when a towering young man approached Hu Jiao, looking down at him with a gaze that could not help but linger on the hammer in his hand. "I am Wang Sheng, possessing the Battle Tiger martial soul, and I am the leader here." "What is your name and martial soul?" "Hu Jiao, my martial soul is a carrot." "Little Jiao, I am the boss here, and you must listen to me, understood?" Wang Sheng, having glanced at Hu Jiao's hammer and found it less threatening than expected, declared with an air of arrogance. "If I am to heed your words, that is acceptable, but first, you must inquire whether my hammer agrees." Hu Jiao lifted the hammer with a smile. "This arrangement suits me well. It is a splendid opportunity for a warm-up match before I meet Xiao Wu. You little brat are trying to provoke me. It seems a lesson is in order." Wang Sheng's smile vanished in an instant as he rubbed his wrist, clearly preparing to make his move. "Wait," Hu Jiao shouted, startling Wang Sheng, who was just about to strike. "What's wrong? Are you backing down?" Wang Sheng scoffed derisively. Ignoring his taunts, Hu Jiao approached the nearest bed, gently placing his precious bundle down, a vital tool for winning over Xiao Wu, which would determine if they could share a bed. Once again gripping his hammer, Hu Jiao stood before Wang Sheng, taunting. "Now it's time, let us go. Come at me." With a swift motion, Wang Sheng lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed at Hu Jiao's face. "You'd better activate your martial soul. Do not forget, I wield a weapon." Hu Jiao countered, deftly moving his hammer to evade Wang Sheng's attack. "Humph, you're pushing me," Wang Sheng roared, glancing warily at Hu Jiao's hammer. A halo of white light enveloped him, and his body began to transform. His hands morphed into tiger claws, and 2 teeth protruded from his mouth, while the character for King faintly emerged on his forehead. Hu Jiao, not one to be outdone, began to swing his hammer, accumulating power in a continuous motion. Over the past 2 months, he had trained the whirling storm hammer technique to level 5, enabling him to unleash a series of 81 mighty strikes, each more powerful than the last. If he managed to accumulate all 81 strikes, even a level 20 Soul Master would suffer injury from a single blow. Boom! The clash of Tiger Claw and Hammer sent Wang Sheng flying. Recognizing Wang Sheng's lackluster strength, Hu Jiao had only accumulated 10 strikes, or else Wang Sheng would likely have been unable to rise again. Wang Sheng struggled on the ground for several moments before finally standing. You oh no. Hu Jio, did you just use a soul skill? He swallowed hard, astonished that Hu Jio, with a mere carrot as a support martial soul, could outmatch him, a battle soul master to know. This is merely a blacksmithing technique that I applied to combat. Hu Jio explained as he turned to his bundle, selecting a more suitable empty bed, unwrapping it to reveal fresh bedding, all while eagerly anticipating Xiao Wu's arrival. What? This is still a blacksmithing technique. Wang Sheng and the onlookers were utterly astonished. Hu Jio had just sent Wang Sheng flying with a single strike, and now he dismisses it as a mere blacksmithing technique. Was he attempting to boast? You are truly impressive, Hu Jio. You have bested me, and from now on, you shall be the leader of this dormitory. We will heed your commands. Wang Sheng gazed at Hu Jio with admiration, visibly relieved that there would finally be someone to stand up against bullying from other dorms. Casting a lingering glance at the broad-shouldered Wang Sheng, Hu Jio nodded nonchalantly, tacitly accepting the title of leader. However, in his heart, he knew this position would be temporary. He had no intention of assuming such a juvenile role, preferring to leave these trivial matters to the little rabbit, as he had no interest in such frivolities. Excuse me, is this dormitory 7? A melodious voice sent a thrill through Hu Jio. Raising his head, he was greeted by the sight of a tall and graceful girl. Her face was flushed, reminiscent of a ripe red apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Her black, scorpion braids cascaded down her back, and her large, sparkling eyes seemed to radiate electricity, while she cradled a pristine school uniform. Xiao Wu has arrived. Ah, this is indeed dormitory 7. Are you a new student as well? Hu Jio inquired, astonished at how much more beautiful Xiao Wu was than he had imagined. Classmates, huh? Hee, hello. My name is Xiao Wu, as in the dance of dancing. Upon noticing Hu Jio's entranced gaze, Xiao Wu broke into a dazzling smile. Ah, likewise. I am Hu Jio, he responded, just about to engage in conversation with Xiao Wu when Wang Sheng nudged him, whispering in his ear, Boss, according to our dormitory-esque tradition, you ought to compare strengths with her. Oh, I almost forgot. Clearing his throat, Hu Jio addressed Xiao Wu. Little Wu, our dormitory has a tradition. The one with the strongest punch becomes the leader. I just defeated the strongest among them. Would you care to spar with me? Fighting? I love it. Let us get started quickly. Upon hearing the prospect of a fight, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you ready? Here I come. Xiao Wu lifted onto her toes, poised to spring at Hu Jio. All right, come at me. Hu Jio raised his hammer, unwilling to relinquish his weapon to anyone, whether male or female. As a support-type soul master devoid of offensive capabilities, wielding a weapon was his final act of defiance. Yaha, take this. As Hu Jio prepared to execute his move, Xiao Wu leaped into the air, performing a graceful flip, her long legs poised to strike Hu Jio in an instant. However, Hu Jio remained unfazed, sweeping his hammer horizontally, perfectly illustrating the concept of effortless skill. After more than 2 months of relentless training, he had acquired strength rivaling that of an adult. Chapter 9. A wife earned through a shared blanket. The nimble grace of Xiao Wu contrasted with Hu Jio's broad, sweeping movements, rendering their duel a visually delightful spectacle. Especially Xiao Wu, who danced on the edge of a blade, each step fraught with peril yet lethal. Fortunately, Hu Jio was no novice. The enhancement of his 5 senses had greatly improved his perception, allowing him to discern even the most subtle details through air currents, scents, and sounds that would elude the average person. He was keenly aware of Xiao Wu's every move, and it was evident that if he so desired, she would never triumph over him. Hee, you're incredibly skilled. Be careful now. I'm getting serious. Realizing that her ordinary attacks were ineffective against Hu Jio, Xiao Wu's fighting spirit surged, with a shift in her footing. She swiftly distanced herself from Hu Jio, her aura rising as a pair of adorable rabbit ears sprouted from her head, and a fluffy tail emerged from the back of her pink skirt. Unfortunately, at that moment, Xiao Wu faced away from the crowd. Had it not been for Hu Jio's remarkable senses, he might never have discovered that Xiao Wu's martial soul transformation included a tail. Does role-playing surpass reality in beauty? Certainly not. This world is truly a paradise for men. In that moment, he nearly forgot that he was in the midst of a battle. By the time Xiao Wu completed her transformation, it was too late for Hu Jio to employ the whirling storm hammer technique. Wait. As he saw Xiao Wu charging toward him at breakneck speed, Hu Jio called out urgently. He had no desire to be struck without cause. What's wrong? You wouldn't want to admit defeat, would you? Xiao Wu paused her attack, her eyes wide as she stared at Hu Jio, still eager to continue their playful engagement. Do not be angry. How about a carrot instead? Hu Jio smiled as he summoned the power of his martial spirit, and a carrot materialized in his hand. With the growth of his soul power, the carrot underwent a remarkable transformation. It not only grew in size, but also appeared crystalline and translucent, rivaling that of a fine work of art. After handing the carrot to Xiao Wu, Hu Jio helplessly shrugged his shoulders, saying, "As you can see, my martial spirit is a carrot, while yours is a rabbit. Do you really think I stand a chance against you?" So, your martial spirit is a carrot. How wonderful. Carrots are my favorite. Upon seeing the carrot, Xiao Wu completely forgot about the battle and joyfully accepted the carrot from Hu Jio, taking a bite. "Delicious. This is far tastier than the ones I dig up from the ground," she exclaimed, praising it as she munched away at that moment. Hu Jio suddenly paused, sensing that his martial spirit was trying to convey something to him, though the sensation was so faint that he could not discern any concrete information. Could it be? "Hu Jio, it seems you have lost." Just as their conversation was heating up, Wang Xing rudely interrupted. "Lost? It's hardly surprising for a support-type martial spirit like mine to lose. Winning would be the anomaly," Hu Jio retorted, somewhat annoyed. "If it weren't for wanting to impress Xiao Wu, I wouldn't even care about fighting. There's no benefit to it. With all the idle time on our hands, why work so hard and make it difficult for others?" It seems I shall be the boss of the dormitory from now on. From now on, you shall call me Sister Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu cheerfully nibbled on the carrot, her head swaying with pride, her scorpion braid fluttering charmingly behind her. "Yes, Sister Xiao Wu." The boys in the dormitory were ecstatic to have such a cute leader, their cheers louder than when they called Hu Jio's name moments ago. "This is delicious. I want more." After quickly finishing the carrot, Xiao Wu cutely stretched out her hand toward Hu Jio, asking for another carrot. "Here you go." Seeing Xiao Wu's delight in his carrot filled Hu Jio with joy, bringing him one step closer to winning her heart. Hu Jio then turned and pretended to make the bed, all the while observing Xiao Wu's reaction. His efforts did not go unnoticed, as Xiao Wu eventually spotted the pristine bedding he had. "Hu Jio, where did you get that bedding?" Upon seeing the style of his bedding, she felt an ominous premonition. This? I brought it from home. I figured that as a work-study student, the living conditions might not be great. So I decided to bring my own bedding. Hu Jio explained nonchalantly. It was crucial not to lose composure at such a moment. "You brought it yourself? The academy doesn't provide any?" Xiao Wu asked, her mouth still full of carrot, chewing mechanically as the taste seemed to diminish. As work-study students, it's quite generous of the academy to provide us with housing. As for bedding, we all brought our own from home. Wang Xing interjected. "Sister Xiao Wu, why not use mine? I can squeeze in with my classmates." "Sister Xiao Wu, use mine. My quilt is larger." In no time, the entire dormitory was bustling as each boy rushed to offer their bedding to Xiao Wu. Unfortunately, she dismissed the dingy quilts, for how could a beautiful fairy like her settle for such filthy bedding? Her gaze ultimately fell upon Hu Jio's new quilt, staring intently at it. "Don't look at me like that. Xiao Wu, I need to sleep too." Hu Jio felt a bit uneasy, though he had rehearsed this scene in his mind for quite some time. The impending reality made him feel lightheaded. One word. Tempting. "Hu Jio, can we discuss something?" Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes adorably. "What is it?" "Your quilt is so large. It can't possibly cover just one person. Why don't we push the two beds together and share?" she suggested, glancing at Hu Jio, who appeared plain but was undeniably clean. That might not be appropriate. His heart longed to agree immediately, yet he feigned reluctance. Ding. Title: A pretentious man leveled up. What's inappropriate? "I'm not afraid." "I want tea bite," Xiao Wu said, her cheeks flushed, indicating her own shyness. "But you just consumed my martial spirit." Hu Jio eyed her suspiciously. "Continue to act. I must maintain the facade of a blissful future." Xiao Wu silently regarded the half-eaten carrot in her hand, then waved her hand dismissively. It settled then. "You all, help me push this bed over. In a few moments, the two beds were pushed together. Hu Jio, place your bag in the middle as a boundary. If you dare to cross it, just wait and see how I handle you," Xiao Wu threatened playfully. "All right," Hu Jio thought to himself, satisfied with Xiao Wu's progress. The future was long. She was only 6 years old now, and he aimed to cultivate his future wife into the ideal companion he desired. Perfect. Xiao Jio. Just as Hu Jio and Xiao Wu were busy arranging the bedding, they heard Tang San's voice from outside the door. "Oh, Xiao San, you're here. Sorry, you're a bit late." Chapter 10. Tang San's disappointment. Why does it feel a bit painful? Am I ill? Outside the dormitory, Tang San stared blankly at the harmonious scene of Hu Jio and Xiao Wu tidying the beds together, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss, as if something of great importance was about to slip away from him. "Xiao San, weren't you supposed to come find me?" Why did you come alone? Hu Jio's words interrupted Tang San's moment of introspection. I noticed you hadn't come to find me for a while, so I thought I would check in on you, Tang San replied, shaking off his daze and smiling at Hu Jio. In truth, he was slightly worried that Hu Jio might be in trouble, only to find him happily playing with the little girl, which irked him to no. It's nothing. Come on, it's already noon. Let's go have lunch. Hu Jio said, clapping his hands after tidying the bed, turning to Wang Xing. You know where we can eat, right? Please lead the way. Sure, let's go eat. I want more of your carrots, Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. Having been tantalized by the 2 carrots earlier, she felt she could eat 3 bowls of rice today. Great. We were just about to go eat. So let's all go together. Wang Xing nodded, calling the other students to join. Xiao Jio, I'm not going. You go ahead. Tang San shook his head, having used all his money for tuition and having no extra funds for a meal. Besides, he had brought his own food, so he wasn't worried about going hungry. Come on, I'll treat you, Hu Jio said, not allowing Tang San to refuse as he draped his arm around his shoulder and walked with him. Considering you stole my Xiao Wu, Tang San, you shall be my brother from now on. By the way, do we need to pay for the meal, like soul coins or something? Just as the lively Xiao Wu bounced beside Hu Jio, her steps halted, sensing a looming disaster. Don't worry, just follow along. I have money, Hu Jio waved to Xiao Wu reassuringly, indicating that everything would be fine. Although he wasn't rich as the village chief's grandson, he had enough for meals as long as he didn't waste it. Thank you. Hu Jio's generosity instantly boosted Xiao Wu's affection for him. Compared to Tang San, Hu Jio was slightly more handsome. Though dressed plainly, he still had an air of charm. This led Xiao Wu to regard Hu Jio without any special feelings, aside from a brief nod upon meeting. She hardly looked at him otherwise. Hu Jio was content with this arrangement, not intending to introduce Tang San to Xiao Wu. Simultaneously, conversing separately with both Tang San and Xiao Wu was effortless for him. They engaged in their own discussions without interference. Isn't that the group of poor souls? The moment they entered the cafeteria, an annoying voice rang out. Looking up, they saw a group of upperclassmen standing on the 1st and 2nd floors. Looking down at them, the speaker was a boy around 12 or 13 years old, pointing at Wang Sheng in front of Hu Jio. A poor soul is a poor soul. They will likely never be able to eat on the 2nd floor. On the way to the cafeteria, Wang Sheng had already informed Xiao Wu about the upperclassmen's intention to bully them. Upon encountering the provocation, Xiao Wu immediately stepped forward. Who do you think you are? What's so great about the 2nd floor? As soon as Xiao Wu appeared, the boy's eyes lit up, nearly drooling as he exclaimed, What a beautiful little girl. Hee hee, I'm off to eat now, so I'll let you off this time. How dare you? Hu Jio's eyes narrowed. Hu Jio grasped the hammer firmly and, with a quick movement of his feet, was about to confront him with a theory of his own. This was an excellent opportunity to showcase his prowess. And Hu Jio would certainly not let it slip by. Even if he were to falter, he had confidence that Xiao Wu and Tang San would not stand idly by. As expected, the moment Hu Jio made his move, Xiao Wu sprang into action as well, having discerned from Hu Jio's words that the term old man was far from complimentary. However, at a critical moment, Tang San faltered. He rushed forward and turned to block the path between Hu Jio and Xiao Wu. Shaking his head at them, Forget it, we're here to dine. Hey, why are you so afraid? Look, your brother isn't scared at all. Xiao Wu expressed her discontent, casting a scornful glance at Tang San. Tang San remained silent. Fine, let it go for now. There will be plenty of opportunities to teach them a lesson later. Hu Jio waved his hand dismissively. Winning or losing a fight was inconsequential. What mattered was the attitude. And he believed his earlier display would certainly earn him points in Xiao Wu's eyes. All right then, we must teach them a lesson someday. With that, as the group vanished from sight, Xiao Wu lost her enthusiasm. Oh, Xiao San, your master has arrived. Hu Jio's keen senses detected a familiar aura. Tang San turned to see. Indeed, it was Master. Master. Tang San hurried over and bowed respectfully. Is your dormitory tidy? Master inquired. Yes, it is. Then come with me to the 2nd floor for a meal. Afterward, I will show you around my place, Master said. Hesitant, Tang San worried about Hu Jio, sensing that since Hu Jio arrived at the academy, his temper had become considerably more volatile. He feared Hu Jio might stir up trouble. Master, I think I'll have my meal with my friends instead. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San shook his head in refusal. Hey, are you foolish? The food upstairs is clearly more delicious. You should go eat. Hu Jio nudged Tang San playfully and smiled at Master, saying, Master, please take Xiao San to eat. He simply doesn't understand. Although Tang San had lost much of his favor in Xiao Wu's eyes, Hu Jio decided it was best to keep Tang San as far from Xiao Wu as possible, just in case. Ultimately, persuaded by Hu Jiao, Tang San followed Master to the second floor for dinner. It seems you are quite fond of that Tang San. Xiao Wu eyed Hu Jiao curiously, pondering their relationship. Of course. Xiao San is my brother. We grew up together. Hu Jiao spoke sweetly, though internally, he felt a twinge of guilt. As if he were usurping Tang San's future bride. No. How could one claim to have taken something that had yet to happen? Perhaps in this world, Tang San's wife would not be Xiao Wu. Hu Jiao made an effort to convince himself, resisting the urge to confine his thoughts to the original narrative. Did that Tang San become Master's disciple? At that moment, Wang Xing approached with a question. What's the matter? Hu Jiao replied, Is it true that Master's strength is rather lacking? I heard he is over 50, but still only at level 29, unable to even break through to the Great Soul Master realm. Your brother wouldn't have been deceived, would he? Wang Xing said with a hint of regret as he watched Tang San and Master walk away together. Enough. Why concern yourself with others' affairs? Remember, don't speak of this in front of Xiao San in the future. Or don't blame me for losing my temper. Hu Jiao waved his hand, unwilling to explain to these ignorant individuals. While Hu Jiao had little need for Master's knowledge, he had to concede that Master's theoretical understanding was indeed extensive. Perhaps in terms of innovative thinking, Master could not compete with him, but in the realm of Douluo, no one surpassed him in knowledge of soul beasts, at the very least, when the time came for him to choose his first soul ring. He might need to consult Master through Tang San. Chapter 11. On the theory of the 10 core competencies, though he had anticipated it, Hu Jiao was still utterly disheartened upon seeing the cafeteria's offerings. Although there was some meat present, it was, overall, disappointing to say the least. Xiao Jiao, come on, the carrots are still the best. The cafeteria food is truly dreadful. Xiao Wu waved her delicate little hand, having asked Hu Jiao for food countless times already. Due to the inedibility of the cafeteria meal, Xiao Wu was entirely reliant on Hu Jiao's carrots to satiate her hunger. You need to pace yourself. You're nearly consuming all my soul power, Hu Jiao said. Half resigned and half amused, he realized that he had underestimated Xiao Wu's appetite. With his level of soul power, he could hardly fill this little rabbit, who had an affinity for carrots. Is that so? I haven't eaten that much. By the way, Xiao Jiao, what level is your soul power now? Xiao Wu asked shyly, well aware that she had devoured a significant quantity of Hu Jiao's carrots. This was not entirely her fault. After all, Hu Jiao's carrots were simply too delicious. Wang Sheng and the others nearby were equally curious about Xiao Wu's question, as just moments ago, Hu Jiao had triumphed over the strongest among them. Wang Sheng, as an auxiliary soul master. How impressive must Hu Jiao be to have defeated Wang Sheng? I estimate it to be level 9. Hu Jiao replied nonchalantly as he chewed on the unappetizing food. Indeed, after 3 months of grinding, his soul power had reached level 9, and in addition, his soul power meditation technique and 5 senses enhancement technique had both improved to level 4. While his chaotic wind hammer technique had even reached level 5. He had indeed reaped considerable rewards. The level 4 soul power meditation technique had enhanced his training efficiency by 30%. Do not underestimate that 30%. Training at the level 4 meditation rank made his innate talent comparable to those soul masters with innate levels of 5 or 6. Moreover, let us not forget that his grinding panel allowed for 24-hour training. How many ordinary people could train all day? With this training speed, even innate full soul power soul masters would likely struggle to keep up with him. Impressive. Upon hearing that Hu Ji was only at level 9, Wang Xing looked at him with admiration. Wang Xing's praise was genuine. He truly believed Hu Jiao to be remarkable. After all, Hu Jiao had defeated him. An 11th level battle soul master. At merely level 9, once Hu Jiao obtained a soul ring and became a soul master, how formidable would he become? Haha, not even close. By the way, may I ask how you obtained your soul ring at level 10? Hu Jiao inquired of Wang Sheng. As among this group of work-study students, only Wang Sheng had achieved the highest level, currently at 11, while the others remained below. By the way, I should ask how high Xiao Wu's level is now. Our soul rings were all obtained with the help of the Academy's teachers in the soul hunting forest. However, the Academy's soul hunting activities usually occur only once a year. The last one just wrapped up not long ago. Given your training pace, you should reach level 10 in no time, but you may have to wait at least half a year to become a soul master, Wang Xing explained. In Wang Xing's view, Hu Jiao's soul power level was likely innate, and a level 9 innate soul power was indeed a sign of genius. I see. That is indeed a concern. Hu Jiao frowned, realizing he had not anticipated such a dilemma so soon after starting school. Although in the original narrative, Master had a theory regarding the 10 core competencies, claiming that upon reaching the pinnacle of a major realm, one could continue to train without hunting for a soul ring, and only reveal their strength after obtaining one. What nonsense. While this theory might hold a sliver of truth at times, one must not overlook the fact that upon leveling up, especially after acquiring a soul ring, both soul power and physical attributes would receive exponential enhancements. How could the training speed of soul masters compare to that of soul warriors? Under similar talent, could a low-level soul master's daily training yield more soul power than a high-level soul master? Wasn't that absurd? In Hu Jio's opinion, the sooner one obtained a soul ring, the better. Immediately after a breakthrough, once the realm stabilized, was the optimal time to acquire it. Time waits for no one, after all. Tang San had ascended to godhood by the age of 25. Based on Hu Jio's own estimates, he would certainly break through to level 10 within a month. If he were unable to obtain a soul ring by then, he would be delaying his training for an entire year. What should he do? This question lingered in Hu Jio's mind, unresolved, even as he returned to the dormitory. Well, if all else fails, I could always ask Xiao San for help. Unable to think of a good solution, Hu Jio decided to set the matter aside. Most importantly, gazing at the adorable Xiao Wu, sitting on the edge of the bed and swinging her little feet. How could he focus on anything else? Isn't it delightful to admire our lovely little rabbit? Just as they returned to the dormitory, a male teacher in his 30s entered. Who is the new work-study student? Step forward. Hearing this, both Hu Jio and Xiao Wu stood up simultaneously. I am Mo Hen. You can call me teacher M.O. Hu Jio. Xiao Wu, you are first-year work-study students. From now on, you will be responsible for cleaning the southern garden of the playground. You will earn 10 copper soul coins daily. Remember, you must clean every day, especially the debris. It must be thoroughly cleared, or your wages will be deducted. Should there be any negligence, the academy reserves the right to expel you. Do you understand? Hu Jio and Xiao Wu nodded simultaneously, indicating their understanding. Mo Hen remarked, tomorrow marks the opening ceremony of the school. Classes will officially commence the day after, with the first-grade students attending lessons in classroom 1 on the ground floor of the teaching building. You simply need to arrive punctually for your classes starting the day after tomorrow. From then on, you will resume your regular duties. I will conduct periodic inspections. All right, you may take your leave for now. Wang Sheng, being the eldest here, kindly share the rules with them. Understood, Wang Sheng replied. Once the teacher departed, Wang Sheng spoke to them. In truth, the workload at school is not overwhelming, as long as you clean up on time. There will be no issues. Let me explain the class schedule. Generally, the academy holds 2 lessons each morning, one focused on cultural knowledge and the other on martial spirit knowledge, followed by self-directed training in the afternoon. Most of us working study students tend to schedule our work in the afternoon to avoid hindering our academic pursuits. We working study students are mostly from impoverished families, and we cherish the opportunity to acquire knowledge far more than those from affluent backgrounds. Thank you for the reminder, Hu Jio said with a smile. It seems this will be our life at the academy from now on. No need for thanks. Wang Sheng waved his hand dismissively and turned to his studies, leaving Hu Jio and Xiao Wu to gaze at each other in silence. By the way, Xiao Wu, what level is your soul power? I can sense your agility is quite impressive. Hu Jio casually initiated a conversation. Struggling to find a topic. Allow me to introduce myself once more. My martial spirit is the soft-boned rabbit, and I am an 11th level agility type battle spirit master. Impressive, Hu Jio exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Indeed, this little rabbit had reached the 11th level, surpassing Tang San's rank. Chapter 12. A brother's wife is not to be taken lightly. As soon as teacher Mo Hen departed, Tang San arrived. Xiao Jio, tomorrow my master has agreed to take me to acquire a soul ring. I'm not sure how many days it will take, so I wanted to inform you. In this unfamiliar environment. Tang San instinctively grew closer to Hu Jio. Their already good relationship deepened further. A soul ring. How enviable. Hurry along, and hopefully, you'll obtain a powerful one to assist me in acquiring mine, Hu Jio lamented. Regretting not dedicating more time to his own training beforehand, with his solo practice and the enhancements from his idle training, he was likely already at level 10. If he could join Tang San to benefit from the master, it would not be too difficult. What a pity. All right, I'll help you then. Tang San nodded earnestly, aware that Hu Jio's martial spirit was supportive in nature and that assistance would be essential when acquiring a soul ring. As brothers, he was naturally willing to lend a hand. Furthermore, with the Xiantian treasure record in his possession, Preparing some hidden weapons for hunting soul beasts would pose no challenge for him. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. Glancing at Xiao Wu nearby, Hu Jio discreetly pulled Tang San outside. What is it that requires such secrecy? Tang San asked, puzzled by Hu Jio's mysterious demeanor. Xiao San, do you consider us brothers? Hu Jio asked solemnly. That of course, we've been brothers for a long time. Tang San replied without hesitation. Given that Hu Jio had always brought him food, he had already acknowledged him as a brother. Then, if a brother has an interest in a woman, you cannot take her from him. Hu Jio continued. Are you suggesting? Tang San looked at him in shock, not expecting Hu Jio, at merely 6 years old, to be thinking about women. Come on, this is merely a reservation. Once Xiao Wu grows up, I can claim her, Hu Jio asserted confidently. What's wrong with nurturing affection? One must be forthright about their feelings. Liking someone is no matter of age. Tang San shook his head in disbelief. I really don't understand your thought process. That don't worry. I prefer gentle girls, and that girl named Xiao Wu isn't suited for me. Brother, do you not know how gentle Xiao Wu will be when she grows up? As he spoke, Tang San felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart, leaving him puzzled. Haha, brother, you're truly something, with Tang San's promise. Hu Jio excitedly patted his shoulder, laughing heartily. When it came to keeping his word, Tang San was reliable. Hu Jio had more faith in him than even Tang San had in himself. Enough talk. It's getting dark. That I should head back. Glancing at the sky, Tang San waved his hand, sensing something peculiar about Hu Jio today. Perhaps it was the sudden transition to a new environment that made him feel uneasy. Xiao Jio, do you still have any carrots? I'm feeling a bit hungry. As soon as they returned to the dormitory, Xiao Wu approached. All right, aren't you afraid of becoming plump? After resolving the hassle with Tang San, Hu Jio felt pleased and playfully teased Xiao Wu while retrieving a carrot to hand to her. This carrot, which Hu Jio had also tasted, was not much different from those found in the fields. If eaten raw, it wasn't particularly flavorful. Perhaps Xiao Wu loved them so much because she was a rabbit. As if, no matter how many carrots I eat, I won't gain weight. Xiao Wu proudly lifted her chin, exuding confidence. That night, Hu Jio fell into a deep sleep, filled with strange emotions. The next day would commence with the opening ceremony, followed by a self-arranged afternoon. Their work-study responsibilities would not begin until tomorrow. How boring. Xiao Jio, are you not bored? In the afternoon, lounging on his bed with his legs crossed, Hu Jio felt utterly relaxed. Bored? A little, perhaps. How about we head to Notting City? Let's see the little white rabbit. Enjoying the benefits of his idle training, Hu Jio felt no boredom whatsoever. Moreover, he was currently refining a new idea, leaving him anything but dull. However, since he wished to pursue Xiao Wu, even if he wasn't bored, he had to feign boredom for her sake. Notting City? Sounds great. Let's go. Hu Jio's suggestion lit up Xiao Wu's eyes. She adored playing, and the idea of going to the lively Notting City was irresistible to her. Eager to leave, she even reached out to pull Hu Jio from the bed, revealing her impatience. Your little hands are quite soft. Hu Jio grinned as he stepped out with Xiao Wu, contemplating that this could be considered a date. Despite their tender age, it certainly felt like one. That afternoon, Xiao Wu went wild with excitement, watching performances, strolling through shops, and indulging in snacks. By the end of the day, Hu Jio regretted it, regardless of age. Be it adults or children, women seemed to possess boundless energy when shopping, and it was truly overwhelming. Even with Hu Jio's body, honed through the chaotic wind hammer technique, he nearly succumbed to exhaustion. Xiao Jio, you're not up to par. Your body is quite weak. Upon returning to the academy, Xiao Wu teased him with a bright smile. I am merely constrained by the laws of fate during shopping. Women are brimming with energy while men are rendered weak. This is a universal truth, akin to a curse. Even divine beings cannot escape it. As if I believe that. In just a few days, the bond between Xiao Wu and Hu Jio had grown exponentially. Under Hu Jio's attentive care, the two had become inseparable at this point. Even if Tang San wished to intervene, it would likely be a futile endeavor. Hu Jio thought with a sense of pride. Over these days, he had taken great care of Xiao Wu, not only providing an ample supply of carrots but also occasionally taking her outside the academy to enjoy delicious treats. As for training, what was that? They were merely idling away, having fun. After enduring a difficult past life, all he sought in this life was leisure and contentment. However, he noticed that his funds were dwindling rather rapidly. Hu Jio himself hardly spent any money, but the issue lay in the fact that Xiao Wu had no funds whatsoever. Everything they consumed or enjoyed came from Hu Jio's pocket, and he had been overly generous. Completely unaware of the need for frugality, This led to his monthly allowance from home nearly running out within just 3 days. To sustain both Xiao Wu and himself, he resolved to find a means of earning money. There was indeed another option available. He recalled that once one reached the level of a spirit master, they could claim a living stipend from the spirit hall that if Xiao Wu registered, they could continue their carefree existence. However, Hu Jio quickly dismissed this idea. Firstly, he did not want to become dependent on others as a man. That would be unacceptable. Secondly, registering at the spirit hall would mean that his information would be known to them. As someone familiar with the information age, he was exceedingly cautious in this regard. Chapter 13. Tang San's return. What? You want to sell carrots? Absolutely not. If you sell the carrots, what will I eat? Unexpectedly, Hu Jio's plan to earn money met with vehement opposition from Xiao Wu. Asa Rabbit. She was quite serious about defending her food. But we have no money left. Hu Jio spread his hands, an expression of helplessness adorning his face. Fortunately, this place was not his previous life. Had it been, he could have borrowed money and repaid it together after their marriage. Alas, such an option did not exist here. Well, I shall not concern myself with that. After all, you cannot sell carrots. At most, we shall refrain from going out and simply stay within the academy. Xiao Wu gazed at Hu Jio with a look of despondency, as if he were about to abandon her. Very well, I shall contemplate other methods. I am still too weak. If only I could feed Xiao Wu and still have excess soul power, I could sell carrots to earn some money. Unfortunately, my soul power level remains at 9, and it will take some time before I can advance. I believe that once I break through to become a soul master, I will have plenty of carrots to sell. Xiao Wu. Trouble is brewing. Wang Sheng has been intercepted by Xiao Laoda's gang. You must go rescue him. At that moment, a younger student from the dormitory rushed over, speaking urgently to Xiao Wu and Hu Jio. Xiao Laoda, Xiao Qinyu, Hu Jio inquired. Yes, it is them. That gang often bullies us, and this time, Wang Sheng encountered them and was directly stopped. You must hurry to help him. All right, how dare they bully my people? That is utterly infuriating. Lead the way, and witness how I deal with them. Xiao Wu's anger flared, her small face flushed with rage. In recent days, Wang Sheng and his companions had shown her great respect as their leader. And now that one of her subordinates was being bullied, she was understandably displeased. Follow me. The younger student quickly assented and guided Hu Jio and Xiao Wu to the scene. By Xiao Wu's side, Hu Jio tightened his grip on the hammer. It had been days since he had put it to use, and today he was prepared for a vigorous showdown. A few minutes later, they arrived at the scene. There, Wang Xing was confronting a group of over 20 upperclassmen, including Xiao Laoda's gang. The leader of that group, tall and youthful yet bearing a semblance of adulthood, was none other than Xiao Qinyu. Oh, reinforcements have arrived. Wang Sheng, are you regressing with age, having summoned 2 mere children to assist you? How amusing. Xiao Qinyu cast a disdainful glance at the newly arrived Hu Jio and Xiao Wu, addressing Wang Xing with contempt. Humph, what is so impressive about you? Be careful not to lose your teeth when I'm done with you. Xiao Wu fiercely threatened, shaking her fist at Xiao Qinyu. Ha, just you. Xiao Qinyu guffawed loudly, prompting his followers to join in the laughter. Enough with the banter. Let us settle this. I'll ask you once, who will be the first to step forward? Hu Jio interjected, pulling back the nearly enraged Xiao Wu and looking up at Xiao Qinyu. Simple. I shall not bully you. Here's the deal. Since you have only 12 people, we will send out 10 from our side. Taking turns to battle. As long as the challenger wins, they may continue against the next opponent until one side is entirely defeated. Despite the obvious disadvantage, Xiao Wu readily agreed. Very well, it's settled. Who shall be the first to step forward? Behind her, Wang Xing attempted to intervene, but Xiao Wu had consented too swiftly, and it was too late to stop her. Xiao Qinyu gestured to his subordinates. A tall upperclassman promptly stepped forward. With determination, he gritted his teeth and addressed Xiao Wu. Sister Xiao Wu, allow me to take this round. The upperclassman was familiar to him, having frequently battled him in the past, with a record of losses outweighing wins. However, among those present, aside from Xiao Wu and Hu Jio, he was the only one capable of fighting. The others were merely there to make up the numbers. Wang Sheng, you are no match for him. I will take this fight. Hu Jio placed a reassuring hand on Wang Sheng's shoulder, preventing him from entering the fray, for the opponent's soul power was evidently more refined. And Wang Xing had already lost just from the pressure. Nodding to Xiao Wu, Hu Jio approached the upperclassman. I am Hu Jio, with the martial spirit of carrots, a level 9 support type soul master. Is it unreasonable for me to wield a weapon in battle? Ah, ha ha. A level 9 support type martial spirit. Wang Xing, are you truly out of options? You send a mere support soul master to fight? Ha! Xiao Qinyu erupted in laughter, his followers joining in, viewing Hu Jio's appearance as nothing short of a jest at Ha. Hu Jio scoffed dismissively, raising his hammer with a flourish, beginning to accumulate strength as he executed a series of moves. With each swing, the pressure emanating from him grew stronger, soon surpassing that of a typical soul master. The upperclassman, Lu Long, sensed the shift in momentum and realized the gravity of the situations. The aura radiating from Hu Jio was surpassing his own. In a panic, he summoned his martial spirit, a staff, and lunged at Hu Jio. Too late. At that moment, Hu Jio had accumulated 15 strikes with his chaotic hammer technique, its 5th-level prowess now radiating an impressive aura. With faint red light shimmering on the hammer, indicating the overflow of soul power. Boom! With a single strike, Lu Long, along with his staff, was sent flying, crashing to the ground, immobilized. How about that? Hu Jio turned his head, a triumphant smirk on his face as he raised an eyebrow at Xiao Wu. Impressive. Your hammer technique has grown even more formidable, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she regarded Hu Jio. Though she knew he was not an ordinary support-type soul master and could handle a fight, she had not anticipated the extent of his improvement. No, it was not merely his technique that had advanced, but his strength as well. Had he been holding back during their previous spar? What a feeble effort. Xiao Laoda, what do you have to say now? Hu Jio's stunning strike filled Xiao Wu with pride as she teasingly regarded Xiao Qinyu. This round goes to us. Ling Feng, you're up next. With a sharp wave of his hand, Xiao Qinyu sent another fighter to the arena. Kid, I see through your tricks. I want to allow you the chance to accumulate power in our fight. Ling Feng stomped his foot and sprang forward like a bolt of lightning toward Hu Jio. See through it or not, if you can't win, I want to fight you. Xiao San. Come on out. Your brother is about to be beaten. Hu Jio shrugged, suddenly calling out toward the large tree behind the crowd. Xiao Jio, your nose remains as keen as ever. I had been so careful. Yet you still detected me. A voice emerged from behind the tree. Tang San S. Another one? You don't seem to be a work-study student. Kid, this is a matter between us and the work-study students. I advise you to mind your own business. Xiao Qinyu regarded Tang San with a serious expression, not out of fear for his strength, but rather because he was startled by the exquisite belt Tang San wore. A treasure that clearly signified his background. What if I'm not a work-study student? Xiao Jio is my brother. If you wish to harm him, you must first defeat me. With newfound confidence following the acquisition of his first soul ring, Tang San faced the upperclassman without the slightest hint of intimidation. Humph, ungrateful wretch. Ling Feng, take him down. Xiao Qinyu gritted his teeth, waving his hand. With so many witnesses present, he could not afford to appear weak. Regardless of the opponent's background, he resolved to defeat him first. Come forth. Tang San strode confidently toward Hu Jiu. Hu Jio smiled and stepped back to join Xiao Wu, ready to watch the spectacle unfold. Across from Tang San, Ling Feng spread his arms wide, his lean figure darting toward Tang San with lightning speed. Yet, Tang San stood still, seemingly unperturbed. Xiao Jio, do you think Tang San can hold his own? I hope he doesn't embarrass us. Xiao Wu expressed her concerns to Hu Jiu. As the leader, a defeat for Tang San would certainly reflect poorly on her. Rest assured, I could never defeat Xiao San before. And now that he has his soul ring, I could never hope to match him. Hu Jio had no doubts about Tang San's combat prowess. If anything, he worried more about himself, as fate would have it. Amidst the fierce exchange, Tang San deftly countered Ling Feng's aggressive onslaught with a few simple maneuvers, executing a flawless flip and a sweeping kick that sent Ling Feng sprawling, unable to rise. This display astonished not only Hu Jio's side, but even Xiao Qinyu's group, leaving them in awe. Next, Tang San gazed faintly at the figure of Xiao Qinyu across from him and spoke up. Xiao Qinyu, with a grim expression, stepped forward. Among their group, apart from Lu Long and Ling Feng, he was the strongest in combat. Now that both Lu Long and Ling Feng had been defeated, he had no choice but to take the stage himself. Xiao San, you take a step back. Let Xiao Wu handle the final match. Hu Jio glanced at Xiao Wu, who was pouting. The spirited little rabbit was clearly dissatisfied that Xiao Qinyu was their last formidable opponent and had not been allowed to participate. Can she really do it? Tang San asked with a hint of doubt. Who are you talking about? How could my sister Xiao Wu possibly be incapable? Do you want to have a match later? Xiao Wu, indignant at Tang San's questioning of her strength, brandished her fists and retorted. If Tang San were not Hu Jio's brother, Xiao Wu might have already given him a lesson. A flicker of annoyance crossed Tang San's eyes. He simply could not fathom how Hu Jio could be fond of Xiao Wu's fiery temperament. All right, let us not turn on each other. Xiao San, you step aside for now. Hu Jiu observed the tense standoff between Tang San and Xiao Wu with amusement, feeling as though he had orchestrated this entire situation himself. Xiao Qinyu, a soul master of the wolf martial spirit, at level 11 with a one-ring soul, coldly regarded them. Even at this moment, they were still bickering among themselves. Clearly, they did not take him seriously at all. Xiao Wu, a rabbit martial spirit, level 12 soul master. Xiao Wu shook her head, her scorpion braid swaying playfully, as she looked at Xiao Qinyu with a proud smile. What? You're actually a level 12 soul master? Xiao Qinyu stared in astonishment at the adorable girl before him. What kind of individuals were these, to have cultivated to such heights at merely 6 years old? Did they not value their lives? What's the matter? Are you scared? If you are, just surrender quickly. Xiao Wu, exuding an air of a streetwise leader, declared confidently. Humph, you must be deceiving me. I've already seen through your little tricks. Xiao Qinyu regarded Xiao Wu with suspicion, as if seeking confirmation of her claims. Hee, if you don't believe me, then let me show you, Xiao Wu teased, casting a glance at Xiao Qinyu before shouting loudly, causing a yellow aura to manifest beneath her feet. Simultaneously, 2 adorable rabbit ears sprouted from her head, and her eyes turned red, making her look utterly charming. Moreover, Hu Jiu noted with clarity that behind Xiao Wu's short skirt, there was a fluffy white pom-pom, her short tail dot 100-year soul ring. Xiao Qinyu staggered back in shock that he only possessed a 10-year soul ring. How could he possibly compete? It was well known that the enhancement a soul ring provided to a soul master was immense. A difference of decades or even centuries was no trivial matter. Xiao Qinyu, realizing he was utterly outmatched, decided to concede. Sister Xiao Wu, I admit defeat. From now on, you shall be the big sister of all students at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Hee, splendid. I accept you all as my little brothers. Xiao Wu beamed at the senior students who bowed and paid their respects to her, then turned playfully to wink at Hu Jiu, leaving him utterly flustered. At the same time, Tang San, standing beside Hu Jiu, was also left speechless. He had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable little girl would possess a soul power surpassing his own. What remarkable talent she had. After subduing Xiao Qinyu and his companions, Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu found themselves with ample free time. Thanks to Xiao Qinyu, their tasks within the academy were now thoroughly managed by this group of younger followers, leaving them with little room to intervene. With their newfound leisure, Hu Jiu began to entertain another idea, one concerning the creation of his own skills. Currently, 5 idle slots had been unlocked on his automatic training panel. Yet only 3 skills were in use, leaving 2 slots empty. An immense waste. He had already inquired at the academy and found no skills available for him to learn. Thus, to avoid wasting the idle slots, he resolved to create his own soul skills. As for the skills, he first thought of training methods such as climbing trees and walking on water, considering if he could develop a soul power manipulation skill from them. If successful, his dream of mastering the dough ball technique would no longer be a mere fantasy. With the dough ball skill, even as a support-type martial spirit, he could possess considerable offensive capabilities. Unlike now, where he hesitated to engage in battles after others had discerned the flaws in his chaotic style. Winning was one thing, but being unable to do so with flair and grace was the real issue. After all, who would relish fighting if they couldn't show off? He was no Xiao Wu. Being a charming little rabbit caretaker was far more appealing. Chapter 15. Soul power manipulation. Climbing trees and walking on water are training methods used in Naruto to enhance chakra control. To Hu Jiu, whether it be chakra from Naruto or soul power from Douluo, they were ultimately both forms of extraordinary energy, employing climbing trees and walking on water as training methods, while uncertain if they would yield a new skill, would still be beneficial for him. With this thought, he set about his experiments. Starting with the simplest task, he procured a piece of paper, concentrated his soul power into his palm, and placed his hand over the paper. As he attempted to lift the paper using his soul power, the first trial ended in failure. Undeterred, he continued with the second and third attempts. It was as if he had become possessed. Fixated on that piece of paper, whether during meals or in class, even at night while sleeping, he was engaged in this struggle. Xiao Wu, intrigued, asked, Xiao Jiu, what are you doing? What is so entertaining about a piece of paper? Tang San, standing beside her, also looked on with curiosity, unable to comprehend what was so fascinating about the paper. However, he was astute enough to realize that Hu Jiu seemed to have a purpose behind his manipulation. Though he could not decipher it. I have a new idea, but it feels like I'm always missing that crucial thought, Hu Jiu lamented. After several days of experiments without any results, he felt disheartened. Realizing he was not a genius after all. What idea? Do share. Tang San, intrigued, looked at Hu Jiu.tom. Hu Jiu was quite clever. After all, he had learned the chaotic style of hammering after Tang San, but had since far surpassed him in cultivation. The fact that Hu Jiu faced a challenge piqued Tang San's interest. Hearing Tang San's inquiry, Hu Jiu's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he couldn't execute such operations, surely Tang San could. After all, this fellow had a technique called controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. For Tang San, adhering paper to his palm would be no problem at all. With that thought, Hu Jiu shared his idea. Adhering paper, adhering stones, climbing trees, walking on water. Tang San lowered his head, contemplating Hu Jiu's proposed soul power manipulation training method. After a while, he raised his head, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Hu Jiu. Xiao Jiu, you are truly a genius. I've thought carefully about your training method, and in principle, it is feasible. However, achieving such a goal may prove quite challenging. However, what? Xiao Wu interjected. Her expression one of dissatisfaction as she glanced at Tang San. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Just say it outright. I just happen to know a bit about some techniques involved, Tang San replied, ignoring Xiao Wu's discontent. With a calm smile, he reached for the paper in Hu Jiu's hand. He deftly placed the paper in his palm, executing a graceful flip that turned his palm downward, allowing the paper to rotate beneath his hand. Without any grasping actions, the paper remained firmly adhered to his palm. Not falling. Impressive. Can you explain how you did that? Hu Jiu's eyes sparkled. Indeed, Tang San understood this concept. Haha, it's nothing to hide. The key is to let the soul power flow and rotate within your palm, generating an adhesive force. Of course, this rotation must be systematic, not random. Wow, that is fascinating. Xiao Jiu, you're amazing. How did you think of such an interesting ability? Seeing Tang San adhere the paper to his palm, Xiao Wu gazed at Hu Jiu with admiration. As for Tang San, the executor of the skill, Xiao Wu had overlooked him, as the idea originated from Hu Jiu. After all, turns out it requires such techniques. Xiao San, you truly have a sharp mind. How did I not think of this approach? After half a day, Hu Jiu had already mastered Tang San's method and successfully used his soul power to adhere the paper to his palm. Simultaneously, the panel acknowledged this skill, with the word soul power manipulation glowing brightly in the fourth slot. Of course, this skill was still at a mere 0 level. However, it is still impressive that you, Xiao Jiu, have devised such a method to train soul power. This can be regarded as a self-created auxiliary soul skill. I am truly in admiration. In response to Hu Jiu's flattery, Tang San humbly waved his hand. Aware of his own circumstances, his success was primarily due to his training in the controlling cranes and capturing dragons technique, which provided him with a lofty perspective, making it easy for him to grasp Hu Jiu's gradual training method. All right, you two are impressive enough. It's quite embarrassing to see two grown men praising each other. Xiao Wu pouted in dissatisfaction at the sight of Hu Jiu and Tang San. Why couldn't I help Xiao Jiu? That Tang San is so irritating. The fact that Xiao Wu was feeling jealous of Tang San made Hu Jiu's heart blossom with delight. Haha, Xiao Wu, it seems your fate is about to change. Not pairing up with Tang San would indeed be better for Xiao Wu, considering that in the original story, she had sacrificed herself for Tang San once. Now that Hu Jiu was here, he would ensure that Xiao Wu would not have to make such a sacrifice again. 3 days later, Hu Jiu's soul power manipulation skill had risen to level 1, finally transitioning from theoretical improvement to tangible effects on his body. With level 1 soul power manipulation, he was able to attract small stones to his hand, which, while not particularly useful yet, allowed him to appreciate the advantages of this skill in manipulating soul power. Previously, he had not been as adept at controlling his soul power as he was now. 10 days later, upon reaching level 2 in soul power manipulation, Hu Jiu decided to test himself on a tree. Although it was somewhat difficult, he managed to climb up. Similarly, Tang San, who often accompanied him, excelled even further, nimbly running up to the top of a large tree, something Hu Jiu could not achieve. As for Xiao Wu, well, in the presence of these two outstanding individuals, she felt defeated. Still stuck at the stage of attracting small stones, this left Xiao Wu quite dissatisfied. While she could understand Hu Jiu's rapid progress due to his self-created method, she couldn't fathom why Tang San was also improving so quickly. It seemed unfair. Xiao Jiu, tell me, are you hiding something? Do you have a secret you haven't shared? That evening, in the dormitory, Xiao Wu leaned in close to Hu Jiu, threateningly baring her teeth. No, not at all. Hu Jiu jumped at Xiao Wu's expression, startled. What is happening? Have I been exposed? When? Could it be that I spoke in my sleep? Oh no. In an instant, Hu Jio's face turned pale with fear. Cold sweat pouring down his brow. Wait, you definitely have some techniques you haven't taught me. Otherwise, how could I possibly lag behind Tang San? Xiao Wu asserted confidently, her face reflecting the suspicion that Hu Jio was hiding something from her. Phew. I really don't. I thought you were progressing smoothly. Perhaps you got distracted and weren't focused enough? After calming down from the false alarm, Hu Jio wiped the cold sweat from his brow, reminding himself to be cautious and to never speak of anything inappropriate in his dreams. I think I've been quite diligent. Xiao Wu suddenly felt a twinge of guilt, to be honest, ever since she became the leader. She hadn't been training as much as before. Moreover, Xiao Wu had great talent. Even without rigorous training, her soul power had been steadily increasing and was now at level 13. That the successful creation of the soul power manipulation skill greatly boosted Hu Jio's confidence, prompting him to immediately embark on the plan for his self-created spiral sphere. However, after tinkering with it for a few days, he discovered that the spiral sphere required an exceptionally high level of control over one's own soul power, something he could not achieve at his current level. Furthermore, there was a crucial point. The spiral sphere necessitated the separation of soul power, a feat only attainable by soul masters, making it utterly impossible for him as a soul scholar. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon this plan. Time passed as he and Xiao Wu played together. Before he knew it, half a month had flown by. Burp. A long belch caught Hu Jio off guard. It seemed that his soul power had indeed surpassed level 10. After confirming this, he realized he had genuinely reached the soul master stage. Xiao Jio, what's wrong? Did you swallow your soup too quickly? Xiao Wu laughed as she watched Hu Jio in the cafeteria. Haha. No, I've broken through to level 10. Hu Jio, ever sharp, seized the opportunity to joyfully embrace Xiao Wu. Overwhelmed with excitement, it felt as if he were hugging a doll. This is amazing. From now on, will your carrots taste even better? Upon hearing this news, Xiao Wu was equally delighted. Hu Jio's martial soul was of the food type, and as his level increased, the flavor of his martial soul would become even more exquisite. As a little rabbit, Xiao Wu was thrilled at the prospect of the delicious food she would soon enjoy. Hey, why are you hugging me? Let go. After a while, once Hu Jio had taken advantage of the moment, Xiao Wu finally reacted, her face turning a rosy hue. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Acting the part, Hu Jio feigned innocence, looking as if he had committed a grave error. All right, just don't hug me casually in the future. Be careful or I'll deal with you. Xiao Wu threatened, raising her fist in a mock display of ferocity. In other words, as long as he didn't do it casually, it would be acceptable to hug her. Xiao Jio, congratulations on becoming a soul master. Tang San smiled and congratulated Hu Jio. Hee. Hu Jio grinned mischievously as he draped his arm around Tang San's neck. Xiao San, it's time for you to step up. I plan to solidify my cultivation first, and then I'll take a leave to hunt for soul rings in the soul hunting forest. No problem. Tang San nodded seriously, patting the 24 bridges of the bright moon at his waist, a glint of confidence flashing in his eyes. I'll go too. Don't worry, with my sister Xiao Wu helping you, we'll definitely find you a good soul ring. Xiao Wu chimed in, eager to prove herself. All right, then the three of us will go together. Hu Jio wrapped his left arm around Tang San and placed his right hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder, a beaming smile on his face. By the way, do you have any thoughts on the effects of your soul ring? If not, I can ask my master for you. Tang San inquired. I'm not entirely sure. I have some ideas, but nothing is concrete yet. How about you mention it to the master? I'll visit him tomorrow, Hu Jio replied. When it came to knowledge about soul rings and soul beasts, the master was the true expert. To ensure that his first soul ring achieved the desired effect, he decided to consult the master. With Tang San's connection, it would be no problem to seek advice. Moreover, he remembered that the soul hunting forest was a territory managed by the Empire and the Spirit Hall. And without a token from the Spirit Hall, entry was prohibited. If he could borrow a token from the master, he wouldn't need to report to the Spirit Hall. Hu Jio had always been very protective of his information, especially now that he had aligned himself with Xiao Wu, naturally placing him in opposition to the Spirit Hall. All right, I'll speak to my master this afternoon. Tang San nodded, fully aware of his master's theoretical knowledge. If Hu Jio could receive some guidance from him, it would save him from many detours. The next day, after finishing classes, Hu Jio carried a bag of fruit and headed to the master's residence with Tang San. Hello, master, sorry to disturb you. Upon seeing the master, Hu Jio respectfully bowed. Regardless of the master's character, he was there to seek assistance, and he needed to maintain the proper demeanor. Please, have a seat. Xiao San has already informed me about your situation. To be honest, I'm quite surprised. After studying martial souls for so long, I have never seen someone with only level 2 innate soul power, particularly in the most challenging food type, who managed to reach the Soul Master stage in just 1 month. It's truly astonishing. The Master seemed to have misunderstood. Actually, it's been a full 4 months. My ancestors were Soul Masters, and thanks to the legacy they left behind, it's not surprising that I could reach the Soul Master stage. Hu Jio had prepared this explanation in advance, knowing it wouldn't be out of place to clarify at this moment. 4 months is still quite impressive. The Master gazed deeply at Hu Jio and said calmly, "Well, everyone has their own secrets. Now, tell me the purpose of your visit." When it came to the matter at hand, Hu Jio grew serious and addressed the Master earnestly. "Master, here's what I'm thinking. As you know, my martial soul is a carrot, which inherently lacks offensive power, making me more of an auxiliary and food-type soul master, since a carrot is a plant but also a type of food. I plan to cultivate both auxiliary and food-type skills. What do you think?" This question has indeed troubled Hu Jio for quite some time, prompting him to consult numerous resources. Unfortunately, within the confines of Nodding Academy, knowledge on this matter is scarce, and he has been unable to uncover the answers he seeks. It appears you are quite astute. Indeed, your reasoning is correct, according to my theory of the 10 core competencies. The strength of a martial soul is directly proportional to the innate soul power of its awakening, and vice versa. The Master tapped the table and continued, "From your innate soul power, it is evident that your martial soul is not particularly formidable." Although the Master's words were rather blunt, Hu Jio nodded in agreement. This was an undeniable fact, with no room for argument. As a lower-tier martial soul, there are significant advantages in acquiring soul rings. Much like Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul ordinary, yet it implies a remarkable adaptability. In essence, your martial soul can absorb nearly any type of soul ring, which is ultimately the most beneficial aspect for you. The Master's insight illuminated Hu Jio's understanding, allowing a certain idea within him to crystallize. Chapter 17. Choice. As a lower-tier martial soul, there are indeed great advantages in obtaining soul rings, akin to Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul. Its ordinariness signifies exceptional adaptability. This means your martial soul can absorb virtually any category of soul ring, which is profoundly advantageous for you. The Master's enlightening explanation sparked a glimmer of clarity in Hu Jio's eyes. As a particular notion crystallized within him. If that is the case, my first soul ring should ideally enhance my cultivation speed. In the Douluo Continent, every soul master is inextricably linked to cultivation, a pursuit that spans a lifetime. Hu Jio's natural affinity for cultivation is somewhat lacking, thus he must devise a strategy concerning soul rings. However, this necessitates the Master's guidance, as the plethora of soul beasts in the world means that the effects of the same soul beast soul ring can vary significantly among different soul masters. It is only natural to consult the Master for the desired soul ring effects. Indeed, enhancing cultivation effectiveness is a coveted trait among all soul masters. Unfortunately, based on my research of thousands of auxiliary soul rings, only 3 types can yield an increase in cultivation effectiveness. The Master cast a dispassionate glance at Hu Jio, as if observing a fool. Nevertheless, he proceeded to explain. The first is the Moonlight Beast, a soul beast that exists exclusively in the Stardow Forest and is exceedingly rare. Unless you are willing to expend a considerable fortune, it is unlikely you will find one. What about the other 2? Hu Jio dismissed the Moonlight Beast from consideration. He had neither the wealth nor the influence to pursue such a rare and elusive soul beast. The second is the Sunflower, a plant-type soul beast that is not difficult to locate. Found in the soul hunting forest, however, using it as a soul ring yields only a 1 in 10 chance, or even lower, of enhancing cultivation effectiveness. You must weigh this option carefully. The Master kindly offered this advice. Considering Hu Jio to be a friend and fellow townsman of Tang San. A 1 in 10 chance, that's akin to winning a lottery. I shall not choose that. Hu Jio looked expectantly at the Master, still awaiting the mention of the final option. As for the last one, do not harbor excessive hopes. It is called the Devouring Toad. While it does indeed increase soul power cultivation speed, the enhancement is a mere 1%, or even less. Such an effect is hardly worth having. After explaining, the Master ceased speaking, allowing Hu Jio to ponder quietly. To gamble or not to gamble? Hu Jio found himself in a quandary. He wished to utilize the Devouring Toad as his soul ring. Though its potential enhancement ratio was indeed minimal, he could not forget that he possessed an AFK panel if the skills conferred by the soul ring could also be enhanced through AFK training. Then there would be no reason for hesitation. The crux of the matter lay in his uncertainty regarding whether the skills associated with the soul ring could indeed be trained in such a manner. This uncertainty plagued him. Xiao, perhaps you should reconsider the necessity of such a soul ring effect. With so many soul beasts in the world, why must you insist on enhancing cultivation speed? Observing Hu Jio's inner turmoil, Tang San could no longer restrain himself from offering a gentle reminder. Typically, he would refrain from commenting on matters that could determine a soul master's entire life. But Hu Jio's evident struggle compelled him to speak up. Tang San's words jolted Hu Jio from his reverie. He nodded and turned to the master, declaring, "Master, I have made my decision. I will choose the devouring toad. Could you elaborate on this soul beast for me?" The die was cast. It was merely a soul ring. After all, being a low-tier soul ring, even the most favorable outcomes could not be earth-shattering. However, should his gamble prove successful, it could indeed be revolutionary. If the AFK panel could elevate the skill effect level, even a mere doubling of the cultivation effect would be a boon. Very well. Let me provide you with a detailed account of the devouring toad. After a lengthy discussion, Hu Jio departed the master's residence with a tranquil expression, clutching a token, the master's identity badge from the spirit hall. Xiao, are you truly resolved to select the devouring toad as your first soul ring? That evening, after attending classes with the master, Tang San hurriedly made his way to Hu Jio's side. Yes, Hu Jio replied, nodding as casually as if deciding what dish to order for dinner. Did you not grasp the master's earlier words? The lifespan of the devouring toad is at most a few decades. There is no such thing as a century-old devouring toad, and the skill effects obtained from its soul ring are rather poor. Xiao, reconsider. We could opt for a century-old soul beast instead. If you are concerned for our safety, have no fear. While I cannot guarantee anything else, I can certainly handle a century-old soul ring. Faced with Tang San's earnest entreaties, replete with reassurances and genuine concern, Hu Jio felt a warmth in his heart. Indeed, Tang San possessed a remarkable charisma. Initially, Hu Jio had harbored thoughts of using Tang San for his own advantage, yet as they spent more time together, he had gradually come to regard him as a true brother. Rest assured, Xiao San, my choice of the devouring toad as my first soul ring is a well-considered decision. Allow me to explain. Tang San composed himself. Speak. Well, to put it succinctly, our studies have indicated that a soul master's soul ring lifespan cannot be altered, correct? Hu Jio inquired, looking at Tang San. Indeed, that is common knowledge, Tang San assented. Then allow me to express my disbelief in this so-called common knowledge, Hu Jio asserted earnestly. At times, Tang San felt a desire to crack open Hu Jio's head to discern what thoughts resided within. Was it not a well-established fact that soul ring lifespan could not be enhanced? How could someone so young dare to challenge such a notion? Listen, Hu Jio continued, in my view, both soul power and soul rings represent our inherent strength. This is indisputable. Yes, both soul power and soul rings are manifestations of our strength. Tang San nodded. If they are indeed our own strengths, why can soul rings not be enhanced through cultivation, just as soul power can? Hu Jio countered. Tang San fell silent. While Hu Jio's argument initially sounded like sheer nonsense, upon deeper reflection, it seemed to hold merit. If soul rings are also a manifestation of one's strength, why could they not be improved through cultivation? I believe there are two primary reasons why people assert that soul rings cannot be enhanced. Hu Jio raised a finger. First, those who make such claims are not truly capable of controlling their own soul rings. By control, I do not mean merely summoning or retracting them. I refer to wielding the power of the soul ring itself, essentially treating the soul ring as an extension of one's own body, manipulating its size and strength, among other attributes. And the second, Tang San, intrigued by Hu Jio's reasoning, eagerly awaited further elaboration. Though Hu Jio's assertion was audacious, upon careful consideration, it did indeed possess a semblance of logic. Should Hu Jio's perspective prove accurate, the entire landscape of the Douluo Continent would be fundamentally altered. Well, as for the second point, it is quite simple. Even if soul rings could be enhanced through cultivation, what of it? Who has the time for that? It is far more prudent to focus on enhancing one's soul power and elevating one's own rank. If given the choice, would you prefer to invest your time in elevating your rank, or in augmenting the power of your soul ring? This. Tang San stammered. Chapter 18. Departure. So, after all this discussion, you are merely jesting with me? Tang San clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he glared at Hu Jio, nearly overwhelmed with the urge to strike him. Speak of altering the Douluo Continent, and yet you offer nothing but frivolous banter, because of a lack of time. Do not take offense. It is not entirely without merit. For instance, what? For instance, one can multitask. Even if not in the strictest sense, one can train the body to perform instinctively, thereby achieving a form of multitasking. Hu Jio beamed with pride. Are you suggesting? Tang San's eyes brightened, sensing the potential in Hu Jio's words. Indeed, with sufficient effort, even the heavens may bend to your will. Young man, strive onward. Hu Jio patted Tang San's shoulder, his face radiating satisfaction. Scram, your reasoning fails to persuade me. I still cannot allow you to select the devouring toad as your soul ring. As Hu Jio opened his hand, Tang San remained adamant against Hu Jio making light of his future. Very well, I shall continue my tale. No, I shall continue speaking. Hu Jio nearly stumbled over his words. Then speak, I shall listen. Oh, how amusing. You two are actually whispering behind my back. Hu Jio. What are you up to? Just as Hu Jio was gathering his thoughts, Xiao Wu suddenly appeared. It turned out that Hu Jio and Tang San had been outside for quite some time, which led Xiao Wu to suspect something was amiss. Weren't you supposed to be inseparable? Where have you two vanished to? Xiao Wu, your timing is impeccable. Please, convince Xiao Jio for me. Upon seeing Xiao Wu's arrival, Tang San's face lit up as he hurriedly divulged Hu Jio's intention to choose the swallowing heaven toad as his spirit ring. He also casually mentioned Hu Jio's assertion that spirit rings could be enhanced through cultivation. Are you foolish? Since Xiao Jio has already revealed the method, why not give it a try? Honestly, how did you grow such a big head without common sense? Xiao Wu shot a glance at Tang San, thinking him rather dim-witted. Right, I should try it and see for myself. Xiao Wu's words sparked a revelation in Tang San. Trying it out seemed reasonable. If spirit rings could indeed be improved through cultivation, then perhaps allowing Hu Jio to choose the swallowing heaven toad wasn't such a bad idea. After all, that be by the way, Xiao Jio, didn't you mention you had other reasons? Pray tell. Just as Tang San was about to return to his experimentation, he recalled that Hu Jio had mentioned additional reasoning earlier. Oh, that? There's nothing much to say, really. It's just that after acquiring a spirit skill, I wish to use it as a template to create a new spirit skilled a great imitation culture. Emulating others is simply instinctual. This way, spirit skills could be upgraded automatically. Of course, this was something he couldn't reveal to Tang San. Why do I feel like everything you say today is a ruse? Tang San looked at Hu Jio with suspicion. That's absurd, impossible. Hu Jio repeatedly denied it, thankful that his ability to fabricate tales had not diminished. Otherwise, he would have been exposed today. Naturally, he couldn't call it a falsehood. If spirit ring skills couldn't be upgraded automatically, he genuinely intended to research that avenue. Following that day, Tang San plunged into a frenzied state of research, appearing only during meals with Hu Jio, otherwise vanishing completely. Meanwhile, Hu Jio was making final preparations for acquiring his spirit ring. His strategy involved waiting patiently. The spirit power meditation technique and the 5 senses enhancement technique were on the verge of reaching level 5. While his spirit power control skill was about to advance to level 3. He decided to set out only after they had all leveled up. The meditation technique was of little concern, but the enhancement of the 5 senses was crucial as it would greatly assist him in the soul hunting forest. With enhanced vision, smell, and hearing, he would be significantly aided in locating and evading spirit beasts, especially with the myriad dangers lurking in the forest. Hu Jio placed great importance on his safety. In such perilous locales, adequate preparation was imperative. 5 days later, the spirit power meditation technique reached level 5, increasing its effectiveness by 40%. The 5 senses enhancement technique also reached level 5, allowing him to detect various scents within a 200-meter radius, while his ears could hear sounds from 500 meters away. And his vision became remarkably clearer, enabling him to discern faces from a mile away. Additionally, his spirit power control was upgraded to level 3, allowing him to sprint swiftly along tree branches. Furthermore, his control over his spirit power was greatly enhanced, enabling him to concentrate it in his legs for increased speed or in his arms for augmented strength and velocity. In summary, the elevation of his spirit power control had significantly bolstered Hu Jio's overall prowess. Xiao Jio, I have confirmed the method you suggested. It is indeed feasible. On the 6th day, Tang San hurriedly approached Hu Jio, his face alight with a wide eye. Is it truly successful? Hu Jio exclaimed in disbelief. But what? Hu Jio remained lost in the shock that Tang San had imparted. But this requires formidable spirit power control, and compared to spirit power cultivation, the rate of spirit ring enhancement is painfully slow. At my current pace, it may indeed take an entire year to extend the duration of a spirit ring. Tang San shrugged helplessly, lamenting the disappointing revelation. He had initially believed he had stumbled upon a groundbreaking discovery, only to find it a rather lackluster ability. Had it not been for his strong mental fortitude, he might have found it hard to cope. Wasn't this anticipated? Hu Jio had expected this outcome. Elevating spirit ring levels was not a simple task. All right, I've decided to venture into the soul hunting forest tomorrow to acquire my spirit ring. Xiao San, do you have any issues? No problems. I will inform Master shortly. And we can depart at any time. Tang San nodded, indicating there were no concerns. Then it's settled for tomorrow. Come, let us seek Xiao Wu and request leave together. The management at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was quite strict. They would need at least 2 to 3 days for their return, making it essential to request leave in advance. That, of course, as long as they had a legitimate reason, requesting leave posed no issue. For acquiring a spirit ring was a significant life event that the Academy could understand. The leave was granted smoothly. The Academy officials readily approved it, merely advising them to exercise caution and stating that the Academy would not be responsible for any mishaps, which led to them signing a disclaimer. That night, amidst Xiao Wu's excited chatter, Hu Jio drifted off to sleep with a heart full of anticipation. The following morning, Hu Jio, Xiao Wu, and Tang San quickly organized their belongings and set off. The soul hunting forest lay approximately 400 miles from Nodding City. Having visited once before, Tang San navigated the route with ease. They procured water, food, and camping supplies before hiring a carriage to the soul hunting forest. Chapter 19. The soul hunt. By noon the next day, the trio finally arrived at the soul hunting forest. At last, the journey was dreadfully dull, Xiao Wu exclaimed as she leapt off the carriage, stretching her arms wide. Thank you for your hard work. Here, have a carrot. Hu Jio, who followed suit, smiled beside her. I can't seem to muster any toughness. This expedition is solely for my spirit ring acquisition. Xiao Wu and Tang San are merely volunteering to assist. Xiao San, would you like a carrot as well? Hu Jio offered another carrot to Tang San. Sure, why not? I must say, this carrot is crispy and delicious, quenching my thirst and satisfying my hunger. Most importantly, I need never fear starvation again. It's simply wonderful. Tang San, having endured hunger under Tang Hao's care, felt this more profoundly. You too, stop dawdling. Quickly help Xiao Jio find a spirit beast. Up ahead, Xiao was bouncing back to wave at them. The two exchanged smiles and hurried after her. Upon reaching the entrance of the soul hunting forest, Hu Jio produced Master S Spirit Hall token, effortlessly leading Tang San and Xiao Wu inside. Xiao Wu, slow down. Be cautious of dangers. Hearing the myriad sounds of spirit beasts and sensing a faint air of danger, Hu Jio suddenly felt a twinge of apprehension. Initially, he had thought that with Tang San and Xiao Wu, two battle spirit masters, by his side, he would not experience fear. However, it seemed he had overestimated himself. Traversing such a perilous place was an unfamiliar experience for him, not only in this life but also in his past. Especially now, with his 5 senses heightened, he could detect various dangerous presences lurking in the forest. It felt akin to a lamb wandering among wolves, leaving him anxious and fearful. Xiao Jio, so you were scared. Fear not. Sister Xiao will protect you. Xiao Wu turned back upon noticing the expression on Hu Jio's face, as if she had just discovered a new world. Meanwhile, Tang San, understanding the situation, thought it quite normal for a 6-year-old like Hu Jio to feel afraid in such a treacherous environment. However, Xiao was rather bold. Allow me to lead the way. Xiao Jio, you stay in the middle, and Xiao Wu will take the rear. Together we shall protect you. Naturally, Tang San assumed the role of leader. All right. When it came to serious matters, Xiao Wu also became earnest, obediently following Tang San's lead and staying close to Hu Jio, fearful of any misfortune befalling him. Do not make the atmosphere so tense. While I am an auxiliary spirit master, I possess combat capabilities as well. I can at least ensure my own safety. Hu Jio protested, brandishing the iron hammer he held, though he might not match the level 13 Xiao Wu or the level 14 Tang San. He was by no means helpless. Allow me to demonstrate the level 5 chaotic wind hammer technique. This level of technique can unleash a total of 81 strikes in succession, with the final blow boasting an impressive 500 pounds of force, something even Tang San cannot achieve at present. He was not exactly a weakling, after all, just in case, of course. Walking ahead, Tang San perhaps feared that Hu Jio might become emotional, so he took the time to clarify matters and no need for explanations. I am well aware, Hu Jio thought, be why now? Hu Jio had acclimatized to the atmosphere of the soul hunting forest, and his spirits had settled. He sensed that the left path was preferable. The right seemed to carry the aura of a century-old soul beast. As they walked, Hu Jio suddenly reached out and tugged at Tang San, urging him to change direction. All right. Tang San did not inquire about Hu Jio's instincts, proceeding left without hesitation. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, trailing behind, expressed her curiosity. How did you know there was a century-old soul beast on the right? It's simple. One is the aura, and the other is the scent. Both inform me of the presence of a troublesome entity on that side. It was at this moment that Hu Jio realized that in the soul-hunting forest, his most valuable asset was indeed his sense of touch. This ability was akin to a sixth sense, allowing his body to react instinctively as they approached danger, much like an animal bristling with fear. Coupled with the foul odor wafting from his surroundings, Hu Jio, had he possessed greater knowledge, could have identified the type of soul beast present. Your perceptive abilities are remarkable. You can detect the aura of soul beasts in advance. With such a skill, our hunting expedition will undoubtedly become considerably simpler, Tang San remarked. The greatest danger in the soul-hunting forest lay in encountering a soul beast stronger than oneself. Yet Hu Jio's ability enabled them to anticipate the presence of such creatures. No wonder Xiao Wu wore a look of astonishment. Haha, this is a soul technique passed down from my ancestors. Unfortunately, it cannot be shared. Otherwise, I would gladly teach you, Hu Jio replied. This technique, meant solely for internal transmission, mirrored the secrecy with which Tang San guarded the Tang sect's martial arts, with Hu Jio's sensitivity in play. The ensuing events became straightforward. Once they sensed the aura of a century-old soul beast, they would deftly evade it. Hu Jio's target this time was the swallowing sky frog, a small soul beast that could live no longer than 90 years. As their lifespan was quite limited, living several decades was already considered longevity for them. Moreover, the swallowing sky frog was not particularly powerful, residing at the bottom of the food chain within the soul-hunting forest. The master had once mentioned that these creatures favored dark and damp environments. Consequently, Hu Jio had begun researching the soul-hunting forest while at the academy and ultimately discovered that only the southwestern edge of the forest met the swallowing sky frog's living conditions. Characterized by low terrain, numerous small puddles, and dense vegetation due to abundant water sources. Currently, they found themselves in the northwestern direction, requiring a wide detour to reach their destination. Fortunately, with Hu Jio's keen perception allowing them to avoid soul beasts, they encountered none along the way, rendering their journey seemingly devoid of peril, as if traversing their own backyard rather than the treacherous soul-hunting forest. Xiao San, veer left, Hu Jio instructed as he directed the path of Tang San at the front. Behind them, Xiao Wu pouted in displeasure, thinking Hu Jio was overly cautious. It's merely the soul-hunting forest. Is such caution truly necessary? Suddenly, Hu Jio's brow furrowed. He realized they had been detected, as a soul beast was charging swiftly in their direction. As Hu Jio's warning left his lips, Tang San and Xiao Wu immediately halted, bracing themselves in the direction Hu Jio indicated. Xiao Jio, can you sense the specifics of the situation? Tang San inquired calmly. The aura is not particularly strong. It's not a century-old soul beast, but there are quite a few, 8 in total, likely a pack. Through his enhanced 5 senses, Hu Jio could only glean this much information. 8 soul beasts. This could pose a challenge, Tang San mused, furrowing his brow. Wait for me to control them with my martial spirit. Xiao Jio, Xiao Wu, take the opportunity to attack. Understood. Both Hu Jio and Xiao Wu nodded. Acknowledging the plan, Hu Jio gripped his iron hammer tightly, continually sensing the positions of the soul beasts. As they drew near, he began to swing the hammer repeatedly, unleashing the storm hammer technique. This time, he intended to deliver a powerful strike. Since elevating the storm hammer technique to the 5th level, he had yet to unleash its full potential, and now was the perfect opportunity to assess its effects. They were coming. Just as Hu Jio accumulated the power of his 81st strike, a glint of purple flashed in Tang San's eyes, and his blue silvergrass was unleashed. Blue silvergrass, entangle, as a pack of gray-black wolves emerged. Thick blue vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring them in place. Look at this. Xiao Wu seized the moment to attack, leaping gracefully into the air and performing several elegant flips, landing among the wolves. With a swift kick, one wolf was sent sprawling, unable to rise for some time. Get back. Watch this. At last, Hu Jio had amassed the strength for his 81st strike, letting out a thunderous cry as he merged with his hammer. Descending upon the wolf pack with blinding speed. Boom. The ground trembled as Hu Jio's hammer struck the wolves like a cannonball. In an instant, chaos erupted within the pack, blood and flesh flying, and clouds of dust billowing into the air. When the dust settled, a massive pit lay before Tang San and Xiao Wu. While the wolf pack had vanished, leaving only remnants in the soil. Xiao Jio, you cannot use such hammer techniques on me in the future. Xiao Wu gulped nervously, reflecting on whether she had ever bullied Hu Jio. After some contemplation, she realized she might be in a precarious position. Haha. Rest assured, you're far too adorable. How could I ever strike you? Hu Jio chuckled, amused by Xiao Wu's apprehension. Did she not realize that even if he wished to strike her, he would never have the opportunity to unleash the storm hammer technique against her? To think the storm hammer could wield such formidable power, perhaps even my father could not match Xiao Jio's prowess. Tang San thought, astonished. Xiao Jio, your storm hammer technique has reached a realm of mastery. Possessing the grace of a true master, I doubt even our father foresaw its incredible might. At that moment, Tang San recognized the importance of not solely focusing on Tang Sek's martial arts, but also dedicating time to practice the storm hammer technique, particularly since his second martial spirit was a hammer. If he could master it to Xiao Jio's level and then unleash it with his martial spirit, the power would be tremendous. What storm hammer technique? Isn't it merely a blacksmithing skill? Acting talent has become ingrained, unalterable. Yes, this is the storm hammer technique, though I only heard the name from others. I'll inquire with my father when I get home. Tang San nodded. Hey, who cares what it's called? Let us just stick with that name. I never anticipated it would hold such tremendous power. Once we have our break, I must buy a couple of jars of fine wine to thank Uncle Tang Hao, Hu Jio exclaimed, beaming with excitement, playing the part convincingly. Turns out Xiao San also practices this hammer technique. Why have I never seen you use it? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Tang San hesitated. Could he admit that he could only swing the storm hammer technique 64 times consecutively? Xiao San, come look at what kind of soul beast this is. Why can't we evade them? Ultimately, it was Hu Jio who came to Tang San's rescue. This is a shadow wolf. There is no doubt about it. These soul beasts possess a keen sense of smell, capable of identifying prey even from a mile away. It seems we've become their hunting targets, Tang San observed closely as he examined the shadow wolf that Xiao Wu had initially kicked away. It appears we must exercise greater caution in our future endeavors. If other soul beasts possess similar abilities, escape may prove impossible, Hu Jio noted with a flicker of vigilance in his eyes. Fortunately, they were only facing 10-year soul beasts this time. Had it been a century old, they might have found themselves in peril. Yes, it's wise to be cautious, Tang San agreed, though he felt no real concern. In the soul-hunting forest, century-old soul beasts were already the most formidable. It was unlikely they would encounter any in packs, given that this was an imperial breeding ground. Of course, he would not share this sentiment with Hu Jio, lest it cause him to lower his guard. In the hours that followed, they encountered no soul beasts capable of detecting them. After 2 hours of travel, the trio finally reached their destination. I hear frog calls from over there. Let us go check it out. It might just be the swallowing sky frog. Hu Jio perked up, listening intently before confirming. Exchanging excited glances, the three of them declared, let us go see. With utmost stealth, the trio stealthily made their way towards the direction indicated by Hu Jio. They parted the dense underbrush. Their objective finally came into view. Indeed, it was the swallowing heaven toad, though its age remained uncertain. Without needing Tang San's confirmation, Hu Jio immediately recognized the soul beast before him. Yes, it was indeed the swallowing heaven toad. Judging by the patterns on its back, it appeared to possess around 30 years of cultivation. Too weak and unsuitable for Xiao Jio's absorption. Tang San also took a glance but quickly shook his head. Xiao Jio's first soul ring must be at least 90 years old. This was the minimum standard he could accept. As a brother, he could not bear to watch Hu Jio relinquish his future. Indeed, we have entered the territory of the swallowing heaven toad. I have memorized the aura of such soul beasts. Follow me closely. There are still several more ahead. Hu Jio nodded, as he too did not wish to acquire such a feeble soul beast as his soul ring. After discreetly locating a few more swallowing heaven toads, they found that none met their desired criteria, the strongest being merely 80 years old. Far too low. Be cautious. As we advance further, we approach the heart of the forest, where formidable soul beasts may lurk. Hu Jio sensed an indistinct feeling, though it was too distant to be clear. Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a sudden chill. They had witnessed Hu Jio's perceptive abilities throughout their journey and held no doubt regarding his judgment. As they proceeded slowly, after a while, Hu Jio's expression brightened. I found it. The swallowing heaven toad ahead undoubtedly possesses over 90 years of cultivation. I can feel it. Wonderful. Let us hurry, Xiao Wu whispered in excitement. After such a long time, they had finally located their target. The swallowing heaven toad lay ahead. Xiao San, You will ambush it with the blue silver grass and ensnare it. Xiao Wu, it will be up to you next. When Tang San has it trapped, use your waist bow to bring it to me. As for me, I shall prepare my ultimate move. With a faint smile, Hu Jiao swiftly devised their strategy. All right, Tang San and Xiao Wu had no objections. Following Hu Jiao's plan, they could perfectly ambush the swallowing heaven toad. Action. No sooner had Hu Jiao's words faded than Tang San's feet began to move, darting forward like a wisp of blue smoke. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu sprang into action, gracefully leaping to the treetops, swiftly bounding away. Meanwhile, Hu Jiao gripped his iron hammer, beginning to swing it in circles, generating a series of howling winds around his body, almost as if possessed. Chapter 21. The birth of the tongue monster within the soul-hunting forest. Tang San's eyes had transformed entirely to a deep purple, indicative of the full activation of his purple extreme magic eye. He could not afford any mistakes while hunting a soul ring for his brother. He would give it his all. Nodding towards Xiao Wu perched in the treetops, he channeled his soul power. Summoning a blue silver grass. In tandem, tendrils of the azure blue silver grass rapidly surged forth from 20 meters away, swiftly entwining the swallowing heaven toad in multiple layers, with particular attention paid to ensnaring its mouth. As Tang San moved, Xiao Wu had already leaped into action. First soul skill, waist bow. The crisp sound was accompanied by the sight of the swallowing heaven toad soaring through the air. Boom! The swallowing heaven toad crashed heavily to the ground. Barely registering what had happened before its vision was filled with a faint red glow emanating from the iron hammer's illusion. Rumbling, the earth trembled, the forest wailed, and the swallowing heaven toad vanished without a trace. Leaving only a blurred mass of flesh behind. A milky white circle slowly materialized in its place. A flawless collaboration. Hu Jiao gleefully stowed away his hammer, patiently awaiting the return of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Moments later, they both rejoined him. Xiao Jiao, quickly absorb the soul ring. We shall protect you. Aware of Hu Jiao's determination to absorb the swallowing heaven toad's soul ring, Tang San ceased his persuasion, though the ring fell slightly short at over 90 years. He trusted Hu Jiao's choice. All right. Hu Jiao nodded, not hesitating any longer. Suppressing his excitement, he extended his right hand, summoning forth his carrot martial soul. With a single thought, the soul ring on the ground was drawn towards him. Enveloping his martial soul. That moment, Hu Jiao felt a surge of violent soul power flood through him, as if he had expanded in size. Not daring to delay, he concentrated his thoughts, initiating the 5th-level soul power meditation method to rapidly refine the swallowing heaven toad's soul ring. Nearby, Tang San and Xiao Wu stood vigil by Hu Jiao's side, ever watchful of their surroundings. Although Hu Jiao had previously stated that no other soul beasts were present, the ruckus created by his chaotic hammer technique could potentially attract unwanted attention. They waited for 2 hours, until dusk approached, when Hu Jiao's expression finally shifted. Just as he was about to joyfully open his eyes and rise, he suddenly noticed a change in his surroundings. A pair of blood-red eyes filled with a frenzied aura charged towards him. What is this? Hu Jiao was momentarily perplexed before quickly realizing the cause of this occurrence. There was only one explanation, a soul bone. In that instant, Hu Jiao felt a surge of joy. It was merely a wisp of resentment, and as long as his will remained steadfast, overcoming this challenge would yield tremendous rewards. Naturally, Hu Jiao would not be foolish enough to wait passively for an attack. His mental resolve transformed into a streak of lightning, charging directly at the resentful wisp of the swallowing heaven toad. Boom, boom, boom. This was a clash of wills against resentment, a primal collision, a life and death struggle. The swallowing heaven toad's resentment ran deep. It had been peacefully residing in the soul-hunting forest when it was inexplicably ambushed. To make matters worse, it had not comprehended how it had met its demise until its final moments. How infuriating! The resentment was overwhelming. Perhaps its grievances had moved the heavens, finally granting it a chance to confront its fate. It sought revenge. Across from it, Hu Jiao wore a fierce expression. He did not wish to perish. Some individuals, though gentle and kind in their daily lives, can unleash tremendous power when faced with the specter of death. Hu Jiao was one such person. Die. At that moment, only one thought consumed Hu Jiao's mind: to kill it. His hands, feet, arms, mouth, and head, all available means became his weapons. Here, within Hu Jiao's spiritual sea, he was the master. As time passed, both figures began to fade. Yet Hu Jiao was sustained by an unending reservoir of power. This was the innate conversion of his spiritual energy. The swallowing heaven toad's resentment, however, rapidly dissipated, Lacking the support of physical strength, as the balance shifted, the swallowing heaven toad's resentment was ultimately vanquished, dissolving into a wisp of green smoke, the very moment of its disappearance. Hu Jio felt another surge of power, compelling him to hasten his refinement. Unbeknownst to Hu Jio, who was engrossed in absorbing this power, Xiao Wu and Tang San, who were guarding him from the outside, were growing increasingly anxious. How could this be? Wasn't everything fine just moments ago? Observing Hu Jio's furrowed brow and pained expression, Xiao Wu felt utterly at a loss that it was only at this moment that she realized Hu Jio had unknowingly occupied an important place in her heart. Tang San was equally bewildered. He had never been informed about such a situation by the master. Wasn't it said that the maximum limit for a soul master's first soul ring was 423 years? Why was Xiao Jio experiencing issues after absorbing a mere 90-year soul ring? You always claim your master is knowledgeable. Why doesn't he even know such a simple matter? In my opinion, your master is nothing but a fraud. Xiao Wu, now frantically overwhelmed, lashed out at Tang San, directing her frustration at him for his perceived ineptitude. You! Tang San, filled with indignation, pointed at Xiao Wu, but after a moment's reflection, he allowed reason to temper his anger. Concern for Hu Jio's safety prevailed, and he managed to regain his composure. Women, truly incomprehensible, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Meanwhile, Hu Jio, seated cross-legged, suddenly exhibited a peculiar expression. This soul bone did not belong to his limbs. Nor was it from his torso or head. It was an external soul bone. The rarity of external soul bones goes without saying. Unlike the standard 6 soul bones, external soul bones can evolve alongside the owner's strength. Logically, one would expect Hu Jio to be elated at acquiring such a precious soul bone. However, considering what unique abilities frogs possess, it became evident that Hu Jio had acquired a similar external soul bone. The tongue monster is born. The tingling sensation in his tongue signaled its transformation. Hu Jio stood in a daze, feeling his tongue grow stronger. This peculiar ability should remain a closely guarded secret, only to be revealed in dire circumstances. A quarter of an hour later, with the external soul bone successfully absorbed, Hu Jio opened his eyes, gazing at Xiao Wu, who was watching him with a worried expression. At this distance, it is within reach. Ahem, Xiao Jio, how are you? Are you injured? Faced with the anxious Xiao Wu, Hu Jio felt a wave of shame wash over him. Just as he was about to speak, his expression shifted once more. This time, it was due to an issue with the. Previously, Hu Jio's had remained neat and tidy, featuring only a series of small squares, with one skill actively and the 5th square left empty, while the others remained in a gray-sealed state. However, the entire panel now radiated a faint golden glow. Chapter 22, The Soul Ring. Regardless of whether the slots had been unsealed or not, all the squares shimmered with golden specks. These luminous points gradually converged above the, slowly forming a golden square. Is this yet another slot? Hu Jio pondered. The wait was always interminable. Hu Jio divided his focus, comforting Xiao Wu while keeping a watchful eye on the that only he could perceive. After a few minutes, the new slot finally stabilized, a solitary golden slot hanging majestically above the panel, exuding an air of dominance and uniqueness. Before Hu Jio could decipher the function of this newly appeared slot, the panel automatically provided an answer. Suddenly, his martial spirit, the carrot, manifested uncontrollably in his hand, while at his feet, a milky white soul ring began to rotate slowly around him. As soon as the soul ring appeared, the new slot emitted a pulling force, directly drawing his soul ring into the. Wait, my soul ring, Hu Jio involuntarily exclaimed. What soul ring? It's merely a 10-year soul ring. I told you I'd look for a 100-year soul ring, but you wouldn't allow it, Tang San retorted with annoyance. Oh, following Tang San's gaze, Hu Jio was astonished to find that his soul ring still remained at his feet. Looking up again, he saw that a soul ring-shaped pattern had taken root on the golden slot, displaying a value of 92 in the center, with a transparent coil gradually being filled around the edges. Soul rings can also. A smile of excitement spread across Hu Jio's face. He had not anticipated that was so advanced. He initially hoped to see if he could soul ring skills, but the panel had directly engaged in soul ring, achieving it all in one step. Soul rings are splendid. After the soul ring's age increases, not only will the soul ring become more formidable, but the accompanying skills will also grow stronger. In that moment, Hu Jio broke into a silly grin. Hey, wake up. It's just a soul ring. Is it really that thrilling? Xiao Wu pushed the still grinning Hu Jio, her face a mix of annoyance and disbelief. Moments ago, she had been inquiring about the changes to Hu Jio's martial spirit after absorbing the soul rings. only to find him lost in laughter. Hee, isn't it simply because I acquired a soul ring that I'm so happy? Hu Jio chuckled sheepishly, extending his hands as his carrot martial spirit manifested. I have a carrot to absorb. After reciting the incantation, a glowing carrot appeared in Hu Jio's hand. Here, Xiao Wu, try my new carrot and see how it tastes. He thought that a simple carrot could resolve Xiao Wu's irritation. And if one was tea enough, he would offer another dado. This carrot is glowing. I'll help you taste it. With a swift motion, the carrot was in Xiao Wu's hands. Crisp, sweet, and even better than the previous one. Like a little hamster, Xiao Wu nibbled on the carrot, her cheeks puffing up adorably. Hee, as long as it tastes good, I'll make sure you have it every day, Hu Jio said with a smile. Resembling a devoted caretaker, the point isn't whether it's delicious. The effect is what truly matters. Xiao Jio, what effect does your soul ring impart to the carrot? Tang San observed the two with a hint of frustration. Is it useful if it tastes good? Good taste doesn't make one stronger. Well, it only slightly accelerates the cultivation effect, about 1% or so, better than nothing. Hu Jio casually waved his hand. After all, his soul ring was merely at the 10-year level, and having such an effect was already quite commendable. Yet, casting a glance at the soul ring that was, a flicker of confidence passed through Hu Jio. He would soon experience an unprecedented cultivation speed. It is well known that the same soul beast, across different ages, yields vastly different skill effects. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, and so forth. The disparities in skill effectiveness are unimaginable. Sigh, it's confusing. With such weak effects, what will the future hold? A trace of worry crossed Tang San's face as he advised Hu Jio, saying, Xiao Jio, you should devote more time to your soul ring. Since your theory has proven successful, strive to cultivate diligently and aim to elevate your soul ring to the 100-year level as soon as possible. Only then can your abilities see significant enhancement. Tang San felt relieved, grateful that Hu Jio was astute enough to devise a method for cultivating soul rings. Otherwise, merely relying on a 10-year white soul ring would greatly hinder his growth. Rest assured, when have you ever seen me undertake an endeavor without confidence? Hu Jio comforted, patting Tang San's shoulder. He was well aware of Tang San's concern, yet everyone harbored their own secrets. Hu Jio had his, and Tang San had his Tang sect techniques, not to mention the cheerful Xiao Wu, who had her own secrets as well. Xiao Jio, don't listen to him. Upon overhearing their conversation, Xiao Wu calmly patted Hu Jio's shoulder, adopting a big sister tone. Rest easy, with me, Xiao Wu, around, no one dares to bully you. Just watch me send them flying. Haha, knowing that Xiao Wu is formidable. How about another carrot? Yes, 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 give me one more. No, two more. I haven't had enough yet. Laughter rang out in the forest as Xiao Wu's cheerful voice echoed. The purpose of their journey was to procure a soul ring for Hu Jio. And now that the goal had been achieved, it was time to return. However, before doing so, they needed to spend a night in the forest, as Hu Jio's soul ring absorption had taken a considerable amount of time. And with darkness already falling, the night forest posed significant dangers, making travel unwise. During their rest, Hu Jio instructed Tang San and Xiao Wu to keep the longevity of his soul ring a secret, preferably from everyone. Both Xiao Wu and Tang San agreed, understanding that Hu Jio's decision was to prepare for future soul ring enhancements. After all, it was best to keep such matters to themselves, avoiding unnecessary complications for themselves and others. After a night's rest, the trio promptly set off towards Nodding City. The following afternoon, a look of astonishment crossed Hu Jio's face. He discovered that the age of his soul ring had reached 93 years. Although he had anticipated an increase in his soul ring's age after, he had not expected it to rise so rapidly, just one day. What kind of speed is this? This meant that in another 7 days, his white soul ring would upgrade to a yellow soul ring. And at that time, the skill effects brought by the soul ring would also be enhanced. The soul ring acquired from the devouring toad was named Absorption, an authentic food-type soul ring skill, with a sole effect of increasing the speed of soul power cultivation, lasting 1 hour. And with his current soul power, he could produce over 10 carrots at once. Chapter 23. The 100-Year Soul Ring. It is time to devise a method to control the soul ring. The soul power manipulation skill must be enhanced. The rapid enhancement of soul ring longevity brings both joy and a sense of composure. Currently, having just acquired the soul ring, one cannot yet effectively control its color and intensity. An inexperienced soul master can easily discern the longevity of his soul ring at a glance. With such swift changes in the soul ring's longevity, the only way to conceal his secret is to shroud it in mystery or disguise. Those nurtured by a culture of moderation inherently possess a tendency to conceal their capabilities. This underscores the significance of self-created soul skills and soul power manipulation. As one's control over soul power improves, he can effortlessly alter the color and strength of his soul ring. Although he cannot yet elevate the color to a higher grade, diminishing it poses no challenge. From that day forward, Hu Jio diligently began to master the manipulation of his soul ring, striving for a seamless exchange. Simultaneously, he reflected on the changes he experienced before and after acquiring the soul ring. Through enhanced perception, he realized the immense boost the soul ring provided. Primarily, his internal soul power had increased by several dozen times compared to before. The increase in physical strength, while modest, around fivefold, remains a disadvantage for support-type soul masters. Had he been a battle soul master, the augmentation would have been significantly greater, which is one reason support soul masters often lag behind their combat-oriented counterparts. However, Hu Jio was unlike others. His mastery of the 5th-level chaotic cloak hammer method ensured his body grew stronger each day. Though he could not yet rival Tang San or Xiao Wu, when compared to soul masters of a similar level, his physicality proved superior. In essence, as long as his advancement remained swift, even battle soul masters would find it challenging to surpass his physical prowess. Moreover, he discovered that his first soul skill, Carrot, acted as an experience accelerator. Ever since acquiring the soul ring, the experience panel's enhancement had slightly increased, and this effect was permanent, unlike when used by others, which had time constraints. Aware of this, Hu Jio felt fortunate for selecting the soul skill that augmented training effects. With the current pace, he could enhance his soul ring's longevity through experience accumulation, achieving an astonishing rate of growth, 1 year of enhancement per day. However, considering the future longevity of soul rings, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, and 1,000,000 years, 6 distinct levels loomed ahead. While 10, 100, and 1,000 years might be manageable, as one could still achieve such growth in 3 years, the prospect of 10,000 years was daunting, requiring over 10,000 days, equating to more than 20 years. By then, Tang San would have ascended to godhood. Not to mention the formidable levels of 100,000 years and 1,000,000 years that followed. Merely contemplating them was exhausting. Upon returning to the academy, life resumed its routine. Tang San continued his rigorous training, while Hu Jio and Xiao Wu indulged in playful antics, occasionally squeezing out time for cultivation. Nevertheless, both Hu Jio and Xiao Wu advanced their soul power at a pace not inferior to Tang San's, often inciting envy in him. Along with a sense of frustration directed at Hu Jio, he believed that it was due to Xiao Wu, his affection for her causing his good friend to falter. This sentiment contributed to Tang San's consistently unfavorable view of Xiao Wu. A week later, Hu Jio summoned his martial soul with an expression of elation, and beneath his feet, a pale yellow soul ring materialized. Slowly revolving. 100-year soul ring, achieved. Upon careful examination, he discerned a change in the effects of his soul ring skill. It had shifted from enhancing training effects by 1% to an impressive 10%. While a 10% increase may not be classified as extraordinary, it was certainly commendable. It is crucial to note that this was not a mere enhancement of speed or strength like other soul masters experienced, but a genuine augmentation of training efficiency, an improvement far more tangible than mere status boosts. With his soul ring enhanced, he felt compelled to share this joyous news with his closest friends. Summoning Tang San and Xiao Wu, Hu Jio revealed his upgraded carrot, handing one to each without uttering a word, merely smiling as he observed them. Unfazed by his mysterious demeanor, Xiao Wu eagerly bit into the carrot, prioritizing her hunger over any inquiries. Tang San, however, brightened as if he had pieced together the puzzle, swiftly accepting the carrot and consuming it in a few bites before closing his eyes to sense its effects. Moments later, a glimmer of delight crossed Tang San's face as he inquired, "Xiao Jio, has your soul ring?" "Huh. I knew I couldn't keep it from you." Hu Jio chuckled heartily and explained, "It was merely luck. The last time we hunted the devouring beast, it had likely reached its growth limit. I barely trained for a few days before breaking through. Isn't that a stroke of fortune?" Hu Jio was merely putting on a show. Though without ill intent, he simply wished to downplay the astonishing rate of enhancement he experienced. 1 year gain per day was simply too remarkable. As for future excuses regarding further enhancements, he decided to address them when the time came. Focusing on overcoming the present challenge first, how much has the skill effect improved? Tang San had only sensed an increase in training efficiency but had not gauged the precise magnitude. 10%. Hu Jio declared with pride, "Really? That means your training speed will be significantly faster." Tang San rejoiced for Hu Jiao's achievement. Hu Jiao patted Tang San's shoulder. Little San, you're mistaken. It's not just me. It's us. With me around, I'll ensure your training progresses smoothly. A 10% enhancement in training efficiency was already a remarkable boon. Little Jiao, you. Tang San was moved, struggling to articulate his refusal. He understood that this would deplete Hu Jiao's soul power, yet the benefits of Hu Jiao's skill were undeniable. A 10% increase in training speed. Over time, this accumulation would yield profound improvements in soul power. Brothers Shun Ti expressed gratitude. Hu Jiao quipped, let us not forget, I'm a support-type soul master, lacking combat capabilities. I'll rely on you for protection. Hu Jiao waved his hand dismissively. Yet Tang San, with utmost seriousness, assured him, rest assured, little Jiao, I will protect you. To harm you, one would have to step over my corpse. And me. Xiao Wu chimed in, equally resolute, with me, Sister Xiao Wu, no one will dare to harm you. Huh. I shall await your protection. Hu Jiao smiled, glancing at the experience panel, now at 1/3 of the way to the 5th level of the chaotic cloak hammer method. Chapter 24, The Pursuit of Wealth. Xiao Wu. It is time for us to earn some money. After his soul ring reached the 100-year level, Hu Jiao conceived the idea of financial gain, due to Xiao Wu not registering with the Martial Soul Hall. Their lives had been rather frugal lately. Had it not been for their work-study arrangement, providing them with a steady income, they might have faced starvation by now. Both were rather extravagant with their spending. And as it stood, they owed Tang San several silver soul coins. Little Jiao, if you're short on funds, just let me know. I still have a bit left. You can borrow it for now. Tang San offered, producing a handful of soul coins from his belt. Among the trio, he was currently the wealthiest, receiving a gold soul coin monthly from the Martial Soul Hall and earning extra income from working at a blacksmith shop during his free time, resulting in a reasonably ample supply of funds. Ha. No need for that. What good is that little amount? It won't last long. Hu Jiao swiftly declined. I have a lucrative plan in mind. Xiao Wu. Are you familiar with the backgrounds of that group led by Xiao Chenyu? Xiao Wu pondered, tapping her lips. Xiao Chenyu is the son of the Lord of Nanning City. Lu Long is the son of the city guard commander. And Ling Feng is the son of a mercenary group leader. Previously, Hu Jiao had hinted at the idea of selling carrots, but at that time, his soul ring had not yet upgraded, limiting his sales potential. Now, however, with a 10% increase in training speed, he believed numerous buyers would be eager to purchase, provided the price remained reasonable. After all, who would wish for a quicker enhancement in soul power to secure admission into a prestigious academy in the future? Let us find a time for you to summon them. I'd like to discuss this with them. Hu Jiao decided. Little Jiao, are they reliable? Be cautious. Your martial soul effect is exceptional, and unless you are certain of their trustworthiness, it's best not to engage in any transactions, Tang San advised, always inclined to keep a backup plan. Don't worry, Hu Jiao reassured him with a wave of his hand. Those boys are harmless. They won't cause any trouble. Besides, even if they were to leak the effects of my martial soul, it wouldn't matter much. After all, a mere 10% enhancement isn't enough to incite envy. After hearing Hu Jiao's rationale, Tang San felt reassured. As long as you understand that, it's good. Giggle. I'll go seek them out tomorrow, Xiao Wu declared excitedly. A peculiar smile played upon Xiao Wu's face. And Hu Jiao, familiar with her demeanor, understood that she was preparing to take action. In that moment, Hu Jiao began to silently mourn for Xiao Chenyu and his companions. The following day, as expected, Xiao Wu arrived with her entourage, which included Xiao Chenyu, Lu Long, and Ling Feng. Brother Jiao, did you summon us? Xiao Chenyu inquired upon seeing Hu Jiao, since acknowledging Xiao Wu as their leader. They had developed a subtle reverence for Hu Jiao. After all, during their initial confrontation, Hu Jiao had displayed remarkable prowess, effortlessly defeating Lu Long with a single strike. Moreover, as a support-type soul master, Hu Jiao commanded even greater admiration. Indeed, Hu Jiao nodded, addressing Xiao Chenyu and the others. I possess an opportunity that could greatly benefit your cultivation, but it depends on your courage to accept it. Haha, Brother Jiao, there's no need for suspense. I, Xiao Chenyu, am not one to shy away from challenges. Please, share this opportunity, Xiao Chenyu declared boldly, puffing up his chest. Very well. However, this matter pertains to a personal secret of mine. You must swear that what you witness and hear today will remain confidential. Even from your parents, Hu Jiao insisted, tapping the table as he fixed his gaze upon the three. Consider it carefully before deciding whether you wish to know. If my sister Xiao Wu discovers that anyone has spoken out of turn, do not blame me for being unkind, he added, with Xiao Wu beside him exuding an air of authority, sternly warning the others. This warning was not in vain. Xiao Chunyu and his companions appeared visibly serious. After exchanging glances, Xiao Chunyu nodded first, followed in turn by Lu Long and Ling Feng. "Swear it," Hu Jiao said, his expression calm as he regarded the trio. "Very well. I, Xiao Chunyu, do hereby swear. I, Lu Long, do hereby swear. I, Ling Feng, do hereby swear. What we see and hear here today shall not be disclosed, lest we incur the wrath of heaven and meet an untimely end." Seeing them take the oath, Hu Jiao's face broke into a smile. "Haha, in truth, keeping this from others will work to your advantage, and you'll soon understand why." With that, Hu Jiao abandoned any pretense and summoned his carrot martial spirit, crafting several carrots designed to accelerate their cultivation on the spot. "Here, give it a try." He confidently offered the carrots to the trio, also handing one to the greedy Xiao Wu. His choice of Xiao Chunyu and the others was not made lightly. Firstly, he had assessed their character. Based on thorough investigation and the original text, it was clear that these three were trustworthy and would honor their commitments. Hu Jiao had faith in their integrity. Secondly, there was the matter of wealth. All three hailed from well-off families, belonging to the affluent class. Once they confirmed the effectiveness of his carrots, Hu Jiao was confident that no one would refuse to invest in enhancing their cultivation speed. As they hesitantly consumed the carrots and engaged in cultivation, their eyes lit up with excitement, as if they could hardly contain their eagerness. "Wait." Hu Jiao raised a hand in protest. "Let me be clear. I have no interest in men." "Haha, we are well aware of that." Xiao Chunyu chuckled, casting a sly glance at Xiao Wu beside Hu Jiao, exchanging knowing looks with his companions. "What are you staring at?" "Xiao Jiao is conducting business with you," Xiao Wu interjected, her cheeks slightly flushed as she admonished them. "Yes, business. Brother Jiao, name your price. Whatever you ask, we shall pay." Xiao Chunyu, the son of the city lord, boasted grandly, waving his hand in a gesture of willingness to comply. Lu Long and Ling Feng nodded in agreement, having already experienced the effects of Hu Jiao's martial spirit. Although the 10% increase in cultivation speed seemed modest, the tangible benefits they had realized made it clear how significant the enhancement truly was. Upon hearing this, Hu Jiao exchanged a knowing smile with Xiao Wu, who raised her head to address the trio. "You should be aware that Xiao Jiao's carrots require the expenditure of soul power, which may hinder his own cultivation speed. Therefore, I have decided that each carrot will be priced at 1 gold soul coin." "1 gold soul coin is a reasonable price," Xiao Chunyu readily agreed without hesitation. In an instant, Xiao Wu realized she had undervalued the price, cursing the wealth of her companions. "Brother Jiao, I'll take another," she said, handing over 2 gold soul coins, even covering the previous carrot. "Brother Jiao, I too desire one. I want one." In mere moments, Hu Jiao earned a total of 6 gold soul coins, far surpassing what Tang San could earn through labor. "Haha, I finally have some money. Xiao Wu, let us go buy some delicious food tomorrow," Hu Jiao exclaimed joyfully, toying with the gold soul coins in his hand. "Absolutely. I want to buy candied hawthorn, sugar figurines, and more." Xiao Wu enthusiastically detailed her plans for spending Hu Jiao's newfound wealth. Not a problem. Hu Jiao was always generous with Xiao Wu, showing no concern for money. That night, as was his custom, Hu Jiao checked his panel before bed. However, this time, he was nearly startled into jumping point 102 years. Indeed, it is 102 years. He marveled at the soul ring position, suddenly feeling a rush of exhilaration. Initially, he assumed his soul skill absorption would merely enhance the speed by 10%. To his astonishment, it had doubled. At this rate, would it not mean that in just over a year, he could elevate his soul ring to that of 1,000 years? Just imagine the increase in cultivation speed. He couldn't help but feel excited at the prospect. Half a year later, in a remote location, a figure stood with eyes closed, exuding an air of tranquility. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and a flash faster than lightning darted forth, causing a fruit before him to vanish without a trace. Ugh, how sour. The figure was none other than Hu Jiao. In the span of 6 months, his height had dramatically increased, and he now resembled a burgeoning youth. Today, he had ventured out alone specifically to test the newly upgraded external soul bone. His external soul bone was his tongue. Prior to its upgrade, it served little purpose, only capable of extending half a meter, with minimal hardness and virtually no offensive power. However, post-upgrade, his tongue could now extend 5 meters, possessing resilience akin to that of cowhide. Impervious to ordinary blades and swords, while its offensive capability remained lacking, it could certainly serve a purpose in restraining others when necessary. "Not too shabby," Hu Jiao remarked with a hint of disdain in his tone. This external soul bone had always been a source of embarrassment for him, not due to its rarity or value, but rather because he felt awkward using it in combat if confronted by a beautiful woman. He might contemplate using his tongue to bind her, but facing a man, no way, enough of that. Having been at Nuoding Academy for over half a year, his soul power had reached level 20. Aside from lacking a second soul ring, he was now a bona fide soul master. It was precisely because he had ascended to a higher realm that his external soul bone had also undergone an upgrade. Besides his own soul power, his soul rings and skills had seen the most substantial advancements. First and foremost, his soul ring. After months he had extended the lifespan of his soul ring to 596 years, surpassing Tang San's first soul ring in strength. Presently, his soul power had already eclipsed that of Tang San. Next, his soul power meditation technique had recently reached level 7, increasing his cultivation speed by 60%. The rapid enhancement of his soul power could also be attributed to the elevation of this meditation technique. His sensory enhancement technique had also attained level 7, within a radius of 500 meters. He could discern even the most complex odors, while his hearing could pick up sounds from a kilometer away. As for his vision, it had transformed into that of a telescope, allowing him to see large objects up to 5 kilometers away, such as trees. Of course, generally speaking, unless he was positioned at a height, he could not see far due to the presence of obstructions. As for his sense of touch, since reaching level 7, it had subtly transformed into a remarkable form of perception. For instance, while at the academy, he often sensed a deeply concealed, domineering aura, akin to a tightly compressed powder keg, ready to explode upon the slightest provocation. This aura was unmistakably that of Tang Hao. Aside from him, who else could possess such a formidable presence while secretly guarding Tang San? As for his sense of taste, well, it was better left unmentioned. Had Hu Jiu not sealed this ability, he might have starved to death by now. Lastly, his soul power control was currently at over level SIX. This level of soul power manipulation, he was now capable of running freely in any environment. Aside from the treacherous terrain of volcanic lava, there was hardly any place that posed a challenge to him. The soul power coursing through his body had allowed him to develop new techniques. With his soul power transformed into threads, he moved with the agility of Spider-Man, effortlessly traversing heights and depths. It was only after mastering the soul thread technique that his nimbleness reached such an extent that even Tang San would find it difficult to catch him in a short span of time. The final technique he had acquired, the Chaos Cloakhammer method, was of the highest level, rank 8. The culmination of the 81 strikes in a continuous assault enhanced his strength by 5,000 pounds. This degree of amplification instilled fear in Hu Jiu, making him hesitant to unleash it. He was acutely aware that the force exerted is reciprocal. He feared that delivering the final blow might inadvertently obliterate himself. Additionally, his golden finger idol panel had reached the 6th idol slot after more than half a year, yet regrettably, he had no skills available for idling, leaving 2 slots vacant, a considerable waste. This predicament led him to engage in balloon play during this time, hoping to devise a technique akin to the spiral sphere. Unfortunately, it seemed that his soul power manipulation level was still lacking, preventing him from creating it. Upon stealthily returning to the academy, he fortuitously encountered Tang San and Xiao Wu waiting for him. "Quickly tell us, where have you been? We searched everywhere for you." As soon as they met, Xiao Wu glared at him fiercely, as if accusing him of abandoning them. Haha, I went to buy you some treats," Hu Jiu said, sheepishly producing a bag of candies with a smile. Is that so? Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jiu with a hint of doubt, clearly unconvinced. By the way, Xiao San, do you need something from me? He exchanged glances with Tang San, recognizing that he would need his brother's assistance at such a moment. After more than half a year of training, the 3 of us have all reached level 20. We should now consider the matter of our second soul rings. I came to discuss this with you, Tang San replied with a smile, subtly lending Hu Jiu a hand. "What are your thoughts?" Hu Jiu inquired. "I have already consulted with my master regarding the soul ring. I plan to focus on enhancing the resilience of the blue silver grass, and I will seek a soul beast that fits this criterion." Tang San explained. "I wanted to ask if you have decided on your second soul ring." "The second soul ring, Casting a lingering glance at Xiao Wu, who was relishing her candy, Hu Jiu replied with a serene smile. "I intend to choose the Ditto as my second soul ring." "What? Are you mad?" Even the usually composed Tang San was taken aback by Hu Jiu's declaration. "What is Ditto?" "It is considered the most useless soul beast in the Soul Master realm. A decade of cultivation merely makes one a royal among the Dittos. and some even argue that it should not be classified as a soul beast at all. Such a soul beast would be rejected by even the least talented soul masters as a soul ring. Not only is its lifespan extremely short, but most importantly, absorbing a ditto only grants a skill called transformation, which merely alters one's appearance and is otherwise utterly ineffectual. Chapter 26. Hu Jiao's consideration upon hearing that Hu Jiao planned to select the ditto. A worthless soul beast, as his second soul ring, Tang San felt he had lost his mind. Although Hu Jiao had validated his theory that the age of a soul ring could indeed be increased through training, it was futile. He had already attempted this and found that, after over half a year, his first soul ring had only gained a slight increment, falling short of even a year's lifespan if Hu Jiao intended to enhance the age of his soul ring post-absorption. Tang San would undoubtedly intervene to prevent it. I recall Master once stating, "There are no useless martial souls, only useless martial soul masters," right? Although he was not particularly fond of Master, this quote served as a perfect shield in this context. "Xiao Jiao, you must not pursue this course of action. I cannot bear to watch you leap into the fire pit." Tang San, emotionally stirred, waved his hands in protest, interrupting Hu Jiao's explanation for the upcoming soul ring hunt. "The teacher has personally invited the dean to take charge. I've arranged with the teacher that we will embark together, and your second soul ring must be one with an age of over 500 years. This is non-negotiable." By the end, Tang San's tone had grown strikingly fervent. In his heart, Hu Jiao was his dear brother, and he, the protective older brother. He could not idly watch as his good friend plunged into danger. He had to pull him back. "Xiao San, listen to me." Hu Jiao looked helplessly at Tang San, feeling as though Tang San was blindly fixating on an erroneous path. Perhaps it was time to nickname him Tang Sanze. I want to listen. This is not up for discussion." Tang San shook his head repeatedly, granting Hu Jiao no opportunity for explanation. "Whoa, Xiao San, don't be like this." Faced with such a resolute Tang San, Hu Jiao, in desperation, resorted to his trump card. Summoning his martial soul, he declared loudly, "Xiao San, take a look at my soul ring." Tang San was momentarily taken aback. What was so special about a soul ring? Following Hu Jiao's gaze, he noticed the bright yellow soul ring shimmering beneath his feet. Bright? Wait a moment. How could Xiao Jiao's soul ring be so luminous? The brightness was nearly blinding, far surpassing his own soul ring. For an instant, Tang San felt as though he were being dazzled by Hu Jiao's soul ring. "Haha, Xiao San, now you wouldn't dare to stop me from choosing any soul beast for my soul ring, would you?" Hu Jiao grinned, observing the shock on Tang San's face. "Xiao Jiao, you should avoid casually revealing the age of your soul ring in the future, as it may lead to unnecessary troubles." After a moment of stunned silence, Tang San finally regained his composure, casting a deep gaze at Hu Jiao as he cautioned, "Don't worry, I'm not that foolish. Only you and Xiao Wu are aware of the changes to my soul ring." Hu Jiao replied, waving his hand, that he was no fool. While enhancing his martial soul through training was not a monumental feat, he recognized that it was more prudent to focus on increasing his own soul power. However, Hu Jiao's speed of soul ring enhancement was startlingly rapid. Within just over half a year, he had advanced by 400 to 500 years. If this were to attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, he might find himself subjected to dissection for research purposes. "Xiao Jiao, although I am unaware of how you accelerated the age of your soul ring, and while I have no desire to pry, I must insist." Tang San regarded Hu Jiao earnestly. Each individual harbored their own secrets, and as someone with secrets himself, he understood this well. Yet, even if Hu Jiao could easily enhance the age of his soul ring, he could not allow him to choose the ditto as his second soul ring. "What do you intend to do with the transformation skill? Xiao Jiao, I warn you, I promised old Jack that I would look after you. If I discover any misdeeds on your part, I will not spare you." By the end, Tang San's tone had turned stern. What could the transformation skill possibly achieve? Without a second thought, Tang San could list a myriad of dubious uses. As the older brother, he felt a sense of responsibility. If Hu Jiao were to go astray, it would fall upon him for failing to safeguard him as promised to old Jack. Hu Jiao looked dejectedly at Tang San. "Brother, have you conjured up some negative thoughts? Why do you seem to be imagining worse scenarios than I am?" However, he found it difficult to explain to Tang San. Should he confess that his choice of the ditto's transformation skill was motivated by Xiao Wu? Even if he were to be honest, it was unlikely Tang San would consent. Thus, this matter had to remain concealed within his heart. Even from Xiao Wu, certainly, he could not casually tell her, "Hey, I already know you're a little rabbit. Don't worry, I won't hold it against you." Such a statement would likely earn him a beating. His choice of the transformation skill as his second soul technique was indeed driven by his own considerations, primarily for Xiao Wu's sake. After all, in his heart, Xiao Wu had already become his own. Once they matured, he could naturally pursue this adorable little rabbit. But before that, he needed to ensure her safety. Not for any other reason, but to conceal her aura, preventing anyone from discovering her true identity as a transformed soul beast, especially those from the spirit hall, if they were to uncover her secret. The consequences would be dire if the plot were to unfold as in the original narrative. Perhaps Xiao Wu would successfully obtain the immortal herb, which symbolized beautiful love, through Tang San's connections, thereby masking her soul beast aura. But that was merely the original story. Now that he had entered the fray, he could not be certain how the subsequent events would transpire. After all, even the main character, Tang San, had made significant strides in his soul power cultivation compared to the original text. What if he were to attract fatal attention due to his extraordinary talent? In his quest to uncover a method for concealing Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast, Hu Jio diligently perused an extensive array of literature and ultimately discovered a viable approach. Through his research, he learned that although the transformation abilities derived from the Ditto were rather mediocre, it possessed a subtle yet significant hidden effect, the ability to alter one's own aura. This piece of information was easily overlooked, and had he not examined the materials meticulously, he might have missed it entirely, while such a change in aura might not escape the notice of a highly skilled expert. It is essential to remember that Hu Jio has the capability to extend the lifespan of his soul rings. If 10 years is insufficient, then 100 years will suffice. If 100 years proves inadequate, then 1,000 years shall be considered. Although he harbored uncertainties about whether Xiao Wu could remain concealed before a tidal Douluo in the future, he believed it was certainly better than taking no action at all. Furthermore, he had an additional plan in store. He resolved to temporarily adhere to the original trajectory of growth in the narrative, hoping to successfully acquire the celestial herb, which would prove beneficial for both Xiao Wu and himself. Once he reaped these advantages, he would be free from any lingering concerns, regardless of what actions he might pursue thereafter. Regrettably, these thoughts remained unspoken, buried deep within his heart. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of greatness. Likening himself to a grand hero or a legendary figure, he resolved that once he married Xiao Wu, he would ensure she bore him several little rabbits as a form of gratitude. For a fleeting moment, Hu Jio gazed at Xiao Wu, who was gleefully munching on a carrot beside him, lost in distant contemplation. Chapter 27. Elopement. The following day, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu set out from Nodding Academy at the break of dawn. Journeying westward towards the nearby Mata City. Xiao Wu, are you truly intent on accompanying me to Mata City? It's quite far, and the journey alone will consume a considerable amount of time. Hu Jio remarked, his iron hammer dangling from his waist as he observed Xiao Wu, who was skipping ahead with vivacity. Of course, as an auxiliary soul master, although I possess a modicum of combat ability, I still fall short in certain aspects. Therefore, kind-hearted Xiao Wu has decided to lend you a hand, but I shall not assist for free, she replied, turning back with a bright smile and gesturing with her fingers. I demand 500 carats. After a moment's thought, she winked and added, no, I want 1,000. Every single one must be accounted for. Haha. Very well. I shall ensure you have an endless supply of carats for a lifetime. Hu Jio chuckled at the adorable Xiao Wu. However, if we simply leave like this, won't your dear friend Tang San hold it against you in the future? Xiao Wu inquired, her concern evident, regarding Hu Jio's choice of second soul ring. Xiao Wu was indifferent. To her, it mattered not what he selected, for she would always respect his decision, provided, of course, that his carrots were even tastier. Fear not, Xiao San. Once I obtain the soul ring, there will be no recourse for him. At worst, he may scold me upon my return. Hu Jio had already contemplated this. Moreover, he held great optimism regarding the transformation skill. Indeed, a 10-year Ditto would not grant him particularly potent skills. But what if he were to elevate this soul ring to a significantly higher level in the future? Would he not then possess the ability to transform at will, creating illusions that could deceive even the keenest of observers? In that instant, Hu Jio's heart brimmed with anticipation. Prior to their departure, he had researched that Ditto was a specialty of the monster forest to the west of Matu City, where the most formidable soul beasts barely exceeded a century in age, with their combined prowess. He and Xiao Wu would undoubtedly manage the encounter with ease. This time, due to Xiao Wu's presence, Hu Jio had chosen to walk rather than take a carriage, which would have allowed them to reach their destination in 2 days. Instead, they opted for a 5-day trek. Along the way, the pair reveled in the beauty of nature, as if their journey were merely a leisurely excursion rather than a pursuit for a soul ring. One particular occurrence filled Hu Jio with delight. Because they were alone together, the bond between him and Xiao Wu had finally made significant progress as they walked side by side. Their arms brushed against one another. And the only thing missing was the intertwining of their hands. That it was not that Hu Jio lacked the courage. Rather, it seemed that Xiao Wu had become aware of his intentions, for whenever he attempted to make a move, she would roll her eyes at him, leaving him feeling helpless. Nevertheless, Hu Jio remained patient, knowing that many opportunities would arise in the future, and there was no need to rush. Initially, Hu Jio anticipated that their journey would proceed without a hitch. After all, there is an old saying that warns against provoking the elderly, children, and women while traversing the world. He and Xiao Wu, in fact, embodied two of those categories, alas, in the world of Douluo Continent. This piece of wisdom appeared to have been overlooked, for they soon found themselves in a predicament. As they approached Matu City, the number of pedestrians increased, some carrying local specialties, others part of merchant caravans. And occasionally, adventurers clad in the attire of soul masters. It was then that they encountered a group of wealthy young scions. "Hey there, little miss. Where are you off to?" "Today, I'm in a generous mood and would be pleased to offer you a free ride." A pale-faced youth, appearing around 17 or 18 years of age, obstructed Hu Jio and Xiao Wu's path. Though he feigned kindness, the lascivious glint in his eyes was impossible to conceal. This scoundrel has set his sights on Xiao Wu. Hu Jio cast his gaze downward, concealing the murderous intent that flickered within his eyes. Simultaneously, he discreetly assessed the two guards flanking the youth. One was a level 25 soul master, likely agile in nature, while the other appeared to be around level 26, with a robust build suggesting he was a power-type soul master. As for the youth himself, at merely level 18, he was a disgrace. In an instant, Hu Jio gleaned this wealth of information through his enhanced senses. Meanwhile, the young man continued to prattle on, inviting Xiao Wu to join him in his carriage. Scram. Xiao Wu rarely displayed such a frosty demeanor, her voice cold and unyielding. "What did you say, you ungrateful little girl? Do you have any idea who I am? I am the son of Matu City's Lord, Madong." The youth's expression darkened, for he had never before been insulted in such a manner. "Ma Wan, Ma Wu," he called, addressing his guards. "Yes, young Master Ma Feng." The two guards responded respectfully as they stepped forward. "Seize this insufferable girl. Let me show her what happens when one disrespects me." "Humph, you are clearly no good. You wish to fight?" "I relish the challenge." Xiao Wu clenched her fists, leaping forward to launch her attack. Behind her, Hu Jio had already drawn his iron hammer, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. Chaotic Gale Hammer Technique. Charging, Hu Jio refrained from engaging in the battle between Xiao Wu and the two guards. Instead, he quietly retreated to the side, rotating the hammer in a growing circle to accumulate power. The essence of the Chaotic Gale Hammer technique remained unchanged despite reaching level 8. He still needed to build his strength with each swing. However, the power gained with each swing was far from a mere incremental increase. It surged exponentially, doubling, quadrupling, and so forth. After just 10 swings, he had amassed an astounding 500 pounds of force. That was more than sufficient. Casting a glance at Xiao Wu, who was skillfully evading the guards with her agility, Hu Jio bellowed, "Xiao Wu, move aside." Upon hearing Hu Jio's call, Xiao Wu instinctively understood his intent, executing several swift flips in the air to clear a path. "I almost forgot about you, kid. Capture him as well." The young man, Ma Feng, was drawn to Hu Jio's booming voice, but he dismissed him entirely. To him, a lithe figure like Xiao Wu was already astonishing enough. Such talent could not possibly be found in two individuals. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. In that moment, Hu Jio unleashed his soul power, his form resembling a wisp of smoke as he darted toward the two guards, with his small iron hammer raised high. They were suddenly overwhelmed by an immense force that rendered them breathless. And before they could comprehend what was happening, all went dark. Boom! The 500 pounds of force was far beyond what two mere level 20 soul masters could withstand. They were sent flying as if they were rag dolls, crashing to the ground, their fates uncertain. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Jio pressed on, his eyes narrowing with lethal intent fixed upon Ma Feng. Xiao Wu was his, a cherished treasure he would protect at all costs. How dare anyone cast their greedy eyes upon her? Such folly was tantamount to courting death. "Please, don't come any closer." Ma Feng, gripped by terror, collapsed to the ground, his limbs thrashing in a desperate attempt to escape as he retreated. Clearly paralyzed by fear of Hu Jio's unrelenting gaze, which radiated an aura of death. Hu Jio was not one to show mercy. He had no intention of holding back. With a single, decisive swing of his hammer, he brought the confrontation to a swift conclusion. Indeed, it seemed that women were the source of calamity. Chapter 28. The 10-year soul ring. What a stroke of misfortune. We have only just arrived in Mado City, and we have already killed the Lord's son. I wonder if Mado City has only one son. If he is the only child, this enmity could become quite significant. By the campfire, Hu Jio fiddled with the branches as he spoke. It has been over half a day since we dealt with the hornets. I recall that there were quite a few onlookers at the scene, and it was impossible for him to eliminate all the witnesses. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he hurriedly took Xiao Wu along the route and eventually reached the outskirts close to the monster forest. According to their plans, they should have been resting in Mado City by now. Unfortunately, plans rarely survive the test of reality. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, perhaps Xiao Jio would have safely reached the destination by now. Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jio with a sense of grievance, filled with self-reproach. What foolishness you speak. The fact that you can accompany me in hunting for soul rings brings me joy. Why would I ever blame you? Hu Jio chuckled, affectionately ruffling Xiao Wu's hair. By the way, do tone down that expression. When you feel wronged, please don't make it so exaggerated. Humph, you naughty Hu Jio. All you know is to tease me. Xiao Wu returned to her usual demeanor, playfully shaking her fist. Speaking of which, I'm serious. Will killing that Lord's son cause you unnecessary trouble? Suddenly, Xiao Wu seemed to ponder something and her spirits dampened. Haha, it's not a significant issue. Let us rest for the night. Tomorrow we'll head straight into the monster forest. After acquiring the soul rings, we can leave without delay. This way, even if that Mado Lord seeks us out, it won't be so easy for him. Xiao Wu nodded emphatically, secretly vowing to protect Xiao Jio's safety if they truly came after them. After resting for the night, the next morning, the two set off towards the monster forest. As they progressed, they occasionally spotted animals. Indeed, due to the low-level nature of the monster forest, many creatures inhabit this place, not even qualifying as soul beasts. Wow, Xiao Jio, look, there's a creature with human hands over there. Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. That is a chameleon beast. It must have encountered humans at some point, hence its transformation into something with human hands. Hu Jio chuckled, noting that this particular chameleon beast was rather mischievous. Soon, they encountered even more chameleon beasts, some with branches for heads, others with cat-like faces or foxtails. An array of bizarre shapes appeared among them. Alas, these chameleon beasts were far too weak, not even qualifying as soul beasts, rendering them of little use. The chameleon beast is a type of soft-bodied creature, akin to a large jelly, soft and coated in a greasy slime, with its insides filled with acidic fluid, making it inedible. Other animals kept their distance from them. Gradually, they arrived at the core gathering place of the chameleon beasts. Why is there a tiger among the chameleon beasts? How peculiar. From a distance, Xiao Wu gazed curiously at the tiger situated amidst a group of chameleon beasts. Xiao Wu, that is our target. Didn't you notice? It is also a chameleon beast, and it is a 10-year soul beast. Hu Jio exclaimed excitedly as he observed the tiger in the distance. His second soul ring depended on it. Lifting his hammer, he activated his soul power, and Hu Jio dashed towards the tiger chameleon beast, leaving a trail of phantoms in his wake. When dealing with a 10-year soul beast, no skills were necessary. Sheer force would suffice. At present, Hu Jio boasted a physical fitness level of 20. Although he couldn't compare to soul masters of the same rank, he could easily overpower those weaker than himself. Die for me. Hu Jio's sudden appearance caused a commotion among the chameleon beasts. Many weaker ones scattered in fear of his presence. Only the chameleon beast king, now a soul beast, lowered its body and issued a warning growl as Hu Jio charged towards it. Unfortunately, Hu Jio was known for his ruthlessness in battle. Once he identified an enemy, he showed no mercy. With a powerful swing, his hammer descended towards the chameleon beast king's head. Roar, faced with the incoming hammer. The chameleon beast king let out a fierce roar, pushing off the ground to execute a sudden leap. Narrowly avoiding Hu Jio's attack, in the blink of an eye, it began to shrink and transform. Its head becoming small, adorned with feathers of an unknown bird species. Not good. It's trying to escape. Xiao Wu, help me hold it back. The chameleon beast king's movements were alarmingly swift, so fast that even Hu Jio struggled to keep up. With a leap, it transformed into a large bird in an instant, astonishingly quick. Watch this. bow, and arrow. Without needing Hu Jio's prompt, Xiao Wu had always remained by his side, prepared for any eventuality. In a flash, just as Hu Jiu retracted his hammer to prepare for another strike, Xiao Wu darted forward to confront the now transformed bird chameleon beast. With only 10 years of cultivation, the chameleon beast stood no chance against Xiao Wu. With a simple motion, she seized the bird by its neck within seconds. Haha, well done, Xiao Wu. At this moment, Hu Jiu had reached Xiao Wu's side. He swung his hammer, delivering a decisive blow to the chameleon beast that had transformed into a half-snake body. Attempting to escape once more. Hee, of course, I'm Xiao Wu. Naturally, I did well. Xiao Wu proudly lifted her chin, flashing Hu Jiu a charming smile. However, this chameleon beast is truly fascinating. If only you could acquire such abilities. Xiao Wu felt a twinge of envy at the chameleon beast's transformative capabilities. Although this particular beast was quite weak, its earlier tactics had proven the excellence of its abilities. Unfortunately, while soul masters could learn transformation skills from chameleon beasts, their proficiency was too low, only allowing for minimal alterations in facial features, rendering it nearly useless. Haha, Xiao Wu, did you forget? My soul ring upgrades quite rapidly. Who knows, perhaps by the time I reach 100 or 1,000 years, I could achieve the same abilities as the chameleon beast. At that point, I might even allow you to transform into other animals. Though aware that such possibilities were slim, Hu Jiu couldn't help but entertain the thought, if not 1,000 years. Then what about 10,000 or 100,000? With the chameleon beast's transformation ability, he could play to his heart's content. At that moment, a faint white soul ring emerged from the chameleon beast, its pale hue indicating it had just barely reached the 10-year mark. Xiao Wu regarded the soul ring with disdain, hesitantly saying, Xiao Jiu, have you thought this through? Do you really want to use it as your second soul ring? Xiao Wu had been aware of this possibility, thinking she had mentally prepared herself, but upon witnessing such a low-tier soul ring, her distaste was palpable. Didn't we agree on this earlier? Don't delay. Protect me while I absorb the soul ring first. Hu Jiu looked at the soul ring with indifference, a hint of delight flickering across his face. Xiao Wu, I am sacrificing my second soul ring for your safety. Chapter 29, Transformation Skills. As it was merely a 10-year soul ring, Hu Jiu absorbed it with ease, completing the process in just 5 minutes. Indeed, the soul skill of a 10-year chameleon beast was subpar. It seemed he would need to wait for his upgrade panel to improve further. Noticing a slight increase in his soul power, Hu Jiu mused inwardly as thoughts of the upgrade panel crossed his mind. A vibrant blue interface materialized before him, shimmering with golden sparks. Next to the first soul ring's placement, a second soul ring slot appeared. Seizing the opportunity while the slot was open, he examined the skill associated with his new second soul ring. The skill was named Transformation, a fact he had already known. Its effect was to make localized adjustments to his muscles, thereby altering his appearance. The effectiveness was weak, suitable for petty theft. However, Hu Jiu contemplated another application of this skill. Altering one's muscles, aside from the face, could also apply to other areas. For instance, changing the density of his body muscles, that effectively enhances physical fitness. Additionally, if he could augment his nervous system, that accelerate his reactions. As Hu Jiu's mind wandered through these possibilities, the second soul ring slot successfully activated. In an instant, the image of the second soul ring appeared on the upgrade panel. With a 10-year soul ring lifespan, neither a year more nor a year less, Hu Jiu couldn't help but chuckle at the contrast between his two soul rings. His first soul ring had reached 606 years, while the second one was a mere 10 years. Wasn't this quite the reversal? So, Xiao Jiu, how is the new skill? Is it useful? Upon seeing Hu Jiu open his eyes, Xiao Wu, who had been guarding him, eagerly inquired. Shaking his head, Hu Jiu maintained a calm demeanor, replying, the effect isn't particularly impressive, but that was to be expected. As he spoke, a faint crimson radiance began to envelop Hu Jiu's face. Under the illumination of this glow, his features underwent subtle alterations. His nose elongated, the corners of his eyes widened, and his chin became slightly rounder. Such minor changes, when glanced at hastily, might even lead one to mistake him for Tang San. Xiao Jiu, how intriguing this is. If one were not particularly familiar with Tang San, they might genuinely believe you to be him. Xiao Wu clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, give me a carrot to try, and I shall help you assess the effect. Faced with Xiao Wu's eager gaze, Hu Jiu extended his right hand, activating the transformation of his second soul skill. Gradually, a light red carrot materialized in his palm. His carrot martial spirit possessed considerable advantages. It could function both as a plant-type soul master and as a food-type soul master. When acting as a plant type, the effects of his soul skill applied directly to him, eliminating the need to consume the carrot. With a mere thought, he could utilize his abilities, and they would last for an extended duration. Conversely, as a food-type soul master, he could bestow the effects of his skills upon the carrot, allowing others to consume it, thus enabling them to harness his abilities, albeit for a shorter period. Currently, the transformation of the second soul skill allowed for a change in appearance lasting half a day, with the potential for multiple modifications within the skill's active duration, until it ultimately expired. Xiao, your carrot has become even more delicious. Unable to contain her excitement, Xiao Wu eagerly devoured the carrot, her eyes squinting with happiness, forming charming crescent shapes. After consuming the carrot, Xiao Wu's appearance also underwent slight alterations. Her eyes elongated and narrowed, her nose thickened, her lips became fuller, and her face elongated, transforming her into a striking resemblance of Hujio. How do I look? Am I not like your younger sister? No. Wait, perhaps your elder sister. After changing her appearance, Xiao Wu playfully inquired. Haha, it's more like you're a younger sister. You far too youthful, Xiao Wu. Hujio chuckled heartily. I am an elder sister, Xiao Wu retorted defiantly. Well, you can resemble anything you wish. There will be plenty of opportunities to play later. For now, we must depart. Perhaps the city lord of Mado is already sending people to search for us. Hujio gently tapped Xiao Wu on the head as a reminder. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry, or else we will be in trouble once they find us. Upon hearing Hujio's admonition, Xiao Wu suddenly realized that they had indeed caused trouble yesterday and should have left the vicinity of Mado City sooner. Both were 20-level Great Soul Masters. Although Hujio was an auxiliary Soul Master, his physical prowess was no less formidable due to his training in the chaotic wind hammer technique. They sprinted with all their might. The wind whistled past their ears as they raced towards Nodding City at breakneck speed. Along the way, Hujio cast a teasing glance at Xiao Wu. With a mischievous smile, he asked Xiao Wu, I've already obtained my soul ring. You are also at 20 levels now. Since you helped me hunt for my soul ring, it's only fair that I assist you next. In no way. Xiao Wu immediately rejected his suggestion without a second thought, only to realize her response was a bit off. She quickly turned to Hujio with an apologetic expression, stammering, I've already made arrangements for my second soul ring. I'll be able to acquire it in a few days. So I want to trouble you to know. What does it matter? You've already helped me so many times. If you need anything, do let me know. I will certainly assist you. Hujio wore a magnanimous expression. Yet inside, he was secretly amused. He knew full well that Xiao Wu would not need to hunt for a soul ring. She was a 100,000-year soul beast. Once she reached the appropriate level, obtaining the soul ring would come effortlessly. Judging by the aura of soul power emanating from her, she might have already acquired her second soul ring. She simply hadn't mentioned it to him. It seems our little rabbit is not as innocent as she appears. Haha, no need. Truly, Xiao Wu chuckled awkwardly. Very well. Just as Hujio was about to speak, he suddenly twitched his ears and furrowed his brow. Xiao Wu, let us head this way. There's something up ahead. Through his acute senses of sound and touch, he had detected impending danger. This threat was directed at them. Fortunately, Hujio's keen instincts prevented them from inadvertently colliding with their pursuers. He pulled Xiao Wu off the main road, and they plunged into the underbrush, disappearing from sight a mile away. Two middle-aged men dressed as soul masters were hastening toward Hujio's previous location. One of them had a face adorned with wild dog-like whiskers and was intermittently flaring his nostrils, as if sniffing for something. Xiao Wu, hurry, even faster. They are closing in, Hujio urged, a hint of urgency in his voice. The two pursuers behind them exuded a profound aura of soul power. Based on their levels, only those above 30 levels, known as soul venerables, could possess such formidable energy. Neither Hujio nor Xiao Wu was a match for them in a one-on-one confrontation. After all, while fighting above 1's level could be exhilarating, it also bore significant risks. The typically composed Hujio had no desire to engage in such perilous combat. He preferred to dominate the weak. Can't he shake them off? Xiaojio exclaimed. Why don't we just confront them head-on? Eager for battle, she was unafraid of any fight. Whether they could win or not was secondary. Confront them, even if we can't escape. Isn't it more delightful to set up an ambush? Chapter 30. The Return. Xiao Wu, we're not running anymore. Let us take them down. After running for a quarter of an hour, Hu Jio reluctantly realized that, despite his ability to detect the enemy ahead of time, he could not shake them off. Having employed numerous evasion tactics without success, Hu Jio ultimately resolved to eliminate the two adversaries. They arrived at a low mound of earth, where Hu Jio and Xiao Wu concealed themselves, preparing for a surprise attack. Xiao Wu, just like before, you will lure them, and I will wait for the right moment to strike from the side. Aiming to incapacitate them, a murderous glint appeared in Hu Jio's eyes. He never held back against enemies. All right, just watch me. Xiao Wu confidently patted her chest, brimming with combat spirit. Avoidance was never her style. Fighting was her calling. Had she not been concerned for Hu Jio's safety, she would have long since turned back to engage the foes in a life-and-death struggle. Attention, they're coming. A few minutes later. Hu Jio's gaze sharpened, his iron hammer gripped tightly, the chaotic wind hammer technique ready at a moment's notice. In the hazy distance, two figures emerged, pursuing them with determination. Damn, are these two kids rabbits or something? They can run so fast. Upon hearing someone liken them to rabbits, Hu Jio glanced at Xiao Wu, who was crouched low and poised for action. Now, that was the true rabbit. As the two men quickly approached their hiding spot, Xiao Wu sprang forth like a bolt of lightning, charging directly at the Soul Master with the wild dog-like whiskers. This Soul Master clearly belonged to the scouting type, possessing limited combat prowess. It was precisely because of him that they could not shake off their pursuers, making him the first target to eliminate. Good courage. The wild dog Soul Master turned sharply as Xiao Wu closed in, shouting loudly as he activated his martial spirit, revealing two sharp fangs and emitting a series of grunting sounds. His martial spirit was that of a wild boar. However, undeterred by the boar Soul Master's roar, Xiao Wu executed a somersault, her long legs slicing towards the enemy's neck. Simultaneously, Hu Jio, hidden behind the mound, could not afford to be concerned about potential exposure. He wielded his iron hammer with ferocity, accumulating power in swift, circular motions. With the chaotic wind hammer technique, the more consecutive swings he executed, the greater the accumulated strength. Given sufficient time, he feared neither soul venerables nor soul sections, with the wild boar martial spirit soul venerable providing cover. Xiao Wu's sneak attack failed to land, but her agility allowed her to entangle the enemy effectively. Now, it was Hu Jio's turn. Caught off guard by the sudden ambush, the two middle-aged Soul Masters had no time to consider other options and remained oblivious to Hu Jio's power accumulation behind the mound. With each hammer strike, in less than half a minute, Hu Jio managed to amass over 50 strikes of power, and he continued to build upon this strength. 58, 59, 60. Hu Jio remained relentless, silently counting the number of strikes in his mind. By the time he reached 60, beads of sweat began to form on his brow, and his muscles tensed, transforming him from an auxiliary Soul Master into a figure one might mistake for a battle Soul Master. Xiao Wu. Upon reaching 75 strikes, Hu Jio finally reached his limit. He could no longer maintain the accumulated power at the 8th level of the chaotic wind hammer technique. Once he reached 99 strikes, each strike would yield 5,000 pounds of force. Given his current physique, he simply could not bear such weight. However, achieving 75 strikes was already impressive, granting him over 2,000 pounds of force. The enemy's failure to interrupt his ultimate move was their greatest blunder. With the hammer poised, unleashing a thunderous roar, the ground trembled beneath the ferocity of his energy. With a mighty swing, Hu Jio did not even glance at his adversaries. Once he confirmed that Xiao Wu had departed, he unleashed his attack. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar, carving a path as if plowed by oxen. The enemies who had previously overwhelmed Xiao Wu were now unrecognizable in their fate. Hu Jio, however, had no desire to know. Wow, Xiao Jio, your hammer technique has become even more formidable, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. With such offensive power, it could easily rival that of a Soul Master at the Soul Sect level. We must leave. The commotion here could attract unwanted attention, Hu Jio urged, feeling the void of soul power within him, a disquieting sensation that left him feeling vulnerable. Despite his depleted soul power, his physical prowess remained intact, allowing him to run swiftly. 2 hours later, he and Xiao Wu had exited the territory of Mata City and entered the domain of Nodding City. We're safe now, Xiao Wu. The Mata City forces will not catch up with us, Hu Jio remarked, easing his pace to a leisurely walk. It was a small city lord. To have secured the services of a Soul Master of the reconnaissance type was already quite an achievement, considering the limited strength of such masters, few of whom could rise to prominence. Xiao Jio, I want to learn your hammer technique, Xiao Wu declared. Hu Jio hesitated, envisioning Xiao Wu wielding a hammer against foes. This technique was passed down to me by Tang San's father. If you wish to learn it, you may inquire with Uncle Tang Hao when we meet him. Xiao Wu was merely awed by the ferocity of the chaotic wind hammer technique. But once the novelty wore off, she might not find it appealing anymore. Moreover, mastering the chaotic wind hammer technique was no easy feat. Just look at Tang San. Despite having witnessed its high-level prowess and practicing diligently, he remained at the 64 hammer stage. At this point, aside from the final hammer which displayed some promise, the rest were utterly ineffective. Oh, never mind then. I wouldn't bother asking Tang San's father. Xiao Wu huffed, her demeanor one of disdain. Their current relationship was not particularly amicable. Had it not been for Hu Jio, they might have clashed already. Haha, it's just a hammer technique. Once your cultivation is high enough, you won't need to fuss over such matters, Hu Jio reassured her. The chaotic wind technique was indeed troublesome. Its offensive capability was quite low until fully charged, making it less viable in time-sensitive battles. If not for Hu Jio's caution in allowing Xiao Wu to draw the enemy's attention beforehand, he wouldn't have had the time to charge it to the 75 hammer level. Exactly. This hammer technique is worthless. If the enemy knows its characteristics beforehand, there will be no opportunity to utilize it, Xiao Wu scoffed, lifting her chin defiantly. Indeed, Xiao Wu makes a valid point, nodding in agreement. Hu Jio contemplated the effects of his next soul ring. As Xiao Wu suggested, the chaotic wind hammer technique was indeed powerful, but it required time to unfold and could not be interrupted. Thus, a skill that allowed for nimble evasion of enemy attacks was of utmost necessity. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's future teleportation skill flashed through his mind. That it seemed that the lightning rabbit possessed such an ability. However, he wondered if Xiao Wu would permit him to hunt it, considering that it was still a rabbit. Chapter 31. Tang San's wrath. Apart from teleportation, he also pondered the skill of flight. The ability to fly was immensely beneficial prior to attaining the title of Douluo, as many soul masters lacked flight skills and aerial combat techniques, granting a significant advantage in battles. Even upon reaching Douluo status, the difference in speed between those with and without flight skills remained substantial. However, these were matters for the future. At present, he was merely at the 20th level. And contemplating the next realm was premature. Over the next few days, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu encountered little trouble, returning to the academy after 4 days, without allowing Hu Jio a moment's respite. Tang San hurriedly approached him, his face etched with fury. Ha, Xiao San, it's been a while. Hu Jio greeted awkwardly. Humph, you really are something, leaving without a word. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Tang San glared at Hu Jio, visibly displeased. He hadn't expected Hu Jio to be so audacious as to venture out on his own to hunt for soul rings. Oh, but he hadn't gone alone. Xiao Wu had accompanied him. Yet, could she match his strength? In Tang San's eyes, Hu Jio should not have left without his protection. Haha, I merely left in a bit of a rush. Next time, I will be sure to inform you in advance. Hu Jio laughed nervously. Did you obtain a soul ring? Tang San queried, his tone tinged with melancholy. It was obvious that, given Hu Jio's character, he would not return without achieving his goal. Indeed, the skill's 72 transformations, when cultivated to its zenith, it becomes omnipotent. It's a divine technique, Hu Jio exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a great treasure. Let me guess, it's a 10-year soul ring. And what are its current effects? Tang San's gaze bore into him, awaiting a response. Xiao San, isn't it rather unimportant at this moment? We should look to the future, rather than dwell on the present. Hu Jio smiled awkwardly, hastily shifting the topic. Xiao San, I have a new idea. I would like your thoughts on it, he added, despite knowing that he was dodging the question. Though aware of Hu Jio's propensity for eccentric ideas, Tang San also understood the value of knowing when to let matters rest. Allowing his tone to ease, what idea do you have? You are familiar with the transformation abilities of the mimic monster. While they are relatively weak in the early stages, they are not without merit. I believe that if we apply the transformation ability to muscle enhancement, it could potentially elevate one's strength, Hu Jio proposed, gazing at Tang San with anticipation, eager for his approval. This idea had sparked in his mind. And had Tang San not appeared, he might have already begun experimenting. That is worth trying. I believe your idea is feasible, Tang San replied, though he was well aware that Hu Jio's mind often produced peculiar thoughts. He was nonetheless intrigued by the creativity of his ideas. All right, I shall conduct further research, Hu Jio said with a beaming smile, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed he had successfully navigated this hurdle. It was not that he feared Tang San. Rather, he understood that Tang San harbored no ill intentions toward him. His anger stemmed from concern, fearing that Hu Jio's choice of soul ring might adversely affect his future development. Hu Jio comprehended this sentiment. However, there were certain considerations he could not disclose to Tang San, which contributed to the current situation. After Tang San departed, Hu Jio lay on his bed, commencing experiments with his transformation skill. Beginning with his skin, under the keen scrutiny of his heightened senses, it was not difficult to increase skin density. A soft red glow enveloped his skin, and he could faintly sense a tautness beneath. Raising his arm, he observed the firming skin, and an immediate wave of confidence surged within him. What did it matter if he possessed a subpar soul ring? It was the soul master who was inadequate, not the soul ring itself. And there was also the potential to modify his nerves. Increasing their size and strength would undoubtedly enhance his body's reaction speed. However, experimenting with nerves required caution, so he would proceed slowly. Next, Hu Jio began to explore other possibilities, attempting to enhance every aspect of his body through transformation. Fortunately, his transformation skill was still quite rudimentary. Otherwise, he could have encountered significant issues. Through his experimentation, he also discovered various applications for the transformation skill. For instance, by enhancing his skin, he could increase its density, thereby augmenting his resistance to blows. Additionally, altering the muscles in his calves allowed him to run faster, while modifying his hand's nervous system increased his hand speed. In just one night of experimentation, he had unlocked numerous applications for his transformation skill. The following day, upon learning of Hu Jio's return, Xiao Chun Yu and the others, who had been eagerly awaiting his arrival, rushed to his side. They waved their golden soul coins, clamoring to purchase his accelerated training carrots. Only those who had experienced the effects of Hu Jio's martial soul understood the true potency of his skills. It felt akin to activating a speed booster. During training, one could perceive the exhilarating rapid increase in soul power, transforming the arduous process into an enjoyable journey of cultivation. Over the past half-year, due to their continuous consumption of Hu Jio's carrots, their cultivation levels had significantly improved. Among them, Lu Long and Ling Feng had each advanced 4 levels, becoming 15th level soul masters, while Xiao Chunyu had surpassed them, jumping 5 levels to become a 16th level soul master. Such rapid advancement was beyond their wildest dreams. In a few months, they were set to graduate, and it was rumored that several intermediate soul master academies had already reached out to them, offering free enrollment. This level of treatment was something they had never experienced before, fueling their enthusiasm for the mastermind behind it all. Brother Jio, you're back. Was your journey safe? Had we known you would be away for so long, we would have accompanied you. We've missed you dearly. Xiao Chenyu, unabashed, displayed none of the airs befitting the son of a city lord before Hu Jio. Heh, I see you all are yearning for my carrots. Aren't you? Remember, before I departed, I had prepared an ample supply of carrots for you. How is it that you have consumed them all so swiftly? Hu Jio greeted them with a smile, well aware that these individuals were his golden geese. To date, he had undoubtedly earned several hundred to 1,000 gold soul coins from them. With such a fortune, even with his generous spending habits, he still had no less than 500 gold soul coins remaining. He mused that once he accumulated a bit more wealth, he would procure a storage soul guide device. He was quite envious of Tang San's 24 bridges under the moonlight. However, storage-type soul guides were somewhat pricey. He had inquired and discovered that even the smallest ones cost over 10,000 gold soul coins, a sum that was currently beyond his reach. Brother Jio, you know we are nearing graduation. In our quest to secure admission into a better academy, we have extended our training hours. Previously, 1 hour of training per day sufficed, but now we are putting in at least 5 to 6 hours. Your carrots simply do not last us. Lu Long's tone was tinged with a hint of melancholy. It was not merely their desire to exert themselves, but rather the recent rapid advancements in their soul power that had instilled hope in their families, compelling them to increase their daily training times. That's the spirit. Look at me, your brother Jio. Aside from studying, I have dedicated myself entirely to training. In less than a year, I have already broken through to become a great soul master. I believe you all should strive harder. Once your cultivation reaches greater heights, you could easily become esteemed nobles. Hu Jio encouraged. Striving harder is indeed commendable, for the more effort I put in, the more gold soul coins I can earn. Hu Jio's diligence was palpable. Did Hu Jio truly work hard? Xiao Qinyu and the others exchanged glances, seemingly only aware of his daily excursions with Sister Xiao Wu, exploring every corner of Nodding City. All right, consider yourselves fortunate. With my current soul power, I can satisfy your needs even with full-day training. As long as you can afford it. Hu Jiu nodded, believing that not seizing an opportunity to earn was foolish. With his level 20 Great Soul Master cultivation, he could produce nearly 100 acceleration training carats at once. And churning out 1,000 in a day was not an issue. When it came to quick profits, what could surpass a food-type Soul Master, were it not for the fear of drawing too much attention? He would have expanded his clientele long ago. We all have money, Xiao Qinyu declared, pulling out a pouch of gold soul coins and handing it directly to Hu Jiu. We too have our share. This is mine. Lu Long and Ling Feng followed suit, each producing their own money bags. Despite the slight pang of reluctance, they acknowledged the necessity of hastening their training speed. Moreover, all three were affluent second-generation heirs. So spending on carats was hardly a problem. Very well, 30 carats each. Once you run out, come find me again. Conducting business efficiently, Hu Jiu promptly produced 100 carats, considering the surplus a discount for them. After all, his carats required no real cost, merely a bit of soul power, which would naturally replenish over time. By the time Xiao Qinyu and the others expressed their heartfelt gratitude and departed, night had already fallen. In the dormitory, Wang Sheng and the others had returned from their classes. Upon reuniting, a lively exchange ensued. In the 7th dormitory for work-study students, his status was somewhat unique. These individuals were all Xiao Wu's subordinates, and with his close relationship with her, he had not only bolstered his own combat strength, but also exuded an air of a second-in-command. The following day, Xiao Wu approached him with a pitiful expression. Xiao Jiu, I'm going out to hunt for soul rings. I'll be gone for at least half a month, and you can't let me starve, can you? Hurry and give me some carrots. Why does it have to take so long? With your appetite, even if you brought some, they wouldn't last long, he replied, somewhat exasperated. Dai Ti was rather ridiculous. She could easily create her own soul rings, yet chose to fabricate an excuse to be away for so long. Suddenly, Hu Jiu found himself reluctant to let her go. How about I accompany you? With me around, you can have as many as you want. Stuff yourself if you like. He tentatively suggested. It was evident that Xiao Wu's lengthy absence meant she was headed to the Stardow Forest. If she permitted him to join, he could legitimately uncover her true identity. Once she confessed, he could magnanimously express that her identity mattered little to him, thus deepening their bond. Unfortunately, despite his noble intentions, Xiao Wu declined. I'm afraid not, Xiao Jiu. This time, I'm going home to ask my family for help in hunting soul beasts. They aren't fond of outsiders, and I worry they might get upset if they see you. Clearly, his hopes of meeting her family had been dashed. Hu Jiu did not insist further. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of nervousness at the thought of meeting Deming and Ming right now. All right then, wait a moment while I prepare more carrots for you. Make sure to ration them. As Xiao Wu departed, he suddenly felt a sense of discomfort in her absence. After all, they had been together for over half a year. And now that the incessant chatter beside him had ceased, he felt an inexplicable emptiness. Nevertheless, her reluctant expression as she left brought him a sense of quiet satisfaction. It seemed he held a place in her heart after all. Indeed, being a work-study student in Shanghun Village came with its perks. After enduring a tedious morning of classes, Hu Jiu joined forces with Tang San. Xiao San, come on. It's been ages since we last sparred. Let us have a match. Historically, Hu Jiu had little interest in combat. He relished the thrill of overwhelming his foes. Countless invitations from Tang San had been declined. However, with Xiao Wu absent, he sought to stave off boredom and enhance his combat skills. Thus he took the initiative to challenge Tang San. You wish to duel me? Tang San looked at him incredulously, his expression one of disbelief, as though questioning Hu Jiu's sanity. Xiao San, I warn you. Do not look at me with that expression, or else you shall see my wrath, Hu Jiu retorted, annoyance evident on his face. He had already resolved to deliver a decisive blow to Tang San, one that would leave him incapacitated for half a day. All right, I concede. But Xiao Jiu, do you know what level I am at now? Upon hearing the inquiry, Hu Jiu paused, recalling that Tang San had mentioned hunting for soul rings with the master and the dean. Calculating the time, it seemed he was on the verge of acquiring his second soul ring even faster than Hu Jiu had. Upon sensing Tang San's soul power, Hu Jiu noted a significant surge. He had reached level 21, nearing 22. Fight? Are you concerned? Just watch how I make you regret it. Hu Jiu gritted his teeth, Determined that the outcome remained to be seen, that he remembered that Tang San's second soul ring skill was Parasite. And with his level 6 soul power control, enveloping himself in a layer of soul power was merely a matter of basic execution. Thus, in a prepared state, Tang San's second soul skill would prove ineffective. Haha, let us do this. Xiao Jio, don't you dare shed any tears afterward. Tang San laughed heartily. Deep down, he had always felt a sense of competition, while Hu Jio had long ascended to the realm of a grandmaster with his wandering hammer technique. Tang San had yet to fully master the complete 81 hammer technique. Moreover, Hu Jio had refined his soul power control to an exquisite level, while Tang San was still grappling with basic training. If that were all, it might have been acceptable, as talent was a natural gift, and he, Tang San, was not one to shy away from defeat. However, when considering their training habits, Tang San devoted every waking moment to rigorous practice. While Hu Jio seemed to spend his days in the company of Xiao Wu, rarely engaging in training. With such disparities, how could Tang San not feel indignant? Did Hu Jio possess some divine favor while he did not? Was he, too, born with innate soul power? Tang San found himself perplexed out on a hillside behind the academy. Hu Jio and Tang San stood opposite each other. One stood with hands clasped behind his back, while the other gripped a heavy hammer, resembling a pair of legendary masters poised for a duel. Xiao Jio, enough standing around. We've been at this for ages. Make your move, Tang San urged, exasperated. Quack, quack, quack. A crow flew overhead, seemingly mocking their foolishness. Calm down. Young people must learn to be patient. Hu Jio leisurely spoke, while simultaneously wielding his hammer with remarkable speed, unleashing the chaotic whirlwind hammer technique. In Chapter 33, the battle against Tang San commenced. The moment Tang San observed the adept circular motions of Hu Jio's hammer, he instinctively activated his entanglement skill. He dared not allow Hu Jio's chaotic whirlwind hammer to unfold, as the mastery Hu Jio possessed in hammer techniques instilled fear even in him. Tang San was well acquainted with Hu Jio's moves, and Hu Jio was equally familiar with Tang San's. Upon witnessing Tang San's actions, Hu Jio channeled his soul power into his feet and swiftly evaded the spiraling blue-silver grass vines that erupted from the ground. Simultaneously, he enhanced his Kaz with his second soul skill, augmenting the muscular strength therein. In the blink of an eye, Hu Jio's figure began to flicker and dance across the lawn, creating an illusion of multiple images that dazzled the eyes. However, Tang San was no ordinary adversary. Activating his purple extreme demon eye rendered Hu Jio's figure utterly visible before him. Utilizing his ghost shadow misty steps, he too began to weave and dart like Hu Jio. Heh, little San, that makes 5 strikes, Hu Jio exclaimed nonchalantly, unfazed by Tang San's advancing figure, as he accelerated his hammering motions, accumulating to a 6th strike. Hu Jio's words merely drew a slight frown from Tang San. Yet he pressed on without hesitation. Subtly, Tang San's hands transformed into a lustrous white jade hue, appearing crystalline and translucent. Come now, let me witness your resolve. Hu Jio squinted, feeling the weight of over 300 pounds of power amassed within him. Brimming with confidence, little San, do you truly believe my hammer technique requires 81 strikes to accumulate 300 pounds? Foolishness. With a thunderous roar, Tang San was sent sprawling, unable to rise for quite some time. What? Little Jio, what have you done with your hammer technique? Tang San, prostrate on the ground, was overwhelmed with shock. He was acutely aware of little Jio's strength. There was no way he should have been unable to withstand merely 6 strikes. Yet, the undeniable reality lay before him. He had indeed failed to endure, and quite thoroughly at that. The only explanation for this predicament was that Hu Jio's hammer technique had undergone a remarkable enhancement. Haha, have you figured it out? I've recently had a minor revelation. It seems my chaotic whirlwind hammer technique has leveled up. Hu Jio grinned widely. Observing the boastful Hu Jio, Tang San fell silent. His own hammer technique had been eclipsed by another's brilliance, skill inferior to others. What could he do? It appears your transformation skill has indeed borne fruit. I sense your speed has significantly increased. Tang San regarded Hu Jio, feeling as if he was a dim-witted individual in his presence. Yes, the experiments have yielded noteworthy results, and I've discovered numerous applications. However, to enhance the skill as potency, I still need to elevate my soul ring level. Glancing at his second soul ring, now upgraded to level 20, Hu Jio displayed a look of eager anticipation. If a mere 10-year limit yields such practicality, imagine the enhancements a 100-year limit might bestow. Calculating the time, It should be just over a month until the upgrade, and with school vacation lasting over 2 months, that's ample time. In the ensuing days, Hu Jio entered a focused state, diligently practicing with water balloons, striving to refine his soul power control. Currently, his only offensive means was the chaotic whirlwind hammer technique, which left him quite dissatisfied, despite his earnest attempts to enhance his speed to compensate for its shortcomings. Success remained elusive. Thus, it was time to unveil his self-created technique, the spiral sphere. Mastery over soul power control was essential to manifest the spiral sphere, as only with excellent control could one create a rapidly spinning sphere of energy. Unleashing a ferocious attack. During the absence of Xiao Wu, he found himself with little to do, allowing him the opportunity to delve deeply into his training. In merely a few days, his soul power control had significantly improved. According to his progress panel, he was just half a circle away from the next level of upgrade, and perhaps by the time Xiao Wu returned, he would have already developed the spiral sphere skill. His manipulation of the water balloon soon piqued Tang San's curiosity. "Little Jio, what new idea do you have this time?" Tang San knew that whenever Hu Jio executed an unfamiliar maneuver, it signified the emergence of a novel concept, possibly a highly practical skill. In this regard, he seemed more certain than Hu Jio himself. "Haha, it's nothing much. I merely feel that our control over soul power is still too weak. I believe if we can condense our soul power and induce it to spin rapidly, much like this water balloon, utilizing refined control to generate explosive attack capabilities." Hu Jio chuckled lightly and explained to Tang San, without reservation, currently troubled by how to cause the water balloon to explode. Seeking assistance from Tang San, who possessed the legacy of Tang Sect's ultimate techniques, might just yield a spark of inspiration. After all, his advantage lay in automation, even if Tang San learned it. His training progress would never match Hu Jio's speed. In Tang San's eyes, he would forever remain the younger brother. "That's quite an intriguing idea. How did you come up with it?" Tang San, astonished by Hu Jio's explanation, felt a burning desire to peer into Hu Jio's mind to uncover its workings. "Ha, the idea is certainly sound, but it seems a bit challenging to execute. Aside from the slight deficiency in soul power control, I haven't yet figured out the specific method for this spinning explosion. After all, even someone as simple-minded as Naruto could master the spiral sphere. There's no reason I shouldn't be able to." Although Naruto had his fair share of advantages, the theoretical principles weren't vastly different. If he had a concrete operational method, given his current level of soul power control, he would have long surpassed the requirements. Upon hearing Hu Jio's predicament, Tang San furrowed his brows and began to rummage through his memories of the Tang Sect's ultimate techniques for any relevant skills. Bound by sect rules, he was prohibited from sharing the Tang Sect's secret arts, but it was permissible to disclose a few minor techniques, akin to exchanging martial arts experiences with a fellow practitioner. After contemplating for a moment, Tang San's eyes lit up, as he recalled techniques within his crane control and dragon seizing skill that might align with Hu Jio's needs, though not a perfect match. The similarities were close enough, and he believed that with these insights, Hu Jio's ingenuity would surely enable him to realize his new skill. That if Hu Jio successfully developed this skill, it could potentially benefit Tang San as well. After all, in situations where he couldn't utilize the Haotian hammer, his blue-silver grass's offensive capabilities were limited. Acquiring an additional attack skill would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. Subsequently, Tang San casually concocted an excuse and shared several minor techniques from his crane control and dragon seizing skill with Hu Jio. The techniques Tang San deemed minor ignited a spark of excitement in Hu Jio's eyes, illuminating his expression. "Good brother." Hu Jio clapped Tang San on the shoulder, his face radiating gratitude. In Tang San's perspective, these were mere trifles, but to Hu Jio, they were invaluable treasures. With differing perspectives came differing valuations. In Chapter 34, The Soul Power Spiral Sphere. With Tang San's assistance, Hu Jio dedicated the following days to mastering the explosive water balloon and subsequently the bursting of rubber balls. By now, he had successfully condensed a high-speed rotating sphere of energy in his hands. However, its duration was still quite fleeting, dissipating within mere seconds. Unable to maintain it for an extended period naturally meant he had yet to achieve the successful creation of the skill. Nonetheless, he had accomplished the most challenging step. With further training, the explosive power of the spiral sphere skill would soon manifest. The days spent in focused study flew by, and before he knew it, 20 days had elapsed since Xiao Wu's departure. According to her, she would soon return. Haha, Soul Power Spiral Sphere, launch. On the hillside behind the academy, Hu Jiao excitedly hurled the rapidly spinning sphere, which appeared blurred due to its speed. With a soft puff, the spiral sphere struck a tree trunk a meter away, causing a small patch of bark to flutter to the ground. The potency of the attack was clearly evident. Haha, it's finally accomplished. Hu Ji was unconcerned with the power's weakness. He only noticed that the name Soul Power Spiral Sphere had appeared in the 5th slot of his automation panel. As for the unflattering attack power, his automation panel would assist in augmenting it. As long as his automation skill level was sufficiently high, he could create a hole in the heavens at the instant of successfully creating the Soul Power Spiral Sphere. His Soul Power control skill also ascended to level 7, flooding his mind with insights into manipulating energy, allowing him to condense the Soul Power Spiral Sphere with greater ease. The two skills seemed to complement one another in a remarkable manner. Hu Jiao firmly etched the scene into his memory. It was a significant discovery that might prove useful in the future. The successful creation of the spiral sphere naturally called for a moment of display. Though it was a pity that Xiao Wu was not present, thus, he had no choice but to seek out Tang San. After all, it was Tang San who had greatly assisted him in developing this skill. Without the impartation of those subtle techniques, Hu Jiao might have been able to create the skill on his own, but certainly not within a mere 20 days. Therefore, as a token of gratitude, he felt compelled to let Tang San witness his new ability. Of course, he would never admit that he wanted to show off in front of him. Tang San, catch this. With practiced ease, he pushed open Tang San's dormitory door and, without a moment's hesitation, launched a spiral sphere. Startled, Tang San quickly assumed a defensive posture, his eyes shimmering with violet light as his hands transformed into the hue of white jade, crossing protectively over his chest. With a whoosh, the rapidly spinning soul power enveloped Tang San, akin to a refreshing breeze that was surprisingly cool. Xiao Jiao, Tang San exclaimed in anger, not because he was upset about Hu Jiao's ambush, but rather out of fear that his hidden weapons would inadvertently activate against him. Had he not heard Hu Jiao's shout, it was likely that the sleeve arrow on his arm would have already been launched. Oh! Tang San's shout caused Hu Jiao to freeze in place. It suddenly dawned on him that Tang San was not Xiao Wu. He was a master of concealed weaponry, equipped with lethal projectiles. Should any of those items strike him, he would likely end up gravely injured. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. It was a startling realization that he had dared to befriend someone so dangerous. How bold! Just kidding. Xiao San, you wouldn't be a poor sport, would you? Hu Jiao feigned nonchalance while internally vowing never to engage in such foolishness again. Oh dear, now it was Tang San's turn to feel disheartened. He certainly could not disclose to his good friend that he had nearly been bombarded by hidden weapons just moments ago. What was that soul power sphere you just created? Tang San inquired. Pretending as if nothing had happened, his curiosity piqued. I just wanted to inform you that I've successfully developed a new skill. Since you've already seen it, I'll be on my way. Hu Jiao replied, waving his hand dismissively as he turned to leave. The atmosphere was not conducive to boasting. That could wait for another time. After all, given Tang San's current level of soul power control, he wouldn't be able to learn this skill anyway. Let him remain envious. Upon returning to Dormitory 7, Hu Jiao discovered that Xiao Chun, Yu, and the others were waiting for him. Did you finish eating so quickly again? This isn't the first time. It seems you all have been quite diligent lately. Brother Jiao, I need to trouble you once more. I feel my soul power is about to upgrade again. Xiao Chen's face radiated joy. As he was nearly at level 17. With a little more effort, he might reach level 18 before graduation. At that point, he would surely be able to enter the Martial Spirit Academy. Of course, Hu Jiao replied, welcoming the opportunity to assist. With no one else around, he immediately began crafting accelerated training carrots. Hey, what are you all doing? Just as Hu Jiao was about to start earning, the door to the dormitory swung open, revealing a familiar and melodious voice. Xiao Wu, Hu Jiao exclaimed joyfully, his gaze locking onto the figure he had longed for. Hee, Xiao Jiao, I'm back. Xiao Wu giggled as she approached, her delightful face becoming clearer before him. Why were you gone for so long? I missed you. After a moment of surprise, Hu Jiao reached out to touzle Xiao Wu's hair, speaking naturally. I have things to attend to. You all carry on, Xiao Wu said, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she dashed out. Xiao Jiao, honestly, there are others here. How could you say such embarrassing things? Nearby, Xiao Chun and the others exchanged teasing glances, their admiration for Xiao Wu palpable. What a wonderful girl she was, yet she was entangled with this rascal, which was rather infuriating. Xiao Wu's return invigorated Hu Jiao, and he quickly crafted enough carrots to satisfy their needs. Then waved Xiao Chun and the others away. He could hardly wait to seek out Xiao Wu at the back hill of the academy, a place they frequently frequented. Hu Jiao knew without searching that Xiao Wu would be there. Sure enough, when he arrived, he found her sitting on a rock, lost in thought. What are you pondering so intently? Hu Jiao approached and sat beside her. In less than a month, he noticed that Xiao Wu had seemingly grown taller. She was now just slightly taller than him. It's nothing, Xiao Wu replied, her eyes shimmering before breaking into a smile. Darn it, could it be that during this trip, De Ming and Er Ming said something they shouldn't have? Knowing Xiao Wu well, he quickly surmised the reason. Perhaps her brief return to the Star Doe forest had reminded her of her identity as a spirit beast. Thus, there was but one solution. Here, have a carrot. If one isn't enough, have two, until you forget your identity as a little rabbit. Chapter 35. The upgrade of the second soul ring. Xiao Wu, let me show you something. Once Xiao Wu's spirits were lifted, Hu Jiao proudly extended his hands. From nothingness to existence, a sphere of pure soul power materialized, swirling rapidly in Hu Jiao's grasp, the air currents ruffling his garments. Spiral sphere, emerge. The condensed soul power sphere struck the ground with a force that created a small crater, sending dirt flying in all directions. Its power rivaled that of a firecracker. This was merely the initial stage. After a few days of upgrading, it would likely be applicable in combat. Have you ever experienced a spiral sphere to the face? Once it's perfected, I'll be able to unleash it in rapid succession, striking whomever I choose with an attacking prowess that rivals a battle spirit master. Wow, Xiao Jiao, you've successfully created your skill. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with surprise and pride. After all, this was a self-created skill. Ordinary soul masters could only utilize the few skills that came with their soul rings throughout their lives. How could Xiao Jiao, a true genius, continually create one useful skill after another? So, I want to learn. Xiao Wu exclaimed. Hiki, go ahead and learn. This skill will definitely enhance your combat style. Hu Jiao smiled and nodded. However, to master my spiral sphere, your current soul power control still needs improvement. Keep working hard. And once you meet the requirements, I'll teach you. His spiral sphere skill could be considered an advanced technique in soul power manipulation, requiring a certain level of proficiency before one could learn it. Presently, at least a level 6 in soul power control was necessary to acquire the spiral sphere. As for this requirement, not only Xiao Wu but even Tang San had yet to achieve it. Tang San's soul power control hovered around level 5, while Xiao Wu was slightly lower, at level 4. Thus, acquiring the spiral sphere would not be an easy task for either of them. It's so difficult to improve soul power control. Xiao Wu lamented, knowing that Hu Jiao's skills were notoriously challenging to master. The array of training exercises involved in the water slogging training alone was enough to give her a headache. Haha, that's because you've been too lazy. Spending all your time playing. Just look at Tang San. He has almost reached the requirements. You need to put in more effort. Motivating Xiao Wu to train diligently was not a difficult task. All it took was to ignite her competitive spirit, and Tang San was the perfect benchmark, especially since Xiao Wu had always been at odds with him. Sure enough, upon hearing that Tang San's soul power control was higher than hers, Xiao Wu became greatly dissatisfied and immediately began her training without taking a break. At Xiao Wu's level, she required assistance while training her soul power control. She could already walk normally on the water surface, and now she needed to practice fighting atop it. Hu Jiao readily offered his help. With his new skill, the spiral sphere, freshly completed, he needed to practice using it in combat, making it the perfect opportunity to train alongside Xiao Wu. Hu Jiao's training focus was straightforward, primarily enhancing the release speed and cohesion of the spiral sphere. The faster the skill was cast, the smaller the condensed spiral sphere would become, thus increasing its potency. With the experience provided by the idle panel, it took just over a day for the spiral sphere to advance to level 1, but the level 1 spiral sphere had been compressed to the size of a pomelo, capable of being unleashed in about a second. Afterward, approximately another 10 days passed, allowing the spiral sphere to reach level 2, at which point it was approximately the size of an apple and could be released in half a second. On this very day, his second soul ring upgraded to 100 years, transforming into his second yellow soul ring. As for the effects of the yellow soul ring, hey, Tang San, why are you following me? Do you want to fight? In the evening, as Xiao Wu walked along the path, she suddenly turned around, confronting Tang San, who had been trailing her. "Who do you think I am?" The serious voice of the person behind her inquired. "Tang San, are you out of your mind? You're Tang San. Has your brain gone haywire?" Confronted by the unabashed words of Xiao Wu, the individual standing before her couldn't help but smirk, ultimately bursting into laughter. This Xiao Wu truly harbors no kindness towards Tang San. "Xiao Wu, why not take a moment to see who I am?" Following this declaration, the figure's facial features and physique began to morph, soon transforming into Hujio. Xiao Wu gazed at the scene in confusion, quickly realizing that she had been played by Hujio. However, in the past, Xiao Jio's transformation abilities had not been so flawless. Not only did the facial structure match perfectly, but even the body shape had changed. "So, were you able to distinguish between me and Tang San just now?" Hujio inquired, a broad smile adorning his face. He discovered that the century-level transformation technique had grown significantly more potent, now allowing him to perfectly replicate anyone's appearance, with not a hint of difference in aura, a skill that would enable him to impersonate others seamlessly. Provided he refrained from revealing his martial soul as of now, his transformation skills could not alter the martial soul. "That I couldn't tell at all. The likeness in both appearance and aura is simply astounding," Xiao Wu exclaimed in wonder. "Astounding indeed. That I just wonder if this century-level transformation can conceal your soul beast aura." This aspect was beyond his verification, as only those at the title Douluo level could perceive Xiao Wu's true self. Regardless of whether it could conceal it or not, he resolved to ensure that Xiao Wu consumed one of his transformation carrots daily. Perhaps it might just do the trick, beyond transforming into others. This skill also significantly enhanced his own abilities. The Century Soul Ring had elevated his soul power level to 21, while also fortifying his muscles and nervous system, yielding effects that surpassed his previous capabilities by at least 5-fold. With such results, he was assured that his choice had been correct. This Soul Ring skill was indeed worthwhile. Simultaneously, he anticipated the transformation after upgrading the Soul Ring to a Millennium level. Would it allow for the perfect replication of another Soul Ring? Or perhaps even a transformation into different creatures, akin to a shapeshifter? A month later, as the Academy's vacation approached, Hujio's spiral sphere had advanced to level 3, with the condensed spiral sphere now the size of an egg, producing astonishing fluctuations in soul power that any discerning observer could detect. During this period of cultivation, Xiao Wu had also made significant gains. Her control over soul power had reached the threshold necessary to learn the spiral sphere, and she was currently engaged in the initial training phase, which involved bursting water balloons at AS for Tang San. He was not lagging behind. Aside from mastering soul power control, he was also honing the techniques from the Xiantian treasure record, resulting in a slightly slower progress compared to Xiao Wu. Yet he had already achieved level 6 and was beginning to engage with the spiral sphere training. Speaking of talent and cultivation, it seemed that Tang San might actually be outshone by Xiao Wu. However, Xiao Wu's playful nature often detracted from her focus on training, creating an illusion of comparable talent between them in the blink of an eye. Hujio had spent a year at the academy, during which time old Jack, Hu Rue, and Emma had visited several times. Now, the moment for the academy's break had arrived. Xiao Wu, with the academy's vacation coming up. "What are your plans?" Hujio inquired, eyeing Xiao Wu. This vacation would last a month, and in order to avoid the pangs of separation from Xiao Wu, he decided to coax her into returning to his home. "As for me, I suppose I will just stay at the academy. After all, the break isn't very long," Xiao Wu mused, tapping her pink lips with her finger repeatedly. "You're not going home?" Hujio feigned surprise, fully embracing the theatrics. "This time, I want to be going back. That I don't have any family, and it wouldn't be much fun," Xiao Wu replied, her mood dampened. "What a pity. After the break, I will be returning home, and I shall prepare some extra carrots for you in the meantime, so you won't run short," Hujio remarked with a hint of regret. The two performers were diligently showcasing their acting skills. Initially, the thought of not being able to enjoy carrots left Xiao Wu feeling quite despondent. However, her eyes soon lit up as she conceived a splendid idea. "Hey, Xiaojio, how about I accompany you home after the break? Would you let me visit your house?" Freshly prepared carrots could not compare to those made in advance. She, the little rabbit, had a penchant for the freshest of produce. "To my home? Absolutely. You are always welcome." Though he was already confident, the success of the plan still brought Hujio joy, for being with Xiao Wu was far more enjoyable than spending time with Tang San. "All right, let us go to your home then." Xiao Wu affirmed with a nod. Rabbit, she was not overly concerned with societal conventions. Many of her actions were guided by her preferences. She adored carrots, naturally drawing her closer to Hujio. Perhaps this was the advantage of a caretaker? 3 days later, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Hujio set off together on the journey home. All three were 21-level Great Soul Masters, and their travel speed was swift. Reaching the village of Holy Spirit in a mere 2 hours, upon sighting the entrance to Holy Spirit Village, Tang San's eyes gleamed with anticipation. In this lifetime, he yearned for familial affection throughout the past year of studies. He had felt particularly despondent during visits from Hujio's family, as his own father, Tang Hao, had not come. After a year apart, he was eager to reunite with his father. Noticing Tang San's expression, Hujio internally shook his head. "Oh, Tang San, you may be in for a disappointment. Your father is infamous for being a tyrant towards his own child, preferring to protect you from the shadows rather than meet face to face. Ever since the enhancement of his sensory abilities to level 7, he frequently detected Tang Hao's aura. Perhaps Tang Hao had not anticipated that within the modest Junior Soul Master Academy, there was someone with such keen senses. Of course, this was also due to Tang Hao not concealing his aura meticulously. Otherwise, with Hujio's current cultivation, he would not have been able to uncover it. Wow, Xiaojio, is this your hometown? It's absolutely beautiful." Xiao Wu exclaimed, nibbling on a carrot while bouncing ahead. "Let us go. We're almost home," Hujio replied with a smile as he quickened his pace. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Hujio glanced at the visibly excited Tang San, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the disappointment he was about to face, and ultimately decided to accompany him for the time being. "Xiao San, I think I'll join you to meet Uncle Tang Hao first. I brought back some fine wine from Nodding City, having earned some money from selling carrots to Xiao Qinyu and others." He had indulged in a shopping spree before heading home, purchasing gifts for his family, especially for his father, Rue, who had nearly emptied their cellar in pursuit of mastering Tang Hao's chaotic hammer techniques. "All right, let us go together," Tang San nodded. He still had plenty of Hujio's belongings from the 24 Bridge moonlit night, and after visiting his father, he intended to stop by Hujio's house as well. On the western side of Holy Spirit Village, the trio arrived at Tang San's home. Father, I'm back." Tang San rarely showcased his youthful side, a sight that was quite rare. Usually, he was as composed as an old man. Eagerly pushing the door open, he was met with silence. Suddenly, the curtain of the inner room was drawn back, revealing old Jack's face before the group. "Grandpa Jack? Grandpa!" Tang San and Hujio exclaimed in surprise. One genuine and the other feigning surprise. "Grandpa Jack, where's my father?" Upon seeing old Jack, a sense of foreboding washed over Tang San, prompting him to anxiously inquire. Old Jack, holding a letter, looked at Tang San with a wry smile. "See. This is from Tang Hao. It seems he has already left." Tang San hurriedly took the letter, his gaze fixated on its contents. The brief lines left him staring blankly for half a minute, his expression gradually shifting to one of despondency. "Tang San, do not fret. Uncle Tang Hao will be fine. Remember, he is no ordinary blacksmith. His sudden departure surely signifies some important matter, and you will meet again eventually." Hujio comforted, patting Tang San's shoulder. "Yes, my father must not be an ordinary person. His sudden absence must be due to some pressing matter. I should remain strong and wait for his return at the academy." Tang San rallied his spirits, yet the disappointment on his face was unmistakable. "Grandpa Jack, Xiaojio, you two should head back first. I'll bring the things to your house later. It's a bit messy here." "So I'll tidy up first," Tang San said, folding the letter in his hand. "All right, I'll be waiting at home. Do come for dinner tonight." Hujio tugged at old Jack, shaking his head to signal him not to offer any further comfort. At this moment, Tang San needed solitude. They should not intrude. After leaving Tang San's home, Hujio introduced Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, this is my grandpa. You can just call him Grandpa. Grandpa, this is Xiao Wu, my good friend. She's come to play at my house for a few days during the break." Xiao Wu shot Hujio a playful glare before sweetly addressing Grandpa Jack. She heard Tang San call out like that, directly addressing him as Grandpa. She wasn't that foolish. That little rascal, always bullying others. So your name is Xiao Wu. Huh. What a lovely young lady. You can treat this place like your own home. If Xiao Jio gives you trouble, just tell Grandpa, and I'll make sure to teach him a lesson. Old Jack wore a benevolent expression. Such a well-behaved little girl would be even better as a granddaughter-in-law. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue at Hujio. Standing beside old Jack, indicating that she had someone to rely on. Joyfully returning home, old Jack did not return to his own house. He couldn't bear to leave now that his beloved grandson was back. At home, Rue and Emma had long been waiting for their son's return. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, their enthusiasm soared, completely neglecting their son Hujio. Chapter 37. Meteor Hammer. That evening, Tang San arrived at Hujio's home. After a half-day adjustment, the traces of disappointment had vanished from Tang San's face. Hujio retrieved the gifts he had purchased from Tang San's 24 moonlit bridges, Grandpa Old Jack's tobacco leaves, Dad Rue's fine wine, and Mom Emma's beautiful clothes. Although they scolded him for spending extravagantly, the elders were nonetheless pleased to accept the gifts. Haha, it didn't cost much. Did you forget? My son's martial soul is of the food type. It's easy to earn a little extra money on the side, so I'm not wasting it. Hujio explained with a smile. He briefly mentioned his ability to earn money, as he had already prepared to leave a bit more at home to improve their living conditions. After returning to Holy Soul Village and enjoying a few days of leisure with Xiao Wu, Hujio began to attend to his own matters. Ever since the chaotic wind hammer technique had reached level 8, he had distinctly felt that the secondary hammer he had borrowed from Tang San was no longer suitable, that it felt weightless in his hand, and he could not fully unleash his strength with it, which severely affected his capabilities. Previously, he had no time, but now with the academy on break and with Tang San, a skilled blacksmith, he was just in time to ask for his assistance in forging a new hammer. Perhaps it could no longer be called a hammer. You want a hammer with a spherical head and spikes on top? Upon hearing Hujio's description of the weapon, Tang San's gaze towards him changed. Isn't that a meteor hammer? What kind of person would come up with such a weapon? Can it be made? Seeing the hesitation in Tang San's eyes, Hujio inquired. Well, it can be made, but are you sure you want to use this weapon? Once the meteor iron hammer is forged, it's either life or death. Tang San hoped Hujio would think it through. Of course, since it's a weapon, it's meant for killing. A weapon for killing should be as ruthless as possible. Hujio replied matter-of-factly. When dealing with enemies, one must be merciless. If necessary, it is best to eradicate them completely. Showing mercy to enemies is tantamount to endangering one's own life. Alright, but the weapon you want is quite heavy. 100-pound hammerhead will take a long time to forge. Come help me. Knowing that Hujio understood what he was doing, Tang San ceased his persuasion. After all, who could compare to the ruthlessness of the Tang sect's hidden weapons? He himself was no saint either. Alright, I'll assist you. Make sure to forge the hammerhead well. In the future, I'll find some retractable materials to change the handle. Hujio said that a meteor hammer with iron chains was his preferred weapon. With his level 7 soul power control, the iron chain could maintain the handle state. Most importantly, it could be both long-range and close combat, although its appearance was somewhat unappealing. When he first conceived of this weapon, he imagined a massive, burly man wielding a meteor hammer larger than his own head. What a sight that must be! The materials for forging were readily available, as Tang San's home was well stocked. In order to craft Hujio's weapon, Tang San generously brought out all the wrought iron from his house and began forging it with great enthusiasm. The initial step in crafting a weapon was refining the wrought iron. In this regard, Hujio could also lend a hand. A barrel-sized pile of wrought iron was heated to a bright red by the two of them, and the chaotic wind hammer technique was employed as they cooperatively forged the wrought iron. The forging process showcased their combined strength. As they took turns hammering, while Tang San's blows resulted in noticeable indentations on the iron block, they were not particularly impressive. However, when Hujio hammered down, the wrought iron seemed as pliable as clay in his hands. Each blow created a hole, accompanied by a resounding crash, followed by the vibrations of the anvil. Each strike shook the ground of Tang San's home, causing dust to rain down from the ceiling. This scene left Tang San in deep astonishment. Each of Hujio's strikes likely exceeded 500 pounds, and as time passed, Hujio's strength only increased. This made Tang San worry that Hujio might bring down his house. Xiaojio, be gentler. Don't destroy my home. Alright, Xiao San, why don't you operate the bellows? I can handle refining the wrought iron alone. Hujio grinned. This was precisely the effect he desired. He remembered how he had stood by, enviously watching Tang San forge metal while he had to operate the bellows, and now it was finally Tang San's turn to do the labor. Okay, I'll handle the bellows. Tang San had no objections to this arrangement. With Hujio's remarkable strength, there wasn't much he could contribute, and in any case, he had his own items to forge. With Hujio as free labor, he could exert less effort. While Hujio and Tang San busily worked, Xiao Wu felt a bit bored without Hu Jio's company. Fortunately, Emma was there. Upon noticing this, she took Xiao Wu along to help with farm chores, allowing her to experience rural life. Of course, even when accompanied, they wouldn't make her work hard. It was more like playing together. This way, Hu Jio could focus on crafting his weapon at Tang San's house. Refining the wrought iron took Hu Jio and Tang San an entire week, transforming the barrel-sized iron into the size of a small ball. At this point, it could no longer be called wrought iron. It should be referred to as refined iron. The refined iron took on a dark, lustrous color, indicating it was no ordinary metal. Next, it was Tang San's turn to showcase his skills. It should be noted that, aside from being taught by Tang Hao, Tang San had also worked in a blacksmith shop in Notting City for nearly a year. In terms of craftsmanship, even seasoned masters would struggle to match him. If it weren't for this, Hu Jio wouldn't have sought Tang San's assistance in forging the weapon. He wasn't short on money and could have easily hired any blacksmith. Speaking of which, Tang San's skills were indeed impressive. The refined iron transformed rapidly in his hands. Before Hu Jio's eyes, he watched as fearsome spikes gradually emerged from the spherical head. After observing for a while, he still couldn't comprehend how these spikes materialized. Half a month later, Hu Jio looked with delight at the sharp meteor hammer in his hands, the spikes on the hammerhead filling him with immense satisfaction. This weapon, not only for striking but even just to look at, instilled fear. It was hard to imagine anyone wanting to withstand a blow from it. This meteor hammer could just barely be called a meteor hammer. Weighing in at 132 pounds, were it not for the chaotic wind hammer technique subtly enhancing his physical attributes, he would struggle to wield it effectively. Holding it in his hands filled Hu Jio with a sense of fulfillment. Partner, we will be fighting side by side for a long time to come. Hu Jio caressed the meteor hammer, speaking softly. Chapter 38. Xiao Wu recognizes her kin after acquiring the meteor hammer. Hu Jio was eager to test its power, so he sought out Tang San and Xiao Wu for a spar. Unfortunately, both of them, upon seeing the spikes adorning his meteor hammer, instinctively waved their hands in refusal, insisting they would not engage in a match with him. Just the sight of those spikes sent chills down their spines. Although they trusted that Hu Jio wouldn't harm them, their concerns lingered. And even in battle, they doubted their chances of winning. Neither Tang San nor Xiao Wu had any interest in a fight they could not win. Xiao Jio, I've finished forging your weapon. Now it's your turn to assist me. I need to forge some weapons as well, Tang San said with a smile. With Hu Jio providing free labor, he could at least create some simple yet practical hidden weapons over the next 2 weeks. Names of various concealed weapons flitted through his mind. Willow leaf blades, money darts, bone-piercing nails, shadow darts, tightly strung crossbows, Zhuge divine crossbows, and so forth. Exploiting Hu Jio's labor was his specialty. Sure, no problem, Hu Jio readily agreed. Wielding the meteor hammer crafted by Tang San himself, assisting with a minor task was hardly an inconvenience. Moreover, he was curious to see how many hidden weapons Tang San would forge, regardless of their practicality. His primary interest lay in witnessing the renowned Tang San's secret armaments. In the ensuing days, Hu Jio entered into a grueling labor mode, utterly unprepared for the revelation of Tang San's true nature. Day after day, he was tasked with refining various ores, afforded no respite whatsoever. Hu Jio even began to doubt whether the multitude of weapons produced would suffice to fill Tang San's 24 moonlit bridges. This Tang San was no ordinary person. For so many days, Hu Jio had toiled as a laborer, to the point where he scarcely had time to accompany Xiao Wu. Speaking of Xiao Wu, Hu Jio couldn't help but smile oddly. His mother, Emma, had been exceedingly supportive. For reasons unknown, during the time he and Tang San were laboring diligently in the blacksmith shop, Emma had spent every day with Xiao Wu. Eventually recognizing her as a goddaughter, he recalled his astonishment upon first learning this news. Xiao Wu had suddenly ascended from being a mere dependent to that of a cherished younger sister, leaving him somewhat flabbergasted. On the spot, he had posed a rather amusing question that Emma had teased him about for quite some time. Mother, now that Xiao Wu is my godsister, can we still get married in the future? The words slipped out before he had a chance to think, and despite his belief that he was thick-skinned. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Emma's laughter nearly sent Hu Jio scurrying under the table. However, he soon received an explanation. I knew you were a mischievous one. Worry not. I am merely assisting you. Consider this. Although you are currently studying at the same academy, who can predict the future? What if, in a few years, you both go your separate ways? You would find yourself lamenting. Thus, she had preemptively accepted Xiao Wu as her goddaughter, ensuring that regardless of where she went, They would maintain a connection, correct? Hu Jio could only watch Ima, bemused at awe. The bond between mother and son was truly profound. They seemed to think alike, while Hu Jio had not contemplated such matters as deeply as Ima. He did intend to remain close to Xiao Wu, ensuring that she would find it impossible to escape his presence. After all, a caretaker was not to be dismissed lightly. Indeed, from now on, you can rest easy. For Xiao Wu will inevitably be yours. Ima beamed with pride over her cunning strategy. Well done, mother. You truly are impressive. Hu Jio raised his thumb, feeling that his own scheming must have been inherited from Ima. Otherwise, with his innocent and kind-hearted nature, how could he possibly harbor such underhanded thoughts? Ima's family had taken in a delightful little girl as their goddaughter, a significant joyous event in the village. The festivities were as lively as when Hu Jio first awakened his martial soul. In the Holy Soul Village, with over 300 households, more than 100 banquet tables were set up. Even accounting for those who were away. Watching Xiao Wu shyly call him brother, Hu Jio felt a sweet warmth in his heart. Brother? Just wait until you call me beloved brother, he mused quietly. Xiao Wu. Hu Jio called out. What is it? Xiao Jio. Xiao Wu's familiar address remained unchanged. Apart from the day they acknowledged their kinship, she had never referred to him as brother again. Could you let your hair down for me to see? He recalled how, when Xiao Wu grew older, the moment her hair fell loose had nearly melted his heart. He had seldom seen her with her hair down, now that he was her godbrother. Was it too much to ask for a glimpse of her unbound hair? What do you want? Xiao Wu tilted her head, her face a picture of confusion. Could it be that her scorpion braid was unappealing? I merely wish to see. What reason could Hu Jio provide? Should he confess that he was enchanted by the sight of Xiao Wu's flowing hair in his previous life? Let me think about it. Xiao Wu teased, her finger tapping her lips playfully. Oh, are you hungry? Have a carrot. Seeing Xiao Wu's gesture, Hu Jio instantly understood. He had noticed her charming little habit. Whenever she craved a carrot, she would point to her lips. Hee. Now that's more like it. If you want to see, just let it be. Do it yourself. It's such a hassle to deal with this braid every time. Xiao Wu nibbled on her carrot, tilting her head to reveal her scorpion braid. Signaling Hu Jio to take action, not one to hesitate, he stepped forward and, after much effort and a good deal of sweat, managed to style Xiao Wu's hair down. Beautiful, gazing at the gentle, refined aura radiating from Xiao Wu. Hu Jio felt that all his labor had been worth it. Is it pretty? Xiao Wu asked softly. Very pretty. The holiday passed swiftly, a month slipping by in the blink of an eye. As they prepared for departure. Both Xiao Wu and Ima were reluctant to part ways. Ima had truly come to regard the lovely little girl as her own daughter. Xiao Jio, once you're at the academy, protect Xiao Wu well. If you mistreat her, just wait until I return to deal with you. Ima warned Hu Jio sternly, standing before him. Rest assured, mother, I will take good care of Xiao Wu. He remembered that she was likely an auxiliary soul master. While Xiao Wu was a battle type, how was he to protect her? Hu Jio dared not voice his concerns or ask. After bidding farewell to Ima, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu sought out Tang San. The three of them setting off together for the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. This year marked their second year, now in the second grade. The life of a second-year student held little novelty. Thanks to the Hu Jio found himself with ample leisure time. Apart from attending classes, he spent most of his days taking Xiao Wu on leisurely adventures, living freely and unburdened. Only Tang San remained diligent, meticulously scheduling his training, alongside finding time to study theoretical knowledge with the master, leaving him perpetually busy. Notably, this year, he and Xiao Wu were not enrolled as work-study students. They had both self-financed their education. Each had been assigned a private dormitory, just like Tang San. Hu Jio welcomed this arrangement, as it was inappropriate for a girl like Xiao Wu to reside in a mixed-gender dormitory a year prior. His major clients, Xiao Qinyu, Lu Long, and Ling Feng, had graduated, nearly leaving him without a source of clientele. Thankfully, Hu Jio was astute enough to suggest they send subordinates to trade with him in the future, arranging monthly transactions for their consumption. After so long of trading, he couldn't bear to part with such high-quality clients. The carrots he produced were not significantly different from ordinary ones, and they could be stored for a month without issue. Only prolonged storage would slightly affect their taste. His suggestion was quickly met with approval from Xiao Qinyu and the others. Before their graduation, Xiao Qinyu, as an 18th-level soul master, was invited to attend the Intermediate Academy of the Wuhuan Temple for free. While Lu Long and Ling Feng, both at 17, also gained admission to the same institution in the following period. due to the intense training atmosphere and fierce competition at the Wuhan Temple's Intermediate Academy. Their demand for Hu Jio's carats only increased. Each month, they brought in over 1,000 gold soul coins for him, transforming Hu Jio into a person of considerable wealth. It was fortunate that these three came from affluent families. Seeing them gain admission to the Wuhan Temple's Intermediate Academy, they sensed the potential for development and nearly exhausted their family fortunes for training. Otherwise, they might not have been able to afford Hu Jio's carats. 3 months later, Hu Jio gazed excitedly at the purple soul ring beneath his feet. It had been a long journey. His first soul ring had been in for over a year, and it was only now that it had evolved into a Millennium Soul Ring. His anticipation had been palpable. This was a Millennium Soul Ring, something even the protagonist Tang San had only achieved with his 100-year soul ring. Confidence surged within him, inflating his ego, after experiencing the effects of the Millennium Soul Rings. He felt as though the heavens themselves were bowing to him. The transformation of his first soul ring skill had doubled his cultivation speed, lasting for an hour upon consumption. For him, it became a passive skill with a permanent effect. Haha, this effect is astonishing. No, I must remain calm and low-key. After a prolonged period of excitement, Hu Jio finally regained his composure. The effects of his soul ring were astonishing, necessitating careful concealment. He could not afford to disclose it to anyone he did not absolutely trust. In Hu Jio's mind, there were only 2 individuals he held in complete confidence, Xiao Wu and Tang San. Furthermore, even if he were to offer Tang San carats in the future, he would have to begin charging for them. Given Tang San's miserly nature, he had not even taught him the Tang sex techniques and had allowed his idle time to stretch on for far too long. As for Xiao Wu, that was another matter entirely. She had no money and was still dependent on him for support. And regarding Xiao Chunyu and the others, he would first see if it was possible to diminish the cultivation effects of the carats. If not, he would cease this business venture altogether. In the face of personal safety, making money was a trivial concern. After all, he was no longer in need of funds. He was living extravagantly. The advancement of his soul ring, coupled with the benefits of idling, had resulted in a remarkable enhancement of Hu Jio's soul ring position. Idling for a day had astonishingly elevated his soul ring level by 5 years, leaving him unable to suppress his joy. Such a rate of improvement implied that even a 10,000-year soul ring would require only a few years to achieve. By then, the effects of the 10,000-year soul ring would begin to contribute daily to his idle cultivation time, creating a mutually beneficial cycle of advancement. This was the rhythm of transcending the divine. Moreover, the appearance of his carats had also undergone a transformation. Previously a pale red, they had now turned a deep crimson, appearing far more appetizing. Their flavor had also improved, becoming even more delectable. This change led to Xiao Wu forsaking regular meals altogether, opting instead to consume carrots daily, without pausing. It seemed she had become addicted to them. This development provided Hu Jio with a sense of relief. Excellent. He officially declared that he had caught a little rabbit named Wu. Tang San, pay up. With the 1,000-year soul ring, Hu Jio felt a surge of pride. Selling a single carat to Tang San for 1 silver soul coin was practically a giveaway. After all, he charged a gold soul coin for a mere 10% increase in cultivation effects. While Tang San's carat doubled the cultivation speed, selling it for just 1 silver soul coin was undeniably a bargain. Even Tang San thought so. Xiaojio, I need to write an IU. I truly have no money right now. Tang San felt a bit embarrassed. Each month, aside from receiving 10 gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall, his earnings from the blacksmith shop were meager. Initially, he earned 1 silver soul coin per month. But now, with improved skills, it had increased to 2 tenths. Even if Tang San abstained from all expenses, his monthly wage would only suffice to buy around 100 carats. He needed at least 8 a day. Thus, his salary would only last 10 days for cultivation before he ran out of funds. Yet, he was reluctant to part with the carat that doubled his cultivation effects, which made Hu Jio his official creditor. Haha, what are you saying, Xiao San? Hu Jio laughed triumphantly. Take them. Eat as much as you want. If you run out, I still have plenty. Don't talk about money. It's too sentimental. Just remember to repay me when you get rich in the future. Thus, the issue of money was negligible. He primarily wished to be Tang San's creditor. When Tang San acquired the celestial herbs later, would he be so inconsiderate as to not leave one for himself? He vaguely remembered that in the original story, the quantity of celestial herbs Tang San obtained was limited, just enough for the Shrek's 7 monsters. Now, with his presence, 1 spot would inevitably be taken. So he needed to secure his position first. And for Xiao Wu, it should be 2 spots, indeed. All right, I'll remember that. Tang San nodded seriously, understanding that Hu Jio's insistence on charging him was mainly to spare his feelings, to avoid hurting his pride, and to ensure he would eat. Therefore, he employed a businesslike approach to prevent any sense of indebtedness. Unfortunately, this clever strategy had been seen through by Hu Jio. Xiao Jio. Wait for me. I will repay you in the future, Tang San vowed silently. With the doubled cultivation effect, the cultivation speed of Hu Jio, Tang San, and Xiao Wu suddenly accelerated, akin to riding a rocket. With daily transformations, the rapid enhancement of soul power left them in awe. Chapter 41. An invitation from the master in the blink of an eye. 3 months had passed. During this period, due to the idling panel granting him an additional 5 years of soul ring longevity daily, the second soul ring skill had changed and subsequently evolved into a 1,000-year soul ring. All soul rings, upon reaching the 1,000-year mark, experienced a significant enhancement in skill effects. This skill was no exception. In front of Xiao Wu, Hu Jio's appearance gradually transformed. His skin became delicate, his head shrank, his face flushed, and 2 pink rabbit ears sprouted from his head. Soon, his clothing, physique, and tail began to change as well. In mere seconds, there were now 2 Xiao Wus in the room, one in the martial soul transformation state, and the other unchanged. Oh my, Xiao Jio, you can even change into my martial soul. The untransformed Xiao Wu approached, playfully tugging at Hu Jio's rabbit ears, her hands busy with them. Xiao Wu, don't play with my ears. It tickles. The melodious and enticing sound rang out. Hu Jio's gaze became dazed. He had not anticipated that Xiao Wu's rabbit ears would be so sensitive, nor did he expect that his transformation skill could replicate such nuances. Oh dear, I forgot. Xiao Wu hastily released her grip. She was well aware of how sensitive her own rabbit ears were, and her face flushed with embarrassment, unable to lift her head in shame. After a moment, Xiao Wu raised her head and casually asked, "So, Xiao Jio, can you use my soul ring skills?" The reason for her inquiry stemmed from having noticed 2 yellow soul rings at Hu Jio's feet, which matched her current level. Upon hearing this, Hu Jio felt a stir within him and closed his eyes to sense carefully. After a considerable time, he finally raised his head, furrowing his brow as he shook his head. It seems not. It's merely a change in appearance, without any practical function. Hu Jio felt a tinge of disappointment. Had he been able to transform other soul skills as well, he would have truly thrived. It was worth noting that he still had an empty position in his ordinary idling slots, and the 7th idling position was soon to be unlocked. If he could simulate soul skills, he could infiltrate those major powers and freely acquire their unique soul skills. Just the thought of it was delightful. At that moment, the door to Hu Jio's dormitory was abruptly pushed open. You too. Tang San gazed in shock at the 2 Xiao was before him, completely flabbergasted. Can I say I was merely testing a new skill? Hu Jio hurriedly explained, though saying this in Xiao Wu's voice felt rather peculiar. You are Xiao Jio? Tang San looked at the Xiao Wu in the martial soul state with a puzzled expression, that he recalled that Hu Jio's transformation skill could not replicate martial souls. Indeed, I was truly experimenting with my skill, Hu Jio replied, and his appearance began to change again, transforming from Xiao Wu to Tang San in the blink of an eye. Not only did he resemble Tang San, but even his attire was identical. Blue-silver grass. Emerge. He extended his right hand, and a sprig of blue-silver grass appeared in his grasp. What do you think? Hu Jio looked at Tang San with pride. This is my blue-silver grass. Curiously, Tang San summoned his martial soul to compare it to Hu Jio's. Incredible. I can't discern any difference. It's indistinguishable. Is this the effect of your second soul ring's evolution? Tang San, now somewhat desensitized to Hu Jio's rapid advancement in soul rings, felt that compared to Hu Jio, soul rings were insignificant. The rate of enhancement was astonishingly faster than even the elevation of soul power. As for my binding and parasitic skills, can they be replicated? Tang San asked a question similar to Xiao Wu's. Shaking his head, Hu Jio calmly explained, Not yet. I can't currently change soul ring skills. But there is no need to rush. The current soul ring age is merely 1,000 years. When it reaches 10,000, who knows? Just a mere 10,000-year soul ring. Waiting a few years would suffice to attain it. By then, even if he could not replicate the skills, other effects would undoubtedly manifest. Thus, Hu Jio felt no urgency whatsoever. Well, your soul rings are advancing rapidly. Anyway. Tang San nodded in agreement. He realized that someone as talented as Hu Jio could not be measured by ordinary standards. Oh, by the way, I came to inform you that my master is very interested in your first soul ring skill and wishes to meet you. Only then did Tang San recall his purpose for visiting Hu Jio. The master wants to see me, then let us meet. Hu Jio had anticipated this day would come, though he had not expected it to take so long. His master was rather slow to respond. There was no reason to decline the meeting, especially since the success of his first soul ring acquisition had been greatly aided by his master's guidance. Thus, he felt obliged to repay the favor. When Hu Jio inquired, "Right now?" lest the master grows impatient waiting. Tang San held his master in high regard. He would always fulfill the tasks his master assigned without fail. "All right, then let us go," regarding the figure known as the master. Hu Jio holds a certain understanding of him, stubborn, inflexible, and utterly resistant to change. This is the impression the master leaves on Hu Jio. The master seems perpetually grim, as if the entire world owes him a debt. And Hu Jio finds no interest in engaging with such a person. Moreover, Hu Jio harbors disdain for the master's handling of Lu Erlong's emotional dilemmas. Had he possessed even a modicum of flexibility or decisiveness, matters would not have devolved into their current state, enduring decades of evasion. Such behavior is beneath consideration. Upon returning to the master's residence, everything appears unchanged from a year prior. The room is cluttered with books, and the air is suffused with the fragrance of literature. "Master, it has been a long time." Hu Jio speaks first. "That I never anticipated that you would grow to this extent. I must say, achieving such a level of mastery with secondary innate soul power is indeed impressive." Upon seeing Hu Jio again, the master reflects with a hint of admiration. His memory of Hu Jio is not particularly vivid. Had it not been for Tang San, he might have completely forgotten him. However, in recent months, he has observed an unusual acceleration in Tang San's soul power cultivation. The first 3 months were acceptable, merely progressing from level 22 to 23. After all, he possesses innate full soul power, and such a pace is within reason. Yet, the subsequent 3 months yielded an extraordinary surge, climbing 2 levels in a brief span to become a level 25 Great Soul Master. This development instills fear in the master, for he worries that Tang San has delved into forbidden knowledge. After all, even the most talented individuals cannot achieve such rapid advancement. One must remember that the difficulty of soul power cultivation only escalates with time. Under the master's stern questioning, Tang San finally divulges Hu Jio's name, that he recalls that it was this young lad who, despite his warnings, insisted on selecting a subpar soul ring, leading the master to conclude that Hu Jio's future was irreparably compromised. A single misstep can lead to a cascade of failures, with merely secondary innate soul power, failing to devise a strategy to catch up in soul ring years and instead opting for a 10-year soul ring is nothing short of self-sabotage. Little did he expect that, after just a year apart, this young person would achieve such remarkable progress. According to Tang San, Hu Jio's soul power has now reached level 28, just 1 level shy of his own. Moreover, the most astonishing revelation is that he has seemingly altered the immutable rule regarding the enhancement of soul ring years. When he learned this from Tang San, he was astounded. Had Tang San not assured him of its verification, he would have found it utterly unbelievable that it turns out that the years of a soul ring can indeed be artificially increased. Chapter 42. The Master's Transaction upon first discovering that soul ring years could be artificially enhanced. The Master was filled with excitement. However, Tang San's subsequent explanation transformed that elation into profound disappointment. Tang San's words echoed Hu Jio's original sentiment. Human time is finite, with the time spent cultivating soul rings. Why not use it to elevate one's own abilities? An increase in cultivation would facilitate the acquisition of higher-level soul rings, would it not? This statement was a revelation to the Master. Indeed, enhancing soul ring years holds no value for ordinary soul masters, who are already limited by their innate abilities. Even if they were aware of the possibility of enhancement, it would be futile, as their time is already scarce. Thus, this discovery is only relevant to the exceptionally gifted, such as those from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, who possess the means to divide their focus. Regrettably, the Master, a man of principles, resolved not to disclose Hu Jio's discovery without prior consent. He had sworn as much when Tang San first imparted this information to him. Yet, these musings were not the primary reason for the Master's visit today. Hu Jio, I will be straightforward. I did not invite you here for any other reason that I have heard from Tang San that your carrots can double cultivation efficacy, and I wish to purchase some from you. This was indeed the crux of his visit. With his innate soul power only at half a level, he had spent much of his life striving to surpass level 30. a fixation that had now consumed him. Consequently, he tended to disregard those with lower innate soul power, such as Hu Jio. However, upon learning of the efficacy of Hu Jio's first soul ring from Tang San, a new idea took root in his mind. He could leverage Hu Jio's carrot effects to break through his own limitations. Master, purchasing my carrots poses no issue. You may not be aware, but my carrots have always been for sale. However, those particular carrots only enhance cultivation efficacy by 10%, and I sell them for 1 gold soul coin each. Initially, Hu Jio was taken aback by the master's words, but after a moment's contemplation, he grasped the master's intent. The opportunity to break through his bottleneck was indeed available. However, he resolved that if he did not seize this chance to negotiate a better deal, he would not be true to his character. After all, providing the master with the opportunity to purchase his carrots would suffice to repay the favor from before. From this point onward, business would be business, devoid of sentiment. What do you mean? The master regarded Hu Jio with a steady gaze. Having decided to make the purchase, he was prepared to spend a considerable sum, especially since Hu Jio's soul skill effects were equivalent to those of rare and precious herbs. And he was willing to accept a reasonable price. Since you are Tang San's mentor, I cannot charge too exorbitantly. Let us say 10 gold soul coins for each carrot. Hu Jio smiled. 10. You say? The master pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. That price seems quite reasonable. I will take 10, please. 10 gold soul coins per carrot was precisely at the upper limit of what he was willing to pay, not because Hu Jio's carrots could not command a higher price, but because he lacked the funds. If the powerful factions were to discover the effects of Hu Jio's carrots, forget about 10 gold soul coins each, they would eagerly pay 100. More likely, they would confine him and turn him into an endlessly exploitable cultivation tool. Master, 10 might not suffice. Each carrot lasts merely an hour, and 10 won't even last a day. The effect is rather limited. Hu Jio remarked, glancing at the purse of coins before him, that he refrained from taking it, sensing that today might yield unexpected rewards. The master looked up at the smiling youth before him, frowning as he inquired, "What do you desire? I can supply you with the carrots you need for a year." Hu Jio raised a finger. "The conditions are simple. I require a self-created soul skill that would be beneficial to me." Indeed, this was Hu Jio's true aim, that he had not forgotten that the master hailed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, one of the top 3 sects. He refused to believe that the master lacked a worthy soul skill to offer. "So, you wish to learn a soul skill? Do you understand that in this world, self-created soul skills are exceedingly precious? Do you believe you can acquire one so easily with just your carrots?" The master regarded Hu Jio with a faint air of disdain, feeling that Hu Jio was becoming rather presumptuous. "Are they truly that precious? I have already created 2 and found it not particularly difficult. Just ask Tang San if you don't believe me." Hu Jio replied innocently, realizing he had perhaps underestimated the situation. The people in this world seemed even more protective of their treasures than he had imagined. "You." The master was nearly rendered speechless by Hu Jio's audacity. "Just say whether you are selling or not. Acquiring a soul skill is out of the question." "Sell? How could I refuse such an opportunity? It would be foolish to turn down a business deal presented to me," Hu Jio declared, extending his hands and crafting 10 carrots in no time. After neatly arranging them on the table, he casually collected the purse of coins without counting and tucked it away. "As there appears to be nothing else, I shall take my leave. Master, I hope we have the chance to collaborate again." Hu Jio smiled faintly, rising to depart. "Wait." Just as Hu Jio was about to exit, the master raised a hand to halt him. "What is it? Do you have further business, master?" Hu Jio inquired with curiosity. The master hesitated for a moment, then, unable to resist, asked, "Could you reveal how your soul rings can enhance so swiftly?" Curiosity is a fundamental aspect of human nature. For Hu Jio to elevate a 10-year soul ring to 1,000 years in just over a year carries an air of mystery that few would readily accept. Especially for the master, an expert rich in theoretical knowledge, the method behind Hu Jio's enhancement of soul ring years piqued his interest to a considerable degree, leaving him restless with intrigue. That information is confidential. Hu Jio's expression soured. He had encountered shameless individuals before, but never one as brazen as this. "When I sought to exchange soul skills with you, you were unwilling. Now you wish to pry into my secrets. Are you courting disaster?" This is an absolute taboo for him. Anyone who dares to touch it shall face dire consequences. Regardless of the mastery one possesses, it is of no consequence to him. At this moment, Hu Jio's heart brimmed with vigilance. One must always guard against others. No matter the character of the master, Caution is paramount. It seems the coming days will require a bit more effort on his part. After departing from the master's residence, Hu Jio heightened his senses, perceiving the master as dwelling from afar. In that instant, every action of the master fell under his watchful scrutiny, every movement registered within his perception. Chapter 43. Slaying the Rabbit to attain enlightenment. Not long after leaving the master's abode, Tang San followed closely behind. Xiao Jio, I am truly sorry that I never anticipated the master would pose such a question to you. Approaching Hu Jio, Tang San expressed his sincere apologies. He had never delved deeply into why Hu Jio's soul rings had progressed so rapidly, attributing it merely to Hu Jio's unique constitution. That it was not that Tang San lacked intelligence. On the contrary, it was precisely his keen intellect that prevented him from inquiring further. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Hu Jio does, and so does Tang San. Yet he understands that there are boundaries in every relationship, which must not be crossed, regardless of how close one may be. Truth be told, when Tang San heard the question escape the master's lips, he felt that the master had overstepped. Meanwhile, Hu Jio listened attentively to Tang San's apology and replied coolly, Xiao San, the human heart is inscrutable. This incident serves as a lesson. I hold no grudge against you. However, the root of this matter lies with you. Your loose tongue, your perception of the master as your teacher, and your reluctance to lie in the face of his inquiries have led to his agitation, prompting him to ask questions that were beyond his purview. Thus, the responsibility lies with you. Rarely did Hu Jio shed his carefree youthful demeanor. His gaze now bore the depth of maturity, akin to a bottomless spring. The wisdom gained from his previous life allowed him to see through everything. He wished to live this life without excessive burdens, seeking only joy and happiness, hence adopting a youthful mindset that occasionally manifested in childlike behaviors. In terms of emotional maturity, Hu Jio surpassed Tang San, having spent his previous life within the confines of Tang's sect. Tang San had never ventured outside, and in that ancient world, he could not possibly compare to the vibrant experiences Hu Jio had encountered. Differences in perspective, information, and emotional maturity positioned Hu Jio on the shoulders of giants, allowing him to look down upon Tang San. Hu Jio's words, complemented by the transcendent aura he exuded, caused Tang San to break into a cold sweat. At that moment, he felt more pressure from Hu Jio than he did when facing his father. Such a version of Xiao Jio was truly formidable. Tang San felt a deep sense of reverence. Indeed, the responsibility lies with me, he murmured, bowing his head as a younger sibling would before an elder. Accepting the lesson, however, do not dwell too heavily on it. Making mistakes is not fearsome. What is truly daunting is the failure to recognize one's own errors. In this regard, Xiao San, you have my commendation. Hu Jio playfully patted Tang San's shoulder, eliciting laughter. Amid Hu Jio's mirth, Tang San felt the weight of his burdens lift, as if the preceding moments were but a fleeting illusion. Tang San managed to smile. Xiao Jio, rest assured, such incidents will not repeat in the future. The bond between them remained unscathed by the day's events, allowing Tang San to exhale deeply. Just moments ago, he had feared losing Hu Jio as a brother due to the earlier incident. From that day forth, outwardly, Hu Jio seemed to have forgotten his encounter with the master, continuing to frolic joyously with Xiao Wu. In truth, he had divided his focus, his senses ever attuned to the master's state. Should there be even the slightest sign of disturbance, he would not hesitate to act decisively. Fortunately, the master did not appear to possess the capacity for malevolence, lacking even the ruthlessness required, and for a long while, no unusual occurrences transpired, making Hu Jio feel as if he had waited in vain. Thus, for months elapsed. After this span, Hu Jio's soul power level finally reached 30. Achieving this milestone in less than 2 years of training was astonishing. Yet, it was understandable. Though his innate talent for cultivation was not particularly high, the enhancements were undeniable. The 8th level soul power meditation technique afforded him a 70% acceleration in cultivation speed, while the skill from his first soul ring provided a 100% boost. Coupled with the relentless 24-hour training, any sluggishness in soul power enhancement became a challenge to maintain a T-level 30. It was time to deliberate on his third soul ring. Hu Jio had long since contemplated the nature of his third soul ring. He sought the teleportation skill possessed by the lightning rabbit. He recalled that the original text mentioned this skill was inherent to the creature. Presently, his primary offensive techniques were the chaotic wind hammer technique and the soul power spiral sphere. The chaotic wind hammer technique, during its charging phase, was vulnerable to interruptions, presenting a fatal flaw in combat. Meanwhile, the Soul Power Spiral Sphere offered a monotonous attack pattern limited to linear strikes, making it susceptible to evasion by foes. With the acquisition of the teleportation skill, however, everything would change. The combination of chaotic wind and teleportation would render him elusive to enemies, allowing him to charge freely. The Soul Power Spiral Sphere, complemented by teleportation, would enable him to seamlessly approach adversaries and execute surprise attacks. Thus, the thought of hunting the rabbit became increasingly daunting. After considerable reflection, Hu Jio made his way to Xiao Wu's dormitory. After much deliberation, Hu Jio left Xiao Wu feeling somewhat impatient. "Hey, Xiao Jio, I never noticed you could be so indecisive. Just speak your mind," Xiao Wu remarked, nibbling on a carrot while casting a sidelong glance at him. Hu Jio hesitantly raised his gaze, speaking cautiously. "Xiao Wu, I have reached level 30. Really? This is excellent news. Why do you look so troubled?" Xiao Wu exclaimed in delight, although she had anticipated Hu Jio's imminent upgrade. Hearing the news still filled her with joy. "This means I can choose my third soul ring now that I have some thoughts regarding the next soul ring." Hu Jio observed Xiao Wu's expression before continuing. "I seek a soul ring skill that can compensate for the flaws of the chaotic wind hammer technique. However, this skill can only be acquired from the lightning rabbit. You desire the teleportation skill?" Xiao Wu's immediate recognition of the rabbit demonstrated her deep understanding of the creature. "Indeed, the teleportation skill aligns perfectly with your combat framework, yet the lightning rabbit is exceedingly rare and difficult to capture." Xiao Wu's tone remained composed, and even Hu Jio's keen observations detected no hint of discontent. Such a reaction left Hu Jio uncertain whether it was good or bad, since he could not discern her feelings. He decided to ask directly, "Are you not upset? I intend to hunt the lightning rabbit." "Hunt it? What is the issue?" Xiao Wu looked at him quizzically. "Aren't we merely discussing it? I'm just informing you that the lightning rabbit is hard to catch. Isn't your martial spirit a rabbit? Are you not angered by this?" Hu Jio was taken aback, recalling the original text where Xiao Wu was portrayed as kind-hearted. Why did she not oppose his intention to hunt the lightning rabbit? Confusion washed over him. "Are you foolish?" Xiao Wu regarded him with a peculiar expression. "My martial spirit is a rabbit. What does that have to do with your hunt for the lightning rabbit? It's not like they are my relatives. Why should I care?" Indeed, the original text was just that. Words on a page. The present Xiao Wu was simply Xiao Wu, and one could not hastily judge a person's character based on limited information. Chapter 44. Stardew Forest. "Very well. Since you don't mind, let us discuss our course of action." With his indecision resolved, Hu Jio readily engaged Xiao Wu in strategizing the hunt for the lightning rabbit. In just a few days, the academy would break for vacation, and Hu Jio intended to seize this opportunity to acquire his third soul ring. Following the unpleasant exchange with the master, Hu Jio began to consciously conceal his soul power level. As of now, the academy only recognized him as a great soul master, with no specific details regarding his level. Furthermore, he did not plan to inform the academy about this soul ring acquisition endeavor, nor did he wish for the master to be privy to it. After all, the academy offered little assistance in the matter of soul ring hunting. "Let us venture to the Stardew Forest," Xiao Wu suggested suddenly. Noting the look of confusion on Hu Jio's face, she lowered her gaze, concealing her expression. "That I have not yet mentioned this, but I am an orphan. That I grew up in the Stardew Forest. Raised by a gorilla and a cow python. The Stardew Forest is home. I am familiar with everything there, including the locations where you can find the lightning rabbit." Xiao Wu's revelation stirred a sense of compassion in Hu Jio's eyes. He gazed at her with deep affection. "Xiao Wu, no, sister, you are not an orphan. My mother is your mother, my father is your father, and I am your brother. So, Xiao Wu is an orphan." Hu Jio took a deep breath, silently committing this moment to memory. "Brother." Xiao Wu raised her head, her voice soft and delicate. The atmosphere grew increasingly intense. A few days later, the annual holiday arrived. Hu Jio, Xiao Wu, and Tang San departed from the academy together and returned to Shenghun village. Xiao Wu's arrival brought immense joy to Ima, who secretly gave Hu Jio a thumbs up. However, mere days later, Ima's mood soured. "What did you say? You want to leave for a while with Xiao Wu?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ima firmly rejected the idea. "No way. You are still young. You must stay at home and behave yourselves." That year, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu were just over 8 years old. And due to their status as soul masters, they matured rapidly, transforming into young adolescents. Yet, in Ima's eyes, they were still just children. Regardless of their appearance, they were merely 8 years old, and at this age, They should be attending school and training, not gallivanting about. Moreover, she was reluctant to let them go. Faced with her resolute stance, Hu Jio had no choice but to reveal the truth. Mom, it's not that we want to leave. But we must that I have hit a bottleneck in my training and need to hunt for soul rings to advance. The matter was urgent and unavoidable. After much persuasion, he finally managed to convince Ima and assured her to keep his soul power level a secret. Being only 8 years old with a soul power of level 30 was far too conspicuous, necessitating a low profile at all times. Once Ima was persuaded, the subsequent matters became straightforward, without bidding farewell to Tang San. Early the next morning, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu quietly departed from Shenghun village, heading towards the Star Doe forest. Xiao Wu declared that she would take charge of arranging the soul rings for this journey, leaving Hu Jio with nothing to do but follow her lead. Furthermore, she insisted that Tang San could not accompany them, asserting, having an extra person increases the danger. The Star Doe forest is unlike any other place. Even I, who have lived there since childhood, must proceed with caution. However, Hu Jio suspected that Xiao Wu was deceiving him, yearning for a private moment with him, a world for just the two of them. Unfortunately, he dared not voice this thought. As they hurried along, both Hu Jio and Xiao Wu utilized transformation skills to alter their appearances, rendering them rather unremarkable. As a result, they encountered no troublesome incidents. After 10 days of travel, they finally reached the outskirts of the Star Doe forest. Little Jio, be mindful of your surroundings. We will first enter the core area of the Star Doe forest, and then I will have Ming come to meet us. Upon entering the Star Doe forest, Xiao Wu seemed to return to her own home, her spirit lifting as if this place was indeed her sanctuary. Rest assured, with my perceptive abilities, no soul beasts, save for a select few adept at concealment, can escape my detection. With his enhanced senses at level 8, Hu Jio could detect the presence of soul beasts in advance, particularly in such a complex environment where he felt right at home. This was Hu Jio's first visit to the Star Doe forest, and compared to the soul-hunting forest he had previously explored, the distribution of soul beasts here was significantly denser, their power levels far exceeding those of the soul-hunting forest. In the Star Doe forest, 100-year soul beasts were commonplace, while 1,000-year soul beasts were not rare either. The saying 1,000-year beasts roam freely, 100-year ones are nothing was no exaggeration. As Hu Jio and Xiao Wu ventured deeper, more formidable soul beasts began to appear, and within just half a day's time, he sensed a few 10,000-year soul beasts within his range. The aura they exuded sent a chill down Hu Jio's spine. With his current strength, encountering a 10,000-year soul beast would mean certain death, leaving him no chance to escape. Xiao Wu, should we keep going? This place is so dangerous. Hu Jio anxiously glanced at the oblivious Xiao Wu. These soul beasts were not stationary. Many were moving about freely, especially the few 10,000-year beasts, whose every movement filled Hu Jio with trepidation, fearing that they too possessed the ability to sense their presence. Don't worry, little Jio. With me, your sister Xiao Wu, here, you can treat this place like home. There's nothing to fear. I will protect you. Observing Hu Jio's demeanor, Xiao Wu found it amusing, as such moments were rare. Stop teasing and hurry up and contact your good friend Ming. Hu Jio shot her an exasperated glance. The remarkable effects of the enhanced senses were indeed beneficial, but they also burdened Hu Jio. He was constantly aware of the life-threatening entities surrounding him, akin to a sheep wandering into a wolf's den, terrified of being devoured at any moment. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. I've already notified Ming. He should be on his way to us now. Just wait calmly. With him here, our safety will soon be assured. Xiao Wu comforted Hu Jio with a pat on his shoulder. Fine, then let's find a place to rest for a bit. After a long day of travel, Hu Jio felt fatigued. The primary reason for his weariness was the overwhelming psychological pressure. He needed a break. I'm hungry. I want to eat carrots. Xiao Wu patted her stomach, sounding pitiful. Eat less. Be careful not to gain weight. Hu Jio chuckled as he conjured a carrot and tossed it to Xiao Wu. This little rabbit was simply gluttonous. She was not truly hungry, merely indulging in her cravings. They found a secluded spot where Hu Jio and Xiao Wu rested while awaiting Ming's arrival. In their idle chatter, Xiao Wu began to introduce Hu Jio to Ming and Ming. However, Hu Jio knew that only 9/10 of Xiao Wu's introduction was true. The remaining 10th was fabricated to conceal her identity. Chapter 45. A tragic backstory from a young age. I was abandoned by my parents in the Star Doe forest, making the forest my home. I had no friends, no family. The only companions I had growing up were De Ming and Air Ming. They didn't know how to take care of me, and I was so pitiful. Xiao Wu stammered as she recounted her background, while Hu Jio listened intently, for he had to pay attention to avoid laughing out loud. This cunning little rabbit was adept at deceiving him. However, as he listened, genuine sympathy welled up within him. A young girl, alone in the desolate core of the Douluo forest, was indeed pitiable. Yet, one thing puzzled Hu Jio, prompting him to ask, "How did you come to attend Nodding Academy?" That story requires a bit of background," Xiao Wu replied as she took a bite of the carrot. "When I was nearly 6 years old, a severely injured person came to my home. I saved him, and after he recovered, he asked if I wanted to join him to see the outside world. And then you went with him. Not afraid of the dangers?" Hu Jio interjected. I wasn't scared." De Ming said that because he was injured, his powers were completely wasted. He was no stronger than an ordinary person. Eventually, I returned to his hometown with him. A small village not far from Nodding City. So what happened to that person now? I haven't seen him come to visit you." Hu Jio believed that with Xiao Wu's adorable nature and the fact that she had saved his life, that person would likely feel closer to her than to his own daughter. Xiao Wu burst into a series of mocking laughter. After a while, she ceased her laughter and, with an expressionless face, stated, "He died. That I killed him." Upon saying this, Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jio with an inscrutable expression, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety and tension. However, Hu Jio's reaction was completely unexpected for her. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Good riddance, Xiao Wu. Remember this. Some people are truly wicked, so never trust others easily in the future." Hu Jio believed that the person Xiao Wu spoke of had indeed existed, which also explained how she managed to enter Nodding Academy as a work-study student. "Don't you think I'm a bad girl for killing him?" Xiao Wu exclaimed in disbelief, but deep within her eyes, there was a flicker of relief. "Xiao Wu, this world is filled with all kinds of people. There are good and bad. Even someone as lovely as you couldn't help but kill him, so he deserved to die. I believe in you." Hu Jio was unfazed by Xiao Wu's reaction. Having seen too many facets of human nature in his previous life, his heart had long since become impervious to harm. As for Xiao Wu's act of killing, what reaction could he possibly have? This was the Douluo Continent, after all. Killing a few people was hardly noteworthy. "Aren't you going to ask about the reason?" Xiao Wu persisted, seemingly determined to clarify the matter with Hu Jio. Hu Jio, feeling helpless, spread his hands and replied, "What is there to ask? It's all unpleasant memories. What's in the past is past, Xiao Wu. Let's look forward and not dwell on those troublesome matters." "No way. I must get to the bottom of this because you are Xiao Jio. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't care how they saw it." Xiao Wu glared at Hu Jio with an air of indignation, her mouth flapping animatedly as she succinctly elucidated the matter. It turned out that the person who had taken Xiao Wu away initially had undergone a profound change in temperament due to the collapse of his cultivation. Upon returning to the small village, he had succumbed to a life of excessive drinking, neglecting Xiao Wu entirely. It was only the kind-hearted elderly neighbor who occasionally provided her with food, lest she perish from starvation. Eventually, when the drunkard ran out of money, he shamelessly contemplated selling Xiao Wu to sustain his drinking habit. However, Xiao Wu inadvertently discovered his vile intentions, and it goes without saying that upon witnessing the drunkard's unrepentant stance and his insistence on selling her, she succumbed to rage and took his life. "See, I knew you must have suffered. Fear not, for I shall stand by you, and no one shall dare to bully you," Hu Jio assured, thumping his chest. Xiao Wu nodded emphatically. After an extended exchange, the daylight had faded, especially in the depths of the forest. With the onset of night, nocturnal soul beasts began to emerge, enlivening the entire woodland. Hu Jio's ears. It seemed as though the forest was alive with the sounds of soul beasts hunting and battling, vividly showcasing the brutal reality of survival of the fittest. Just as Hu Jio was about to inquire about Air Ming's delayed arrival, he felt a subtle shift in his ears. He sensed an immense aura approaching them from 5 miles away. This presence was brimming with wildness and volatility, its feral energy washing over Hu Jio and causing him to shudder involuntarily. There was no need for speculation. This aura could only belong to Air Ming. Aside from a 100,000-year soul beast, nothing else could emanate such a formidable presence, especially at the core edge of the Douluo forest, clearly indicating it was coming for them. "Xiao Wu, it seems Air Ming has arrived," Hu Jio exclaimed joyfully. The Douluo forest was indeed perilous, and had it not been for the desire to see Air Ming, Hu Jio would never have ventured here. Is that true? "That's wonderful," Xiao Wu exclaimed, leaping with joy. With Ming around, she felt she could traverse the Star Dove forest with impunity. Ming's speed was astonishing. Within mere minutes, he appeared before Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu. Massive. Hu Jiao gasped in awe at the sight of Ming, who resembled a small mountain. This was merely Ming on all fours. If he stood upright, he would be even more towering. His entire form was pitch black, and in the dim light of dusk, had it not been for Hu Jiao's keen eyesight, he might have been overlooked entirely. Ming, why did you take so long to arrive? We've been waiting for you, Xiao Wu exclaimed, bouncing up to him in mild reproach. Ming exhaled, his lantern-sized eyes gazing innocently at Xiao Wu, signifying his ignorance of her complaints. Sigh. Never mind. Let me introduce you. This is Xiao Jiao, the friend I mentioned. You must not harm him, Xiao Wu stated firmly, pointing towards Hu Jiao. She was concerned that Ming might inadvertently injure Hu Jiao in his playful antics. So she felt compelled to issue a warning. The Titan giant ape rotated its eyes, its yellow gaze fixated on Hu Jiao, instantly intensifying Hu Jiao's pressure, causing beads of cold sweat to spring forth as he struggled to maintain his composure. Damn it, this rascal is definitely doing this on purpose, Hu Jiao thought bitterly, wishing he could slap Ming across the face to teach him some manners, were it not for the fact that he was outmatched. Transformation. With a thought, deep crimson light began to flicker around Hu Jiao in an instant. His muscles bulged, his clothes stretched tightly, and he transformed from a delicate youth into a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height. Chapter 46. Feeding the pressure finally lessened. Hu Jiao gazed expressionlessly at the Titan giant ape, muttering, "You better watch out. Once we settle this, you'll see what I'm capable of." Just then, Xiao Wu noticed something amiss and quickly stepped in front of Hu Jiao, shielding him from Ming's oppressive aura. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, Ming immediately retracted his intimidating presence, his expression turning blank, as if he were oblivious to the previous tension. "You wait, Ming. I'll definitely tell the Ming that you bullied me." Xiao Wu huffed, hands on her hips, glaring at Ming. Yet feeling unsatisfied, she approached him and playfully kicked him a few times. In response to Xiao Wu's playful punches and kicks, the Titan giant ape crouched slightly, allowing her to strike from a more comfortable angle. "Enough, Xiao Wu. Ming is just playing around." Hu Jiao finally stepped forward to mediate after Xiao Wu had her fun. "Right, Ming?" he added, extending a hand to pat the Titan giant ape, whose demeanor was now pitiable as he looked at Xiao Wu, signaling that he was merely engaging in playful antics with Hu Jiao. "What are we still doing here? Hurry up and take us home." Xiao Wu kicked at Ming's palm, expressing her impatience. "Roar." Ming bellowed in response, rising to his full height and swiftly scooping up Xiao Wu and Hu Jiao, placing them on his shoulders, one on each side. In that moment, Hu Jiao gained a new appreciation for Ming's strength. When Ming's massive hands grasped him, he had no time to react, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness that left him quite exasperated. Clearly, teaching Ming a lesson would require a monumental effort. However, that thought was quickly cast aside as Ming began to move. His colossal form traversed the forest with remarkable silence, and Hu Jiao felt the environment around him change at an astonishing pace. The only sound was the whistling wind, akin to traversing through a rift in space, distorting the air around them. It was hard to gauge how much time had passed, whether it felt instantaneous or as if ages had flown by, when Hu Jiao felt Ming finally come to a halt. At this moment, he realized they had arrived at the edge of a serene lake, its waters remarkably clear, with trees casting vivid reflections under the moonlight. Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu jumped down from Ming's back. "Xiao Wu, is this the place where you used to live? It's beautiful," Hu Jiao marveled. "Yes, I grew up here," Xiao Wu nodded, gazing at the lake, and then called out loudly, "Ming, come out. I'm back." Boom! As soon as Xiao Wu's voice faded, the entire lake erupted, and moments later, a massive 4-meter-long, bull-headed figure emerged from the water. The Tianqing Niu Mang had appeared. "Sister Xiao Wu, it's really you. I almost thought I was mistaken." The Tianqing Niu Mang spoke, its voice imbued with authority, reminiscent of a monarch addressing his subjects. "Hee, of course it's me. This time, I've brought friends to play with. Let me introduce you. This is Xiao Jiao, the one I mentioned before," Xiao Wu said warmly, drawing closer to Hu Jiao to present him to Ming. "Hello, Ming. I've heard tales of an emperor residing in the Star Dove forest, and seeing you today confirms your formidable presence," Hu Jiao remarked sincerely. In his perception, Ming's aura was profound, and his soul power seemed boundless. as if it extended infinitely. Xiao Jiao, I know you. I've heard Xiao Wu speak highly of you as her good friend. Welcome to the Stardow Forest as my guest. Deming nodded, his tone cordial as he greeted Hu Jiao. I apologize for the haste of my visit this time. I didn't bring any gifts. How about trying my carrots? Xiao Wu enjoys them, Hu Jiao said, feeling somewhat awkward for not bringing a proper gift on his first visit. Oh, I've heard that your carrots are quite special. I shall gladly try them today, Deming replied amiably, not looking down on Hu Jiao despite his lower cultivation level, treating him with equal respect throughout their interaction. This greatly enhanced Hu Jiao's fondness for Deming, especially in contrast to the unfriendly Titan giant ape. After crafting a batch of carrots, Hu Jiao distributed them among Deming, Ming, and of course, Xiao Wu. Hu Jiao was genuinely pleased with his martial soul. The ability to double the cultivation speed was beneficial not only to those of lower tiers, but to all levels of power. The higher the cultivation, the greater the benefits reaped, just like now. As Deming took a polite taste of the carrot, he immediately sensed its remarkable effects. For one at his level, enhancing strength was notoriously challenging, and Hu Jiao's offering of doubled cultivation speed was a palpable change that he felt instantaneously. Xiao Jiao, your carrots are excellent. I never imagined they would also benefit me. Truly impressive. After a brief moment, a voice filled with admiration emanated from Deming. This left Hu Jiao with a smile that never waned. After all, it was praise from the Emperor of the Stardow Forest. Should anyone witness this scene, it would surely fill him with pride for a long time. But on the other hand, the Titan giant ape, who initially wore a disdainful expression, was not one to be interested in a mere carrot like Xiao Wu. However, upon hearing Deming's commendation, he skeptically consumed the carrot. Suddenly, Hu Jiao found a large head looming before him, its gaze betraying an unmistakable yearning. Haha, Ming, look at you today. No matter how impressive you are, you still succumb to my feeding. The corners of Hu Jiao's mouth curled up in a smile as he prepared more carrots. Ming, be sparing with your consumption. My carrots have an effect that lasts for an hour. Eating too many won't be beneficial. You must wait until the effect wears off before indulging again. Observing Ming grasping a handful of carrots, ready to toss them into his mouth, Hu Jiao offered this caution. Roar, what is he saying? Hu Jiao inquired of Xiao Wu, awaiting her translation. He says your carrots are too small. He didn't even taste them. Xiao Wu giggled in response. Well, there's little I can do about that. After all, he is quite massive. Hu Jiao scratched his head, feeling somewhat speechless. By the way, Xiao Wu, didn't you mention you would help me find a spirit ring? When shall we set off? Having already encountered Deming and Ming, it was time to attend to serious matters. Today's encounter with Ming had left him feeling quite vexed. Although Ming meant no harm and was merely jesting, the fact remained that Hu Jiao's own strength was lacking, and he was eager to obtain a spirit ring to enhance his abilities. Chapter 47. Lightning Rabbit. Actually, there is a reason I brought you back to the Stardow Forest. Upon hearing Hu Jiao's inquiry, Xiao Wu began to explain. As I mentioned before, the lightning rabbit spirit beasts you seek are not only exceedingly rare but also possess the ability to teleport, making them nearly impossible to find or hunt in the outside world. Yes, I am aware of this. I had already prepared myself for a protracted battle. Hu Jiao nodded. However, I, Xiao Wu, am no ordinary individual. Here, I happen to know a group of lightning rabbits, and I am quite good friends with them. Among them is a lightning rabbit that has lived for nearly 2,000 years and is on the verge of death. This is your opportunity to a lightning rabbit on the brink of death. Hu Jiao's spirits lifted at these words, as if heaven itself was aiding him, knowing how difficult it was to hunt a lightning rabbit. He had already prepared a second plan for acquiring a spirit ring. Xiao Jiao, let me make this clear. I will not allow you to hunt the lightning rabbits. They are my friends. And I won't have you resorting to violence. Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jiao with a frown, exasperated at his apparent lack of compassion, especially after she had informed him they were her friends. Are you suggesting I wait until it is about to die before delivering the final blow? How long would that take? Hu Jiao protested, uncertain of how long he would have to wait for that to occur. What if it clung to life for ages? Fool, I didn't mean for you to wait until it dies. I meant for you to find a way for it to offer itself as a sacrifice. Do you understand sacrifice? It means you can perfectly absorb the spirit ring without any side effects, and you will certainly receive a spirit bone as well. Hey, that's a brilliant idea. Hu Jiao's eyes gleamed. But soon he furrowed his brow. But I have no connection with the lightning rabbit. Why would it sacrifice itself for me? That depends on your abilities. I can only assist you up to this point, Xiao Wu stated, indicating that the opportunity had been presented, but how to convince the lightning rabbit to offer itself was beyond her purview. However, the mischievous spark in Xiao Wu's eyes suggested that this task might not be as daunting as it seemed. Could it be? Xiao Wu, are you suggesting I should feed them? Hu Jiao's eyes lit up as he suddenly recalled his advantage. Exactly. Rabbits have an inherent fondness for carrots if you can establish a good rapport with them. Who knows, it might actually work. Moreover, he was aware that offering oneself as a sacrifice would not be without its benefits for the spirit beast at the very least, due to the voluntary fusion with the host. The spirit beast's soul would not be subjected to hostility from the host, allowing it to retain its essence, perhaps even offering a chance for resurrection in the future. Of course, resurrection would only be possible after he ascended to godhood. These were all matters for another time. For now, he merely needed to feed the group of lightning rabbits. What do you mean by feeding? That sounds rather harsh, Xiao Wu protested, feeling as though Hu Jiao was implying something about her. Well, that's about the gist of it. Perhaps you are unaware, but spirit beasts also cultivate, albeit their cultivation is instinctual and rather crude. Your carrots will be beneficial to them, and coupled with their delectable taste, they have no reason not to like you. However, it will take some time for them to come to regard you as family, Xiao Wu explained, playfully nibbling on her fingers, resembling a devoted wife contemplating his well-being. Well, if it takes some time to acquire the desired spirit ring, I can be patient. Hu Jiao understood and did not mind. That night, Hu Jiao fell asleep with a heart full of joy. The following morning, after feeding Erming, he cheerfully approached him. Erming, I have a remarkably powerful hammer technique. I've yet to encounter anyone capable of withstanding a single strike from me. Would you like to give it a try? Roar. Erming, unable to tolerate this provocation, immediately stood upright, his palms slapping his chest with a resounding thud. Without needing Xiao Wu to translate, Hu Jiao understood his intent. Who do you think you are looking down upon? There's no attack in this world that I, Erming, cannot endure. Very well. Then prepare yourself. Hu Jiao's face lit up with excitement as he gripped the meteor hammer tightly. A gentleman does not delay in seeking revenge. After being toyed with by this great ape yesterday, he was determined to repay the favor today. Activating the transformation skill, Hu Jiao instantly transformed into a towering figure, his muscles bulging, almost bursting through his clothing. Embodying the image of a brute, channeling his soul power throughout his body, he braced himself to avoid being overwhelmed by his own ferocity. Currently, Hu Jiao's chaotic hammer technique had reached level 9, and the final strike of the 99 hammers had amassed a staggering 8,000 pounds of power. However, he dared not unleash this final blow. His body simply could not withstand it, and he feared that he would burst apart before the attack even landed. Come! The meteor hammer swung, its head rotating around his body in a dizzying whirl. The force was building. With every revolution, his momentum intensified. After just over 30 strikes, his aura surpassed that of a soul master and continued to rise. When Hu Jiao swung the hammer for the 49th time, he finally reached the limit his body could endure. That if he continued to accumulate power, he would not be able to hold on any longer. Erming, here it comes, Hu Jiao bellowed, his body propelled forward by the meteor hammer like a bolt of lightning. Roar! With this strike, Hu Jiao had nearly reached the pinnacle of soul sect strength. While such an attack would not harm Erming, it would certainly cause him discomfort. Indeed, Hu Jiao's weapon was insidiously designed, covered in countless sharp spikes. These spikes pierced Erming's skin. He felt a prickling pain that altered his roar. Roar! Erming huffed, glaring at Hu Jiao with resentment. This strike had truly pained him. Erming, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Hu Jiao asked anxiously, though he couldn't help but appear somewhat gleeful. At last, he had avenged himself. Thud, thud, thud. Erming pounded his chest, indicating he was unscathed. How could he be injured? It was merely a bit painful. As a male, he would never show weakness before friends. Xiao Jiao. Don't bully Erming. Be careful he doesn't retaliate. At that moment, a newly awakened Xiao Wu cheerfully warned Dada. It's fine. I'm just playing around with Erming. Hu Jiao chuckled in response. Finally, he had struck Erming. While his attack might not have amounted to much in the grand scheme of things, it was enough to inflict some pain, and that was sufficient to satisfy his need for retribution. Meanwhile, the simple-minded Erming remained blissfully unaware of Hu Jiao's underlying motives and was currently engaged in playful gestures with Xiao Wu, as if to say they were truly just having fun. Chapter 48. Pink. After a simple breakfast, Xiao Wu led Hu Jiao to meet the lightning rabbits. Soon, you will encounter 3 lightning rabbits. They are a family. The mother is named Pink, along with her 2 children, Little Gray and Little White. Alas, Xiao Wu, couldn't you have given them more pleasant names? Deming, Erming, Pink, Little Gray, and Little White? Oh my. Hu Jiao chuckled at Xiao Wu's naming skills. What sort of names were these? Humph. I actually find it quite pleasing to the EAR.is. There a problem with that? Xiao Wu glared at Hu Jiao, her frustration palpable, wishing she could give him a light whack on the head. These names had taken her quite some time to come up with, and yet Hu Jiao had the audacity to mock her. How infuriating. Well, as long as they are names you have chosen. They are all delightful. Hu Jiao chuckled, attempting to placate the almost irate Xiao Wu. Humph, that is more like it. Considering the carrot Hu Jiao had offered, Xiao Wu begrudgingly forgave his rudeness. The lightning rabbit family was not far away. Although they resided in the heart of the Stardew Forest, where only the most powerful soul beasts could thrive, the lightning rabbits were unique. They possessed the ability to teleport, despite their low status within the core circle. They had still made a home here. It is noteworthy that the closer one gets to the center of the Stardew Forest, the greater the benefits for soul beasts, resulting in a remarkable enhancement in cultivation efficiency. According to Xiao Wu's introduction, Hu Jiao learned that soul beasts also had to consider their innate talents. Those with superior cultivation aptitudes could advance their skills more rapidly, and such enhancements could even extend their lifespans, allowing them to live longer. However, the lightning rabbits they were about to meet did not possess exceptional cultivation talent, which explained the aging condition of their mother, the pink rabbit. After approximately half an hour's walk, Xiao Wu led Hu Jiao to a peculiar valley. The valley had an unusual gorge shape, with an opening just tall enough for a person to pass through. Upon entering, their vision widened. The valley was devoid of trees, consisting only of a lush green meadow on the grassy expanse. A gray rabbit and a white rabbit frolicked, occasionally nibbling on fresh, tender grass. As soon as Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu arrived, the 2 rabbits became alert, particularly the gray one, which radiated a fierce glint, as if ready to pounce. Xiao Hui, I've come to see you, Xiao Wu exclaimed playfully, standing her ground and calling out to the gray rabbit, Squeak, upon hearing Xiao Wu's voice. The 2 rabbits exchanged glances of surprise before vanishing, only to reappear beside Xiao Wu moments later. The 2 rabbits were about half a meter long, slightly larger than typical rabbits, yet this did nothing to diminish their cuteness. Seeing the 2 rabbits rolling around joyfully by Xiao Wu's side softened Hu Jiao's gaze. Indeed, rabbits are undeniably adorable. Hee hee. In the presence of the enthusiastic rabbits, Xiao Wu's laughter echoed throughout the small valley. After playing for a while, she remembered to introduce Hu Jiao to them. Xiao Hui, Xiao Bai, let me introduce you. This is my partner, who has come specifically to see you today, and he has brought you gifts as well. With that, Xiao Wu cast a knowing glance at Hu Jiao, signaling that it was his turn to perform. Hu Jiao understood immediately. Feeding was his forte. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling array of carrots materialized before the 2 lightning rabbits. Hello there, this is my martial spirit, the carrot. It's quite delicious, so do give it a try. Hu Jiao gestured invitingly, speaking in a friendly tone. The 2 rabbits glanced at Xiao Wu, and upon seeing her nod, cautiously approached Hu Jiao, sniffing the carrots. In the next instant, as if they had discovered a divine delicacy, they began devouring the carrots voraciously. Haha, take your time. I have plenty more. Hu Jiao laughed, thrilled at the sight of the 2 rabbits indulging themselves. He was determined to ensure they ate their fill, putting forth considerable effort to produce more carrots, nearly exhausting his soul power in the process. Just as Hu Jiao delightedly fed the 2 lightning rabbits, a colossal pink rabbit appeared at the end of the valley. This rabbit was nearly 2 meters long, its fur fluffy and soft, making it irresistibly charming. Xiao Jiao, look, that is Pink. Xiao Wu nudged Hu Jiao, who was still focused on crafting carrots. Hu Jiao looked up just in time to meet Pink's gaze, and in her eyes, he discerned warmth and kindness. In that moment, he felt as if Pink were a gentle, understanding older sister, filling him with a sense of familiarity. Hello, Pink. I am Xiao Jiao, a friend of Xiao Wu. Would you like to try some of my carrots? They are quite delicious, Hu Jiao said with a gentle smile, raising the carrot in his hand. In a fleeting moment, Pink had already arrived before Hu Jiao. With graceful poise, she delicately took the carrot from Hu Jiao, savoring it in small bites. After a couple of nibbles, her eyes sparkled, and she nodded at Hu Jiao, as if praising the flavor of his carrots. After enjoying the carrot, a soft voice resonated in Hu Jiao's mind. Xiao Jiao, your carrots taste wonderful. I truly enjoy them. Ah, Pink. Hu Jio was taken aback, surprised that Pink could communicate with him. Surprised. Are you? Pink has a unique spiritual power that allows her to converse with humans, Xiao Wu explained beside him. You are quite fortunate. It seems Pink has taken a liking to you. Typically, she does not speak. Sister Xiao Wu, why are you saying all this? I'm feeling quite embarrassed. Pink's shy voice chimed in up. By the way, Sister Xiao Wu. Since you brought Xiao Jio here today, I imagine there is something you wish to discuss? After her moment of shyness, Pink gazed curiously at Xiao Wu and Hu Jio, as if pondering the nature of their relationship. Xiao Wu was taken aback by Pink's astuteness, feeling a rush of fluster. Well, it's just that you want Xiao Jio to obtain my soul ring, right? Pink's voice remained gentle, yet it revealed an unusual wisdom. Xiao Wu lowered her head in shame, momentarily at a loss for words. The truth was, she had harbored selfish desires for Hu Jio's soul ring. Hu Jio sought a soul ring with teleportation abilities, and she had been determined to help him find the best one. Sister Pink, please don't blame Xiao Wu. This is entirely my fault. If I hadn't desired the teleportation skill, she wouldn't have thought to approach you. Hu Jio interjected, unwilling to see Xiao Wu so distraught. And Pink, please tell me what I must do to earn your approval that I will make it happen, he added resolutely. In this world, nothing worthwhile comes without effort. Hu Jio had anticipated that gaining something from Pink would require a sacrifice, and he was relieved to discover that communication was possible, allowing him to understand her requirements clearly. Indeed, Xiao Wu has chosen a commendable friend, one with a sense of responsibility, Pink remarked appreciatively, casting a glance at Hu Jio before slowly presenting her request. My request is quite simple. It concerns Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai. They are still young, and I fear that once I am gone, no one will look after them. This is not a problem. I will have De Ming and Er Ming help care for them, Xiao Wu promptly replied, not allowing Hu Jio to respond. Thank you, Sister Xiao Wu. With those two looking after my children, I feel at ease. Pink's voice brimmed with gratitude. Initially, she had hoped to have Hu Jio dedicate some time to care for them. But Xiao Wu's assurance was even better. After all, those were the emperor and king of the Star Doe Forest. With their guardianship, what did she have to worry about? Pink, do you have any other requests? Please share them all. After agreeing to Pink's first condition, Xiao Wu eagerly pressed on for Hu Jio. This caused Hu Jio, who had just opened his mouth to respond, to shut it helplessly. My second request concerns Xiao Jio's martial spirit. I have tasted his carrots, and they greatly aid in cultivation. If my children could consume them regularly, I believe they would not end up like me, depleting their lifespan. Upon finishing her words, Fenhong gazed at Hu Jio with an expression of eager anticipation. This request of hers was rather spontaneous. She believed that Hu Jio's martial soul would greatly benefit their soul beasts. Thus she added an additional request on a whim. After all, since Xiao Wu had brought this person here, she had little room to refuse. Xiao Wu was the supreme ruler of the rabbit clan and had previously saved her life, so being able to assist Xiao Wu before her own demise filled her with joy. Well, this matter is not difficult for me, but I am human and cannot remain in the Star Doe Forest indefinitely, so I may not be able to fulfill your request, Hu Jio stated. Not wishing to deceive her, agreeing to something impossible was futile. You may have misunderstood, Xiao Jio. I am not asking you to stay here permanently. I merely wish for you to visit more often when you have the time and leave some carrots for them. Fenhong quickly clarified upon noticing Hu Jio's misunderstanding. Haha, that's perfectly fine. I can certainly come 3 to 5 times a year. Fenhong Jia, does that work for you? Hu Jio sighed in relief. As long as he was not bound to remain there indefinitely. Wonderful. Thank you, Xiao Jio. Fenhong's heart brimmed with joy at Hu Jio's assurance. She believed that with his help, her children would grow swiftly. With the conditions settled, the remaining matters were straightforward, due to Fenhong's reluctance to part with Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai. The 2 rabbits and 1 beast agreed that the sacrificial ceremony would take place in 5 days. During the intervening days, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu remained in the small valley, watching Fenhong spend her final moments with her children. Meanwhile, Hu Jio also took the opportunity to bond with Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai, as he would soon become their caretaker, necessitating a harmonious relationship. 5 days later, in the nameless small valley, Hu Jio, Xiao Wu, and Fenhong, along with Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai, could barely be counted as 2 humans and 3 beasts. Fenhong stood gracefully opposite Hu Jio, while around them, Xiao Wu and the 2 rabbits were teary-eyed, their gazes filled with reluctance. This scene tugged at Hu Jio's heartstrings. Despite considering himself a person of iron and stone, he found himself experiencing sadness. Although their time together had been brief, Fen Hong had treated him like a close elder sister, welcoming him warmly rather than regarding him coldly for his desire to obtain her soul ring. Hu Jiu understood that this kindness was largely due to Xiao Wu. Without her, the family of lightning rabbits would likely have attacked him upon their first encounter. Let us begin, Xiao Jiu. You need only focus on absorbing the soul power. I will handle the rest. Even as the sacrificial moment approached, Fen Hong's voice remained gentle, as if this were merely a simple meal rather than a sacrifice. Rest assured, Fen Hong Jia, I will take good care of Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai. Hu Jiu solemnly promised Fen Hong at that moment. All he could do was ensure that Fen Hong could leave in peace. After all, even without his presence today, it would not be long before Fen Hong would meet her natural end. Fen Hong turned back one last time to gaze at her two children, nodded at Xiao Wu, and then peacefully closed her eyes to eye in. The next instant, a radiant light enveloped Fen Hong, the pink hue illuminating the entire valley. Within this brilliance, Hu Jiu felt a warm surge of soul power suddenly infuse his body, effortlessly merging with his own soul-powered that moment. Hu Jiu's soul power level began to ascend rapidly, soon breaking through to level 30, then swiftly advancing to 31, and shortly thereafter to 32. It was only when he surpassed halfway through level 32 that the soul power completely dissipated. Upon absorbing the soul power, Hu Jiu's soul rings naturally manifested. He originally possessed 2 purple soul rings, and now a third was coalescing at an astonishing speed. In a short while, the third soul ring took shape, marking Hu Jiu's official status as a 32-level food system soul master. However, the transformation was not yet complete. It is known that with any sacrifice, the appearance of a soul bone is inevitable. As Fen Hong sacrificed herself for Hu Jiu, a soul bone would naturally manifest. Just after completing the absorption of the soul power, Hu Jiu suddenly felt an excruciating pain in his head, as though something was being forcibly shoved inside. The next instant, his mental strength began to surge dramatically, and in mere moments, his perception range expanded tenfold. Outside, fragmented images flickered by, showcasing scenes from beyond the valley. Chapter 50. Martial Soul Fusion Technique. This is a head soul bone. A faint realization dawned in Hu Jiu's mind, enlightening him about the nature of the soul bone Fen Hong had bestowed upon him. Simultaneously, he discovered a skill named mental shock emerging in his consciousness. At that moment, it became clear to him why Fen Hong could communicate through mental abilities. Her mental prowess was indeed her greatest asset. With the enhancement of a 2,000-year-old soul bone, Hu Jiu's mental strength surged, solidifying within his sea of consciousness, allowing him to feel the immense power contained therein. Following the absorption of the soul bone, Hu Jiu's interface also underwent changes. The third soul ring's interface slot was now unlocked. Meanwhile, as Hu Jiu awaited the activation of the third soul ring slot, Xiao Wu suddenly experienced an unusual sensation emanating from Hu Jiu, who was seated cross-legged. What is happening to me? Why do I feel such a strange connection to Xiao Jiu? Xiao Wu pondered. Her gaze fixated on Hu Jiu. It seems the source of this sensation is tied to Xiao Jiu's martial soul. She concluded after a moment of careful contemplation. Xiao Wu, release your martial soul. Hu Jiu suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, as he instructed her. All right. After a brief moment of surprise, Xiao Wu obediently unleashed her martial soul. In her martial soul state, 2 adorable white ears sprouted atop Xiao Wu's head, her irises transforming into a soft red hue, while unseen from view, a fluffy white tail appeared beneath her short skirt. Simultaneously, Hu Jiu released his carrot martial soul as well, having acquired his third soul ring. His carrot had become more vibrant, glistening like a jade stone, with a gentle red light enveloping it, making it appear even more precious, while a subtle fragrance emanated from the martial soul, causing Xiao Wu to involuntarily swallow. Go! Hu Jiu hurled the carrot from his right hand toward Xiao Wu. Just as she reached out to catch it, it vanished like a phantom, transforming into a radiant red light that enveloped her. Once the red light enveloped her, an astonishing transformation occurred. Xiao Wu's braided hair unfurled as if caught in a breeze, her pink attire suddenly morphing into a gown of ethereal white, with soft moonlight illuminating her, making Hu Jiu feel as though he beheld a celestial being. The youthful appearance of Xiao Wu matured into one of grace and warmth, her gentle smile reminiscent of a refreshing breeze. In a mere glance from her left, Hu Jiu entranced and momentarily spellbound. Why Xiao Wu has transformed into a fairy, Hu Jiu murmured involuntarily, causing Xiao Wu's cheeks to flush. Who belongs to you? Not at all. Cough Xiao Wu. Is this our martial soul fusion technique? What state are you in now? Hu Jio found it difficult to withstand the allure of the matured Xiao Wu, so he shifted the conversation to redirect his focus. So this is the martial soul fusion technique. How delightful. I know the name. It is called Cold Moon Fairy. Xiao Jiao, have I truly become a fairy? With Xiao Wu's words, her true nature emerged, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Her cool demeanor dissipating, leaving only mischief and charm. Yet, this contrast rendered Xiao Wu, now the Cold Moon Fairy, even more captivating. Cold Moon Fairy, does that not equate to Chang'e? Yet, it seemed that this world bore no concept of Chang'e. A fleeting thought crossed Hu Jio's mind. What about your abilities? Xiao Wu, don't just admire yourself. Quickly sense any changes in your strength, Hu Jio urged, snapping back to focus. I am quite formidable now. Xiao Wu beamed with pride as she looked skyward. Her body gradually lifting off the ground, her ribbons fluttering as if she were truly ascending to the moon. Xiao Jiao, look, Xiao Wu proudly raised her hand, and a beam of moonlight suddenly coalesced before her. With a wave, the moonlight flickered briefly before vanishing from her grasp. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed against the stone walls of the valley, sending debris flying and enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of dust. Hu Jio gaped in astonishment. This casual display of power surely surpassed that of a soul master at level 40, nearly rivaling that of a level 50 soul king. What a formidable attack! Hu Jio praised. Oh right. There is one last ability. Upon uttering this, for reasons unknown, a faint blush crossed Xiao Wu's face. Hu Jio, intrigued, inquired, what ability? Just then, Xiao Wu suddenly became flustered and struggled to articulate her words. After a long pause, she stamped her foot and declared, you'll see for yourself. As soon as she spoke, Hu Jio felt as though his body was uncontrollably propelled towards Xiao Wu. Upon reaching her side, he felt his form dissolve, merging with Xiao Wu like a fleeting shadow. Could this be the true essence of martial soul fusion? In that fleeting moment, this thought flashed through Hu Jio's mind. Once the martial soul fusion was fully manifested, Xiao Wu's body began to expand dramatically, transforming in the blink of an eye into a towering 5-meter-tall goddess of the cold moon. Simultaneously, Hu Jio, now fused with Xiao Wu, discovered that their thoughts were inexplicably intertwined. They could instantly understand each other's ideas without the need for time. So, Xiao Wu truly harbors feelings for me. Ugh, how shameless. Just as this thought crossed Hu Jio's mind, a wave of embarrassment and indignation from Xiao Wu instantly reached him. Xiao Wu, let us see your attack now, Hu Jio stated earnestly, the playful banter at an end in the state of martial soul fusion. Hu Jio realized he could not control the goddess of the cold moon. Only Xiao Wu had the reins. This was a stark contrast, as he was merely a tool providing strength for Xiao Wu. No, do you wish to destroy this valley? Came Xiao Wu's voice of refusal in his mind. Hu Jio quickly comprehended that even without his involvement, Xiao Wu was formidable, now, transformed into the complete goddess of the cold moon. Her attack power must be terrifying. They cautiously tested the strength of their fused form, and after a few minutes, their soul power was depleted, resulting in the automatic dissolution of the fusion state. However, in those few moments, Hu Jio estimated their combined strength. At their current levels, they were nearly at the peak of the Soul King realm, far beyond the capability of an ordinary Soul King. This was their trump card. Xiao Wu, from now on, this skill will be our hidden ace. Remember not to reveal it carelessly. Hu Jio advised, this was not a world of peace. In this realm, one could never be too prepared with hidden cards. Chapter 51. Hu Jio's strength due to the lack of remnants after the pink sacrifice. Hu Jio and Xiao Wu had no choice but to create a grave for her, laying some of her previously shed hair within. They then returned to the heart of the Star Dough forest with Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai. Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai were a pair of siblings, recently ascended to a millennium of cultivation. They were exceedingly fond of Xiao Wu and, by extension, were amiable towards Hu Jio, the human capable of producing delectable carrots. Furthermore, following the pink sacrifice, Hu Jio carried the essence of their mother, fostering a bond with them. During the journey, Hu Jio reflected on his own strength. Name. Hu Jio rank. Level 32 Soul Master. First Soul Ring. 2,195 years. Soul Ring Skill. Absorption. Doubles cultivation speed. Second Soul Ring. 1,695 years. Soul Ring Skill. Transformation. Can assume the appearance of any individual, including attire and martial soul, but cannot replicate soul skills. Temporarily enhances physical strength by altering muscles and nerves. Third soul ring. 2,200 years. Soul ring skill. Teleportation. Can appear anywhere within a 100-meter radius at will. Self-created soul skills. Soul skill meditation. Level 8. Increases cultivation effectiveness by 70%. Enhanced senses technique. Level 8. Significantly amplifies vision, hearing, touch, smell, and taste. Chaotic cloak hammer method. Level 9. 81 strikes combined into one, with the final strike amplifying force by 8,000 pounds. Soul skill manipulation. Level 8. Soul power manifests as threads, possessing hardness comparable to steel, with precise control. Spiral sphere. Level 7. A basketball-sized sphere of soul power that spins rapidly once formed, with attack power increasing with level, currently comparable to that of a strong attack soul master of the same rank. External soul bone. Tongue. Can extend at the speed of light to bind prey. Extremely resilient, generally impervious to attacks, with a maximum range of 10 meters. Head soul bone. Greatly enhances the host's mental strength, accompanied by the soul skill mental shock. These represent Hu Jio's current capabilities, based on his existing strength. Although he is a food-type soul master, the acquisition of the third soul ring skill has rendered him not inferior in combat to soul masters of the same rank. Lastly, there was the martial soul fusion technique he shared with Xiao Wu that he recalled that upon their first meeting, he sensed a faint connection with her martial soul, but due to his insufficient level, he later dismissed it. Now, with the third soul ring, his martial soul underwent a significant evolution, finally meeting the requirements for martial soul fusion. The fully integrated goddess of the cold moon possesses strength equivalent to that of a soul king exceeding level 50, a formidable ace in their arsenal. Presently, he is at level 32, while Xiao Wu is at 24. He believed that as their strengths increased in the future, this martial soul fusion technique would become even more formidable. Meanwhile, the group arrived at the heart of the Stardow Forest. Daming, Erming, Xiao Wu cheerfully called out, "Sister Xiao Wu, are you leaving?" Daming, whose strength was unquestionable, had sensed Hu Jio's fluctuation in soul power levels long ago. "Yes, we are about to depart. Before we go, I need your assistance with something." Xiao Wu replied. "What is it, Sister Xiao Wu?" Daming and Erming simultaneously turned their gaze towards her. Whatever Xiao Wu needed was their concern, and they would not hesitate to assist her. Its these two little ones. Xiao Wu pointed at Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai, continuing, "Their mother has passed, and they have no one to care for them. I would like you to look after them, and no problem. Leave these two little rabbits to Erming and me. We will take good care of them." Daming nodded affirmatively. "Thank you so much," Xiao Wu said as she brought the two rabbits to Erming, patting his arm gently. Erming thumped his chest twice, assuring her of their protection. Next, Hu Jio began to diligently produce carrots, not only for the rabbits, but also for Daming and Erming. This endeavor lasted 2 days. Whenever he was depleted of soul power, he would fully recover before continuing. A workload that left him thoroughly exhausted. Nevertheless, the outcome was bountiful. In just 2 days, he managed to cultivate over 5,000 rapid recovery carrots, sufficient to sustain their training for more than 2 months. On the third day, accompanied by Erming, they departed from the core region of the Stardow Forest. After bidding farewell to Erming, they hurried towards Nodding City. Calculating the time, they realized that the start of the school term was just around the corner, and they would likely arrive just in time. Upon leaving the Stardow Forest, Hu Jio maintained strict control over his soul power, minimizing the fluctuations of his 2 soul rings to a barely perceptible level. Altering their colors to form the optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. 3 purple soul rings would be too conspicuous. To avoid drawing attention, he suppressed his own soul power fluctuations to that of a mere level 20. Furthermore, to ensure additional secrecy, he employed his transformation skill for double insurance. With his current concealment methods, no soul master below the rank of Soul Douluo could discern his true prowess. 7 days later, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu, weary yet content, stood before the gates of Nodding Academy. Eager to return, they had not allowed themselves any delays along the way. "Haha, I can only imagine how Tang San will complain when he sees us again." Hu Jio chuckled at the thought of Tang San's disgruntled expression. "Humph, you only think of your little Tang San. The Stardow Forest is such a perilous place. It's for his own protection that I wouldn't let him go." Xiao Wu huffed, her nose lifted in displeasure. All right. You're right, Hu Jio sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. This little rabbit, Xiao Wu, was even jealous of Tang San. It was truly remarkable. Upon returning to the academy, Hu Jio felt a wave of relief wash over him. Here, he was finally free from the overwhelming powerful auras that had encircled him. When one's strength was lacking, staying in the Star Doe forest was a torment. He never wished to experience that oppressive feeling again. Xiao Jio, you're finally back. I was beginning to think you wouldn't make it in time for enrollment, as Hu Jio and Xiao Wu stood before the academy's grand entrance. Reveling in the beauty of the landscape, a voice filled with surprise emerged from nearby, none other than Tang San. Throughout Hu Jio's inexplicable absence of nearly a month, Tang San was the sole individual who surmised their intentions. As a close companion, Hu Jio had never harbored any intention of concealing his abilities from them. Thus, upon deducing that Hu Jio might have ventured to procure his third spirit ring, Tang San felt a genuine concern. Now, seeing Hu Jio return safely, he was relieved yet slightly vexed. What the heck? Am I not a level 25 control-type soul master? I offer assistance as a mere support-type soul master, yet I am met with disdain. How could you not include me in your adventures? Where is the camaraderie we promised? Chapter 52. Early graduation. Haha, come on, let's head inside and talk. I must tell you, I have discovered a truly formidable spirit ring skill that will undoubtedly astonish you. Hu Jio exclaimed, stepping forward and jovially draping his arm over Tang San's shoulder, urging him to enter the academy together. Well then, I shall eagerly await that revelation, Tang San replied, his tone tinged with a hint of reluctance regarding Hu Jio's decision to exclude him from their outing. In response, Hu Jio feigned ignorance. After all, this was an excursion that Xiao Wu had insisted on, a world for just the two of them, one not to be squandered. I'll find a moment to showcase my soul skill to you. And you'll see, Hu Jio confidently asserted. After completing their enrollment procedures at the academy, they officially became third-year students. That night, lying alone on his dormitory bed, a spark of inspiration struck him, nearly prompting him to leap with excitement. He realized that if his panel could enhance skills, might not the mental impact inherent to soul bones also be improved? If soul bone skills could indeed be augmented via the panel, could it imply an increase in the soul bone's longevity as well? With this thought, he could hardly contain his eagerness to experiment. With a mere thought, the panel materialized before his eyes, the top. 3 golden slots brimmed with Hu Jio's 3 soul rings, elevating their longevity. Below were 7 ordinary slots, 5 of which were already occupied, leaving 2 vacant. Focusing his mind, the method of utilizing the mental impact skill from the soul bone whirled in his thoughts. In the next moment, the 6th slot began to fill, the words mental impact materializing within it. The progress, initially at level 1, began to increment slowly, soon advancing a notch. Indeed, the skills accompanying soul bones could also be automated. However, he remained uncertain whether the longevity of the soul bone would increase in tandem. Regarding the brain-type soul bone he had acquired, Hu Jio felt neither particularly satisfied nor disdainful. After all, it was a precious gift from Pink, who had sacrificed her life for it. Its commemorative significance outweighed its practical utility. Moreover, the soul bone could only be regarded as an ancillary gain from his 3rd soul ring. Being granted an additional skill was already a source of great contentment. Haha, Xiao San, be cautious. Don't let me knock your teeth out. One day, seizing the opportunity while Tang San was away at the blacksmith shop, Hu Jio challenged him to a friendly match. The audience, naturally, was Xiao Wu. Xiao Jio, don't hold back. Make sure to turn that arrogant Tang San into a pig's head, Xiao Wu cheered, waving her tiny fists and bouncing with enthusiasm. That it seems you truly have acquired a powerful soul skill this time. A flicker of caution crossed Tang San's eyes. He knew Hu Jio's temperament all too well. If he did not possess absolute confidence, he would never boast so boldly. Nevertheless, Tang San had never been one to shy away from a challenge. Regardless of Hu Jio's prowess, the victor would only be determined through their confrontation. Now a soul master, Hu Jio stood at a higher realm than Tang San, who was merely a great soul master. As the duel commenced, Tang San struck first with his signature soul skill, Entanglement. Wow, Xiao San, you dare to strike first at a food-type soul master. Such a breach of martial ethics, Hu Jio exclaimed, leaping aside while simultaneously brandishing his spiked hammer. Initiating his chaotic hammering technique, given the multitude of spikes on his meteor hammer, Tang San knew better than to engage him directly. Humph, Xiao Jio, you underestimate me too much. Do you truly believe you can evade my entanglement? With that, Tang San expended a significant amount of soul power to saturate the entire arena with blue silver grass vines to disrupt Hu Jio's chaotic hammering. observing the swiftly sprouting blue-silver grass from the ground. Hu Jio chuckled lightly, activating his teleportation skill and instantly reappearing 100 meters away. This left Tang San momentarily stunned. From a distance, witnessing Tang San's bewildered expression, Hu Jio leisurely began to draw circles, once again unleashing his chaotic hammering technique. Is that teleportation? Tang San exclaimed, astonished. He had invested considerable soul power to restrict Hu Jio's chaotic hammering, yet the outcome was that Hu Jio had simply teleported. The moment the teleportation skill manifested, Tang San realized he had already lost this match. However, surrendering without a fight was not his style. Unyielding, Tang San activated his Ghost Shadow Phantom, his body surging toward Hu Jio like a specter. Yet, Hu Jio was not so easily caught. With his soul power enhancing his agility, he altered his muscle structure, resulting in a speed that even surpassed Tang San's lightness skill. Xiao Jio, don't run. Tang San shouted in frustration from behind. Haha. If you want me to stay, then I'll wait until I gather power for 2 more rounds, and we'll settle this with one decisive strike. Hu Jio laughed, teleporting once more. Darn it, Xiao Jio. I'm done. Play by yourself. Tang San lamented, his hands exploring the 24 moonlit bridges at his waist, ultimately relenting. His hidden weapons were never intended for friends. Especially not for a brother. Even in defeat, he would not resort to such means. Haha. Xiao San, you have finally been unable to best me in a direct confrontation. Hu Jio exclaimed triumphantly. That was hardly a direct confrontation. Is teleportation even a legitimate combat method? Tang San retorted with annoyance. Of course it is. What do you mean? Just wait until I upgrade my teleportation. I'll charge up my chaotic hammering from 1,000 miles away. Then teleport right beside my enemy for a fatal strike. Now, that's a true high-level killing technique. Hu Jio mused gleefully, lost in his daydreams. In this fair contest, Tang San ultimately conceded, signifying Hu Jio's ascension to a new level of power. The ensuing days at the academy unfolded with a sense of tranquility. During this time, Hu Jio caught wind of a rather amusing piece of news. According to Tang San, it seemed that the master had experienced a slight increase in his internal soul power after trying out Hu Jio's accelerated cultivation carrots. Unfortunately, he lacked both the funds and the courage to approach Hu Jio again. After all, he had firmly rejected Hu Jio's offer, vowing never to exchange his self-created soul power for Hu Jio's carrots. Thus, upon learning that the master expressed regret in front of Tang San, Hu Jio couldn't help but smirk. Hu Jio, would never offer the master his carrots, even if it meant foregoing soul skills or wealth. Consequently, he sternly cautioned Tang San not to share his carrots with the master. Although this request put Tang San in a difficult position, the carrots belonged to Hu Jio, even if he wished to offer them to the master. He would not do so without permission. Fortunately, the master retained a semblance of dignity and only mentioned it a few times in front of Tang San. Upon noticing Tang San's lack of significant reaction, he ceased bringing it up altogether. Time flowed like water, and the years passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. By this time, both Tang San and Xiao Wu had reached level 30, while Hu Jio had ascended to level 40, becoming a soul master devoid of soul rings. Chapter 53. Journey to Shrek. It wasn't that Tang San had only progressed 5 levels over the 2 years. If that were the case, such a pace would be exceedingly slow. Moreover, with Hu Jio's carrot-enhanced training, such a meager advancement would hardly do justice to Hu Jio's status. In truth, half a year prior, he had already attained the 30th level in his training. However, Tang San, full of ambition, resolutely refused to accept anything less than a limit-breaking soul ring. Especially after his defeat by Hu Jio, he was even more determined to hunt for a powerful soul ring to surpass him in combat prowess. Thus, under the guidance of his master, he chose to forego the soul ring for the time being and continued his training as he always had. According to his master's theory, it was indeed possible to cultivate without a soul ring, as the benefits of his training would manifest once he eventually acquired one. Hu Jio had advised him against this, noting that after a significant breakthrough in realm and the subsequent amplification from a soul ring, the speed of cultivation would vastly outpace that of pre-breakthrough. Unfortunately, Tang San was inclined to heed his teacher's words, opting for this misguided approach to training. Additionally, and perhaps most importantly, Tang San was prideful. When selecting soul rings, he would invariably choose those that approached his own limits. Thus, his quest for the ideal soul ring became unfeasible at the Junior Soul Master Academy. After all, New Oding Academy was merely a basic institution. Lacking the resources to procure the soul rings Tang San desired, this delay extended until the time of their graduation in the 4th year. You must graduate early, Hu Jiao inquired, observing Tang San. He was also contemplating whether graduating a year early would affect Tang San's future acquisition of the celestial herb. It was worth noting that Hu Jiao remained at Nuoding Academy largely to stay close to Tang San and thereby secure the celestial herb for himself. Otherwise, he would have long since taken Xiao Wu and fled to distant lands, leaving this decrepit academy behind. It seemed that Tang San had initially caught the interest of Dugu Yin during a Grand Soul Arena match, which in turn attracted Dugu Bo's attention when he entered the Royal Academy, ultimately leading him to the Ice and Fire Inyang I and the Celestial Herb. In this light, whether he entered Shrek Academy early or not seemed of little consequence. As long as he grasped the pivotal moments, he would be fine. Moreover, Shrek was closer to the Star Dough Forest, making it more convenient for him to deliver carrots to De Ming and Air Ming. Well, my teacher has advised me to attend Shrek Academy in the Barak Kingdom. Xiao Wu, I may have to part ways with you, Tang San said, his expression tinged with reluctance. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent 4 whole years alongside Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu, and during this time, they had forged a profound bond. Parting, Xiao San, why would you think that? It's just about graduating early and attending a more prestigious academy. We can go together, Hu Jiao replied with a grin. Yes, I've long grown weary of this academy. Is Shrek Academy fun? If it is, I'll accompany you and Xiao Wu chimed in. Her interest piqued. That would indeed be splendid, but Shrek is in the Barak Kingdom, quite far from home, and it seems that there are no clear levels at Shrek Academy. We have no idea whether they possess the capability to teach us. Tang San mused. He felt touched by Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu's willingness to accompany him to Shrek, yet concern crept in as well. After all, without a clear understanding of Shrek's true nature, he could not risk leading his friends astray. You might not know this, Xiao San. I've heard of Shrek. They say they only accept monsters and do not admit anyone who isn't a genius. Given our levels, I doubt any academy would refuse us, Hu Jiao explained with a chuckle. Is Shrek truly that formidable? Why haven't I heard of it before? Xiao Wu asked, looking at Hu Jiao in confusion. As they spent their days together, yet she had never heard of it. Did you forget? I have my secret weapon, Hu Jiao said, pointing to his ear with a smile. In truth, very few had ever heard of Shrek. Had it not been for reading the original work, such an obscure academy would hardly be known in a small place like Nuoding City. I almost forgot. You also possess the 5 sense enhancement technique, Xiao Wu said, gazing enviously at Hu Jiao. How many secrets must you hear with such extraordinary ears? She cherished the little secrets of others, so that's why. I was wondering why the teacher would send me to Shrek. Tang San nodded, suddenly comprehending the master's intentions. Unlike in the original narrative, the current Tang San would not blindly trust his master. Though he still listened to him, he had his own thoughts and doubts. Undoubtedly influenced by Hu Jiao, but will your uncle and aunt agree to let you study so far away? Hu Jiao pondered the potential reactions of Hu Rui and Ai Ma, feeling a slight headache. Suddenly inspired, he turned his gaze to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, this matter relies on you. You know, Mama listens to you the most. If you speak to her, she will surely agree that I refuse. I don't want to hear Ai Ma's nagging. Xiao Wu shook her head vehemently, her scorpion braid swaying rhythmically behind her. You really want to go? Hu Jiao asked with a grin. In a way, I want to go. No matter what you say, Xiao Wu insisted resolutely, her demeanor suggesting she would not be swayed. Sigh. Xiao San, I've heard that Shrek is in Soto City, one of the 2 most renowned cities in the Barak Kingdom, celebrated as a granary. They say there's even a Grand Soul Arena. How lively it must be. It's a pity I can't join you, Hu Jiao lamented, winking at Tang San. Indeed, what a pity. It appears I'll have to wait until I've had my fill of fun before returning to tell you all about it. Tang San replied, feigning a look of regret. Humph, how infuriating. Fine. You win. I'll go talk to Mama Ai Ma, Xiao Wu said, stomping her foot in frustration at the duo's playful antics. Yet, she couldn't deny that Hu Jiao's description had captivated her. Such an exhilarating adventure could not possibly exclude her. Xiao Wu. 3 days later, Hu Jiao, Xiao Wu, and Tang San bid a reluctant farewell to old Jack, Ai Ma, and Hu Rui, embarking on their journey to Shrek. By this time, the trio had turned 11 years old. Hu Jiao's once delicate features had matured into those of a handsome young lad, with striking brows and bright eyes. As for Xiao Wu, one could hardly ignore her tall stature of 1.70 meters, her slender waist, and her exquisitely charming face, all of which drew the gaze of those around her. As for Tang San, well, he had grown less conventionally attractive. Perhaps because he wished to embody the principle of being inconspicuous as the heir of the Tang sect. Therefore, alongside Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu, he appeared almost like a servant boy, had it not been for the distinctive 24 moonlit bridges at his waist. He might have gone unnoticed altogether. Chapter 54. Dai Mubai. Half a month later, the trio's figures appeared in the bustling streets of Sodo City in the Barak Kingdom. We finally arrived. I didn't expect Sodo City to be so far away. I don't care. Xiao Jiao, Xiao San, you two must accompany me to explore the city for a couple of days, especially that Grand Soul Arena. You must take me to see it, Xiao Wu exclaimed, standing on her tiptoes and eagerly surveying her surroundings, all of which seemed novel to her. Haha, Xiao Wu, you want Xiao San to accompany you shopping? That's essentially asking for his life. When have you ever seen him enjoy himself? Hu Jiao chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Tang San was undoubtedly a homebody, either immersed in his training or tinkering with his hidden weapons. Leaving no time for leisurely outings. If I don't work hard at my cultivation, I'll never catch up to you. You're both advancing too quickly. I must put in the effort, Tang San said with a wry smile. Glancing at the two, it was understandable for Hu Jiao to progress rapidly due to the benefits of his first soul ring. But how was Xiao Wu advancing so swiftly without any visible training? This disparity left Tang San feeling somewhat unsettled. Was the gap in talent between individuals truly so vast? Humph, if you want to accompany me, then fine. Xiao Jiao, let us go explore on our own. Leaving Tang San behind, Xiao Wu declared, playfully sticking her tongue out at Tang San while draping her arm around Hu Jiao's shoulder. All right, enough of the antics. Let us first find a hotel to stay at. We don't even know where Shrek Academy is located. We need to inquire about it beforehand, Hu Jiao suggested, casually handing a carrot to Xiao Wu as a comforting gesture. That's more like it. Why would we take Tang San along when we could explore by ourselves? It's a solid plan, Xiao Wu responded, recalling how Tang San had once picked up a valuable item from Dean Flanders in the original tale. Something golden, if she remembered correctly. They resolved to check it out later and perhaps buy it for Tang San. Considering he was currently devoid of funds, finding accommodation proved effortless, and soon they stumbled upon a remarkably conspicuous hotel. Its exterior painted a vibrant rose hue, resembling a massive rose from afar, impossible to overlook. Rose Hotel. Upon seeing the name of the hotel, Hu Jiao's lips curled into a smile, and he followed Xiao Wu with a cheerful demeanor as she eagerly stepped inside. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, a wave of floral fragrance enveloped them, suffusing the entire establishment with a sense of romantic allure. Tang San approached the front desk and requested, "Could you please provide us with 3 rooms?" The attendant behind the counter sprang to attention. He first glanced at Tang San, then at Xiao Wu and Hu Jiao, who were conversing quietly, a peculiar look surfacing in his eyes. "Are you certain you require 3 rooms? Is it possible that you only have 1 or perhaps 2? Hu Jiao squinted at the attendant, sensing a hint of mischief. The attendant's eyes brightened, revealing a shared understanding, as he ambiguously responded, "Indeed, there is only 1 room available, a rather spacious one." "Get lost. I am not the sort of person you presume me to be. We need 3 rooms. Hu Jiao glared at the attendant, exasperated that he failed to notice the extra person in their midst. Yes, it was my mistake. 2 guests just checked out, and now we have 3 rooms available." Startled by the aura emanating from Hu Jiao, the attendant broke into a cold sweat, no longer daring to be flippant. "I believe one of those rooms is mine." At that moment, a haughty and icy voice echoed from behind them. Turning around, they beheld a young man of noble bearing, with striking eyes, standing behind them. Without needing to guess, Hu Jiao immediately recognized the newcomer. It could only be Dai Mubai, the illustrious prince of the Star Luo Empire. He had just been contemplating whether he might encounter Dai Mubai here. And to his surprise, he indeed did. In the original narrative, Dai Mubai's appearance had always struck as impressive. Now, he still exuded that charm, his arms draped around a pair of twin sisters, embodying the archetype of a flamboyant playboy. Yet, Dai Mubai's arrogance directed at Hu Jiao rendered the situation far less delightful. Approaching the counter, he addressed the attendant. "Are you new here? Do you not know that a room is always reserved for me? Go call your manager." Yes, I will fetch him at once," the attendant, recognizing Dai Mubai, was startled. According to his calculations, the young master was not expected to arrive in the next few days, yet here he was. This was an issue far beyond the capabilities of a mere attendant to rectify. It necessitated the manager's intervention, as the attendant had foolishly rented out the room reserved for Dai Mubai to others. A mistake he was all too familiar with. It seems we arrived first, Tang San interjected, still oblivious to the unfolding situation, mistakenly believing Dai Mubai intended to seize their rooms. And what of it? Dai Mubai retorted coldly, not even bothering to look back. Who was Dai Mubai, the third prince of the prestigious Star Luo Empire? When had he ever been questioned in such a manner? It is of little consequence. I merely wish to see the extent of your arrogance. Hu Ju shot a disinterested glance at Dai Mubai, dismissing him. What do you have to be proud of? You are merely a fallen prince. You think you are worthy to discuss pride with me? Dai Mubai turned, disdainfully assessing Hu Jiao. You grotesque creature, with your narrow-minded perspective, you are unworthy of my attention. Xiao Wu glared at Dai Mubai. Warning, if you dare speak ill of Xiao Jiao again, I shall break your legs. Excellent. It has been a while since anyone has spoken to me in such a manner. It seems you are eager for a fight. As he spoke, Dai Mubai's gaze shifted to Xiao Wu, and upon seeing her charming and adorable visage, a flicker of intrigue flashed in his eyes. This fleeting glance did not escape Hu Jiao's notice. Tang San, it is time for you to prove yourself. Teach him a lesson. Those eyes of his are insufferable. Hu Jiao stated indifferently, aware that Dai Mubai's fascination with Xiao Wu warranted a lesson in decorum. Let me handle this. I have long found this fellow displeasing and wish to teach him a thing or two. Xiao Wu interlaced her arm with Hu Jiao's, volunteering for the confrontation, eager to engage in the fray. Enough of your bickering. We should face him together. A few insignificant brats are hardly worth my concern. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, the two young women beside him laughed, one blowing him a kiss, gracefully releasing her hold on his arm and stepping aside. Come on. Just as the tension escalated, the attendant returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man, his forehead glistening with sweat. Let us discuss this calmly. Please do not fight in my establishment. Dai Mubai cast a sidelong glance at him, coldly stating, Manager Wang, your business acumen is truly remarkable. Manager Wang wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a smile as he replied, Please, young master, do not say such things. It is my subordinate's ignorance. This fool just started yesterday and is unfamiliar with the rules. I shall properly discipline him. Are you here to chat? Let us take this outside. When Hu Jiao wishes to fight, no one can stop him. Hu Jiao interrupted the conversation, visibly impatient. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. No need to go outside. We can settle this right here. Any damages incurred will be my responsibility. To avoid trouble is the mark of a coward, and he never anticipated that before he could stir any trouble, it would already find him. Chapter 55. Defeating Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu, let me take this fight. Tang San's expression grew serious as he regarded Dai Mubai. He sensed a formidable and domineering aura emanating from him. A foe he felt uncertain of confronting. Why should it be you? He clearly looks down on me. Xiao Wu protested, feeling slighted. What are you arguing about? I said we should all face him together. Dai Mubai's gaze grew even colder. These two were evidently underestimating him. Just as the conflict was about to erupt, Hu Jiao exchanged a knowing glance with Tang San, who instantly understood, with a swift motion. Tang San positioned himself before Dai Mubai. Please, enlighten me. Humph, it was about time you took this seriously. Brace yourself for my punch. Dai Mubai scoffed, his eyes glinting with malice as he launched a straightforward punch without any embellishments. Hurtling directly towards Tang San, undaunted by the incoming blow, activated his Xiantian skill with full force, his hands transforming into a lustrous white hue, indicative of the activation of his Xuanyu hand. Boom! Their fists clashed, both retreating 2 steps without gaining the upper hand. This peculiar individual possesses immense strength. He can actually match Tang San. Xiao Wu, who had been irritated by Tang San's earlier actions, was now astonished. She recognized Tang San's capabilities. Due to his training, he had already reached the level of a soul respect. To her surprise, he had not managed to overpower Dai Mubai. This man is no ordinary foe. Do not be deceived by his appearance. He is merely a few years older than us and is undeniably a genius. Hu Jiao elucidated with a chuckle. Is it possible that this eccentric is truly a genius? Xiao Wu gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide. Hu Ju nodded in affirmation. Of course, Just look at his youthful face. He doesn't even have facial hair, a clear testament to his youth. No wonder he is so arrogant. He is indeed a genius, Xiao Wu acknowledged, her battle spirit intensifying, as the prospect of besting a genius seemed particularly enticing. While Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu engaged in their conversation, the duel between Tang San and Dai Mubai reignited. Tang San executed his ghost shadow misty steps, employing his skills in the crane catching the dragon and Xuan Yu hand, nimbly circling around Dai Mubai and launching sporadic strikes that caught Dai Mubai off guard. However, Dai Mubai was no slouch. Although his speed paled in comparison to Tang San's, he defended himself with the steadfastness of a bear. Unfortunately, prolonged defense inevitably leads to mistakes. Amidst Tang San's relentless onslaught, Dai Mubai inadvertently stumbled, granting Tang San the opportunity to land a punch squarely in his abdomen. Dai Mubai reacted swiftly, executing a backflip and retreating 5 meters, narrowly escaping Tang San's follow-up attacks. Dai Mubai's expression darkened. He had just suffered defeat in a direct confrontation with this youth, who was several years his junior. The embarrassment was profound. "Shall we continue?" Tang San inquired coolly. "Should we continue? The battle will escalate at that point. Should anything be damaged, this hotel may very well be in ruins. Of course." Dai Mubai wiped his lips. "In terms of our martial prowess, I concede this round and shall relinquish the hotel room to you. But as fellow soul masters, I cannot rest easy without a full-fledged battle." In that moment, Dai Mubai's demeanor shifted dramatically, his aura transforming into an overwhelming and wild force. White Tiger, embody, as the martial soul manifested. A spectral image of a white tiger emerged, and Dai Mubai's physique began to enlarge, his muscles bulging, and his hands transforming into colossal claws that shimmered with a cold glint. His eyes morphed into slitted pupils, resembling those of a wild beast. Beneath him, 3 soul rings appeared, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Dai Mubai, martial soul. White Tiger, 34th level battle spirit master. I humbly seek your guidance. With an overwhelming aura of dominance, Dai Mubai declared his name. A Millennium Soul Ring. Xiao Wu gasped in astonishment, never expecting this seemingly flawed individual to possess such formidable prowess. "Tang San, can you hold your own? Let me assist you," she exclaimed cheerfully, leaping into action before Tang San could respond, her martial soul manifesting in an instant. Beside them, Hu Jiao wore a look of exasperation. If one wished to fight, they should be forthright about it. Tang San was more than capable of handling it alone. Meanwhile, Tang San felt equally frustrated. This was a battle among men. What was a girl like her doing intervening? Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his concerns, as he recognized he couldn't control Xiao Wu. "Take this." A waistbow strike. Xiao Wu leapt nimbly, darting to Dai Mubai's side, her body twisting as her feet clamped around his neck. "Haha, you little girl, do you think you can unseat me?" Dai Mubai's first soul skill, White Tiger Possession, activated, and his initial soul ring expanded, enveloping him in a spherical shield. Yet, Xiao Wu's waist bow was not easily countered. Despite the sphere's attempts to constrict, her legs remained steadfastly locked around his neck. "Hey!" Xiao Wu braced herself, her waist bending into an astonishing arc with a surge of strength. Dai Mubai found himself involuntarily lifted and flung away. Thud! His body crashed heavily onto the floor, creating a gaping hole in the hotel's foundation. Ugh! After the dust settled, a disheveled Dai Mubai rose, wiping his lips to reveal a trickle of blood. "Humph, that was my oversight. I will not let you get so close next time," he said, his face darkened. Struggling to maintain his dignity after being bested by a little girl. "Oh really? Then let us see you try again." Xiao Wu beamed, her eyes suddenly glowing with a pink hue. Second soul skill. Bewitch. Like a stealthy ambush, the bewitching skill caught Dai Mubai off guard once more. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu leapt beside him, executing her waistbow strike once again, and with a thunderous crash, the floor beneath them bore the brunt of her attack. Creating yet another significant hole, Dai Mubai, after a moment of silence, wiped his face and feigned indifference. "From the looks of you, I presume you aim to enter Shrek Academy. I am your senior. Today's events were merely a light-hearted jest. We shall meet again shortly." Having said this, he swiftly turned and dashed out of the hotel, abandoning his 2 female companions, his retreat appearing thoroughly disgraceful. Hu Jiao and the others stood stunned, unable to comprehend how the once proud and domineering Dai Mubai had fled in such a manner. The once formidable persona had transformed into a fool. Hu Jiao felt his perception of reality begin to unravel. Humph! Now you see the strength of my sister Xiao Wu, she declared triumphantly, her head held high, as if she had ascended from being the top of Nodding Academy to the queen of Soto City. Chapter 56. A fortuitous discovery. Xiao Wu, your waist bow technique has improved, Tang San exclaimed, astonished at Xiao Wu's prowess, as he had never imagined that the formidable Dai Mubai could be sent flying by her twice. Just recalling the scene caused him pain. Hee, you may not know, but my waist bow skill instantly doubles my waist strength, enhancing my body's resilience by 50%. Moreover, after reaching level 10, each level up grants a 1% increase. Now that I'm at level 30, that means a 120% enhancement to my waist strength. Impressive, right? Xiao Wu proudly explained. Impressive indeed, Tang San replied, giving her a thumbs up, resolving to remain ever vigilant against Xiao Wu, lest she get too close. The thought of being face down on the ground was enough to send shivers down his spine. All right, Manager Wang, you may come out now. This room is ours, Hu Jiao said, rapping the table, summoning the two individuals hiding behind the counter. Yes, we will attend to you immediately, Manager Wang responded, bowing and scraping, before slapping the back of a waiter's head. Get on with the check-in for our esteemed guests. 3 rooms were available, and naturally, the finest one was claimed by Xiao Wu, filled with the fragrance of roses, which delighted her immensely. In the afternoon, Tang San focused on his training, reluctant to venture outside, leaving only Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu to explore Soto City. Hu Jiao had and his training speed was slower than the automated feature. He only practiced when he felt motivated. As for Xiao Wu, her very breath was a form of training. Perhaps this was the innate difference of being a spirit beast. Cultivation had become second nature to her, which explained why she rarely trained openly. Soto City was even larger than Hu Jiao had imagined, one of the most significant cities in the Barak Kingdom. Its prosperity far surpassed that of the small town of Nodding. There were abundant food stalls, entertainment options, and a dazzling array of goods. Along their journey, Xiao Wu was drawn to every shop, eager to browse. Had Hu Jiao not gained substantial soul power, he might have been overwhelmed. Moreover, Hu Jiao was always generous. Upon spotting something Xiao Wu liked, he would purchase it without hesitation. Over the past few years, he had amassed considerable wealth through dealings with Xiaochen and others. And with limited places to spend in Nodding City, he had saved quite a bit. However, it soon dawned on Hu Jiao that he regretted not bringing Tang San along. It wasn't for Tang San himself, but rather for his 24-bridge Minjiwai. Unbeknownst to him, Hu Jiao's arms were already laden with a multitude of items, and by the end, Xiao Wu was also carrying several packages. It seems we've bought too much. Xiao Jiao, why don't we call it a day and continue shopping later? Xiao Wu said shyly, eyeing the numerous bags Hu Jiao held. All right, but that shop ahead appears to sell Soul Master supplies. Let us take a look, Hu Jiao replied. Noticing the familiar emblem resembling that of the martial soul hold, it was time to seize a fortuitous opportunity. Upon entering the dimly lit shop, Hu Jiao frowned. True to his reputation, the miserly Flinder had even skimped on the lighting, explaining the lack of business. His gaze immediately fell upon Flinder, who was lounging in a recliner in his 50s, wearing black-framed glasses. He had a face reminiscent of a shoehorn, a quintessential image of a shrewd merchant. Xiao Jiao, are these the soul guide devices for soul masters? Why do they look so shabby? I remember Tang San's 24-bridge Minjiwai was not like this. Xiao Wu remarked, her expression filled with disdain as she surveyed the dilapidated items. No worries, let us just take a look and leave. Boss, do you have any storage soul guide devices? Hu Jiao inquired. Turning to the drowsy Flinder, storage soul guide devices, of course. Flinder's eyes narrowed as he sat up. A lucrative business. I have various types of storage soul guide devices. Which tier are you interested in? How about a 10-cubic one? How much is that? Hu Jiao pondered for a moment before asking. Not expensive. Since it's your first visit, I'll give you a discount, 100,000 gold soul coins. Flinder replied, raising a finger with a smile. 100,000 gold soul coins. Are you trying to rob me? Hu Jiao exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Of course, soul guide devices are in high demand. Each piece is unique, and if I don't sell them at a premium, how do I profit? Flinder pushed up his glasses, looking at Hu Jiao with a nonchalant expression, clearly recognizing that Hu Jiao could not afford his wares. Then do you have a smaller one, perhaps 1 cubic? Hu Jiao sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed he was not quite the wealthy individual he thought, unable to even purchase a soul guide device. It appeared he needed to raise the price of his carrots in the future. After all, he had encountered a big spender that morning. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to exploit him. 1 cubic is available for 20,000 gold soul coins. No bargaining, Flinder stated indifferently. Fine, 20,000 it is. I'll take 1. With a determined nod, Hujio reached into his pocket and made the purchase. Flinder, just you wait. Today, you profited off me, but one day, I shall reclaim what is mine. All right, what style do you prefer? Ring, bracelet, necklace, or belt? We have them all. A ring. All right, wait a moment while I search. In a brief moment, Flander returned, holding a ring of ancient bronze, claiming it to be a ring, though it resembled nothing more than a dull copper band that was far from aesthetically pleasing. However, Hujio paid no mind to its lackluster appearance. He took the ring, gave it a cursory inspection, and slipped it onto his finger. Just as he was about to hand over his pouch of coins, Hujio suddenly paused. Boss, for such a significant transaction, won't you throw in a little something extra? He gestured towards a murky-colored crystal resting inconspicuously against the wall. How about that? It would please a companion of mine who has a fondness for such items. The moment Hujio's words left his lips, he noticed Flander's eyes sharpen, as if he were attempting to discern Hujio's true intentions. Flander had spent a lifetime picking up the scraps of others. It was inconceivable for anyone to gain a bargain at his expense. 100 gold soul coins, Flander declared with unwavering firmness. Ha! You, the proprietor, lack generosity. Very well, I shall not quibble with you. I will take it. With a wave of his hand, the bronze ring vanished from his grasp, and once the transaction was complete, a smile finally graced Hujio's face. Yet, that mere smile caused a flutter of unease within Flander. Did you just benefit at my expense? Guess, replied Hujio. A mysterious smile adorned on his face as he took Xiao Wu by the hand and departed, leaving Flander behind, his expression shifting like the weather. Chapter 57. The Hidden Weapon. Dragon Whisker Needle. Xiaojio, why did you purchase that worthless crystal? Surely it cannot be of any value. Upon leaving the shop, Xiao Wu inquired curiously, for typically, Xiaojio would not even spare a glance at such items. His unusual interest this time surely had its reasons. Whether it is valuable or not, I cannot say, but I sense something within that crystal. I trust it will not lead to a loss, Hujio replied, avoiding disclosing the fact that he had intercepted Tang San's opportunity. Sense something? What could possibly be hidden within that shabby crystal? You aren't mistaken in your perception, are you? Xiao Wu shot him a puzzled glance. Yet, she did not press further, knowing that 100 gold soul coins were not a significant sum for Hujio. Even if he had misjudged, the loss would be minimal. Upon returning to the inn, Hujio nonchalantly placed the crystal on the table. In the evening, when Tang San and Xiao Wu visited his room for a chat, the crystal instantly captivated Tang San's attention. Bored crystal? Tang San hurriedly approached the table, gazing at the crystal with rapt fascination. Observing this, Hujio smiled faintly, realizing he had made a wise purchase. Xiao San, is this crystal indeed called a bored crystal? I mentioned there was something concealed within, Hujio remarked as Xiao Wu stepped closer, attempting to discern its secrets. Concealed something? Tang San paused, then enlightenment dawned. That makes sense. There is indeed something inside. Xiaojio, you have stumbled upon a treasure. The value of what lies within could hardly be overstated. Tang San gazed at Hujio with envy, lamenting that the crystal was not his own. Indeed, let us open it and see, Hujio encouraged with a smile. All right, Tang San, unreserved, drew forth a hefty forging hammer from his waist. With a slight bend of his knees, he activated his Xiantian skill. Unleashing the chaotic cloak hammer technique, swinging in a broad arc, the hammerhead struck the crystal with great force. Boom! The ground trembled as if the entire inn quaked. That a crisp cracking sound echoed, and the crystal shattered into fragments. As the crystal broke, countless golden light points surged forth, enveloping the room in a dazzling display of brilliance. The golden lights slowly descended, twinkling as they scattered throughout the room. Hey, Xiao San, how could you be so reckless? Look at what you've done. You've made a mess of my room, Hujio admonished, though he conveniently forgot that he was the one who had prompted Tang San to act. Tang San, undeterred by the criticism, eagerly began to gather the fallen particles from the ground. Xiaojio, Xiao Wu, quickly, we must collect these particles. I will explain everything later. Tang San was aware that he had acted somewhat impulsively, but encountering such a remarkable treasure was irresistible. It was known that hidden weapons had always held a special place in his heart. Nothing ranked higher in his esteem than these clandestine tools. Very well, Hujio shrugged, extending his palm and channeling his soul power to manipulate the particles. In an instant, the golden fragments seemed to be drawn together by invisible threads, coalescing into Hu Jio's hand. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu emulated Hu Jio, attempting to harness her soul power as well. However, her control was not on par with Hu Jio's, resulting in a meager collection of golden particles, which left her feeling dissatisfied as she hastened her movements. Yet, haste does not always equate to efficiency. The more agitated she became, the less she managed to grasp. Nearly stamping her foot in frustration. Haha, Xiao Wu, your soul power control leaves much to be desired. Look at Xiao San. His proficiency in soul manipulation nearly rivals mine. Hu Jio teased. Humph. What is the point of comparing myself to a cultivation fanatic like Xiao San? Xiao Wu pouted, sulking. Tang San interjected, why are you two discussing me as if I weren't here? Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Upon opening it, they found a server peeking in. Curious about the commotion, that we're just having some fun. Xiao Wu's remark caused the server to retreat in surprise. With a swift gesture, Hu Jio struck the server lightly on the forehead. Get lost, if you dare to think ill of us. Be wary of your life. Yes, I will leave immediately. The server nodded, tears welling in his eyes, feeling wronged. How could they create such a ruckus and still expect him not to wonder? Once the server departed, Tang San had finished collecting the golden particles scattered across the floor. Xiao San, do relax and explain. What makes this item so precious? Hu Jio inquired, eyeing the particles in his hand, intrigued by the rumored power they possessed. To put it simply, you have seen my hidden weapons, right? What we have here is a naturally occurring hidden weapon, and an exceptionally formidable one at that. Tang San explained, visibly excited. As he spoke, he picked up a golden light point. Channeling his soul power, transforming it into a minuscule golden needle invisible to the naked eye. With astonishing speed, he flicked his finger, and the needle vanished from sight. Impressive technique, Hu Jio exclaimed, astonished that he could not even discern Tang San's movement with his current acuity. It seemed that Tang San had grown significantly during their time apart. Of course, this was under the condition that he had not been on guard. Had Tang San aimed at him, he would have sensed it long before. The 10th level of enhanced senses was no trivial matter. Where did it go? Xiao Wu searched for the needle, but found nothing. Tang San approached Hu Jio's bed and tugged at the covers, revealing a tangled spot ensnared by golden threads. This is merely the bedding. Imagine if this were inside someone's body. Tang San's pride was evident. This was a top-tier hidden weapon from their Tang sect. How sinister. Xiao Wu felt a chill at Tang San's description, her gaze towards him shifting uneasily. The Xiao San, though unassuming in appearance, harbored such a cruel mindset. She resolved to be cautious around him in the future. Tang San, bemused by her reaction, replied, the weapon is cruel, not me. In my view, whether a weapon is malevolent depends on its wielder. As the saying goes, used for good, it is righteous, used for evil, it is wicked. That is the essence of it. Indeed, Xiao San is correct. In my opinion, compared to this hidden weapon, your technique is the true key. To shoot such a minute object so swiftly and accurately, undoubtedly, you alone possess the method to wield it correctly. Hu Jio gazed intently at Tang San, yearning to master such a formidable hidden weapon. It's merely a technique for hidden weapons. I can teach you later. With your talent, I believe you will master it in no time. Tang San replied with a relaxed smile. As long as it did not involve the core secrets of the Tang sect, he was indifferent to sharing a technique. Chapter 58. Shameless Hu Jio. When Hu Jio heard the news from Tang San, he was utterly ecstatic. At last, he would extract a skill from the miserly Tang San. What joy! In Tang San's heart, Hu Jio has always been regarded as a prodigious talent endowed with extraordinary comprehension. Any skill that fell into his hands could be grasped and mastered to a profound level in an exceedingly short span of time. In this regard, Tang San felt himself lacking. Had it not been for his awareness of Hu Jio's remarkable aptitude, he would never have considered imparting his concealed weapon techniques to him. After all, such esoteric skills are of little use in everyday circumstances. Only upon reaching a certain level of mastery could they be effectively utilized. For others, the time spent on such techniques would be better invested in enhancing their own strength. Just like now. Xiao San, I want to learn too. Upon hearing that Tang San intended to teach Hu Jio the art of concealed weaponry, Xiao Wu immediately rushed over, eager to join in. However, to her surprise, Tang San shook his head in refusal without a moment's hesitation. This technique requires early and dedicated practice. The only reason I am teaching Xiao Jio is due to his exceptional talent. But Xiao Wu, you lack both his innate abilities and the foundational practice. Attempting to learn now would only hinder your progress. This, Xiao Wu's indignation surged, and she pointed an accusing finger at Tang San. How despicable, Xiao San. I will remember this. I never expected you to be so stingy. You infuriate me. Merely insulting him was not enough to quell her anger, and in a fit of rage, she stomped on Tang San's foot several times before storming out of Hu Jio's room. This left Tang San with a look of innocent bewilderment, while Hu Jio watched the unfolding drama with amusement, nearly munching on seeds as he enjoyed the spectacle. Why was Xiao Wu so upset? Are all girls truly so incomprehensible? In that moment, Tang San found himself steeped in deep confusion. Simultaneously, this incident sparked a newfound wariness towards the female gender within him. How terrifying. Now, Hu Jio had successfully recorded the concealed weapon technique into his panel. In gratitude for Tang San imparting his skill, Hu Jio split the dragon whisker needle into 2 portions, each amounting to over 10,000 needles. However, upon completing his training, Hu Jio realized that his room had been left in utter disarray by Tang San. The floor, including the bed, was littered with shards of broken crystals, rendering the space uninhabitable. Tang San scratched his head in distress and, feeling a bit embarrassed, suggested, "Why not stay in my room for a night? We can make do together, Daha. Who would want to sleep with a big man like you? Don't worry, Brother Jio has his own ways." Hu Jio scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Tang San before proudly striding towards Xiao Wu's room. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Tang San has made a mess of my room, and now I have nowhere to stay. How pitiful. In Xiao Wu's room, Hu Jio put on a pitiful expression, his face a mask of feigned grievance. Indeed, it's all Tang San's fault for being so hasty and careless, Xiao Wu thought, recalling the scene of crystal shards strewn across Hu Jio's room. No, I truly have nowhere to stay now. How wretched. Hu Jio continued to hint desperately at Xiao Wu. Yes, truly pitiful, Xiao Wu said, batting her innocent eyes and pretending to be oblivious. However, she couldn't help but stifle her laughter at Hu Jio's comically woeful demeanor. Sighing, and seeing that Xiao Wu remained oblivious to his hints, Hu Jio decided to be direct. Xiao Wu, can we discuss something? What is it? Xiao Wu asked, struggling to suppress her laughter. Well, your bed is quite large. Isn't it? Perhaps we could draw a line down the middle, just like before, and share it? Hu Jio looked at Xiao Wu expectantly. If she refused, how would he face Tang San later? But, we're all grown up now. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Xiao Wu pondered, feeling a mix of temptation and shyness. After all, she was the big sister at Nodding Academy and had encountered many things, though she rarely showed it. But what's the harm? We used to share a blanket without issue. Hu Jio waved dismissively, though internally he felt a tinge of nervousness. Very well, but you mustn't overstep your bounds. Xiao Wu hesitated before bashfully agreeing. I won't overstep. I am quite experienced in this matter, Hu Jio replied, his excitement almost causing him to jump in joy. That night, both Xiao Wu and Hu Jio harbored their own thoughts, their minds swirling with distractions. This led to both of them waking up the next morning looking utterly fatigued, as if they had not slept at all, their spirits decidedly low. This prompted Tang San to glance at them in confusion, wondering if something had disturbed them in their room. After a sumptuous breakfast, the trio departed the hotel and began their journey towards Shrek Academy, having roamed for much of the previous day. Hu Jio had not been idle. He at least knew the location of Shrek Academy. Upon exiting Soto City, stretches of farmland unfolded before them, yet there was not a single building in sight, let alone Shrek Academy. Xiao Jio, are you sure you didn't inquire incorrectly? This place hardly seems suitable for an academy, Xiao Wu exclaimed, and even Tang San regarded him with skepticism. It exists without a doubt. It's just perhaps not what you envision. Come, once we arrive, you'll understand, Hu Jio replied, his expression somewhat peculiar. He was aware from the original text that Shrek's environment was less than ideal, and he had heard some rather unfavorable rumors about it yesterday. Then let us proceed. Registering and settling in is our priority, Tang San stated. For him, wasting time was the most disgraceful of acts. He longed to reach their destination and focus on cultivating his Xiantian skill. All right, let us race to see who arrives first. As soon as Hu Jio finished speaking, he darted ahead like the wind. Xiao Jio, you cheat. Xiao Wu. Tang San quickly reacted, immediately taking off after them. The surrounding farmland seemed to resonate with their youthful energy. As clusters of rice swayed, cheering them on. In just a quarter of an hour, Hu Jio spotted the silhouette of a small village, realizing they had arrived at their destination. Hey, Xiao Jio, why did you stop? Xiao Wu, having leaped ahead like a gust of wind, called back after a considerable distance. It seems our destination has been reached. Tang San's voice chimed in beside Hu Jio, his eyes now a pale purple. Shrek Academy had arrived. Chapter 59. Enrollment, the village where Shrek was located, was diminutive, significantly smaller than Holy Soul Village. Hugio, since that it comprised no more than 100 households. At the village entrance, a dilapidated sign hung from a stone platform, proclaiming Shrek Academy. In that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu were left dumbfounded. It was then they understood the peculiar expression Hugio had exhibited when discussing Shrek Academy. Even Hugio himself found himself at a loss for words. He had prepared adequately. Yet the environment proved to be even more disheartening than he had anticipated. Perhaps it would be best for Tang San to enroll alone while he and Xiao Wu returned to Soto City. This thought flickered through Hugio's mind. Nevertheless, since this was indeed Shrek Academy, they might as well investigate further. Tang San quickly regained his composure. In his heart, he still wished to trust the master. Since the master had brought him here, there must be a reason for it, and he believed that in this regard, the master would not lead him astray. Very well, let us go see. There's a crowd gathered over there. Let us find out what they're doing, Hugio decided, thinking it wise to enter Shrek Academy. After all, the teachers within were reputed to be quite formidable. While they might not compare to the top-tier martial soul academies, they were certainly superior to many mid-level soul master academies. Moreover, his fourth soul ring had yet to materialize, and he would need Shrek's assistance for that. After all, he felt too embarrassed to seek help from Deming and Ming. As it seemed unreasonable to have wise soul beasts hunt down other soul beasts, as they approached the village entrance, they spotted a queue of people. At the front stood a makeshift table where an elderly man in his 60s was seated, scribbling away as if recording information. The enrollment fee is 10 gold soul coins that if you don't qualify. Next, upon entering, Hugio and the others overheard this declaration. It appeared that Shrek was quite stringent in its admissions process. Tang San, lost in thought, remarked beside them. Just a moment ago, he had clearly seen a student of similar age, with soul power nearing 20, being eliminated. Why bother with all this? At our current level, if the academy does not accept us, it would be blind. If Shrek is such an academy, then perhaps it is better not to enroll. Hugio lifted his head and said nonchalantly, the three of them, all aged 11, with 2 at level 30 and 1 at level 40, would surely be regarded as treasures wherever they went. Attending Shrek was indeed his honor. Yes, if even our strength cannot gain admission, then this academy must truly be blind. Xiao Wu raised her neck proudly. If she and Tang San could be considered as average geniuses, then Hugio was undoubtedly a prodigy, a level 40 soul master. It was likely that no one on the entire continent could match his rapid progress. Soon, it was their turn in the queue, but the few of them noticed that, up until now, not a single qualified candidate had emerged from the throng. Hurry up, 10 gold soul coins, registration fee, a voice from the front. That of a little old man, urged them. Here, Hugio handed over 30 gold soul coins, covering both Xiao Wu's and Tang San's fees as well. Xiao Wu took it as a matter of course. And Tang San didn't mind either, for he had no money. The earnings were either returned to Hugio or used for crafting hidden weapons, leaving his pockets emptier than his face. Hand it to me. The little old man glanced at Hugio with a neutral expression and stated flatly. Here, Hugio narrowed his eyes, eager to see if this old man would leap from his seat in shock. You. The little old man's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, as if unable to accept it, he closed his eyes once more to sense carefully. However, judging by his slightly trembling hands, his heart was anything but calm. After a lengthy pause, the little old man suddenly sprang up from the table, gripping Hugio's hand tightly. Come, let me take you to meet the principal. Old man, don't be flustered. I still have 2 companions. Hugio exerted force, his whole body standing firm, as the little old man's strength was insufficient to move him. You have companions, do you? Then let them come along, as long as their levels are not too poor. I still have some influence in the academy, and it wouldn't be impossible for them to enroll too. The old man was momentarily taken aback, then said cheerfully, Thank you, but there is no need. I believe their levels will astonish you as well. Hugio said with a smile, teasingly. Ha, what great storms has this old man not witnessed? If it weren't for your monstrous talent, no matter how gifted you were, I wouldn't bat an eye. The little old man stroked his beard, a hint of pride on his face. Very well, then, lad, I shall await your display. Hugio gestured invitingly, eager for the spectacle. Come, you 2 little ones. Come here and let the old man see how talented you truly are. The little old man waved to Xiao Wu and Tang San with a challenging demeanor. A moment later, the little old man began to doubt his own existence. 11 years of bone age, level 30. Another genius point 11 years of bone age, still level 30. You are all monsters. Haha. It seems Shrek is about to flourish. The little old man excitedly grasped their hands, as if fearing they might escape. Hee hee, old man, don't be too overjoyed. The academy can choose its students, and we can choose our academy. If it fails to meet my expectations, we may not necessarily study here. Hu Jiao had not forgotten that just yesterday, Flinder had made over 20,000 gold soul coins from him, a significant portion of his fortune. He certainly would not feel satisfied unless he extracted something from that unscrupulous merchant. Hu Jiao's words caused the little old man's smile to vanish. After contemplating for a while, he glared at Hu Jiao. Do you think Shrek is just any place? You think you can come and go as you please? Let me tell you, you can't leave. With that, the little old man, disregarding everything else, seized Hu Jiao's hand, as if to cling to him. Hu Jiao, old man, are you trying to pull a fast one? Under the guidance of this amusing little old man, the trio made their way to the principal's office. Principal, come out quickly. I have recruited a few talented students. Without waiting to knock, the little old man shouted loudly from outside. Liu Song, you're not getting any younger. How can you still be so reckless? A voice emerged from within, one familiar to both Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu. Hearing this voice, Xiao Wu involuntarily exclaimed in surprise, looking up at Hu Jiao as if inquiring. Hu Jiao smiled and nodded, signaling Xiao Wu to remain silent. Seeing Hu Jiao's smile, Xiao Wu instantly understood. It seemed that Xiao Jiao was once again plotting something. Chapter 60. Extorting Flinder Principal. Look, it's them. Their bone age is only 11 years. These two are at level 30. Liu Song pointed at Tang San and Xiao Wu. Flinder's gaze swept over Xiao Wu and Tang San, particularly brightening when he noticed the 24-bridge moonlit knight at Tang San's waist. And this one, level 40 soul power, simply more monstrous than a monster. Liu Song grasped Hu Jiao's arm, excitement evident on his face as he spoke to Flinder. Boss, I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. My name is Hu Jiao. This is Tang San. And that is Xiao Wu. Hu Jiao smiled brightly at Flinder, greeting him with utmost politeness. Level 40, a flicker of astonishment crossed Flinder's face as he addressed Hu Jiao. Show me your martial soul. It wasn't that he doubted Liu Song's judgment. It was simply that Hu Jiao's power was too astonishing, and he felt compelled to be cautious. All right, martial soul, emerge. Hu Jiao readily extended his right hand, and a crystal-clear carrot martial soul began to slowly spin in his palm. Simultaneously, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared beneath him. Indeed, level 40 soul power, and it's a food-type martial soul. How is this possible? Flinder flashed to Hu Jiao's side, nearly dropping his glasses in his excitement. Good, it seems Shrek is about to unveil an unprecedented genius. Flinder clapped Hu Jiao's shoulder vigorously, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. Principal, don't celebrate too soon. I haven't even said that I want to join your Shrek Academy. Hu Jiao's smile widened as he pointed at Tang San and Xiao Wu. If you cannot satisfy us. Not just me, but they too will not enroll in the academy. Indeed, wherever Xiao Jiao goes, I shall follow. Xiao Wu stepped forward with a grin. Meanwhile, Tang San remained silent, merely stepping up to stand alongside the others, indicating his support. Though he was unaware of Hu Jiao's intentions, he understood the importance of standing by his brother at this moment. What did you say? Flinder gazed at Hu Jiao in astonishment. They were already at his academy. What did he mean by not enrolling? The academy can choose its students, and of course, people can choose their academy. Isn't that quite obvious? Hu Jiao replied with a smile. I want to elaborate. But a level 40 food-type soul master only needs to acquire 1 soul ring to meet the academy's graduation standards. If in a few years, when I graduate, I might even become a soul emperor. Or perhaps even a soul sage. And then there are them, 2 level 30 soul masters at the age of 11. I presume Shrek has never accepted such geniuses before. So, what exactly must you offer for us to enroll? At this moment, Flinder fell silent. This little fellow spoke the truth. Given their extraordinary talents, any academy would prioritize their training. Even he felt that it seemed a bit of an injustice for the 3 of them to come to his academy. Haha, that is a good question. Principal. Hu Jiao laughed heartily, raising a finger. First, we are not your average geniuses. We have our training plans that if there are any conflicts in training methods with the academy, it shall be unconditionally prioritized according to our wishes. Hu Jiao's words nearly implied that the academy's teachers might not be able to instruct them effectively. Of course, this was also his cunning side. With his character and the presence of an automated training panel, why would he engage in arduous training? Beyond training, the knowledge related to soul masters was what he truly needed. he had never underestimated the power of knowledge. Moreover, he was also wary of the master. What if one day, the master, just like in the original story, came to Shrek to teach and subjected them to grueling training? It should be noted that his relationship with the master was far from pleasant. That's simple. Our teachers will only advise and guide students in their training. Ultimately, it is up to the students whether they wish to follow such guidance, and that is not our concern. Flinder nodded. Talented students were different from ordinary ones, and it was understandable to accommodate certain secret techniques in training. All right, since we have reached an agreement on the first point, the last matter remains. Hu Jio smiled pleasantly. For geniuses like us, regardless of which academy we attend, they would prioritize our cultivation. And from what I've observed about the environment at Shrek Academy, forgive my frankness, it seems rather lacking. Ignoring the displeasure evident on Flander's face, Hu Jio regarded him with a calm demeanor, stating, "Our demands are not excessive. I recall that the dean possesses quite a number of soul-guiding devices. Let each of us select one, and thereafter, we shall become students of Shrek Academy. Who knows, in just a few years, we might see several titled Douluo emerge from Shrek. Hu Jio mused to himself. Deeming the title of titled Douluo as an understatement, for he was essentially offering a divine figure. What a clever young man. It appears you have taken a liking to my soul-guiding apparatus. Flander shot Hu Jio a disgruntled glance, grumbling to himself about the trivial matter from yesterday that had lingered in his mind. It stung. Indeed, it was quite painful. Flander stood rooted to the spot, his expression morphing rapidly, nearly eliciting a laugh from the onlooking Xiao Wu. Hey, Fei, I heard the academy has welcomed a few prodigious youngsters. Let me see just how prodigious they truly are. Just as Flander was preparing to begrudgingly acquiesce to Hu Jio's request, a boisterous voice boomed from outside, shaking the very room. Old Zhao, your timing is impeccable. Come here quickly. Upon hearing that voice, Flander's face lit up with sudden delight, as an idea struck him. Youngster, acquiring my soul-guiding devices is quite simple. You merely need to withstand old Zhao for the duration of a single incense stick. Flander said with a smile, gesturing towards the figure entering the room. The newcomer was not particularly tall, yet his robust physique moved with the presence of an immovable wall. It was none other than the mighty Xiao Wujin. Dean, if you do not wish to provide us with soul-guiding devices, you need only state it plainly. There is no need for such excuses. If I am not mistaken, this teacher should be a soul saint of over 70 levels, Hu Jio remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Flander, who was notoriously stingy. Extracting anything from him was no easy feat. Haha, you have quite an eye, young man. I had concealed my strength so deeply, yet you have uncovered it, Xiao Wujin responded, his eyes gleaming with delight, a broad smile splitting his face. Heavens, this teacher is indeed a soul saint. How formidable he must be, Xiao Wu exclaimed, gazing in awe at Xiao Wujin's muscular physique. You are all prodigies, so the assessment method will naturally differ. However, rest assured, old Zhao will not employ his martial spirit in its true form. You lack the confidence to endure for a single incense stick. Flander raised an eyebrow, provocatively challenging them. You seek to provoke me. Do you? Very well, but should we succeed, I want your 10-cubic storage soul-guiding device. Considering the numerous trump cards he held, Hu Jio nodded in agreement. Agreed, provided you complete the trial. That 10-cubic soul-guiding device shall be yours. Flander gritted his teeth, suddenly feeling a twinge of anxiety. This young man seemed to possess some undisclosed advantages. Chapter 61. Confrontation with Xiao Wujin. Haha. Then I, old Zhao, shall entertain you young ones. You have one incense stick as time to discuss your strategy, Xiao Wujin said, stroking his buzz cut with an innocent expression. Despite his seemingly benign demeanor, Xiao Wujin was a formidable character. The title of the unmoving king was earned through bloodshed. Old Zhao, do take this seriously. If you allow my soul-guiding device to be destroyed, just wait and see how I will settle the score with you. Flander warned Xiao Wujin with a pointed glance. As an exceedingly miserly individual, he had no intention of relinquishing his possessions. Rest assured, they are merely children. Do you truly fear I cannot handle them? Xiao Wujin chuckled dismissively. Meanwhile, Hu Jio, Tang San, and Xiao Wu huddled together, discussing tactics in hushed tones. Having grown up together, they were well aware of each other's abilities, and their tactical deliberation was brief, quickly converging on a unified strategy. Teacher Zhao, we are ready. Let us begin, Hu Jio said, his expression disarmingly innocent as he smiled gently at Xiao Wujin. Given the formidable presence of the 76th-level Xiao Wujin, a touch of cunning was essential. Very well, let us commence, Xiao Wujin replied nonchalantly, producing an incense stick from seemingly nowhere. igniting it and placing it aside. At that moment, three figures approached from a distance. Among them, one was familiar to Hu Jio, and the others, Dai Mubai, with whom they had clashed just yesterday. The other two were a thin, bearded youth and a chubby lad with a rotund physique. Unsurprisingly, these two were Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Upon noticing the intense atmosphere, Dai Mubai became intrigued. They actually dared to challenge Teacher Xiao. These youngsters have quite the nerve. Dean, what is happening here? Dai Mubai asked as he approached Flander. Watch closely. These young ones will soon be your classmates, Flander replied, his eyes narrowed, fixated on the battle. This is disastrous. To challenge Teacher Xiao, they shall be thoroughly trounced, Oscar exclaimed. Nearly jumping in alarm, he harbored a psychological trauma from Xiao Wujin. Having faced his wrath on numerous occasions in the arena, Hu Jio had no energy to spare on distractions. His full attention was now directed at Xiao Wujin. Simultaneously, he began to deftly manipulate his hands, summoning the skills of the carrot transformation and instantaneous movement, which appeared in his grasp. As a legitimate food-type soul master, ensuring logistical support was paramount. So, he is a food-type soul master. Dai Mubai sighed in relief, for he had felt pressure from Hu Jio, especially after Xiao Wu had single-handedly left him in disarray the previous day, and given his prior encounters with Tang San, he knew their strength was comparable. However, Hu Jio remained inscrutable. Among the three, he appeared to be the one in charge, leading Dai Mubai to believe Hu Jio was more formidable than Tang San and Xiao Wu, but upon closer inspection, he realized Hu Jio was merely a food-type soul master lacking combat capabilities, which alleviated his concerns, and no matter how strong he was, he could not compare to Dai Mubai's assault-type soul master. Tang San, Xiao Wu, unleash your full power. Hold nothing back, Hu Jio declared earnestly. Understood. Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded solemnly. They were facing a formidable soul saint of over 70 levels, leaving no room for carelessness. Tang San and Xiao Wu promptly consumed Hu Jio's transformed carrots. As the effects manifested, their legs elongated, and they focused their transformative abilities on their calf muscles, enhancing their speed, while the trio prepared. Xiao Wujin regarded them with indifference, arms crossed, clearly underestimating them. Full force, attack. As soon as the words left Hu Jio's lips, he and Xiao Wu sprang into action, simultaneously condensing a swirling sphere of soul power in their hands. However, Hu Jio's sphere was considerably larger, reaching the size of a barrel in the blink of an eye, while Xiao Wu's was smaller, akin to a watermelon. This was their self-created skill, the soul power spiral ball. Behind them, Tang San was also busy. His first soul skill, Bind, unleashed numerous blue-silver grass vines that surged forth like great serpents, swiftly ensnaring Xiao Wujin's feet, just as Hu Jio and Xiao Wu's spiral balls reached maturity. They were merely 3 meters away from Xiao Wujin. Release, Hu Jio shouted, launching the spiral balls in unison with Xiao Wu. Haha, such a trivial attack. How could you possibly harm me? Xiao Wujin laughed heartily, his muscles tensing as he prepared to absorb the impact without even employing a soul skill. Hey, Teacher Xiao, you are being careless. Hu Jio swiftly retreated, a determined look on his face. Boom, boom, 2 resounding explosions erupted. With Xiao Wujin at the epicenter, it was worth noting that Hu Jio's soul power spiral balls were now at the 9th rank, their destructive force rivaling that of an ordinary soul king. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's spiral ball was approximately at the 6th rank, its might comparable to that of an assault-type soul master. What a powerful attack skill. It must be a self-created soul skill, otherwise their techniques could not be so identical. Flander remarked, narrowing his eyes in appraisal. Self-created soul skills. Dai Mubai and the others gasped in astonishment, for they had not anticipated encountering self-created techniques from someone their age, notably, aside from the newly arrived Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai and Oscar were both older than Hu Jio and his companions. Damn it. First soul skill. Unmoving king body. Xiao Wujin's irate voice echoed from the explosion's center. He had not anticipated suffering such humiliation before a group of mere children. How could he continue to instruct them afterward? As the dust settled, a towering Xiao Wujin emerged before them, now exceeding 2.5 meters in height, his body cloaked in a layer of brown fur. With furious and wild eyes gleaming from his brown irises, 0.7 soul rings revolved slowly beneath him as the powerful great strength king bear manifested. Children, pray for your safety, for I shall now get serious. Xiao Wujin bellowed, placing his hands on the ground. Second soul skill, great strength king palm. Xiao San. Upon witnessing Xiao Wujia's movements, Hu Jio remained unyielding, having retrieved a spiked meteor hammer from his storage ring shortly after unleashing the spiral sphere. The technique of the chaotic whirlwind hammer was gathering strength. First soul skill, bind. Tang San bellowed as he extended two robust blue-silver grass vines from his hands, ensnaring both Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu. With a flick of his wrists, they were propelled skyward by the tendrils. Tang San then leaped into the air, narrowly evading the upheaving earth. It turned out that Xiao Wujia's formidable diamond palm had sent tremors through the ground, causing a layer of soil to roll towards the trio. Thanks to Tang San's quick reflexes, they were spared from being buried alive. Chapter 62. The Emergence of the Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Do you think you can escape? Xiao Wujie sneered, reaching out towards the trio suspended in midair. Enhanced gravity. This was Xiao Wujie's third soul skill. As the gravity intensified, the three who had just stabilized in the air felt an immediate heaviness, their bodies plummeting uncontrollably. Teleport, Hu Jiao shouted, maintaining his chaotic whirlwind's charging state, and in the next instant, he reappeared 100 meters away. In stark contrast, Xiao Wu and Tang San, having consumed Hu Jiao's teleportation carrot, flickered and found themselves on either side of Xiao Wujie. Behold my waist bow, Xiao Wu exclaimed, pushing off the ground, her two elegant legs winding around Xiao Wujie's neck as if devoid of bones. Haha, little girl, you cannot budge me, Xiao Wujie retorted, his feet firmly planted, seemingly impervious to her assault. Is that so? Came Tang San's calm voice. Suddenly, Xiao Wujie felt an irresistible force beneath him, and he could no longer maintain his stance as his body was sent soaring through the air by Xiao Wu's throw. Hey, watch me shatter you into 8 pieces. Upon landing, Xiao Wu paused momentarily before darting back toward Xiao Wujie with astonishing speed. Take that, she cried, initiating a series of 8 consecutive throws. Little girl, while your attacks may be amusing, they are futile against me. Witness my indestructible might. Xiao Wujie bellowed, his muscles taut, a faint golden glow emanating from his skin. Without Tang San's assistance, Xiao Wu found herself unable to continue her throws. Old Xiao is quite formidable. Could this be a self-created soul skill? 100 meters away, Hu Jiao's eyes sparkled with intensity as he focused on Xiao Wujie's technique. Soul power, spiral sphere, just as Xiao Wujie regained his footing. Tang San, like a specter, lunged forward, thrusting a spiral sphere the size of a basketball directly into Xiao Wujie's face. Boom! The impact sent Xiao Wujie reeling, his countenance darkened with soot. Hey, I'm still here, Xiao Wu cheered, her legs propelling her once more as she executed another waistbow throw, sending Xiao Wujie flying again. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust, his form barely visible within. Now's the time. In the distance, Hu Jiao's figure flickered as his meteor hammer radiated brilliant light. Chaotic whirlwind hammer. With a loud shout, Hu Jiao's meteor hammer struck forcefully at Xiao Wujie's lower back. This sight caused the onlookers, including Dai Mubai, to flinch. The lower back is a crucial area for protection in men. If that long, spiked hammer were to land, it could spell disaster for Xiao in the latter half of his life. You dare, you brat. Xiao Wujie reacted swiftly, shielding his lower back with his hands, his palms absorbing a force equivalent to that of a soul king. Boom! The ground shook, fissures spreading across the earth, creating a massive pit before Hu Jiao. You have enraged me. Xiao Wujie's voice echoed from within the pit, seething with fury. Had he not reacted in time, he might have lost a kidney. Retreat quickly. From afar, Dai Mubai, quick on his feet, yanked Ma Hongjin back as they both retreated hastily. Oscar, standing nearby, had already distanced himself long ago. A roar, akin to that of a thunder god, reverberated, and Hu Jiao's trio felt an overwhelming force surge towards them, their minds buzzing. 6th soul skill, mighty diamond roar. Before the 6th soul skill of a soul sage, Hu Jiao and his companions were utterly overwhelmed, sent crashing to the ground, unable to rise for a while. Hee, your strength is indeed commendable, but it seems that not even a stick of incense has passed. It appears my soul guiding device will be spared. Flander appeared before Hu Jiao and his companions with an air of authority, his words laced with merciless mockery. These 3 youngsters displayed exceptional talent. Particularly the one named Hu Jiao was essential to subtly suppress such arrogant geniuses. Hu Jiao gazed up at the incense, which had already burned down significantly, rendered speechless. As the esteemed dean, you still contend for such trivial time? Rules are rules. I pride myself on fairness and justice that I will fulfill my promise, but at present, you have not met the requirements, Flander asserted with righteous indignation. Xiao Jiao, I too desire a soul-guiding device. Xiao Wu, eyeing the dwindling incense, appeared filled with unyielding determination. She looked at Hu Jiao with a pitiful expression, exuding a sense of coaxing. Recognizing Xiao Wu's intent, Hu Jiao remained silent for a moment before nodding. He then looked up at Flander and said, "Dean, I shall remember your words today, and I hope you remain just as fair." Xiao Wu, martial soul fusion technique, goddess of the cold moon. Hu Jiao summoned the carrot martial soul and tossed it towards the prone Xiao Wu. Over here, Xiao Wu, her face aglow with joy, entered the state of martial soul possession as Hu Jiao's martial soul approached. She remained motionless, allowing it to merge with her being in an instant, her scorpion braid unfurled. Her figure transforming into a tall and mature silhouette, clad in white garments adorned with ribbons, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, goddess of the cold moon. Transformation complete. Xiao Jiao, Xiao Wu's melodious voice rang out as she beckoned. Drawing Hu Jiao towards her, merging their essences, the complete martial soul fusion technique manifested. With Hu Jiao's addition, the goddess of the cold moon's stature surged to an impressive 5 meters. Her towering figure did not diminish her allure. Rather, it evoked a sense of inferiority in those who beheld her. Martial soul fusion technique. Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. "Well done, Hu Jiao. How could you conceal such a significant matter from me?" In this moment, Tang San felt a pang of grievance. They had grown up together. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Wu secretly devised a martial soul fusion technique without my knowledge. Xiao San, it's not that I didn't wish to inform you. It was Xiao Jiao who insisted on keeping it a secret. Xiao Wu, now transformed into the goddess of the cold moon, chuckled, deepening Tang San's distress. "No, Xiao Wu, that was not my intention." Hu Jiao rolled his eyes at her thinking, only to elicit an even brighter smile from Xiao Wu. Impressive. At that moment, Dai Mubai felt a chill run down his spine. Thankfully, he had fled swiftly the previous day. Otherwise, his life would surely be at stake. Simultaneously, he reluctantly realized that his position as the head of the academy was in jeopardy. "Flander, don't hold this against me. Facing their martial soul fusion technique, I fear I cannot compete without using my martial soul's true form." Zhao Wujie, having just emerged from the pit, felt diminutive before the goddess of the cold moon, standing at 5 meters tall. How could he, a mere 2.5-meter figure, content with her? "Enough chatter. Strike with all your might. If you dare falter, you'll see how I will deal with you later." Flander growled impatiently. He had not anticipated that Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu possessed such formidable trump cards hidden away. It seemed that his long-preserved soul-guiding device was on the verge of slipping away from him. Chapter 63. The disputes among the 7 monsters are a few mere soul devices worthy of such earnestness? Truly petty, Zhao Wujie muttered in dissatisfaction. Yet, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. The martial soul fusion technique before him was exceedingly powerful, emanating an aura indicative of the Soul Emperor level. He was unlikely to lose, for he was a formidable assault-type battle soul saint. However, with the incense time nearly up, they merely needed to stall for a few more minutes. How can we fight this? Is this not an unreasonable challenge? Little ones, be careful, Zhao Wujie shouted. Giant bear roar bomb. Zhao Wujie gathered his hands at his chest, a golden orb rapidly coalescing, its diameter surpassing 1 meter in the blink of an eye. Xiao Wu, soul power, spiral sphere. Within the fusion, Hu Jiao's thoughts stirred, synchronizing with Xiao Wu's movements, as a chilling white orb of light materialized in the hands of the goddess of the cold moon. This orb, remarkably concentrated, expanded to a diameter of 1 meter. "Enough. Are you intent on destroying my academy, you rascals?" At that critical moment, just as the golden and white orbs were about to collide, the onlooker, Flandra, bellowed without regard for his image. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie instantly grasped the situation, raising his hands to hurl the golden orb into the sky. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Hu Jiao reacted swiftly, sending the white spiral ball in pursuit of the golden orb. Boom! The two immense spheres clashed, causing the very ground of Shrek Academy to tremble. Particularly, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and others struggled to maintain their footing amidst the quaking earth. This commotion roused every inhabitant of the academy. Within a minute, several elders appeared on the scene. "Principal, what is happening? Who dares to cause chaos in our Shrek Academy?" inquired one elderly figure. "Who is causing chaos? It's merely 2 little rascals and an old fool driving me to madness." Flandra retorted, exasperated. "What are you upset about? I see you're just lamenting your precious soul tools," Zhao Wujie muttered under his breath. Given Zhao Wujie's naturally loud voice, even his whispers were easily heard by several nearby. "Oh, what's this? Could it be our old Flandre has met his match? Now intrigued, a group of elders began to pester Xiao Wu, inquiring about the cause of the disturbance. It seemed the elders sensed no immediate danger, or else they would not be so leisurely. Upon learning that the recent explosion was the result of Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu's fusion of martial souls, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Such prodigies! If we could take them as disciples, how enviable that would be! However, in their astonishment regarding Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu, they inadvertently overlooked Tang San, who remained unperturbed, being a person of mature disposition. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he felt a twinge of bitterness within. Principal, a stick of incense has already burned out. You wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? Xiao Wu provoked. Humph, I keep my promises. Once you enroll, I shall provide you with soul-guiding devices. Flandre feigned nonchalance. Yet, internally he felt a pang of regret. Thankfully, the substantial price paid had ultimately secured their talents. Dai Mubai, I entrust them to you. Show them to their dormitory, and we shall gather tomorrow morning. Yes, Dai Mubai replied respectfully. He then led them to a row of modest accommodations. This is the Academy's spare dormitory. Feel free to choose your rooms. Ideally, it's 2 to a room. Observing the rudimentary dwellings, even Dai Mubai felt a sense of embarrassment. Forget the principals. We demand single rooms, Hu Jiao declared, interrupting Dai Mubai's subsequent words. Everyone has their secrets. How can one lack a bit of personal space? It's one thing to share with a woman, but sharing with a man is unacceptable. Very well, suit yourselves, Dai Mubai shrugged, unperturbed. Come, let me introduce you. This bearded fellow is Oscar. He came last year and is your senior. Hee, senior or not. We're all classmates now. You can just call me Xiao Ao, Oscar replied, his voice somewhat androgynous, and his beard reminded Hu Jiao of certain cross-dressing vocalists from his past life, sending a shiver down his spine. And this chubby one is Ma Hongjun. He just enrolled yesterday and is the principal's disciple, likely around your age. Dai Mubai introduced Ma Hongjun. Hello, I am Hu Jiao. Martial Soul Carrot, Food System Soul Master of Level 40. Hu Jiao nodded, providing a brief introduction. You call that a food system? Oscar nearly leapt in disbelief. As a fellow food system soul master, how come you exhibit such prowess? Has it ever been said that food systems lack combat capability? Hu Jiao replied coolly. I am Xiao Wu, with the martial soul soft bone rabbit, and I am a level 30 assault system soul venerable. I am Tang San, martial soul blue silvergrass, and I am also a level 30 control system soul venerable. After they introduced themselves, Oscar and Ma Hongjun followed suit. Oscar, martial soul sausage, level 25 food system great soul master. Ma Hongjun, martial soul phoenix, level 21 assault system great soul master. Heh, chubby one. Is that truly a phoenix? More like a mere chicken, Dai Mubai scoffed, unrelentingly mocking him. You speak nonsense. My martial soul is indeed a phoenix. Yours is the real chicken, Ma Hongjun retorted, flushed with indignation at Dai Mubai's jibe. Humph, chubby, have you not been taught a lesson in a while? How dare you call yourself I in my presence? A cold glint flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. After all, he was a prince of the Star Luo Empire, and no one had ever dared to act so brazenly before him. Fight if you must. I fear you not. Ma Hongjun defiantly stood his ground. Confronting Dai Mubai, he had long grown weary of Dai Mubai's arrogant demeanor, especially in front of their new companions, and with a beautiful girl present, he felt compelled to maintain his dignity. Enough, if you wish to fight. Do so far from here. We still need to tidy up our rooms. Hu Jiao observed them with indifference, noting that the camaraderie among the Shrek 7 monsters was not as harmonious as he had imagined. Just as it seemed Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were on the verge of clashing, Oscar stood aside, seemingly entertained, which hardly attested to their claimed friendship. Perhaps it was due to their earlier entry into Shrek Academy that Dai Mubai's authority had yet to be firmly established. Brother Jiao, you must arbitrate. Today, upon your arrival, this lecherous old tiger shows me no respect. This how classmates should behave. Ma Hongjun scampered to Hu Jiao, seeking solace. The formidable prowess Hu Jiao had displayed earlier lingered in his mind, and now seemed the perfect opportunity to cling to a powerful ally. Chapter 64. Hunting for Soul Rings. In truth, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were not strangers. They had known each other for over a year. Flandre had brought Ma Hongjun to the academy, but due to regulations, he was not permitted to enroll and was instead lodged in the Academy's village at that time. Ma Hongjun was new, and Dai Mubai had no knowledge of his background, only that his martial soul was a phoenix, and that he was the principal's direct disciple, leading him to treat him with kindness for quite some time. However, as time passed, Dai Mubai eventually learned of Ma Hongjuan's martial soul's shortcomings and true nature, leaving him feeling deceived. What a disgrace! I, Dai Mubai, a prince of the Star Luo Empire, have been duped by a mere chicken. The realization left him with no small measure of embarrassment. From that moment on, although he did not openly express it, Dai Mubai's demeanor toward Ma Hongjun shifted, and he began to employ subtle mockery, drawing on his royal upbringing to wield such tactics. Consequently, Ma Hongjun avoided him for an extended period. Fortunately, as he had not yet enrolled, their interactions remained limited. Now, however, with Ma Hongjun having reached the required level of 21, had Hu Jiao and the others not arrived early, he would have found himself at the mercy of Dai Mubai. Let us forget about it. We are classmates now. Why engage in conflict? Wouldn't it be better to be amicable? Tang San, soft-hearted, could not resist intervening upon witnessing Ma Hongjuan's pitiful demeanor. Very well, since Tang San has spoken, I shall grant you this favor today. However, you, fatso, must mind your tongue in the future, otherwise, with Tang San's plea, Dai Mubai had no choice but to relent. Not only did he stand behind Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu, but he also felt a twinge of caution regarding Tang San's capabilities. Old Dai Mubai, do remember my name. I am not merely fatso. Ma Hongjun attempted to assert himself, but was quickly quelled by a cold glare from Dai Mubai, causing his bravado to wane. Heh. Dai Mubai chuckled derisively at Ma Hongjuan's rotund figure, but said nothing further as he turned to leave. Sigh. Once Dai Mubai departed, Ma Hongjun slumped like a deflated balloon, his spirit visibly dampened. Chubby, can you not be a bit more manly? If it were me, I would stand my ground and fight, even if it meant getting hurt. Xiao Wu looked disdainfully at Ma Hongjun, feeling he paled in comparison not only to Hu Jiao but also to Tang San. What do you understand? He is older and stronger. How could I possibly contend with him? Ma Hongjun retorted, exasperated. Why are you lacking in ambition? Xiao Wu nearly stamped her foot in frustration at Ma Hongjuan's defeatist attitude. Fine, everyone has their own way of living. Let him be. Hu Jiao gently pulled Xiao Wu along, casting a fleeting glance at Ma Hongjun. Indifferent to those who are unable to rise above their circumstances, Hu Jiao had no interest in him. Let us hasten to tidy up this place. It shall be our abode henceforth. Hu Jiao beckoned to Tang San and Xiao Wu, and they began to clean the dormitory. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Oscar had slipped away at some point, while Ma Hongjun unexpectedly stayed behind to assist in the efforts. Xiao Jiao, do you wish to lend him a hand? Noticing Ma Hongjuan's industriousness, Xiao Wu felt herself stepping into the role of a big sister, eager to offer support to this little brother. No rush. I shall observe a while longer. After all, this was merely their first meeting, and one cannot hastily judge a person based solely on their portrayal in the original story. Hu Jiao needed to ascertain whether Ma Hongjun was worthy of his assistance. Very well, but I find this little chubby fellow rather honest, far better than that nefarious-eyed lecher and that long-bearded dandy. Suddenly, Hu Jiao remembered that Ma Hongjun truly was rather pitiable, due to the mutation of his martial soul. He was forced to navigate the seedy underbelly of society at such a tender age, suffering more than many do in their middle years. Poor little chubby one, to endure such hardships at this age. Let us observe a moment of silence for him. In that instant, Hu Jiao's heart brimmed with compassion for the hard-working Ma Hongjun. That evening, under Ma Hongjuan's guidance, they dined simply at a farmer's house. This academy is truly miserly. Requiring us to fend for our own dinner is quite outrageous. Xiao Wu scolded Flander vehemently. The following morning, Hu Jiao was awakened by Tang San, and after breakfast, he joined Ma Hongjun to gather at the academy's grand playground. By the time they arrived, Flander and Zhao Wujing were already awaiting them, along with Dai Mubai and Oscar. Notably, due to Tang Hao's absence from the academy this year, Zhao Wujing had narrowly avoided a potential beating. The reason it was merely potential was that Tang San had spent the previous day merely observing. Thus Tang Hao had no grounds to unleash his wrath upon Zhao Wujing. If anyone were to be made an example of, it should rightly have been Flander. Now that everyone is present, I shall outline your forthcoming study plan, Flander declared, appearing quite the scholar, though his shoehorn-like face betrayed his true nature as a shrewd businessman. Hu Jiao, Tang San, Xiao Wu, you three have just recently broken through to a higher realm to avoid hindering your cultivation. Vice Dean Zhao Wujing will lead you to acquire your soul rings shortly. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, you will follow me for specialized training. After surveying the group, Flander issued his commands. Understood. Whether they were willing or not, the trio obediently acknowledged their orders. The prospect of training under the dean himself caused Dai Mubai and the others to wear expressions of great distress. Report, Dean. Hu Jiao raised his hand. Speak. Before we embark on our quest for soul rings, could you please provide us with our soul guidance devices? Having them would greatly facilitate our travels. Hu Jiao inquired eagerly. Yearning for the 10-cubic storage soul guidance device. Flander's mouth twitched slightly before he responded with feigned righteousness. That can wait. It would be best for you to obtain your soul rings as soon as possible. Without being delayed by trivial matters, rest assured, you will receive your soul guidance devices. Such sweet words, yet it seems you are reluctant to provide them, Xiao Wu murmured quietly. Flander pretended not to hear. Gesturing to Zhao Wujing. Old Zhao, they are in your care now. Remember to ensure their safety. All right, boss. Zhao Wujing grinned broadly. Come along, little ones. I shall find you a satisfactory soul ring. With a sweeping motion of his large hand, Zhao Wujing led the way with great enthusiasm. Chapter 65. Strategizing Teacher Zhao, where are you taking us to hunt for soul rings? The Stardow Forest, perhaps? Hu Jiao activated his transformation ability, morphing into a tall, lean figure as he sprinted along the path. Xiao Wu, with her slender legs, leaped ahead with grace, her form far more elegant than Hu Jiao's. Following closely behind was Tang San, whose movements were ghost-like, seamlessly keeping pace with the others. Of course, your soul rings must be at least 1,000 years old. Particularly you should seek one that is at least 3,000 years, or else when we return, the elder will surely punish me, Zhao Wujing stated, leading the way with the strength of a bear. Indeed, the Stardow Forest is home to a plethora of soul beasts. We are sure to find the most suitable soul rings. Hu Jiao chuckled lightly, glancing at Xiao Wu beside him. Upon meeting his gaze, Xiao Wu nodded affirmatively, signaling that all would be well. She understood that Hu Jiao was concerned about the possibility of Ming sensing her presence and approaching her. As soul beasts and humans have always been mortal enemies, if their relationship with Ming were to be discovered, it would undoubtedly lead to significant complications. Thus, the best course of action was to remain discreet. Xiao Jiao, what are you two up to? Tang San inquired, puzzled as he observed the exchanged glances. When did you evolve to such a point that you could communicate solely through looks? Oh, I was merely contemplating what type of soul ring would be effective. Hu Jiao replied with a smile, shifting the conversation. Have you thought of anything? Xiao Wu inquired. Shaking his head, Hu Jiao gazed at Zhao Wujing ahead, expressing his anticipation. That remains to be seen. I plan to consult Teacher Zhao about it. Consult about what? Naturally, he intended to confirm whether Zhao Wujing possessed any unique soul techniques. He recalled witnessing Zhao Wujing employing an indestructible skill during their previous battle. This defensive technique was exactly what he lacked. Initially, he had considered whether to seek a defensive soul ring for his fourth, but now with a better option in mind, he had to deliberate carefully. For instance, recovery skills would be essential for a food-type support soul master. Lacking the ability to regenerate health would be utterly unreliable. It is well known that other food-type soul masters typically begin with recovery skills. Additionally, skills that enhance speed would be beneficial, particularly if they allowed for flight. This would significantly improve his survival capabilities. Haha, Xiao Jiao, splendid. Old Zhao is most knowledgeable about soul beasts. When we take a break, I will assist you in your considerations, ensuring your satisfaction, Zhao Wujing exclaimed, elated to hear Hu Jiao's desire to discuss matters with him. Casting a glance at the robust Zhao Wujing, both Xiao Wu and Tang San exchanged skeptical looks, wondering if he were merely a brute with muscle and no intellect. Thankfully, Zhao Wujing was oblivious to their expressions. Otherwise, he might have erupted in anger. After a day of vigorous running, the quartet arrived at the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Let us rest for the night in the nearby town. It is too late to enter the forest now that we shall set out in the morning, Zhao Wujing instructed, glancing at the darkening sky. Entering the town, they were surprised to find it bustling with activity. The settlement was roughly 3 times the size of the village where Shrek Academy was located, with numerous shops lining the streets, offering a diverse array of goods. Wow, I had no idea such a lively town existed here. Once we acquire our soul rings, let us explore this place, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, it is bustling. This proximity to the Stardow Forest attracts many soul masters to hunt for soul rings, leading to the town's prosperity over time, Zhao Wujing explained, navigating confidently through the crowd. "This is the place," Xiao Wujing announced, pointing to a modest inn. Turning to the group, he instructed, "We shall rest here for the night. You are responsible for your own lodging and meals." "Seriously? The academy is too stingy to cover even this." Xiao Wu gasped in disbelief. Xiao Wujing sighed, shrugging in resignation. "As you have seen, our academy focuses solely on nurturing elite talents, which limits our income. If not for Dai Mubai's family providing some sponsorship, the academy might very well be on the brink of closure." "How dismal," Hu Jio remarked, exasperated. "Teacher Xiao, why not choose a different inn? I have funds. I can treat you to a drink and discuss soul ring matters." "Drinking? Now that sounds appealing, but that's not my intention. I'm here to assist you with your queries, so don't go spreading rumors back at the academy." Xiao Wujing licked his lips, feeling the allure of drink beckoning him. "Not to worry, it's merely a small expense." Hu Jio waved his hand with an air of grandeur, for he had been consistently supplying carrots to Xiao Qinyu and his companions, earning over 1,000 gold soul coins each month. He was indeed quite affluent. Under the guidance of Xiao Wujing, they arrived at a luxurious hotel. After checking in, they requested a private room, where exquisite food and fine wine were served. Given their young age, Hu Jio and his companions abstained from alcohol, leaving Xiao Wujing to drink alone. Nevertheless, with their company, Xiao Wujing enjoyed his drink immensely. After several rounds of toasting, Hu Jio, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Teacher Xiao, during yesterday's battle, I noticed you utilized a skill called Indestructible Vajra. Is that a skill you created yourself?" "Haha, little Jio, your keen observation is commendable. Indeed, that is my self-created soul skill, out of boredom during my time at the academy. I developed this skill based on the characteristics of my martial spirit," Xiao Wujing replied proudly, grinning widely. "And what are its effects?" Hu Jio pressed further. "Haha, the effects are quite remarkable. It enhances physical strength and power, making one significantly more formidable." Xiao Wujing demonstrated his self-created soul skill, and a layer of golden light enveloped him, instantly transforming his skin into a bronze hue. He struck his chest with his hand, producing a resonant sound akin to metal clashing. "Wow, Teacher Xiao, you are incredible. This skill is exceptionally practical." Hu Jio clapped his hands in admiration, then casually asked, "Will you teach us this skill in future lessons?" "Hey, you young rascal, your ambitions are quite grand. This is my secret technique, not to be shared lightly." Xiao Wujing shot Hu Jio a knowing glance, his demeanor suddenly shrewd. "If you wish to learn, become my disciple, and I shall teach you for free." Haha, trading a self-created skill for a genius disciple is quite the bargain, Xiao Wujing thought to himself, feeling quite pleased at Hu Jio's smile faltered. It seemed this old Xiao wasn't as foolish as he appeared. However, contemplating the prospect of becoming his disciple, he mused, if it comes down to it, having a master wouldn't be so bad. At the very least, he would no longer have to worry about soul rings, and someone would be there to support him. With that in mind, it didn't seem like such a bad idea after all. Moreover, should the master come to the academy in the future, having Xiao Wujing as a backing would be advantageous. However, to secure a prodigious disciple like myself, merely a self-created soul skill wouldn't suffice. Chapter 66. The magnificent Xiao Wujing. Teacher Xiao, surely you jest. Achieving the soul master realm at my age is an unparalleled feat of genius. How could I pledge myself to you based solely on a self-created soul skill?" Hu Jio proclaimed dramatically, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Well now, many have sought to be my disciple, for I am a soul sage. What else do you desire?" Xiao Wujing boasted, puffing out his chest. His reputation as the unyielding king Xiao Wujing was forged amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Even the spirit hall could do nothing against him. At that moment, Hu Jio was momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Xiao Wujing. Nevertheless, he managed to mutter, "I merely wish to convey that my talent is exceptional, and I can grasp self-created skills with great speed. If Teacher Xiao only possesses one self-created soul skill, you may soon find yourself without anything left to teach." It was then that Hu Jio recalled Xiao Wujing was not known for his amiable nature. The original text described him as having countless murders to his name. Just from that phrase, one could discern the kind of person he was. Yet, Hu Jio still dared to show off in front of him. What audacity! "Haha, with such a disciple, I shall indeed take you under my wing." Xiao Wujing laughed heartily, waving his hand to clear the table. In an instant, a row of books appeared before them, over 10 in total. "What is this?" Hu Jio's eyes widened in surprise as he stood up, leaning eagerly towards Xiao Wujing, his excitement palpable as he read the titles on the covers: Indestructible Body, Phantom Evasion, Double Slash, Shockwave, Continuous Charge, Brutal Frenzy. Each skill he perused felt heavier. And by the time he finished, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Disciple Hu Jio pays his respects to teacher." He clasped his hands together, bowing respectfully to Xiao Wujing. Ha ha. Good disciple. I, Xiao Wujing, shall undoubtedly cultivate you into a top-tier title Douluo. Dominating the world, Xiao Wujing declared, reaching out to halt Hu Jio's bowing, bursting into grand laughter. He, congratulations to you, little Jio, and to teacher Xiao as well. One has found a good master, and the other a fine disciple. We must celebrate this occasion. Xiao Wu clapped her hands in delight. Little Jio's teacher is truly commendable, unlike that Tang San, whose strength is barely at level 30. A fraud. Little Jio, congratulations, Tang San chimed in with a smile. Fully aware of Hu Jio's obsession with self-created skills, had it not been for the Academy's regulations, he would have taught him those skills long ago. Indeed, today is worth celebrating that I shall find a server and order more wine. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Elated, Hu Jio disregarded any concerns about drinking, yearning instead for a raucous celebration. Xiao Wujing was marvelous. He was protective, powerful, and with his accelerated carrot cultivation. Perhaps in a few years, Hu Jio would not only exceed the original narrative's level of 81, but could even reach 90 or beyond. Having a future title Douluo as a teacher was hardly a disgrace. After a night of merriment, the following morning, Xiao Wujing took Hu Jio and the others to the Stardow Forest. Little Jio, what are your initial soul skills? Share them with me so I can provide guidance. Xiao Wujing asked, keen to understand his disciples' capabilities during their journey. Teacher, my first soul ring skill is absorption, which doubles my cultivation speed, Hu Jio replied respectfully. Before he could elaborate further, Xiao Wujing, astonished, interrupted. What did you say? Doubles your cultivation speed. At that moment, Xiao Wujing was utterly shocked. No wonder his disciple had reached level 40 at merely 11 years of age. Such a miraculous skill. He suddenly recalled that his disciple was a food system soul master. And your carrots? Teacher guessed correctly. This skill can also be applied to others. Here, you haven't tried my carrots yet. Please have a taste. In the Douluo Continent, the bond between teacher and disciple was deeper than one might imagine. A teacher held a status akin to that of a father, which is why Hu Jio respected Xiao Wujing greatly. Eagerly accepting the carrot handed to him by Hu Jio, Xiao Wujing swallowed it whole. Eager to test the effects of Hu Jio's first soul ring skill that if it truly doubled cultivation speed, it would be utterly extraordinary. Without pausing to savor the flavor, Xiao Wujing focused on sensing the cultivation effects. Moments later, Xiao Wujing opened his eyes, filled with excitement, and said solemnly, Little Jio, this skill's effects must not be disclosed to anyone, or it could lead to dire consequences. In response to Xiao Wujing's earnest warning, Hu Jio nodded, rest assured, teacher, I am aware. So far, aside from Xiao Wu and Tang San, you are the only one who knows. And it seems Tang San's teacher is also aware. He concluded by mentioning the master's name. Well, just be cautious moving forward. However, there is no need to worry too much. After all, I am a rank 76 battle soul sage, and even against a soul Douluo, I can hold my own. Xiao Wujing reassured his disciple with a smile. Good. A warm feeling washed over Hu Jio as he gained a deeper appreciation for his newly acknowledged teacher. Next, he proceeded to describe the effects of his second and third soul ring skills. Deliberately omitting the duration of the soul rings, not out of distrust for Xiao Wujing, but because explaining it was overly complicated, silence was preferable. I have a general understanding of your cultivation system. What are your thoughts on your fourth soul ring skill? Xiao Wujing asked, diligently noting the effects of Hu Jio's skills before looking up. Well, I've been considering it. Initially, I planned to seek a defensive soul ring effect. But since you possess the indestructible Vajra skill, I can explore other options. Hu Jio replied candidly, sharing his thoughts without hesitation. His first choice would be a healing effect, as a food system soul master. Possessing healing abilities was essential. The second choice would be a speed-based skill. With speed, one could attack or retreat as needed. A flying effect would be even better. It seems you have thought this through well. Your reasoning is sound. I believe you should opt for a healing skill, as it is crucial for a food system soul master. Healing skills are better acquired early rather than late. As for speed skills, there's no rush. I have self-created skills that can compensate, though it will require more effort and diligent training, Xiao Wujing affirmed, thoroughly satisfied with his clear-headed and talented disciple. You can rest assured on that front. Teacher, I am quite diligent when it comes to training soul skills. It is my forte, Hu Jiao declared confidently, eager to embrace the challenge ahead. Tang San, have you ever truly exerted yourself? I don't recall seeing it. Chapter 67. The loss of the 8-spider spear. Having resolved to restore the healing-type soul skills, the remaining task became straightforward. We merely needed to seek out soul beasts possessing such restorative abilities. Xiao Wu clapped his hands and set off towards the direction of the Douluo forest at a steady pace. There exists a plethora of soul beasts with healing capabilities. Xiao Jiao should keep an eye out for the red blood pig, the wood willow, the sun tree, and the moon soft rabbit, Tang San suggested after rummaging through his mental repository of knowledge. Indeed, I will pay attention to those. Xiao Jiao nodded, placing considerable trust in Tang San's vast knowledge of soul beasts. Having also learned about them during his time at the academy, he knew Tang San was quite correct. Well then, Xiao Wu and Xiao San, do you have any specific requirements for your martial souls? I can provide some advice if you need, Xiao Wu inquired, taking the opportunity to offer assistance. Given that they were companions of Xiao Jiao, had it not been for this connection, he would likely have left them to make their own choices. Accepting whatever they found, Xiao Wujia's question caught Xiao Wu off guard. She had no particular aspirations, after all. Her soul ring was not something she could simply choose. She planned to sneak away and enhance her abilities whenever the opportunity arose. Teacher Xiao, I have already determined the direction for my third soul ring, focusing primarily on enhancing the resilience of my martial soul. It would be even better if it could confer some resistance to toxins or limit my movements. Tang San replied confidently, having previously discussed this with his master Da. Then I shall aim to enhance my speed, as I follow an agile assault route, Xiao Wu hastily added, feeling the gaze of her companions upon her. Excellent. Let us quicken our pace and strive to gather your soul rings by the end of the day, Xiao Wujia called out, immediately accelerating his speed. In response, Xiao Jiao and the others quickened their steps to match Xiao Wujia's pace. A quarter of an hour later, the four entered the Douluo forest. At this juncture, Xiao Wujia's speed diminished, for even as a level 76 soul sage, he needed to tread cautiously within the forest. At that moment, Tang San revealed some remarkable skills. With a simple medicinal powder, he enabled them to evade the dangers posed by venomous insects. The Tang San brand insect-repelling powder proved to be remarkably effective. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Jiao activated his sensory enhancement technique, deftly avoiding soul beasts while searching for those that met their criteria, achieving impressive efficiency. Nevertheless, by the time they discovered the first suitable soul beast, half a day had already elapsed. Venomous spider, Xiao San, are you satisfied with this martial soul? Xiao Jiao expressed a hint of regret, recalling that in the original story, Tang San had absorbed a 2,000-year-old faceless demon spider soul ring and even acquired an external soul bone. Yet, in this vast Douluo forest, where could he possibly find a faceless demon spider for Tang San? It seemed he had inadvertently deprived Tang San of his 8-spider spear, judging by the patterns on the back of this venomous spider. Its cultivation age was approximately 1,500 years, and being a poison-type soul beast, it was indeed suitable for serving as his third soul ring. Xiao Jiao, I must commend you. Your perception ability is exceptionally useful. Tang San remarked with delight upon spotting the venomous spider, unaware of the opportunities he had forfeited. Have you made your selection? If so, distance yourselves a bit. I shall take action, Xiao Wujie declared, stretching his muscles and striding forward. Teacher Xiao, please wait. Tang San quickly stepped in front of Xiao Wujie. I wish to hunt this soul beast myself, with Xiao Jiao and Xiao Wu assisting me. You can provide us with support. Tang San, being an independent individual, believed it was crucial not to rely on others for everything. He and his companions needed growth and experience. With a soul sage as their protector, this was a splendid opportunity. Very well, that is acceptable. Rest assured, with me around, a mere spider cannot harm you, Xiao Wujie conceded, realizing that while this expedition was meant for them to acquire soul rings, it also served as a chance for them to hone their skills. As students of the Monster Academy, how could they not embrace the essence of being monsters themselves? Hee, another fight is about to commence. How delightful, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her excitement nearly propelling her into the air. All right, Xiao San and Xiao Wu, you two will hold it off while I strike from behind, Xiao Jiao declared, feeling his blood surge as he brandished his meteor hammer. Xiao Jiao, be careful not to kill it in one blow. Tang San cautioned, fully aware of the overwhelming power of Xiao Jiao's chaotic winds. Rest assured, I know my limits, Xiao Jiao replied with a grin, raising the meteor hammer in his hand. After discussing their strategy, the three exchanged glances, and Xiao Wu and Tang San took the initiative. They stealthily approached the venomous spider from 100 meters away. First soul skill, bind. Tang San's arms extended as thick blue-silver grass vines shot forth, swiftly ensnaring the venomous spider. Chirp, chirp. Taken by surprise, the venomous spider maintained its composure, its 8 agile legs slicing through Tang San's blue-silver grass vines in mere moments. However, this short delay was sufficient. Xiao Wu coalesced a spiral ball the size of a basketball and leaped forward to press it against the spider's face. From behind, Tang San moved like a specter, conjuring another spiral ball in his hand and launching it with a deceptive throwing technique, synchronizing perfectly with Xiao Wu's attack as both spirals detonated upon the venomous spider's head. Boom! The impact reverberated, eliciting a mournful shriek from the venomous spider. Suddenly, a flurry of green, alarming threads shot out from the dust, aimed directly at Xiao Wu and Tang San. Teleport. The two seized the moment, biting down on the teleportation carrot they had prepared, and in an instant, they reappeared 100 meters away. Haha, behold my prowess. At that moment, Xiaojiu's voice rang out, and in the next instant, he found himself behind the venomous spider, his meteor hammer charged with ferocious strength crashing down. Boom. The force comparable to that of a Soul King shattered one side of the venomous spider's body. Screech. The venomous spider howled in agony, its head twisting around to unleash a torrent of toxic smoke, aimed at Xiaojiu. Haha, I'm out of here. Xiaojiu wasted no time. Having struck successfully, he teleported once more, vanishing from sight. Since acquiring the teleportation skill, he found himself more versatile in combat, able to launch attacks and retreat with ease. Swish, swish. As Xiaojiu fell back, Xiao Wu and Tang San reappeared, each wielding a spiral ball. Confronting the wounded venomous spider, Xiaojiu stowed his meteor hammer in his storage ring, similarly forming a spiral ball, and joined forces with Tang San and Xiao Wu to besiege the creature. Adhering to the principle of advance when the enemy retreats, disrupt when the enemy holds firm, they relentlessly hurled spiral balls, soon rendering the venomous spider weak and gasping on the ground. Xiao San. Finish it off. We shall protect you. Xiaojiu encouraged after battling the 1,500-year-old venomous spider, realizing he might have underestimated his combat prowess. With such a soul beast, he could easily take on two. Chapter 68. The Disobedient Erming due to a lack of combat experience. Xiaojiu had never accurately assessed his own fighting capabilities. Only now did he realize that facing a 1,500-year-old soul beast didn't necessitate such convoluted tactics or three-person assaults. A direct confrontation would suffice. Teacher, do you think my current combat power can rival that of a level 60 Soul Emperor? Xiaojiu turned back, inquiring with eager anticipation. Are you daydreaming? Zhao Wujie replied, somewhat exasperated. Aside from your and Xiao Wu's martial soul fusion, your strength is comparable to that of a strong attack-type soul master. Considering your lengthy preparation for that hammer technique, you might barely manage to fight above your level. But that's a last resort. As a soul master, who doesn't possess a trump card. Thus, your combat power can only be deemed commendable within your current realm. Xiaojiu was taken aback. Am I truly that weak? Teacher, you, a food-type soul master, are already doing quite well to be compared with a strong attack type. What more do you desire? Have you considered how much combat power remains beyond that hammer technique? Zhao Wujie bluntly pointed out. But I also possess my self-created skill, the spiral ball. Its attack power is quite formidable, Xiaojiu retorted, feeling as though he had been rendered completely inept. Indeed, your self-created skill, the spiral ball, is quite impressive, with attack strength rivaling that of an average Soul King. That is why I said you could barely fight above your level, Zhao Wujie acknowledged, genuinely pleased with Xiaojiu's self-created skill, recognizing it as an accomplishment of his monstrous disciple. Having such a student was indeed exhilarating. Once back at the academy, he would surely boast about it to the old-timers. It seems I still need to put in more effort. Xiaojiu contemplated following Zhao Wujie's analysis, realizing that his mentor possessed a wealth of self-created soul skills, which he must swiftly acquire at AS for the present moment. Xiaojiu glanced at Xiao Wu beside him, resigned to his role as the reliant partner. With that thought in mind, Xiaojiu adopted a serious expression. Xiao Wu. What is it? Xiao Wu, perplexed, inquired. It seems I am still too weak. From now on, do not stray too far from me. We must always be prepared to unleash our martial soul fusion technique, for this world is fraught with peril. Fear not, Xiaojiu, rest assured, with your elder sister Xiao Wu by your side. No one would dare to bully you. I shall deal with anyone who dares, she proclaimed, brandishing her tiny fists and thumping her chest in assurance. The plan is successful. The achievement of the soft rice king has been realized. Hu Jio rejoiced internally, recognizing that Xiao Wu could now be considered an asset to his combat prowess. From now on, address me as Lord Soul Emperor. On the other hand, Tang San encountered no difficulties in absorbing the venomous spider. Within less than an hour, he had completed the refinement. Just as Hu Jio was about to inquire about Tang San's gains, he suddenly furrowed his brow. What is happening? Did Xiao Wu not say that Ming would not come? Why is he already nearby? Hu Jio, confident in his perception abilities, sensed a formidable aura approaching from 5 miles away. Indeed, it was Ming's presence. What shall I do? An idea struck Hu Jio. He bent down suddenly. Feigning distress. My stomach aches a bit. I need to relieve myself. Without waiting for the others to react, he vanished in a flash, 100 meters away. Huh. At that moment, Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise, then called out. Xiao Jio, wait for me. I'm in pain too. Swiftly, she retrieved a teleportation carrot and dashed after the direction Hu Jio had taken. Tang San and Zhao Wujia exchanged bewildered glances. Have these two grown so close that they even relieve themselves together? After a prolonged silence, Tang San spoke. It's nothing to worry about. Xiao Jio might have something to attend to. Let's wait for a moment. Although he was unaware of the urgency that had driven them away. Tang San felt no concern. He knew Xiao Jio well. He valued his own life above all else. And if there were true danger, he would have likely already sought refuge behind Teacher Zhao. Xiao Wu, did you not say there were no issues? Hu Jio queried against the wind. Xiao Wu shrugged helplessly. I don't know what happened. I distinctly told Ming not to come looking for us. Very well, let's not dwell on it. We shall understand the situation upon encountering him. Hu Jio wasted no time, activating his teleportation skill and vanishing once more. 15 minutes later, the two finally reunited with Ming. Ming, what is the meaning of this? Did I not instruct you not to seek us out? Upon their meeting, Xiao Wu's face was alight with anger. Ming squatted down innocently, gesturing softly to Do. You are truly something. I am at a loss for words. Hearing Ming's explanation, Xiao Wu facebombed in resignation and turned to Hu Jio, explaining. Xiao Jio, Ming said he ran out of your carrots, and his training has slowed down. So upon sensing your aura, he disregarded my warnings. Hu Jio replied. Very well, you have won this round. Although he bore a look of resignation, a hint of delight lingered at the corners of his mouth. This indicated that even the Titan giant ape could not do without his carrots. In a bid to swiftly send Ming on his way, he retrieved a stash of training-enhancing carrots from his storage ring. Take these for now. I will bring you another batch in a few days, ensuring you will not go hungry. Soto City is in close proximity to the Stardow Forest, with minimal travel time required. And soon he would possess a 10-cubic storage soul guide, making it convenient for storing carrots in the future. Looking at the pile of bright red carrots before him, Ming grinned widely, beaming at Hu Jio with an endearing smile. Ever since receiving the enhancement from Hu Jio's training carrots, both he and Ming had experienced a significant boost in their training speed. For soul beasts, whose strength was paramount, what could bring greater joy than the enhancement of one's cultivation? Goodbye, Ming. Xiao Wu and I shall return now. We will come to visit you and Ming again soon. Xiao Wu and Hu Jio waved farewell to Ming and hastened on their way back. On their return journey, Xiao Wu's face remained flushed as she recalled her earlier words to Tang San and Teacher Zhao in the heat of the moment. How would she face anyone after saying she went to relieve herself with Hu Jio? Hey, Xiao Wu, why is your face so red? Are you all right? Hu Jio queried, puzzled, as it was improbable for them, given their constitution, to fall ill. Humph, this is all your fault. Xiao Wu shot him a fierce glare, refusing to respond, and quickened her pace. My fault. Is it not Ming's disobedience? Why am I being blamed? Hu Jio stared at Xiao Wu in confusion. Was this a case of misplaced anger? 30 minutes later, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu returned. Upon seeing the two, Tang San and Zhao Wujia finally exhaled in relief. The Stardow Forest was perilous, and their prolonged absence had left both men deeply concerned. In the midst of their relief, their gazes turned quizzical, darting between Hu Jio and Xiao Wu, both wondering what the two had been up to during their time away. Chapter 69. Individual Duels. Xiao San, how does your soul ring skill fare? Is it formidable? To avoid the awkwardness, Hu Jio felt compelled to shift the topic. He had noted that since their return, Xiao Wu had been keeping her head down, her cheeks flushed out. Of course, he had also gleaned from Tang San's greeting upon their arrival what excuse Xiao Wu had employed. In response, he could only say that it was truly splendid. My third soul ring skill is the venomous web. Upon activation, my blue-silver grass can adhere like spider silk, with the primary advantage being its toxicity. Once the venom invades the body, even a soul king would struggle to endure. And the potency of the toxin will escalate with the enhancement of my strength. Tang San expressed his satisfaction with the newly acquired skill. Poison was inherently his forte, and with this skill, his power had undoubtedly surged. Now, even if he were to battle Hu Jiao, he felt unperturbed. Xiao San, have you become arrogant? Do not forget, I am about to obtain my fourth soul ring, and it will be a restorative type. Your toxins shall have no effect in my presence. Hu Jiao, discerning Tang San's thoughts from his gaze, patted him on the shoulder with a serious expression, delivering a playful jab, since Xiao San had already acquired a soul ring. Only Xiao Jiao and Xiao Wu remained. Let us proceed swiftly to gather your soul rings today, Xiao Wu encouraged, clapping his hands to redirect their focus. All right, I shall lead the way. Hu Jiao nodded, activating his heightened senses to fully perceive the surrounding soul beasts. Upon this perception, he discovered that powerful soul beasts had dwindled in number around them, likely startled by Erming's presence earlier and vacating the area. However, fortunately, among his selected targets, there were several plant-type soul beasts, many of which could not move or could only do so very slowly, thus facilitating his search. He searched for 2 hours, and just as the sun began to set, Hu Jiao finally identified a suitable soul beast. Everyone, be cautious. I sense an aura resembling a sun tree about 800 meters away. From its emitted energy, it should be around 5,000 years old, making it ideal for my fourth soul ring. Slowing his pace, Hu Jiao turned to his companions. That is splendid. The sun tree can utilize sunlight to dispel negative states and heal wounds, making it perfect for you. Xiao Jiao, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her joy palpable. When it comes to knowledge about soul beasts, Xiao Wu, as one of their kind, possessed superior understanding in this regard. Not even Tang San or the master could rival her. A 5,000-year soul beast. Will you all handle it yourselves? Xiao Wu inquired, looking up in human cultivation terms. A 5,000-year soul beast would be positioned between Soul Zone and Soul King, but if Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu did not utilize their martial soul fusion technique, they might face some challenges in dealing with it. Teacher Xiao, have you forgotten? I have already acquired my third soul ring. It is the perfect opportunity to test the effectiveness of my skills. You need only provide support for us, Tang San interjected, eager to demonstrate his newfound abilities. Xiao Wu, equally enthusiastic, wore a radiant expression. How could she miss out on the thrill of battle? Only Hu Jiao furrowed his brow, saying, testing is fine. After all, this soul beast will not flee, but we must be cautious of the other soul beasts that are likely its guardians. Understood. Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded solemnly in agreement. Then we need not rush to confront the sun tree, as it will remain stationary. We can first eliminate its guardian soul beasts, Xiao Wu proposed. That is a sound suggestion. Let us approach a bit closer and observe which soul beasts are present. Zhao Wujie agreed. Hu Jiao nodded slightly. Although he was already aware that there were 3 soul beasts guarding the sun tree and had a general idea of their types, it was prudent to see them with his own eyes first. The trio utilized their soul power to control their skills, each suppressing their presence as they stealthily approached. The phoenix-tailed cock snake, the scale-armored beast, and the phantom leopard all possessed a cultivation of approximately 3,000 years, while the sun tree, boasting a cultivation of 5,000 years, was perfectly suited for Xiao Jiao. Upon getting closer, Tang San's eyes shimmered with purple light as he was the first to identify them. The scale-armored beast is mine, Hu Jiao declared decisively. Then I shall take the phoenix-tailed cocksnake. I can restrict its ability to fly. Tang San promptly followed. All right, that leaves the phantom leopard for me. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her fists clenched in excitement. Do not underestimate it. The phantom leopard is incredibly swift, Hu Jiao admonished, gently tapping Xiao Wu's forehead, aware that this battle enthusiast was even more eager for a fight than he was. Xiao Jiao, you underestimate me. What if it's fast? It can't match my agility. Xiao Wu pouted, her adorable nose crinkling in dissatisfaction. Oh, you. Hu Jiao sighed, feeling helpless in the face of such a charming Xiao Wu. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on Xiao Wu and ensure she remains unharmed. Tang San comforted from the side. Who needs your protection? You should worry about yourself. I might just finish first. Xiao Wu retorted defiantly, her small fist waving in challenge. Enough of the chatter. Let us swiftly deal with them. After I obtain my soul ring, it will be your turn, Xiao Wu. With Hu Jiao's words, Xiao Wu fell silent. Soul rings, did she even need such a thing? What she truly desired was a perfect excuse. Onward. Hu Jiao, Tang San, and Xiao Wu each conjured a spiraling sphere in their hands. activating their teleportation skill and appearing directly before the three soul beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The three unsuspecting soul beasts were immediately stunned, and after a brief moment of confusion, they turned their furious gazes upon their assailants. Roar, roar, caw. The trio of soul beasts let out a furious roar, launching themselves at the attackers. However, Hujio was a master of evasive maneuvers, fully aware of the essence of striking and retreating. After unleashing one spiraling sphere, he promptly fell back. As he retreated, Tang San waved his hand, summoning countless blue-silver grass vines that shot upwards, effectively blocking the soul beast's pursuit. Boom, boom, boom. Behind them, the sun tree was not idle. It unleashed dazzling spheres of light that obliterated Tang San's blue-silver grass vines. Thus, the chaotic battle commenced. Just as Hujio exited the sun tree's attack range, he immediately activated his transformation skill, his body swelling to become a towering figure of muscular strength, wielding a meteor hammer that began to swing with the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Behind him, the scale-armored beast charged like a small mountain. This massive creature stood 2 meters tall and stretched over 3 meters in length, shaking the ground with its gallop. Its scale armor gleamed like gold. And despite having endured a spiraling sphere, it seemed largely unscathed, save for a faint mark upon its head. Haha. Foolish scale-armored beast. Come forth and let me witness your prowess. Hujio bellowed with excitement. Such a defensively formidable soul beast was a delight to strike. Chapter 70. The soul ring acquired. Hujio swung his meteor hammer, deftly evading the scale-armored beast's attacks as if engaged in a bullfight. When dodging was impossible, he would teleport away, inciting the creature's fury. In less than a minute, he had charged up dozens of strikes, and the moment to counterattack had arrived. Beast, reveal your true form. Hujio shouted, a flash bringing him into midair, his meteor hammer raised high, imbued with ferocious power as it came crashing down. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was entangled with the phantom leopard. This speed-type soul beast was elusive, its attacks creating deceptive afterimages that left Xiao Wu struggling to keep up. After all, she had only just reached level 30, had not yet acquired a soul ring, nor did she possess a third soul skill. Facing a 3,000-year soul beast alone proved to be quite taxing. Fortunately, with Hujio's teleportation and transformation skills enhancing her own agility, she managed to hold her ground against the phantom leopard. As for Tang San, he appeared to be the most relaxed of the trio. As a control-type soul master at the same level, he was no mere boast. At the battle's onset, he unleashed his newly acquired third soul ring ability, the venomous spider web, which instantly immobilized the phoenix-tailed cock snake. Subsequently, he unleashed his spiraling sphere skills with relentless fervor, akin to targeting a stationary target, leaving the phoenix-tailed cock snake utterly defenseless. As the venom deepened, the resistance of the phoenix-tailed cock snake waned, and it appeared on the verge of collapse. Boom! At that moment, Hujio's accumulated chaotic cloak hammer technique finally unleashed its fury, the 6,000 gene force crashing down and decisively eliminating the target, just as Hujio finished off his foe. Tang San simultaneously vanquished the phoenix-tailed cocksnake. Following that, with Hujio and Tang San's assistance, Xiao Wu swiftly dealt with the phantom leopard as well. Darn it, how could you both finish the battle so quickly? No way, I must also hasten to acquire my soul ring, or I'll be left behind. Xiao Wu lamented, visibly dissatisfied with her performance. All right, let us swiftly deal with the sun tree. Once I absorb the soul ring, it will be your turn, Xiao Wu, Hujio said gently, stroking her scorpion braid in a tender gesture. Okay, the trio exchanged determined glances, ready to confront their final target, the sun tree. However, the sun tree was no easy adversary. As a 5,000-year plant-type soul beast, despite its immobility, its offensive capabilities were far from weak, and it possessed the ability to regenerate, making it particularly troublesome. Let us wear it down. The three of them found themselves at a loss for effective strategies. Tang San and Xiao Wu took the lead, utilizing spiraling spheres to counter the sun tree's light attacks, while Hujio remained behind, accumulating power with the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Fortunately, Tang San and Xiao Wu had learned the spiraling sphere skill. Otherwise, they would likely be at a loss against the sun tree. Essentially, Tang San and Xiao Wu were thoroughly restrained. Firstly, for Tang San, entangling the sun tree was futile, it was stationary, and the ability to restrict movement was ineffective. Moreover, it possessed the sunlight sphere skill. A few light spheres would obliterate his blue-silver grass, including his second soul ring skill, parasitism. The sun tree inherently dispelled abnormal states, rendering parasitism ineffective. And similarly, his third skill, toxicity, bore no impact. Xiao Wu faced a similar predicament, What effect could her bow have against a tree? Although her charming skill had a minor effect, the tree was devoid of emotions, easily dispelling the charm in moments, leaving Xiao Wu frustrated. Thus, when facing such a resilient being, only Hu Jio's chaotic cloak could resolve everything. Behind them, Hu Jio calmly traced circles, building the power of his meteor hammer. In the face of such a stubborn creature, Tang San couldn't help but envy Hu Jio's chaotic cloak hammer technique. If only he possessed Hu Jio's mastery, he wouldn't need to rely on spiraling spheres to stall. Indeed, he was merely stalling. The attacks from him and Xiao Wu barely registered against the sun tree, and even if they managed to injure it, it would absorb sunlight and hasten its recovery, rendering their efforts nearly meaningless. Minutes later, beads of sweat dripped from Hu Jio's brow as he gripped his meteor hammer tightly. He had finally amassed a powerful strike that a full 70 strikes represented the maximum he could control. And this blow contained over 7,000 Jin of force that a single strike would not only incapacitate the foe, but could severely injure it. "But I'm commencing," Hu Jio declared, and the moment his words fell, Tang San and Xiao Wu surged forward, launching a frenzied assault to firmly restrain the sun tree. In that instant, Hu Jio teleported beside the sun tree, gripping his meteor hammer tightly. The hammerhead imbued with a suffocating force that came crashing down. Boom! The force erupted, instantly shattering half of the sun tree's trunk, preventing its healing from taking effect. Again, Hu Jio swiftly retreated, taking a breath before unleashing the chaotic cloak hammer technique once more. Minutes later, another explosive sound resounded. The advantage of facing a plant-type soul beast lay in the fact that as long as the right method was employed, it could be ground down to defeat. An hour later, Hu Jio shouted, "Die!" With a resounding thud, the sun tree, which had withstood for so long, finally collapsed. Subsequently, a deep purple soul ring floated in the air, awaiting Hu Jio's absorption. "Xiao Jio, hurry. We will protect you while you absorb the soul ring." As soon as the battle concluded, Xiao Wu eagerly urged out a new soul ring meant that Hu Jio's skills would become even more delectable, and the soul power augmented by the soul ring would strengthen their martial soul fusion technique. Aside from Hu Jio himself, Xiao Wu was likely the most delighted. Haha. Quite impressive. You little monsters, you truly managed to bring down the sun tree. At this moment, Xiao Wujia, who had been observing from the sidelines, wore a satisfied smile and generously offered his praise. Indeed, we are truly the most formidable among monsters, Xiao Wu proudly declared, tilting her head back. "All right, I shall absorb the soul ring now. Teacher, please provide me with protection." Hu Jio wasted no time and promptly sat cross-legged on the ground to begin absorbing the soul ring of the solar tree. The 5,000-year soul ring was approaching the limit of what he could absorb, and Hu Jio was mindful not to take it lightly. Fortunately, his body had been honed through the chaotic wind hammer technique. While primarily used for accumulating strength, it also fortified his physique. Under these circumstances, Hu Jio absorbed the soul ring with no disturbances, though the process took a bit longer than usual. 3 hours later, as midnight approached, Hu Jio finally completed the absorption, elevating his level to 41. Where has Xiao Wu gone? The moment he opened his eyes, Hu Jio sensed something was amiss. Xiao Wu was nowhere to be found. Without a second thought, he activated his heightened senses, searching for her familiar aura. A few seconds later, he breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Wu had not ventured far, merely a few hundred meters away. She said she went to relieve herself. Tang San quickly explained upon noticing Hu Jio's expression. Another trip to relieve herself? Hu Jio was taken aback, suspecting that this little rabbit must be gathering a soul ring. Such a flimsy excuse. How could Sam believe her? Chapter 71. Xiao Wu's fortune upon discovering that Xiao Wu was safe. Hu Jio set aside his concerns and began to assess his own abilities. Name: Hu Jio Cultivation, Level 41 Soul Master. First Soul Ring, 5,935 years Soul Ring Skill. Absorption, doubles cultivation speed. Second Soul Ring, 5,399 years Soul Ring Skill. Transformation, can assume the appearance of any individual, including their attire and martial spirit, but cannot replicate soul skills. Additionally, enhances muscle and nerve structure, temporarily increasing physical strength. Limitation, the transformation of martial spirits requires face-to-face interaction. Third Soul Ring, 5,940 years Soul Ring Skill. Teleportation, can appear anywhere within 100 meters at will. Fourth Soul Ring, 5,000 years Soul Ring Skill. Holy Light, eliminates negative physical states, restores stamina, and heals injuries. Self-created Soul Skill. Soul Skill Meditation Method. Level 10, that increases cultivation effect by 90%. Heightened Senses Technique. Level 10, significantly enhances sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste, awakening perceptual abilities. Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique. Level 10.81 strikes combined into one. The final strike enhances personal strength by 10,000 gene. Soul Skill Manipulation. Level 9. Soul Power transforms into threads with hardness comparable to steel, allowing for precise manipulation of soul power. Spiral Sphere. Level 9. A soul power sphere the size of a basin, rapidly rotating internally after formation. With attack power scaling with level, comparable to that of a strong attack-type Soul King. Hidden Weapon Technique. Level 3. Perfect accuracy within 50 meters. External Soul Bone. Tongue. Can extend at the speed of light to bind prey. Extremely resilient. Typical attacks cannot break free, with a maximum binding distance of 20 meters. Head Soul Bone. Greatly enhances the host's mental power, accompanied by the soul skill Mental Shock. Mental Shock. Level 8. Increasing mental shock capacity by 80%. Unless one's mental strength is significantly higher, they will inevitably suffer mental harm. This is a trump card he has never utilized before. Hugio realized that even his automatic grinding had its limits. Once a skill reached level 10, although it could still improve, the rate of advancement was exceedingly slowed. He estimated that level 10 was likely the perfected state of the skill, and the reason it could still progress was probably due to the grinding panel simulating upgrades, which explained the sluggish pace. Meanwhile, ordinary grinding slots had now been unlocked to 9, with 7 currently in use, leaving 2 vacancies. Hey, I'm back. Xiao Jio, did you finish absorbing? Xiao Wu's voice interrupted Hu Jio's thoughts. Where did you run off to again? Don't you know it's dangerous here? Hu Jio reproached her, skeptical of her flimsy excuse about relieving herself. Faced with Hu Jio's admonishment, Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and obediently approached him. I understand now. I won't do it again. By the way, Xiao Jio, where's your carrot? Let me taste its flavor. Xiao Wu was aware of Hu Jio's formidable sensory abilities and knew he would perceive her situation. Realizing her flimsy excuse was futile. It seemed she was nearing the limit of her deception. Xiao Wu's thoughts grew somewhat complicated. However, in front of Hu Jio, she maintained her usual demeanor, appearing innocent and gluttonous. Go on, eat. Hu Jio beckoned, producing a white jade-colored carrot in his hand. After handing one to Xiao Wu, he also offered one to Tang San and Zhao Wujia. This is called the Holy Light Carrot. It dispels negative conditions, restores soul power and stamina, and heals injuries. That it's a comprehensive restorative skill, providing immediate recovery. A splendid food-type skill, Hu Jio explained. Quite an impressive skill. I feel warm and full of energy. Tang San remarked while savoring the carrot and experiencing its effects. Aside from recovery, it's also tastier, crunchy, sweet, absolutely delicious. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her cheeks puffed up as she spoke indistinctly. Indeed. Your carrot surpasses Oscar's sausages in efficacy. It seems Oscar may soon find himself losing business to you, Zhao Wujia noted, having tasted the Holy Light Carrot. Compared to Oscar's sausages, Hu Jio's offering not only had stronger restorative effects but was also more comprehensive. With a recovery speed that Oscar could not match, no wonder you are so formidable, being my disciple. All right, you 3 take a moment to rest. I will keep watch. We shall set off again tomorrow morning. And all that remains is for Xiao Wu to acquire her soul ring. Zhao Wujia waved his hand, signaling Hu Jio and the others to rest. Teacher Zhao, there's something I forgot to mention earlier. Xiao Wu feigned surprise. I actually obtained my soul ring just now. What? Tang San and Zhao Wujia looked at Xiao Wu in astonishment. How can that be possible? You just went to the restroom. Really? Just look. With that, Xiao Wu spun in place, activating her martial spirit, revealing 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, radiating brilliantly. 1,000-year soul ring. What is the meaning of this? Zhao Wujia and Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu in disbelief. It shouldn't be possible to acquire a soul ring in such a short span of time, even if she possessed the ability to defeat a soul beast. Surely, time was still required, right? How could she suddenly have a soul ring? It was just my good fortune. When I went to relieve myself, I stumbled upon an injured and unconscious wind shadow rabbit, seeing that it was precisely 1,500 years old. I took the opportunity to eliminate it and absorb its soul ring. That's simple. Tang San and Zhao Wujia were left speechless. Only Hu Jio exhibited no visible reaction, though he pondered whether it was time to confront the little rabbit about their relationship. Over the years, he had grown increasingly confident that Xiao Wu had become dependent on him. However, one could never be too certain. This little rabbit was quite cautious. What if she decided to run away? Perhaps it would be wise to test the waters first. Gazing at Xiao Wu, he caught her in a moment of careful tension, trying to feign delight at having struck an enormous bargain. Hu Jio reached out to pat her scorpion braid, Smiling as he asked, "What skill did you acquire? Is it the speed-related one you needed?" Encouraging Xiao Wu to pursue a speed-oriented route had been Hu Jio's suggestion, as it would be a waste not to utilize her agile physique. Xiao Wu relaxed, responding, "The skill I obtained is quite impressive, you know. It's instant speed. I can cover 100 meters in the blink of an eye. In terms of speed, neither you nor San can compete with me now. Oh, let me see it in action." Hu Jio's eyes lit up, intrigued by the skill. Hee, watch closely. Xiao Wu twirled around joyfully, her third soul ring glowing. In an instant, she vanished from sight, only to reappear in her original position moments later. What followed was a display of her incredible speed. Her movements were so swift that she left no afterimages. Appearing beside Xiao Wujie one moment, then in front of Tang San the next, making a silly face before returning to Hu Jio. "What do you think?" Xiao Wu beamed with pride. "Impressive. Your instant speed rivals my teleportation." It appears that teleportation and instantaneous speed are quite similar, both involving the immediate relocation to a specific position. However, Hu Jio's teleportation belongs to the realm of spatial abilities, allowing him to bypass any obstacles and reach his destination directly. In contrast, Xiao Wu's instantaneous speed achieves a teleportation-like effect purely through velocity, which is already quite impressive. Moreover, it is worth noting that Hu Jio's skill has a slight flaw when applied to others. It is far more convenient for personal use, as one merely needs to concentrate, whereas for others, they must consume his carrot first. The time taken to eat the carrot presents a significant vulnerability. Chapter 72. The Indestructible Body of Vajra. Subsequently, Hu Jio did not seek Xiao Wu to inquire about her matters. Instead, he approached Xiao Wujie alone. "Xiao Jio, why aren't you resting? Do you not trust your teacher's strength?" Xiao Wujie's rugged face revealed a gentle expression. "You underestimate your teacher. With my physique, I could go 2 days and nights without sleep without issue. Let my heart rest. I will not be lazy. Of course, I believe in my teacher's strength. I have come to discuss something else," Hu Jio replied respectfully. Although it had only been a day since Xiao Wujie became his mentor, Hu Jio held great respect for him. He was keenly aware of who treated him well and who did not. Those who treated him kindly would receive double the gratitude, while those who were unkind would face equal retribution. "What is it?" Xiao Wujie asked, his gaze upon his disciple revealing a sense of seriousness. It's nothing major," Hu Jio chuckled, instantly breaking the tense atmosphere. "Yesterday, when the teacher showcased numerous self-created soul techniques, I became particularly intrigued, as I am most interested in self-created soul skills. Since dawn is not far off, and I do not wish to rest, I thought I would come to learn your self-created soul techniques." Hu Jio was thoroughly captivated by the more than 10 self-created soul techniques in Xiao Wujie's possession, especially since he had 2 vacant slots in his. "Hey, you scoundrel, do you fear that your teacher won't teach you? You have plenty of time in the future. Why the hurry?" Xiao Wujie scolded playfully, yet he ultimately took a swift gesture at his waist, revealing a book in his hand. "After observing you for these past 2 days, I have a clear understanding of your strength. To be honest, aside from that technique requiring extensive preparation, the spiral pill has some merit. Excluding these 2 methods, you are merely a food-type soul master lacking offensive capabilities." Xiao Wujie opined. "Indeed, teacher. My martial soul is of the food type, and the most suitable soul ring skills are supportive in nature, which is why my offensive capabilities appear somewhat monotonous." Hu Jio acknowledged this shortcoming, aware that he had previously been unable to compensate for it. "It is good that you understand." Xiao Wujie nodded with satisfaction, casually handing over the book. "I've noticed that you have not fully unleashed the power of that hammer technique during battles, likely due to your insufficient physical strength. Thus, you have set your sights on my indestructible body." Wise teacher. Hu Jio gleefully accepted the indestructible body manual, flattering him that as for Xiao Wujie discerning his intentions, Hu Jio paid it no mind. After all, he was a soul sage of level 76. How could he achieve such accomplishments without a modicum of intelligence? Nevertheless, Xiao Wujie was not to be underestimated. With a genius disciple like Hu Jio, it was uncertain who would benefit more in the future. Practice diligently. If you have questions, feel free to ask me. The indestructible body is my soul's self-created soul technique, and as my disciple, you must not practice it poorly. Xiao Wujie's face beamed with pride when mentioning the indestructible body. This is a self-created soul technique that I in the entire Douluo Continent, who possesses the ability to innovate independently, if not someone renowned. For instance, in Shrek Academy, aside from him, no one has ever created a soul technique, not even the Dean, Flinder, only one. Upon hearing this, Hu Jio was puzzled. "But what about the manuals you showed me yesterday?" Teacher, those belong to others, Xiao Wu replied, his tone unremarkable at his words. Hu Jie shivered, for despite Xiao Wu's calm demeanor, he sensed a profound aura of bloodlust. The unmoved king. Perhaps a more fitting title would be the king of slaughter. There was no need for speculation. These soul techniques were undoubtedly acquired through killing and plundering. Otherwise, how could one claim to have taken countless lives? Teacher, I still lack a movement-type soul technique, with the soul technique in hand. Hu Jie's mind began to wander. It would be a pity to not seize the opportunity to fill the 2 vacant slots in his. Get lost, you little rascal. Instead of learning properly, you have learned to be greedy. I'll tell you this. Unless you cultivate the indestructible body to my satisfaction, don't even think about other soul techniques. Xiao Wu was amused by Hu Jie's audacity, chuckling at his audaciousness. Please don't be angry, teacher. I learned soul techniques quite quickly. One technique isn't enough for me to cultivate. Just watch, I'll master this indestructible body in 2 or 3 days, Hu Jie said with a grin. Fine, don't say 3 days. I'll give you half a month. If you can cultivate it to the entry level within that time, I will grant you a movement-type soul technique, Xiao Wu stated flatly. He had no faith in Hu Jie's boastful claims. The indestructible body was a creation of his own, and he was acutely aware of its cultivation difficulty. In the past, even he had taken a full 2 months to reach the entry level. As for Hu Jie, no matter how talented he was, it was unrealistic to expect him to achieve entry within a month. All right, this is what you promised. Teacher. Don't go back on your word later. Upon hearing this, Hu Jie was instantly elated. Who did he underestimate? With his at hand, he would indeed master it in 3 days. Whoever reneged would be the grandson. Xiao Wu thumped his chest, loudly assuring him. Very well, then I shall not disturb you any longer. Teacher, I will begin my studies now. Having achieved his aim, Hu Jie turned and swiftly dashed back to his tent to study the soul technique. Hey, you little rascal, Xiao Wu called out. Chuckling at Hu Jie's departing figure, Hu Jie opened the indestructible body manual. He began to read each line diligently. The soul technique aligned closely with his expectations, primarily focusing on enhancing physical strength through specialized training methods to fortify the body. However, with his, he could bypass the training methods outlined in the manual. In merely half an hour, Hu Jie had finished reading the indestructible body. Before him, a cerulean panel materialized, and within the eighth, an icon for the indestructible body skill appeared, encircled by a transparent progress bar that gradually filled that eye in his mind. Every few seconds, he received insights into the indestructible body, as if it were inherently his understanding. Done. Time for sleep. Hu Jie casually stored the manual in his storage ring and promptly fell asleep. The next morning, Hu Jie was awakened from his slumber by a soft hand shaking him. Lazybones, rise and shine. Teacher Zhao wants us to pack up before we set off. Xiao Wu's cheerful voice rang in his ears. Groggily, Hu Jie fumbled for a white carrot, squinting as he took a bite. The holy light carrot is truly delightful. With it, I need not worry about not having enough rest. One bite of the carrot instantly invigorated Hu Jie, dispelling any lingering drowsiness. Well, all of this is but an illusion. In truth, the carrot had no effect on him. He was merely stimulated by its sweet aroma. Crunch, momentarily lost in thought, Hu Jie suddenly noticed that his carrot had significantly diminished. Looking up, he saw a scorpion braid facing him. Its tiny head puffed up, the crisp sound of chewing resonating clearly within the tent. How dare you steal my food? Chapter 73. Ma Hongjuan's thoughts. Come on, little ones, get moving. Your bodies are far too weak. Only by running can you strengthen them. As the quartet stepped out of the outskirts of the Stardow forest, Xiao Wu bellowed loudly. Teacher, I believe I am already quite strong. If I get any stronger, I might struggle to find a wife, just like you. Hu Jie exclaimed, activating his transformation skill and instantly turning into a sturdy man of 9 feet, his muscles bulging, rivaling Xiao Wu's physique. Pfft, is that muscle of yours even real? Mine is the genuine article, Xiao Wu replied, feeling a bit of a headache. Though his disciple had many admirable qualities, he was rather mischievous and somewhat lazy. Being mischievous was not a significant issue. The key concern was his laziness. Just look at Tang San, who rose before dawn to train diligently. Yet Hu Jie, not only did he sleep in, but he hadn't been seen practicing even once throughout all their days together. Faced with such a disciple, Xiao Wu was left feeling quite vexed. Perhaps it is real. With such strength, I could maintain it for an entire day, Hu Jie murmured to himself. Why bother running when the scenery along the way is so beautiful? In such splendid weather, wouldn't it be delightful to enjoy a picnic with the girls? Run, Xiao Wuji's thunderous roar sent a shiver down Hu Jio's spine. He had acted hastily. Old Xiao was admirable in many respects, but his fervent passion for physical training often left his students feeling overburdened. Under Xiao Wuji's relentless guidance, Hu Jio and his companions traversed mountains and seas, sustaining themselves on carrots whenever they grew weary, hungry, or thirsty. In the span of just half a day, they returned to Shrek Academy. I'm utterly exhausted. Xiao Jio, hurry, bring me some carrot for salvation. Upon their arrival, Xiao Wu felt her strength dissipate, her body draping over Hu Jio as she spoke weakly. After consuming a carrot, she indignantly raised her fist. Teacher Zhao is too cunning. He clearly promised us a chance to explore the town after acquiring our soul rings, and I had so many things I wanted to buy. It's all right. I'll take you there when we have time, just the two of us. You can buy whatever you wish, Hu Jio reassured her. Xiao Jio, you're so kind. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head, her eyes shining with happiness. Tang San interjected, have you two forgotten something? Let's rest now. We will meet on the Academy's playground tomorrow morning. I need to report to the dean first. Xiao Wuji paid no heed to Xiao Wu's dissatisfaction, choosing to act as if he hadn't heard. Understood. Brother Jio, third brother, sister Xiao Wu, you're finally back. As soon as they returned to the dormitory, Ma Hongjun rushed over with enthusiasm. The return of Hu Jio and his companions signified the success of their soul ring acquisition mission, marking Hu Jio as a true soul master. With such strength, he could easily overshadow Dai Mubai. Fatty, how have things been at the academy while we were gone? We were nearly exhausted. Teacher Zhao made us run back from the Stardow Forest. How outrageous. Xiao Wu still felt aggrieved about not being allowed to explore the town. Hey, you think you had it bad? We had it worse. While you were gone, the dean personally battled us, and we had to run as well. Ouch, look at me. I've lost several pounds of flesh. How long will it take to regain it? Ma Hongjun lamented, patting his belly, feeling as if his flesh was nearly gone. Is it really that dire? Hu Jio and the others exchanged glances, recalling that they had never experienced such rigorous training at Nodding Academy. Indeed, the dean insists that Shrek is a monster, and thus his students must become monsters as well. In Hu Jio's dormitory, Ma Hongjun found a chair and flopped onto it. Fatty, come have some carrot. Hu Jio tossed a radiant carrot his way. Hu Jio had come to understand Ma Hongjun's motives for his enthusiasm. He had never concealed his desire for a supportive ally. With Dai Mubai's overwhelming presence, Ma Hongjun felt uneasy. However, Hu Jio and his companions were not only powerful, but treated others with equality, which made Ma Hongjun feel at ease. Appreciating Fatty's discerning eye, Hu Jio didn't mind indulging him a bit. This white carrot is truly fascinating. Is this your martial spirit, Brother Jio? Ma Hongjun inquired, curiously examining the carrot before taking a bite. With just a few mouthfuls, he felt invigorated, the fatigue from days of rigorous training under Flinder vanishing without a trace. What remarkable restorative effects. This is far superior to Oscar's sausages. Gazing at Hu Jio, Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled with delight. This is fantastic. With you around, I won't have to eat those disgusting sausages anymore. Disgusting? Xiao Wu and Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun in confusion, while only Hu Jio remained unperturbed, thinking of the incantation for those sausages. I should get one for myself too. I have a grand carrot. At that moment, Ma Hongjun began to lament the incantation for Oscar's sausages, as if he had suffered an immense injustice. Xiao Wu and Tang San were astounded, learning that such revolting skills existed in the world. Their gazes unconsciously shifted towards Hu Jiu as a food-type wielder. All skills require incantations. However, Hu Jio's mastery over soul power allowed him to bypass this rule entirely. Thus, they had never known what his incantation was, not to be revealed, in any case. It's not like Oscar's incantation, Hu Jio chuckled vaguely. How could he describe his incantation? It was melodious, yet too over-the-top and embarrassing. Heaven did not give birth to me, Hu Jio, and my carrots shall endure through eternity. Absorbing the essence of the heavens and the earth, heaven did not give birth to me, Hu Jio, and my carrots shall shine like the moon. I am supreme amidst the myriad transformations. Heaven did not give birth to me, Hu Jio, and my carrots shall reflect the dark moon, soaring through the skies in an instant. Heaven did not give birth to me, Hu Jio, and my carrots shall radiate warmth, reversing life and death. See, how can I possibly recite that incantation? It's truly not like Oscar's incantation. Xiao Wu looked skeptical, wondering why she had never seen Xiao Jio recite it truly isn't. I just feel that incantation is too lengthy and affects the speed of my skill usage, which is why I never recited it. Besides, what is so curious about an incantation? I've never recited it anyway. Just pretend it doesn't exist. After much persuasion, Hu Jiao managed to distract Xiao Wu. However, under Tang San's penetrating gaze, Hu Jiao felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that he could not escape this scrutiny? Fortunately, Tang San remained silent, allowing him to evade this predicament. That evening, Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu sat together atop a nearby rooftop. Xiao Wu, speak up. What are you really hiding? Hu Jiao's penetrating gaze fixed on Xiao Wu, his tone serious. Xiao Wu felt a flutter of anxiety under his intense scrutiny. Wondering if she was about to confess. After all these years, do you not trust me? Regardless of the reason, I will always believe in you. The time had come for Hu Jiao to test Xiao Wu. Chapter 74. The Showdown, Part 1. I certainly believe you, Xiao Wu blurted out. However, she soon faltered. But, this really cannot be disclosed. Not even to me. Hu Jiao inquired at that moment. He felt a twinge of complexity, realizing he was pressuring Xiao Wu. Yet sometimes, without a little pressure, one might never appreciate the outcome. Over the years, Hu Jiao had watched Xiao Wu blossom from a charming girl into an even more enchanting young woman. Their prolonged companionship had fostered a deep bond. But that closeness made Hu Jiao apprehensive that he feared that, as time passed, this bond might evolve into familial affection, which he found terrifying. Indeed, nurturing was not as simple as he had imagined. Thus, he sought to transform this closeness into a sweetness akin to love, intending to shatter the bond and reshape it into something more beautiful. All right, I'll tell you, Xiao Wu declared, feeling Hu Jiao's unwavering gaze upon her. With determination, she stomped her foot and said, here it is. I was born different from others. Each time I reach a significant cultivation milestone, I can absorb the essence of the heavens and the earth to condense my own soul ring. That's my secret from you. Are you satisfied now? Xiao Wu's face flushed, as if she had borne a great injustice. I asked that all. Hu Jiao sighed in disappointment. Xiao Wu, after all I've done for you, how could you not be honest with me? It's one thing not to speak the truth, but to fabricate lies to deceive me is simply unacceptable. At that moment, Hu Jiao felt a genuine sense of disappointment. Regardless of how harmoniously he and Xiao Wu interacted, when it mattered most, she resorted to deceit. Since you are unkind, do not expect me to be merciful, but I did not deceive you. Everything I said is true. Xiao Wu exclaimed passionately, her eyes wide with emotion. But can't you see that being able to condense my own soul ring is quite a secret? If others knew of my unique ability, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. Yet, Hu Jiao disregarded her words, stating directly, what do you mean by being born different? You are indeed different, and that's because of your identity. After a moment's contemplation, he added, think carefully about it, and when you finally understand, come find me. And one last reminder, my perception abilities surpass your imagination, so you cannot conceal anything from me. With that, Hu Jiao vanished from the rooftop in an instant, leaving Xiao Wu standing there, stunned and bewildered. Different identity? Perception abilities? I can't hide anything from him. The words echoed in Xiao Wu's mind, and she involuntarily trembled. Did he discover my identity? The chilling thought took root in her heart, growing increasingly plausible. Then, another thought surfaced. What if I'm wrong? Xiao Jiao might only sense that I'm hiding something from him, which is why he's upset. He's just a soul master. He wouldn't know my true identity. Cursed Xiao Jiao, can't you express your thoughts clearly? How annoying, how detestable. The mischievous Xiao Wu grasped her hair with both hands, her head shaking restlessly in agitation. That night, two individuals at Shrek Academy were deprived of sleep. One engaged in a soliloquy, alternating between laughter and tears, ultimately revealing a resolute glimmer in their eyes. The other, however, ventured into a stone forest, relentlessly bashing against the rocks, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. At dawn the next day, Hu Jiao was the last to arrive at the training ground, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. Tang San immediately sensed something was amiss. What has happened to Xiao Jiao? He gazed at him with concern, but as it was already time for class, he reluctantly set aside his worries, planning to inquire later. On the field, Flinder, Xiao Wujia, along with Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu were present. Xiao Wu had her lips slightly pursed, her face betraying no emotion, revealing only her beauty. Yet, Xiao Wujia, standing at the forefront, keenly detected the unusual demeanor of his disciple, a flicker of worry crossing his mind. All right, since everyone is here, let today's training commence, Flinder announced, his gaze sweeping over the group before lingering momentarily on Hu Jiao. Among you are several new students. I need to fully understand your strengths before devising a training plan tailored to each of you. Dai Mubai. Flinder directed his attention to him. Engage in a battle with Hu Jio. I wish to witness his prowess. Yes, Dean. Upon hearing that he was to fight Hu Jio, Dai Mubai's excitement surged. This was a splendid opportunity. In his eyes, Hu Jio's greatest strength lay in the martial soul fusion technique with Xiao Wu. And now, in a one-on-one duel, he could not utilize that technique. Moreover, as long as he could interrupt Hu Jio's charged hammer technique in time, victory would not be difficult if he triumphed over Hu Jio. He would remain the leader of Shrek. Once that little chicken lost its support, he could hardly wait to see how he would deal with him. With that thought, Dai Mubai's fighting spirit surged, feeling a boundless energy coursing through him. Dean, I am a food system soul master without offensive capabilities. I do not wish to partake in this battle. Hu Jio replied coolly, his foul mood rendering him disinclined to engage in playful antics with a child. His words left the gathered individuals speechless. They believed he was a food system soul master. But how could he dare assert he lacked offensive power? Had he not wielded the meteor hammer with ferocity before? In my eyes, you are a battle system soul master. Spare us the excuses and fight. Flinder admonished sternly, disregarding Hu Jio's explanation. Come on, be a man. Let us fight. I have longed for this duel, Dai Mubai taunted, stepping into the clearing with a glint of malice in his eyes. Very well. You have successfully incited my ire. Hu Jio responded with an impassive nod, the pressure around him intensifying. A confrontation could serve as a release for his pent-up frustration. He stepped forward, approaching Dai Mubai. Furthermore, I am Hu Jio. The nickname Xiao Jiu is not yours to use. You. Dai Mubai's eyes flickered with a sinister light, momentarily revealing a streak of ferocity before quickly returning to normal. Fine. I shall refer to you as Junior Hu Jio then. Shall we begin? You are a food system soul master, so you may strike first. To him, being called Xiao Jiu was a privilege. Hu Jio's refusal was a blatant insult. Without further ado, Hu Jio drew forth the meteor hammer, activating his transformation skill, instantly becoming a muscular giant. Junior Hu Jio, when I said you could go first, I did not mean for you to use that charged hammer technique. If you begin to charge, do not blame me for interrupting you. Dai Mubai remarked with a smile, his demeanor deceptively calm. Enough with the chatter. Let us fight, Hu Jio declared, his left hand glowing faintly as a red orb began to coalesce, while his right hand swung the meteor hammer, initiating the chaotic hammer technique. Then do not blame me for being ungracious, Dai Mubai shouted, martial soul, white tiger possession. In an instant, his physique expanded, a spectral white tiger materializing behind him, his pupils transforming into beastly slits, and his hands becoming formidable claws. Second soul skill, white tiger radiant wave. Immediately upon completing his possession, a milky white orb erupted from Dai Mubai, rapidly enlarging as it surged toward Hu Jio. Intent on disrupting his chaotic hammer technique, Hu Jio calmly released his spinning orb while continuing to charge his hammer technique. The clash between the white tiger radiant wave and the spinning orb erupted in a thunderous roar, with Hu Jio's orb prevailing, shattering the radiant wave and continuing its relentless advance. Unfortunately, the brief moment of collision was sufficient for Dai Mubai to react. He retreated and leapt high into the air, releasing another white tiger radiant wave, aiming to interrupt Hu Jio's chaotic hammer technique. Ridiculous. Hu Jio scoffed, activating his third soul ring skill, vanishing from sight and reappearing 100 meters behind Dai Mubai. Humph. I shall not allow you to charge. Dai Mubai's eyes glinted with malice as he swiftly turned to face Hu Jio. Third soul skill, white tiger diamond transformation. Dai Mubai roared, his muscles swelling again, black stripes forming on his skin, enhancing his imposing presence. Come, let us battle, he shouted, assuming a crouched position, leaping toward Hu Jio like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. Come if you dare. Hu Jio's eyes sparkled with determination as he stood his ground, swinging his meteor hammer in a wide arc, striking directly at Dai Mubai. The two had been engaged in combat for barely 10 breaths, and in that brief time, Hu Jio's chaotic hammer technique had only charged 5 strikes. Yet, these 5 strikes exuded an impressive aura, the hammer blazing with fiery intensity. Boom! Dai Mubai was sent soaring into the air, propelled by Hu Jio's blow, landing several meters away after tumbling multiple times. What? How is this possible? Wasn't Xiao Jio only charging 5 strikes? How could his hammer technique be so formidable? The onlookers gasped in astonishment, particularly Xiao Wu, who was the most shocked, while others were confused. He was well aware of what had transpired. At the moment the meteor hammer was unleashed, he distinctly saw a faint golden glow flicker along Hu Jio's arm. Wasn't that a sign of successfully mastering the indestructible body? Good heavens, could I be seeing things? Xiao Wu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After merely 2 days, how could this be possible? What impossibility? It seems you know the reason. Flinder inquired, glancing at him quizzically. Flinder was well aware of Dai Mubai's strength and had heard of Hu Jio's chaotic hammer technique. It was precisely this knowledge that made him regard Hu Jio's power as unusual. Flinder's words drew everyone's attention to Xiao Wu. Who wouldn't be curious about someone capable of launching Dai Mubai away with a single blow? That seems to be my indestructible body, Xiao Wu finally admitted, swallowing hard, struggling to articulate his thoughts. You did not misinterpret. Flinder's skepticism was palpable. The news was simply too astonishing. He was aware of Xiao Wu's indestructible body, having mentioned it the day before when he sought him out, stating he had taken Hu Jio as his disciple and imparted the indestructible body to him. Had the soul skill been passed on only to be learned so swiftly? Wasn't that a jest? Indeed, I could not have mistaken my soul skill. Ha! Good disciple. You truly are remarkable, Xiao Wu exclaimed, laughing heartily. Disregarding his image, learn a self-created soul skill in less than 2 days. What talent could rival that? He could hardly contain his excitement, yearning to know who else could achieve such a feat. Xiao Wu's affirmation left everyone in a collective state of shock. What sort of talent was this? Within the crowd, only Tang San and Xiao Wu maintained a semblance of calm. Although Hu Jio's rapid acquisition of a soul skill was surprising, they had grown accustomed to such feats, given that he had already crafted 2 self-created soul skills. On the field, Dai Mubai struggled to rise, clutching his chest, blood seeping through his fingers. Hu Jio's meteor hammer is no trifling matter. Did you not see the chilling glimmer upon its spikes? Will you continue to fight? Hu Jio inquired. This time, I concede, but you only triumph due to the weapon's might, and this does not reflect your true prowess. I shall reclaim my honor in due time, Dai Mubai retorted disdainfully, still unwilling to acknowledge Hu Jio's superiority. Very well, I await your return. Next time, I shall fight you without weapons, Hu Jio replied nonchalantly, confident that he could best Dai Mubai with his bare fists. Enough. This round belongs to Hu Jio. You may both step down. The next match will feature Tang San against Xiao Wu, Flinder declared, concluding the battle. All right. Tang San and Xiao Wu appeared, standing opposite each other in the clearing. Xiao Wu, be cautious. This time I will unleash my full strength, Tang San cautioned. Understood. Xiao Wu nodded earnestly. Tang San looked at her, puzzled. What was the matter? Wasn't Xiao Wu usually elated at the prospect of battle? Why this unusual demeanor? It was strange. He felt that both Xiao Jio and Xiao Wu were acting oddly today. First soul skill, bind. Third soul skill, instantaneous speed. As Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared her, Xiao Wu swiftly activated her instantaneous body, and in the blink of an eye, she was before him, her legs coiling around him like venomous serpents. Control the crane and capture the dragon. Ghostly shadow and mysterious steps. Tang San recalled Xiao Wu's waistbow vividly, not daring to engage with her. He swiftly maneuvered, evading her fair, long legs, and distanced himself with rapid footwork. Run. Can you escape? Xiao Wu flashed again, pursuing Tang San like a shadow. Mighty venomous spider web. Just as Xiao Wu's legs were about to ensnare him, Tang San unleashed his third soul ring technique. Under different circumstances, he might have hesitated to use the potent venom. But with Xiao Jio present, he feared no repercussions of poisoning Xiao Wu. Tang San spread his arms, and vibrant green blue-silver grass erupted from his palms, protecting him while also attempting to ensnare Xiao Wu. Spiraling sphere. Xiao Wu held a spiraling sphere the size of a basketball in her left hand, rotating her body like an arrowhead as she pierced towards Tang San, completely disregarding his venomous web. I evade. The venomous web was pierced through, and Tang San's expression changed as he swiftly dodged. You cannot escape. In midair, Xiao Wu lay flat, spinning 360 degrees like a windmill, her toes barely grazing Tang San's neck. Subsequently, a clingy soul force emanated from her toes as her other leg climbed up. First soul skill, waist bow, she exclaimed. Boom. Tang San felt a dizzying whirl before his body was firmly slammed to the ground. I lost. After a moment, Tang San dejectedly rose from the ground. Despite this being a familiar scene, he still felt a pang of disappointment. Indeed, I am still too weak. I have never defeated Xiao Wu. Very well. I now have a clear understanding of your strengths. I shall devise a detailed training plan for you. You all must be tired today. Return and rest for now. Training will commence formally tomorrow morning. Flinders said, approaching the group with a look of satisfaction. The quality of the newly recruited students was commendable, and he was quite pleased, or rather, extremely pleased. Haha, finally no training today, fantastic. Upon hearing the dismissal, everyone cheered, particularly Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who leapt with joy. Tang San, come here for a moment. I have something to ask you. Knock, knock, knock. In the evening, the moon concealed itself behind clouds. Resembling a shy maiden, Hug was resting in bed when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Have you thought about what you want to say to me? Upon opening the door, he saw Xiao Wu's figure faintly illuminated by moonlight. I have thought it through. Xiao Wu's gentle voice nearly softened Hugio's heart. Chapter 76. The Revelation, Part 3. As Xiao Wu approached, Hugio noticed she carried a small bundle, appearing as if she were ready to run away from home. Little Rabbit is about to flee. Hugio feigned calmness, turning back to his dormitory to await Xiao Wu's explanation. Xiaojio, I wasn't lying yesterday. I really can obtain a soul ring by myself. The dormitory was dimly lit by the soft moonlight, preventing Hugio from accurately gauging Xiao Wu's expression. However, there's something you may not know. The reason I can obtain a soul ring by myself is because of my identity. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wu was about to confess. You are not human, are you? Hugio asked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu gasped in surprise. You really discovered it. Initially, she had come with a sense of hope, but now, not wishing to deceive Hugio any longer, she prepared to reveal the secret she had buried deep within. She had already resolved that after disclosing her identity to Xiaojio, she would leave that very night. She could no longer stay here. Over the course of a night, she had come to realize that she had feelings for Xiaojio and wished to be with him. However, if he discovered her true nature as a soul beast, he would undoubtedly reject her. Yet, in her profound affection, Xiao Wu found herself unable and unwilling to deceive Hugio any longer. She yearned to confess everything, and if Hugio could not accept her identity, she would leave alone. However, she felt little hope for that. Indeed, she had even packed her belongings. Hugio chuckled softly. And then? You plan to tell me your identity, and then just walk away? Yes, since you have already uncovered my identity. I do not wish to trouble you, Xiaojio. I must go. Xiao Wu gazed deeply at Hugio, her face awash with reluctance and deep emotion. In that moment, Xiao Wu realized that she loved Hugio even more than she had imagined. After countless days and nights spent together, how many times had he fed her, accompanied her in laughter, and stood by her side? When she truly wished to leave, all her emotions erupted, transforming into overwhelming love. The closeness they had shared was gone. Hugio stepped forward, gently embracing Xiao Wu, feeling her slight trembling. Do you think I care about your identity? Xiao Wu is merely Xiao Wu. She is my Xiao Wu. Xiaojio, you. Xiao Wu looked up in astonishment. Could it be that he truly did not care? Xiao Wu, let me tell you, you cannot escape my grasp. From now on, you will grow up obediently, and when you are grown, you will become my wife. Do not even think of fleeing, Hugio said, stroking her back with a broad smile. In that moment, he knew he had won the gamble. Who wants to be your wife? Xiao Wu's voice trembled, her face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, deep within, she brimmed with joy. He truly did not care about her identity. What's the matter? Do you not like me? Hugio paused, his tone stiffening. No, I do like you. Xiao Wu blurted out, only realizing afterward that Hugio was teasing her. You just enjoy bullying me. Xiao Wu turned away, a mix of anger and delight. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Come here. Tonight, I will hold you while you sleep. Hugio embraced Xiao Wu, pressing the advantage as they reached the bedside. Xiao Wu inquired, Xiaojio, now that you know my identity, why are you still willing to be with me? You may not realize that for someone like me, navigating human society is perilous. If my identity is discovered, I could face endless pursuit, ultimately leading to my demise. Do not worry. With me around, I will protect you. Hugio replied, pulling Xiao Wu close and tucking her into the blankets. Being pursued is due to a lack of strength. Once you grow stronger, it is they who will be hunted. Having chosen Xiao Wu from the beginning, he was prepared for this, including coming to Shrek Academy, all for that celestial herb. All right, let us strive together. Once I reach level 70 and enter maturity, no one will be able to discover my identity. At that time, I will give myself to you. Observing that Hugio truly did not mind her identity, Xiao Wu felt a wave of relief and her love for him deepened. Were it not for her still being young, she might have already offered herself willingly. Enough now, it is quite late. Let us sleep early. Embracing Xiao Wu's soft form, Hugio closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Hugio and Xiao Wu arrived at the training ground side by side, both sporting broad smiles that left everyone else astonished. Hee hee, brother Gio, you really are something. Ma Hongjun jogged over, casting a glance at Xiao Wu and giving a thumbs up in praise. Get lost. If you keep talking nonsense, just wait and see how I handle you, Hu Jiao playfully scolded, raising his fist in mock threat. Xiao Jiao, are you all right? Seeing Hu Jiao back to normal, Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. Yesterday, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning Dean Flinder and had not had time to check on Hu Jiao, worrying greatly. I'm fine. It was just a minor incident yesterday. Rest easy. With a warm smile, Hu Jiao gently patted Tang San's shoulder, feeling a comforting warmth in his heart. It was truly wonderful to have such a brother by his side. Subsequently, the group engaged in light-hearted conversation for a while. At this moment, Hu Jiao keenly observed that, despite the lively chatter, the gathering had subtly divided into two factions. One comprised himself, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun, while the other consisted of Dai Mubai and Oscar. Through Oscar's humorous antics, the two groups appeared to interconnect harmoniously. Hu Jiao maintained a nonchalant demeanor, as he only conversed with his own team, showing little interest in Dai Mubai and Oscar, one exuding a haughty aloofness, as if he were a deity, and the other, Oscar, eliciting a shiver from Hu Jiao as he recalled the flamboyant, bearded figures of the past. With a shudder, Hu Jiao quickly turned his head away, unwilling to look further, fearing he might become ensnared. After a brief wait, Flander and Xiao Wujie arrived at the training ground. I have prepared your training regimen, Flander stated without preamble, standing before the group. Your bodies are at a prime stage for enhancement, and effective training is essential to unlock your potential. Therefore, I have devised a long-term task. You are to run 20 laps around the village. If you cannot finish by noon, you shall forfeit your meal. He then called out, Hu Jiao, Dai Mubai, stay behind. Flander waved his hand, signaling the start of the exercise. Yes, upon hearing the word run. Both Oscar and Ma Hongjun were engulfed in despair as they reluctantly took the lead. Beckoning Tang San and Xiao Wu to follow. Hu Jiao looked on in silence, muttering to himself, Run? Do I really need your guidance for that? Dai Mubai, come with me. I will conduct specialized training with you. Your performance yesterday was truly disappointing, Flander remarked coldly once Tang San and the others had dashed away. Come on, Xiao Jiao, follow me. I will take you for some training, Xiao Wujie said, approaching Hu Jiao and giving his shoulder a friendly pat. Hu Jiao had left in haste the day before, lacking the opportunity to confirm the particulars of the indestructible body, and now was a perfect moment for that. The two made their way to a secluded courtyard within the academy. Surrounded by numerous large training apparatuses, clearly Xiao Wujie's personal training ground. Xiao Jiao, show me the indestructible body, Xiao Wujie urged, his face brimming with anticipation and excitement as he gazed at Hu Jiao. Feigning reluctance but secretly elated, Hu Jiao flexed his arms, muscles rippling under the skin as a layer of untraceable golden light shimmered across his body. As I expected, you have indeed mastered the basics. You truly are my disciple. Excellent, excellent, Xiao Wujie exclaimed, repeating excellent thrice, revealing his immense excitement. One must experience the arduousness of physical training firsthand to truly grasp its challenges. Master, I have met the requirements. It's time for you to grant me my next self-created soul skill. Hu Jiao implored, his eyes filled with hope. After all, wasn't becoming a disciple merely to reach this moment. The call of the next level was undeniable. Patience, Xiao Wujie replied, smacking his lips. Your indestructible body is still in its infancy. It is crucial to solidify your progress and not let it hinder your training. With earnestness, Xiao Wujie elaborated that one's energy was finite, and to squander such a remarkable talent on anything less would be a great pity. Master, you are being unreasonable, Hu Jiao retorted in frustration. You once said that anyone who did not acknowledge their debts was a fool. Are you truly willing to take on that role, to obtain the agility soul skill? Hu Jiao had to pull out all the stops. Xiao Wujie's generous nature allowed for such boldness. Otherwise, Hu Jiao would not have dared to be so audacious. You little rascal, I suspect you anticipated this day from the start. Xiao Wujie lamented, realizing he had been outwitted by his disciple, leaving him at a loss for words. Very well, if I do not grant you this, you might cause an upheaval. Speak up, what soul skill do you desire? With a grin, Hu Jiao replied, Master, I want something related to agility, to evade attacks and facilitate swift escapes. You can only choose one, either enhance your agility or increase your speed. It is impossible to possess both. Xiao Wujie shot him a sidelong glance, recognizing Hu Jiao's ambitions. There's truly no option. Hu Jiao sighed in disappointment, conceding, then I shall focus on improving my agility. Speed can be addressed later. Previously, I lacked soul skills. And now it seems I lack the necessary resources. What a fortunate dilemma. then let it be the shadow dodge. Once mastered, you will attain remarkable agility and be able to create illusory shadows using your soul power to bewilder your opponents. This soul skill is exceedingly challenging. Even I have yet to master it. You may attempt it. If you fail, so be it. Xiao Wu rummaged through his belongings, finally retrieving a tattered tome. While he possessed numerous soul skills, only a few had been fully realized, most remaining untouched in storage. Thank you, Master. Hu Jio, unfazed by the difficulty, was unperturbed. After all, discussing challenges with someone of Xiao Wujia's caliber was merely jest. Seizing the manual, Hu Jio found a stone stool and began to study earnestly, flipping through the pages with a serious expression. Hey, you little rascal, this is class time. Why are you reading? Get up. Training is paramount, Xiao Wujia exclaimed, smacking his palm down, causing Hu Jio to leap to his feet. Master, I was studying. Please be patient. Once I finish, I will train. Hu Jio replied with an innocent face. It is class time, and reading is part of learning, nothing wrong with that. Impudent. I'll teach you a lesson. No training today, we switch to practical combat. Prepare yourself. Xiao Wujie realized that his disciple was simply lazy, having never encountered someone so indolent. How had he managed to reach this level of cultivation? After all, as a formidable soul sage, could he truly allow a mere child to run rampant? Children, after all, were resilient. A good thrashing would suffice. Suddenly, the training ground erupted with joyous cries and the sounds of vigorous combat. Hu Jio felt that becoming a disciple had ensnared him. Was it not comfortable to enjoy a carefree life? Why must he endure such trials at such a young age? As noon approached, Hu Jio dragged his weary body, limping towards the training ground for assembly. The physical toll was manageable, as the Holy Light Soul skill ensured that as long as he was not missing limbs, a single application would restore him fully, even revitalizing his spirit. However, anyone subjected to relentless training for an entire morning would inevitably feel fatigued. Yet, the path he chose must be traversed, even if tears fell. He would see it through. Xiao Wu, was running fun? Perhaps I should join you in the future. I do adore running, Hu Jio asked weakly, sprawled on the grass of the training ground. In that moment, he realized how delightful running could be as a form of training. Running is great. It builds endurance and strengthens the body. It's the perfect form of training. Nothing surpasses it. Fun my foot. Hurry and bring me some holy light carrots. My legs hurt. Xiao Wu limped over to Hu Jio, collapsing onto him without regard for her appearance. Brother Jio, save little brother. I can't move. Ma Hongjun lay on the ground in the distance, reaching out toward them, his voice echoing in desperation. Well, it seems we are bound by fate. Hu Jio's mindset calmed at this realization. Among them, only Oscar and Tang San appeared unaffected. Oscar had his recovery sausages, and Tang San, having forged his body from a young age, was in peak condition. Hu Jio remained seated, embracing Xiao Wu, passing her a carrot, then tossing another to Ma Hongjun and one more to Tang San. Xiao Wu, Tang San, soon we must seek compensation from the dean. He still owes us a soul guide device. Hu Jio's heart ached at the sight of Xiao Wu's exhaustion. If only she had a storage ring, she wouldn't be in such a predicament. As for why he didn't give one to Tang San, well, he had simply forgotten. In the distance, Oscar observed the others recovering rapidly after consuming the carrots. A flicker of envy crossing his eyes. As a fellow food-type soul master, he was older than Hu Jio and aware that his unique status in the academy was now at risk. Although Ma Hongjun had already boasted about Hu Jio's recovery abilities, witnessing it firsthand instilled a profound sense of urgency within him. Despite Oscar's seemingly carefree demeanor, he was, in fact, the most astute among them. Fully cognizant of the academy's dynamics, Hu Jio, Tang San, and Xiao Wu had formed an unbreakable bond, while the chubby Ma Hongjun, unable to endure Dai Mubai's presence, naturally gravitated towards Hu Jio's group. This compelled Oscar to alter his neutral stance, aligning himself with Dai Mubai. Only through such an alliance could he contend with Hu Jio's overpowering prowess as a food-type soul master. Otherwise, how could he gain the Academy's recognition? He has considered all of this with utmost clarity. Regardless of his inner reluctance, he must push Dai Mubai forward to confront Hu Jio and the others, not for the sake of victory or defeat, but to secure greater support from the Academy. I remarked, Fatty, you brought this upon yourself. Who told you to refuse my sausages? You've eaten them before without complaint, yet now you act disdainfully. Humph, from now on, you shan't have any of my sausages. Oscar, holding a sausage, approached Ma Hongjun with a mischievous grin, teasing, in the end, what's the fuss? It's merely a bit of an unpleasant incantation. It doesn't affect the outcome, does it? Chapter 78. Flinder's training. Hee hee, little Oscar, do you possess any self-awareness? With that repulsive incantation of yours, who would want to consume it unless absolutely necessary? At that moment, Dai Mubai hobbled onto the playground. With Oscar, he felt no need for civility. As a prince, he would only show deference to the teachers, but not to anyone else. As soon as Dai Mubai spoke, Oscar's expression shifted dramatically before returning to normal, ensuring no one noticed. Arrogant and ignorant fool. Haha, Oscar, that's what Big Dai said. With Brother Joe around, I shall never eat your disgusting sausages again. That you'd best keep them for yourself, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, springing up from the ground. Brimming with pride. Humph, if you all refuse to eat, that's fine. My sausages are still delicious. Oscar savored a bite of his sausage, squinting his eyes in pleasure. Ahem. At that moment, Flinder appeared on the playground. Startling even Tang San and Hu Jiao, who had sharp eyes and failed to notice his arrival. It seems you all have completed your tasks for today. Quite commendable. Nodding in appreciation, Flinder's next words left everyone present in shock. Now, there remains one final task. Upon its completion, you may rest. The task is quite simple. As members of Shrek, you are a team, partners who rely on one another. Now, it is time to test you. Oscar, step forward and prepare your sausages. Yes, Oscar replied excitedly, his voice ringing out. Dai Mubai's expression darkened. This scene felt eerily familiar. Hu Jiao also realized what was about to unfold. They were to consume the sausages. However, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun remained unfazed, as they had never anticipated such a peculiar task. Indeed, Flinder's subsequent words confirmed Hu Jiao's suspicions. The task is simple. You merely need to eat one of Oscar's sausages. I have a big sausage. I have a big sausage. Oscar chanted the incantation with growing volume and enthusiasm, as if afraid others wouldn't hear him. This guy is definitely trying to disgust us. Watching Xiao Wu turn slightly queasy, Hu Jiao clenched his fists, thinking, you won't escape unscathed from this beating. Dean, why must we eat Oscar's sausage? Tang San's expression was somewhat strange. He had no desire to consume such a bizarre sausage. What? No one wants to eat. Flinder's gaze sharpened, his spirit pressure surging forth, overwhelming everyone. This is called adaptive training. I ask you, what is more important, life or face? When forced to choose between the two, which will you select? Though Oscar's soul incantation was somewhat crude, its restorative effects were undeniable. During your time in the academy, he is one of you. You will experience trials together. If you cannot reach a tacit understanding with him, you will squander the best supportive partner. Furthermore, this is a test of your mentality. If you cannot even accomplish this, how will you survive in the world of soul masters? For survival, one must resort to any means necessary. Do not say it is just eating a sausage. When life is at stake, one must be willing to consume even rats, cockroaches, or earthworms. Tang San bowed his head, feeling that the dean's words were indeed wise. If they could not overcome such a minor challenge, how could they hope to grow stronger in the future? Dean, just as Tang San was about to agree, Hu Jiao interrupted him. Dean, I believe you are correct. For survival, we must indeed resort to any means necessary. For the sake of our lives, I would consume not only rats, cockroaches, or earthworms, but even dirt if need be. However, Hu Jiao raised his voice. Right now, we are not fighting for survival. Must we eat his sausage for a future possibility that may never come to pass? I believe this is a sign of disrespect towards us. Even an insult. Hu Jiao fixed his gaze on Flinder. His aura, though feeble, showed no sign of fear. To eat Oscar's sausage for such a ridiculous reason. Impossible. And what if I insist that you eat? Flinder replied coolly, his imposing aura bearing down on Hu Jiao. Hu Jiao activated his transformation ability, his body expanding as he bore the pressure, resolutely stating, Then I shall withdraw from the academy. I too shall withdraw. It's just a lousy academy. What is so remarkable about it? Xiao Wu joined Hu Jiao, grasping his hand and sharing the burden of pressure. Tang San stepped beside Hu Jiao, silently supporting him. I too do not wish to eat. Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth. I shut tight. Yet he did not dare step forward to confront Flinder. Instead, he shrank back, appearing rather comical. Among them, only two remained unmoved, Oscar and Dai Mubai. Oscar's face darkened, his eyes clouded with indignation. Hu Jiao and the others would rather withdraw from the academy, even confront the dean, than consume his sausage. He felt utterly insulted. If looks could kill, Hu Jiao and the others would have perished on the spot. On the other side, Dai Mubai's expression was equally grim. He had faced the same choice the previous year. Back then, he had chosen to acquiesce. Yet, this very fact ignited a deep jealousy within him. Why did they dare to defy the dean when he had accepted it? He could not fathom their courage. Had he possessed Hu Jio's bravery back then, would he not have preferred to remain a prince instead of coming to this wretched place? Flinder, what are you doing? They are still children. Can't you speak to them properly? Just as Hu Jio was about to merge with Xiao Wu's spirit, Xiao Wuji appeared. He stepped in front of Hu Jio and the others, shielding them from Flinder's pressure, and with a hearty grin, urged, "Humph, what am I doing? Ask them what they intend to do. If they can refuse the Academy's assigned tasks, they won't know how high the heavens or how vast the earth is unless educated." Flinder seethed with anger. "You want to withdraw? Do you think Shrek is a place you can come and go as you please? Xiao Jio, Xiao San, what's the matter? Big Flinder is training you. Does he wish you harm? Quickly apologize to the dean, and this matter will be settled." Xiao Wuji turned his back to Flinder, repeatedly signaling to Hu Jio. Unfortunately, Hu Jio acted as if he had not seen this, maintaining his defiant stare at Flinder. "You think you're so impressive, Flinder? Go ahead, try touching me. If you dare lay a finger on me, will you also dare to touch Tang San?" Flinder thought, "I too shall eventually find a way to annoy you." Chapter 79, Subduing Ma Hongjun. Flinder had underestimated the situation. He believed he could easily impose his will on these youngsters, just as he had with Dai Mubai back in the day. However, he never anticipated Hu Jio's unyielding nature, nor the resolute stance Xiao Wu and Tang San would take alongside him. He had merely wanted the new students to comply. This year's students were all exceptional talents, and talented individuals are often proud. To facilitate teaching, it was reasonable to temper their pride a bit. Yet, Hu Jio equated Oscar's sausage with something far more personal, though not literally. It felt that way. To compel him to consume another's essence was out of the question. Having observed similar scenarios in novels during his previous life, he had always found it peculiar how those traversing worlds would unhesitatingly consume another's essence, even shamelessly asking for more. Now, having experienced such a scenario firsthand, Hu Jio realized he simply could not do it. Perhaps he was being overly dramatic. He was unwilling to compromise. Flinder found himself in a precarious situation. It was no longer merely about consuming a sausage, but rather, Hu Jio and his companions were threatening to withdraw. He regretted his decision. Had he known they would be so defiant, he would not have resorted to such tactics. There was no way he would allow them to leave. Shrek had not accepted such outstanding students in many years, and they must be retained. "Humph. None of you completed your task today, so you shall not have lunch. Xiao Wuji, keep an eye on them. Let us see who dares to eat." With a disdainful snort, Flinder swept away, his departure marked by a somewhat awkward gait that paradoxically exuded an air of nonchalance. "Humph. What if I don't partake in sausages? You are all still subdued by me. Today, who dares to eat? Just watch me slap them across the face." Oscar and Dai Mubai retorted, "What does that have to do with us? We are more than capable of completing our tasks." The two felt quite aggrieved, for it was clearly not their fault. If anyone were to be punished, it should be Hu Jio, as it was utterly unreasonable. They dared not express their anger in front of Flinder, so they redirected their ire towards the instigator, Hu Jio. Surely they could afford to unleash their frustration upon him. After Flinder departed, Xiao Wuji finally grasped the situation through Xiao Wu's furious explanations. Naturally, in Xiao Wu's narrative, Flinder was portrayed as an evil overlord, mercilessly tormenting them, the future titled Douluos, while they remained unyielding, ultimately vanquishing the malevolent tyrant. This imaginative retelling left Xiao Wuji astounded. Could Flinder truly be that wicked? Ultimately, it was Tang San who, with impartiality, clarified the events that had just transpired. It was merely a sausage. A real man should not be so sensitive. Xiao Wuji puffed out his chest, adopting a demeanor of unwavering strength. "Look, now you've provoked the petty Flinder. You shall see how you fare in the future." Reflecting on Flinder's pettiness, Xiao Wuji shrank his neck, feeling an involuntary chill along the back of his hand. Surely, that remark would not reach Flinder's ears, would it? "Teacher Xiao, you have never tasted my delicious sausage." Oscar's pitiful voice struck a fatal blow to Xiao Wuji's pride. This is quite understandable, isn't it? As a true man, one must possess the spirit to endure pain and hardship. How could one resort to sausages for healing over a minor injury? Xiao Wuji insisted, stroking his buzz cut in a forced defense. "But I often see you running to teacher Xiao Xine," Dai Mubai interjected coolly. "Get lost. I'm merely maintaining a connection with old Xiao, not seeking treatment," Xiao Wuji retorted, his face flushed with embarrassment as he glared at Dai Mubai and Oscar. "You little rascals dare to undermine me in front of my disciples. You are finished. All right, after a tiring morning of training, you all should return to rest. Remember, do not eat lunch. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." Xiao Wu waved his hand, signaling dismissal. Brother Jio, you were truly magnificent just now. How bold you were to confront the teacher. I greatly admire you. After Xiao Wu left, Ma Hongjun scampered over to Hu Jio, eager to flatter. Humph, of course. My little Jio is inherently formidable, unlike you, a coward who hid behind. Xiao Wu proudly linked arms with Hu Jio. After that night of confessions, their relationship was officially established. How could she not feel proud of Hu Jio's impressive demeanor? Sister Xiao Wu, that is my teacher. How could I dare to defy him? Ma Hongjun protested, his head lowered in shame, feeling embarrassed by his earlier actions. Oh well, little Ma was left with no choice. And he did defend us just now, not bad. Showing courage. You are a man, and I acknowledge you, Hu Jio consoled, patting Ma Hongjun's shoulder. In that moment, Ma Hongjun's unexpected shout in defense of Hu Jio had indeed surprised him, as it was tantamount to defying a teacher. Haha, I knew it. Brother Jio understands me best. Upon hearing Hu Jio's praise, Ma Hongjun's face lit up with joy. Following Hu Jio, he felt his future was bright. Come, let us go to my dormitory for a visit. Having recognized Ma Hongjun as a little brother, Hu Jio intended to treat him to some delights, allowing him to realize how wise his decision to follow him truly was. Observing the group depart with arms linked, Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged glances, their expressions sour. Clearly, they had been excluded from this camaraderie. Unintentionally, they moved closer together, mimicking Hu Jio, and walked away in the opposite direction. In the distance, Hu Jio sensed this unfolding scene, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. Little Ma, do you know why? Despite our similar ages, my soul power exceeds yours by such a margin. In the dormitory, Hu Jio toyed with Xiao Wu's fingers, speaking casually. Her fingers, as white as lotus roots, bore a delicate blush akin to that of an infant, soft and pleasing to the touched eye in the presence of so many. Xiao Wu felt shy. Her earlier boldness dissipated. Brother Jio, must you even ask? You, Sango, and Sister Xiao Wu are all prodigies with extraordinary talents. My martial soul merely mutated, granting me some enhancement. How could I possibly compare to you? Ma Hongjun responded, a hint of inferiority creeping into his voice. His martial soul, labeled as a phoenix, was closer in quality to that of a common hen, and this inferior martial soul had squandered his youth. Hee, would you believe me if I told you that my innate soul power is only at level 2? Hu Jio chuckled, dismissing the significance of innate talent. What? How is that possible? Ma Hongjun stood in astonishment upon hearing Hu Jio's claim of possessing merely level 2 innate soul power. Questioning whether such rapid advancement was feasible. Nothing is impossible. Look at this. Hu Jio produced a pale pink carrot, donning a mischievous expression. Nearby, Tang San observed silently, recalling how he had once accrued an immense debt due to this very item. Chapter 80. The submissive Xiao Wu. Come, eat this carrot. Once you do, you will realize how delightful cultivation truly is, Hu Jio coaxed, luring Ma Hongjun towards the precipice of temptation. Then I shall eat it. Ma Hongjun, frightened by Hu Jio's demeanor, clutched the carrot, hesitating to take a bite. Hurry up and eat. Don't be so wishy-washy. Can I truly harm you? Hu Jio scolded, frowning at Ma Hongjun's timid demeanor. Oh, I shall eat it. Hu Jio's anger proved intimidating, prompting Ma Hongjun to hastily grab the carrot and consume it in large bites. Cultivate. At Hu Jio's command, Ma Hongjun obediently sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began his practice. After a quarter of an hour, Ma Hongjun completed a phase of meditation, opening his eyes to reveal a countenance filled with unrestrained joy. Brother Jio, from now on, you shall be my true brother. No, even closer than a biological brother. Big brother, I have finally awaited your arrival. Ma Hongjun's plump body sprang up, leaping towards Hu Jio, clinging to his leg without intent to release. Hey, you really know how to appreciate value. Hu Jio regarded Ma Hongjun's adoring gaze with satisfaction, reveling in the fact that yet another had fallen under his influence. Brother Jio, I feel like with your carrot, cultivating is as exhilarating as driving a car. Now I truly understand what genuine cultivation is. Ma Hongjun unabashedly showered Hu Jio with praise, ensuring his comfort. It seems you have discovered the true essence of life. My efforts in nurturing you have not been in vain. However, you know, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Brothers are brothers, but this carrot still comes at a price, Hu Jio remarked with a smile, revealing his ulterior motives. Indeed, Little San and Little Jio share a bond closer than that of brothers. Yet they still pay for their carrots. Consider yourself fortunate. Such an extraordinary opportunity is rare indeed. Xiao Wu chimed in and A Hongjun glanced at Tang San, who nodded with a wry smile, although Hu Jio only charged him a silver soul coin. The cumulative debt over the years had become unquantifiable. But Brother Xiao, I have no money. Ma Hongjun lamented, his face a portrait of despair. Due to his martial soul's shortcomings, all his funds had been spent on the cheapest establishments, leaving him penniless for carrots to cultivate. Seeing your plight, I am not heartless. Henceforth, I shall allow you to keep a tab and repay me slowly, interest-free. In that moment, Hu Jio felt exceptionally magnanimous, foregoing interest in an era of skyrocketing prices. Indeed, he was far too merciful. Wonderful. Thank you, Brother Xiao, Ma Hongjun exclaimed in delight, only to suddenly remember he had yet to inquire about the price. How much for each carrot? Not much, just 1 gold soul coin each. That is already a bargain. If it were anyone else, I would surely charge them 100. Hu Jio raised a finger, grinning broadly. The monetary aspect was trivial. He relished the feeling of being a creditor. Tang San owed him, and so did Ma Hongjun. The sensation of being a lender was delightful. Upon hearing Hu Jio's price, Tang San was filled with emotion. This was the bond of true brothers. Selling others a gold soul coin, yet only charging him a silver soul coin, akin to a gift. Good brother, Brother Xiao, I'll buy. Ma Hongjun nodded vigorously. With such a monumental opportunity before him, he could not afford to let it slip away. After all, money was inconsequential. He would simply cut back on visits to those places and save funds for cultivation. As his cultivation level increased, he yearned to flaunt his prowess before that lascivious tiger, eager to see if it would still dare to look down on him. All right, take these carrots and cultivate at your leisure. When you run out, seek me out again. And remember, the effect of these cultivation carrots lasts only an hour, so be sure to consume them on time. Hu Jio cheerfully reminded as he retrieved a heap of carrots from his storage ring. Ma Hongjun wrapped the carrots in his clothing, cradling them like treasures, as though fearing they might be snatched away by others. Having struck a deal, it was now time to focus on practicing the soul skill, shadowy evasion. He had yet to find the time to study this skill since acquiring it, but now seemed perfect. He anticipated that by evening, a splendid spectacle would unfold. Before that, however, he needed to master this skill. In the dormitory, Hu Jio diligently perused his books while Xiao Wu sat beside him, keeping him company. The aroma of books blended with the beauty beside him, fostering an atmosphere of serene contentment. An hour later, Hu Jio stretched lazily, his gaze fixed on the idle panel before him, where the icon for shadowy evasion on the 9th slot shimmered brightly, the progress bar tirelessly offering him insights into the skill. With shadowy evasion and the indestructible body, I can finally engage in direct combat. A true man must confront challenges head-on. Once mastered, the shadowy evasion skill would render him exceedingly agile. At advanced levels, it could even allow him to sense the slightest disturbances in the air, generating illusions to confuse his foes. If utilized skillfully, it could yield remarkable results. Surveying the fully occupied idle slots on the panel, Hu Jio felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After so many years, he had finally filled all the slots with skills. An arduous journey indeed. He pondered the hardships he had endured, the efforts he had exerted, and the grievances he had silently borne for these skills. Xiao Jio, are you done? Xiao Wu, groggy and blinking awake, had been stirred by Hu Jio's movements. Let us not linger in slumber. Let us go explore the academy. Having been here for so long, we've yet to truly appreciate it, which is quite remiss. While ostensibly a stroll through the academy, it was also a means to gather intelligence for their evening endeavors. One must understand that tonight could herald a grand spectacle. What is so captivating about this dilapidated academy? Instead, why don't we venture to Soto City? You promised to take me to see the Grand Soul Arena. Upon mentioning play, Xiao Wu was instantly invigorated, her fatigue vanishing. The Grand Soul Arena can wait. I'll take you there when I have time. Today, I must focus on cultivating the shadowy evasion skill. Hu Jio fabricated a reason without batting an eye. The Grand Soul Arena could be visited at any time, but the impending spectacle of the night was an opportunity not to be missed. Very well, I shall heed your words. Xiao Wu blinked in disappointment but acquiesced with a nod. After being compelled by Hu Jio to reveal her feelings, she began to trust him more and more. He was human. She was a beast. Hu Jio's acceptance of her identity moved her deeply. And unbeknownst to her, he had carved out an important place in her heart, so significant that she might even disregard her own life for him. Perhaps, this was the essence of human emotion. Chapter 81. Flender faces adversity. As night fell, the stars twinkled brightly in the sky. Hu Jio lay in bed, his heightened senses fully attuned to the slightest movements within the academy. In his hands, he cradled a finely crafted jar, an extravagant purchase he had made, named Yearning in the Mortal Realm. Just as impatience began to gnaw at him, a wave of relief washed over his brow. A flicker of joy gracing his face. In his perception, a deeply concealed yet overwhelmingly powerful aura surged swiftly toward Flinder's residence. This presence hesitated for a few breaths before vanishing rapidly toward the academy's rear mountain. Shortly thereafter, Flinder's aura emerged, trailing the one that had just dissipated. Seeing this, Hujio hastily stowed the jar into his storage ring and pursued with relentless teleportation. Disregarding any fatigue amid teleport, he activated his transformation skill, altering his calf muscles as his body became a streak of lightning. Darting after the two auras. He had to act promptly. Witnessing Flinder in such a predicament was a rarity. Today, he was determined to witness it firsthand. Fortunately, as the two auras traversed nearly 5 miles, they finally came to a halt, allowing him to catch up gradually. Simultaneously, he sensed another presence emerging from a different direction, Xiao Wu. Had Hujio not reacted swiftly, they might have collided. Come out. I've already discovered your presence. Meanwhile, Flinder halted in the forest, his expression grave as a pair of enormous black wings unfurled behind him, a speed-type soul sage in a martial spirit-possessed state. It was astonishing that he was outpaced. Before Flinder could utter another word, a tall figure clad in a black robe, obscuring his face, appeared before him. I am Flinder. May I inquire as to why you summoned me here in the dead of night? Guidance. You might say I sought you out not for any other reason but to spar. It has been long since I last engaged in combat, and I require a means to stretch my limbs. The figure replied coolly. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and suddenly, a black radiance materialized, coalescing into a massive hammer. At the same time, 9 soul rings began to rise from beneath him, enveloping his form, with the last ring emanating a faint crimson hue amidst the black point. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black. A domineering aura slowly ascended, pressing down upon Flinder and filling him with an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Title Douluo Hao, under the Haotian crown. Flinder swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. Damn it, when did I inadvertently provoke this esteemed figure? This is dire. And another one. Come out. What difference does it make? 1 or 2? The figure cast a glance toward Xiao Wu's direction, speaking nonchalantly. Uncle Hao is quite imposing. Hujio admired the seemingly tattered yet exuding an aura of unmatched mastery. Tang Hao, feeling a surge of envy. In the next moment, Xiao Wu revealed himself, immediately embodying the mighty King Bear, his expression wary as he regarded Tang Hao. Boss, what's going on? When did you attract the attention of a title Douluo? Flinder, however, ignored Xiao Wu, instead bowing respectfully to Tang Hao. Greetings, under the Haotian crown. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu grasped the gravity of the situation. No wonder his boss was so deferential, not daring to be remiss. Xiao Wu also placed his right hand over his chest and bowed respectfully. Greetings, under the Haotian crown. No need for such formalities. I have come seeking trouble. Tang Hao waved his hand, his right hand still gripping the Haotian hammer. Pray tell, when did I offend you, Your Excellency? Ignorance is no sin. Your Excellency, I harbor no intent to oppose you. Flinder's face contorted in distress. Feeling utterly wronged, he had been exceedingly cautious, having hidden away in Shrek for over 20 years. How could he have possibly attracted the ire of such a figure? Having bullied the weak, the strong must naturally come to collect. Enough talk. You were destined to receive a beating today. Fear not. I shall not claim to have bullied you. I shall refrain from using my martial spirit. If you can endure for a single incense stick's time under my hand, I shall depart without a word. Otherwise, you must assist me with the task. Tang Hao retracted his martial spirit, along with his soul rings, vanishing from sight. I understand now that in that moment, Flinder comprehended how he had drawn the ire of this esteemed individual. Fortunately, he had not acted too excessively today. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether he could leave unscathed. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us commence. You, step aside. Otherwise, I shall strike you as well. Tang Hao shot a glance at Xiao Wu, causing him to wave his hands frantically, hastily releasing his martial spirit and retreating, fearful of drawing the figure's attention. Boss, oh boss, this mess is yours alone. It has nothing to do with me. At that moment, Xiao Wu felt an unexpected thrill, which filled him with shame. Why was he delighted at his boss's predicament? Bang, boom, crack. The ground trembled, the air vibrated, and the mingling of cries, grunts, and collisions formed a symphony of chaos. Alas, it's dreadful, utterly dreadful. I cannot bear to watch. In mere seconds, Hu Jio observed as Flinder was thoroughly beaten, his visage hardly recognizable, even his cherished glasses sent flying. How he longed to join in the fray. Striking someone barehanded must feel exhilarating. This thought flickered through Hu Jio's mind, but he swiftly dismissed it. After all, Flinder was a teacher at the academy, and Hu Jio held respect for his elders. No, he must not entertain such notions. Moments later, Tang Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as if nothing had transpired. Now that I have vented my frustrations, it is time for you to assist me. Tang Hao's lips moved slightly, a faint whisper escaping, so soft that even Hu Jio, with heightened senses, could not discern his words. Yes, under the Haotian crown. Flander and Xiao Wu seemed to have heard something. Responding with utmost reverence, their faces adorned with uncontainable smiles. Uncle Hao truly perplexes me. Why must he keep me in the dark, hiding things away, showing no generosity whatsoever? Hu Jio watched in frustration as Xiao Wu assisted Flander in departing. Wishing for similar privileges himself, come out, little ghost. How long do you intend to linger? Suddenly, Tang Hao's gaze swept toward Hu Jio's concealed position, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Hee, Uncle Hao, it has been quite a while. Both Xiao San and I have missed you dearly. Why did it take you so long to show up? Hu Jio chuckled foolishly as he emerged from his hiding spot. With his meager cultivation, it was impossible for him to hide from a titled Douluo. Had Flander and Xiao Wu not been preoccupied with Tang Hao, he would have been discovered by them as well. Miss me? When you were scheming against Xiao San, did you ever think of me? In response to Hu Jio's enthusiasm, Tang Hao remained unfazed, instead querying in a rather irritable tone. Goodness, Uncle Hao, can you be a bit more reasonable? Without my assistance, do you think Xiao San could have reached the 30th level? It was all me helping him, Hu Jio exclaimed, dramatically pointing at himself as if wronged by the heavens. Oh, you little rascal. You have quite the cunning mind. Tang Hao could no longer contain himself, his expression softening as he gently chided Hu Jio. Indeed. Uncle Hao, look here, this is a fine wine I prepared for you. Chi Si Zui Hong Chun. I spent quite a fortune on it. I have longed to honor you with it, Hu Jio declared proudly, swiftly producing a wine jar and eagerly approaching. Chapter 82. Flander's discomfort. Tang Hao seized the wine jar, taking several hearty gulps. Savoring the taste for a long while, a hint of longing flickering in his eyes. The wine is exquisite. You have truly put thought into this. It is only right, were it not for Uncle Hao teaching me the chaotic wind hammer technique. As a food-type soul master, how could I possess such battle prowess now? Hu Jio grinned sheepishly at Tang Hao's praise. He genuinely felt gratitude toward Tang Hao, had it not been for the chaotic wind hammer technique. He would never have showcased his abilities before Xiao Wu, ultimately leading to her taking a higher regard of him, which eventually allowed him to win her affection after considerable effort, without Tang Hao's guidance. It is uncertain he could have succeeded so smoothly with Xiao Wu. Did he truly think that capturing a little rabbit was an easy feat? How is Xiao San? Tang Hao refrained from questioning Hu Jio about his lack of astonishment regarding his prowess or his audacity to follow him here. At his level of cultivation, what could pique his interest was limited, and apart from Ain and Xiao San, who else warranted his attention? Xiao San as well, though he often thinks of you. Especially in those early years, every time he returned home, he was rather despondent. However, he is quite understanding, knowing you have your own affairs to attend to, and he does not blame you for leaving without a word. Hu Jio replied, that poor child. Tang Hao's eyes momentarily clouded with guilt, but he quickly regained his resolve. His own matters were not yet concluded. Xiao Jio, please look after Xiao San for me, and do not disclose my presence to him. I still have some unfinished business that I will meet him once I am done, Tang Hao instructed. Rest assured, Uncle Hao, with me around, no one dares to bully Xiao San, Hu Jio boasted confidently, thumping his chest. He was determined to protect him, especially after witnessing Flander's recent humiliation. I heard you were quite fond of creating your own soul skills. I came in a rush this time without preparation. But I will keep an eye out for you. I will bring you something next time we meet as a token of gratitude for looking after Xiao San. After finishing the last sip of wine, Tang Hao nodded at Hu Jio and turned to leave. Be safe, Uncle Hao, both Xiao San and I will miss you. Hu Jio waved farewell, reluctant to part. Tang Hao did not look back, pausing briefly before hastening away. Creating my own soul skills. Indeed, my efforts have not been in vain. There are finally rewards to reap. Hu Jio thought joyfully to himself, realizing that a titled Douluo was helping him seek soul skills. What a privilege. Even though he benefited from Tang Hao, Hu Jio still held some grievances against him. A Yin's death had left him so dejected. Were it not for Tang San awakening his twin martial souls, he might have continued wallowing in despair. One could only say that such behavior was rather unmanly. Were he in Tang Hao's shoes, he might have long entrusted Tang San to someone he trusted for care, then embarked alone on a path of vengeance. How much power could a titled Douluo, consumed by a singular desire for revenge, unleash? Of course, these thoughts remained confined to his mind. He was merely a lowly soul ancestor, while the other was a titled Douluo. Who was he to judge? Furthermore, he had received favors from him. One must not forget their gratitude. The next day, on the academy's playground, Flander appeared before everyone with a face resembling that of a swollen pig. There was no helping it. Being a distinguished titled Douluo, receiving a sound thrashing was akin to a divine blessing, and he dared not employ healing, merely biding his time until the swelling subsided. Who is this? Why is he wearing the dean's clothing? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise, though she struggled to suppress her laughter, clearly reveling in the moment. Teacher, what happened to you? Ma Hongjun also shouted, his tone laced with concern. Ahem, enough of the antics. Today, Teacher Zhao will lead your training. Tang San, Hu Jiao, Xiao Wu, you three, come with me. Flander feigned authority, avoiding any explanation regarding his pig-like visage. How could he explain? Had he received the favor of a titled Douluo last night? Or was he merely clumsy and fell? Yes, the crowd stifled their laughter, responding in unison. Flander led Hu Jiao and the others towards Soto City. Dean, where are you taking us? Xiao Wu asked, bouncing around, perplexed by Flander's behavior. Hu Jiao, however, seemed contemplative. This stingy old man probably intends to fulfill his promise after being pummeled. Just follow closely. You will find out shortly, Flander replied, his tone slightly stiff, eager to unveil his cherished collection. Though he felt quite pained to do so, yet he could not resist. Opportunities to curry favor with a titled Douluo were rare, and to him, gaining favor with Tang San equated to gaining favor with the illustrious Tang Hao. Hee, Xiao Wu, don't ask, just look at the pained expression on the dean's face, and you will understand. He is preparing to return our soul-guiding devices. Soon, you two shall possess one, Hu Jiao teased, feeling emboldened now that Tang Hao was his backing. Really? When did the dean become so generous? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement, then whispered to Hu Jiao, isn't he usually quite stingy? Hu Jiao's hushed remarks could not escape Flander's ears. His mouth twitched slightly, pretending not to hear, and retorted, Xiao Wu, you may have misunderstood me. I have always been quite generous. This declaration earned him 3 synchronized eye rolls. Even Tang San found it hard to believe. Soon, Hu Jiao returned to Flander's little shop. As I correctly surmised earlier, I brought you here to fulfill my promise. Since I promised to gift each of you a soul-guiding device, I shall not go back on my word. Henceforth, do not call me stingy again. Flander scanned the faces of the crowd, finally resting his gaze on Tang San. This time, it was primarily for him. Dean, we agreed on this. I want a 10-cubic storage soul-guiding device. Nothing else, Hu Jiao declared, his heart racing at the prospect of storing countless carrots. Me too. I want a storage soul-guiding device, 10 cubic. No, I want 50 cubic. Xiao Wu raised her hand, her ambition evident. No. Where is there a 50 cubic? There is only one 10 cubic. You all can negotiate among yourselves. Flander shook his head repeatedly. He wished he could have a 50 cubic too, but I recall there is also an 8 cubic. Flander insisted without batting an eye. Then Xiao Wu and I will take the 10 cubic and 9 cubic. Dean, do not be stingy. Hu Jiao glanced at Tang San. We will always remember your kindness. Right, Xiao San. Indeed, the dean is a truly good person. Tang San replied without hesitation. In his heart, Flander had treated them well, not only guiding them in obtaining soul rings but also gifting them soul-guiding devices. How could he not appreciate that? Chapter 83. Oscar's request. Ultimately, Hu Jiao's wishes were fulfilled. Acquiring a 10-cubic wrist device and a 9-cubic exquisite necklace from Flander's hands. It was evident that the old man had some good treasures in his possession. Xiao San, what kind of soul-guiding device do you want? Do you need me to introduce some to you? In the presence of Tang San, Flander's demeanor softened, and a rare smile broke through his meticulously serious expression. Tang San was not surprised by Flander's apparent attitude. He believed it was due to the master. After all, it was the master who had brought him to Shrek Academy and had even provided Flander with a letter of recommendation. I dare not refuse the elder's grace. Whatever the dean bestows upon me, I shall accept with utmost respect, Tang San said reverently. Goodness, Hu Jiao nearly exclaimed in frustration upon hearing this. Little San, when it comes to cunning, no one can outdo you. With such words, how could Flander possibly deny you any treasures? He looked at Tang San with admiration. See, you all should learn from Little San, instead of haggling with me. An elder, Flinder looked at Tang San with satisfaction, then cast a meaningful glance at Hu Jio. The dean is right. I should learn from Little San in the future. Let me consider. Little San already possesses the 24 Bridges Bright Moonlight and has no shortage of storage soul guides. How about I give you something practical, like this Azura mask? As he spoke, Flinder retrieved an unsightly mask from the counter, and the atmosphere shifted as everyone felt a menacing aura emanating from it. This Azura mask comes with a mental deterrence skill. If it encounters someone with weaker spiritual power, it can render them completely motionless. Even against those with greater spiritual strength, it can cause disorientation. Though it is ineffective against soul saints and above, it is quite a nifty little gadget. Such a fine item. It even has its own skill. This mask is truly a treasure. Hu Jio gazed enviously at the Azura mask in Tang San's hands. Although it is ineffective against those stronger than soul saints, how many of those are there? This flaw is negligible in my eyes. Thank you, Dean. Tang San clearly understood the value of the Azura mask and held it with great fondness after receiving it. Well, the promise I made to you has been fulfilled, and now we must return to our lessons. Flinder watched Tang San's expression with satisfaction, deeming this investment worthwhile. The group retraced their steps, and by the time they returned to the academy, it was nearly noon. After lunch, training commenced. This time, Flinder primarily had them engage in turn-based duels, with Hu Jio, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjin participating, except for Oscar, naturally, when facing weaker opponents. The stronger ones would have some restrictions placed upon them to enhance the training effect. During the training, Flinder and Xiao Wu would also provide guidance, teaching them how to seize opportunities in battle and maximize their advantages. After a session of instruction, Hu Jio and the others gained valuable insights into combat. In the afternoon, as training concluded, Oscar approached the group, wearing a look of dejection. I envy you battle-type soul masters. You can engage in exhilarating fights. Unlike me, I cannot fight and need protection from others. How pitiful. Huh. That's just because you lack ability. Look at my little Jio. He is also a food-type soul master and fights even fiercer than we do. So if you want to blame anyone, blame yourself, Xiao said proudly, leaning on Hu Jio's arm. Indeed, it is all my lack of skill. If only I had Hu Jio's capabilities, Oscar lamented, a fleeting glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes as he gazed enviously at Hu Jio and the others. By the way, I saw you all using that technique called Spiral Pill earlier. Can food-type soul masters use this technique too? Of course. This technique was tailored for little Jio himself. Can food-type soul masters use it? Didn't you see? Xiao Wu scoffed at Oscar. Why little Jio created this soul skill years ago. Wait, this was created by Hu Jio? Years ago? How is that possible? Oscar's face registered shock, genuine astonishment evident in his expression. He had assumed this soul skill was something they had learned from elsewhere, never suspecting it had been Hu Jio's own creation. Creating one's own soul skill is no trivial matter. A well-executed soul skill is akin to having an additional soul ring ability. In this world, possessing an extra soul skill equates to a significant advantage. Many soul masters go their entire lives without ever creating their own soul skills, let alone even hearing of them. Yet Hu Jio had created one years prior. What incredible talent! In that moment, Oscar's eyes were filled with envy, even tinged with a hint of jealousy, though he concealed it well, allowing it to vanish almost instantaneously. Meanwhile, the others were left astounded by Xiao Wu's revelation, especially Dai Mubai, the prince of the Star Luo Empire, who understood the rarity of self-created soul skills. Within the royal family, such skills were among the most valuable secrets. And even he had not encountered many. Unfortunately, he lacked the talent for creating his own soul skills, and rather than dragging down his cultivation, he had chosen not to invest time in it. He believed that time spent creating a soul skill would be better utilized to enhance his soul power. After all, with an increase in level, one could naturally hunt for soul rings and acquire soul ring skills without the need to struggle with the arduous task of creating a personal skill. Nothing is impossible. Those who strive will achieve. With effort, you too can create your own soul skill, Hu Jio said, smiling gently at Oscar, his eyes radiating encouragement. There was no need to guess Oscar's intentions. Hu Jio could see right through him. However, how could he possibly impart his self-created soul skill to a stranger? Was he to do so simply out of goodwill? Sigh, I lack your talent, Hu Jio. You know that food-type soul masters have the most arduous cultivation process among all systems. To enhance my soul power, I have devoted all my spare time to training. How could I possibly find time to create my own skills? Oscar's face fell in despair, but suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at Hu Jio with determination. Brother Jio, my dear brother, since you created this soul skill, could you teach it to me? I have no offensive capabilities and would be helpless against enemies. If I could also possess a self-created soul skill, at least I would have some means of self-defense, right? Oscar shamelessly flattered Hu Jio, unabashedly calling him brother, unbothered by the implications of such a title. Haha. Chapter 84. Rising tensions. Oscar was undeniably clever. First, he used Xiao Wu as a means to inquire about the origin of the spiral pill. Then, he expressed astonishment at Hu Jio's creation of it. Following that, he played the pity card as a fellow food-type soul master lacking offensive capabilities, and ultimately, he shamelessly requested to learn the skill from Hu Jio. Such a subtle and clever scheme. Impressive. Hu Jio regarded Oscar with newfound respect, recalling that he was only 13 years old. In no wonder he had managed to win over the talented daughter of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. With such acumen, he could succeed in anything he pursued. Unfortunately, Hu Jio would not indulge him. Why should he teach him the spiral pill? Simply because of his charm. After all, to acquire a soul skill. He had once respectfully approached the master and even offered to provide a year's worth of carrots for training but had been turned down. And now, he had even sought Xiao Wu as his master for the sake of a soul skill. It is important to note that in this world, one can only have one master in their lifetime. There is a saying that goes, once a master, always a father. This reflects the profound bond between teacher and disciple. Since becoming a disciple, Hu Jio had willingly provided his cultivated carrots to assist Xiao Wu. Why? Because self-created soul skills can be passed down. Yet Oscar expected to learn the spiral pill without contributing anything? Not to mention Tang San, who had initially provided crucial techniques that enabled Hu Jio to successfully create the spiral pill. Without that assistance, Hu Jio might not have even taught Tang San. Little San, if someone were to plot against your soul skills, what would you do? In response to Oscar's request, Hu Jio did not answer. Instead, he turned to Tang San and asked, "Eliminate them." Tang San replied coldly. His expression dark. A well-crafted self-created soul skill can bring prosperity to a family. This is a common belief in Douluo Continent. In Tang San's mind, self-created soul skills are akin to cultivation techniques. As a disciple of the Tang sect in his past life, he knew that outsiders seeking to learn their techniques, apart from joining the sect, would be seen as enemies. The Tang sect's method of dealing with enemies was straightforward: kill without mercy. Upon hearing Tang San's words, everyone present, except for Hu Jio, fell silent. It was merely Oscar requesting Hu Jio to teach him a soul skill. If Hu Jio was unwilling, he simply would not comply. Why, then, did Tang San exude such a murderous aura? Tang San. Xiao Wu hesitated as she gazed at Tang San. Over the years, he had always been a person of remarkable temper in her eyes. Many times, she had playfully bullied him to the point of embarrassment, and he had merely responded with a helpless smile, exhibiting an extraordinary degree of patience. However, his sudden display of menacing intent left Xiao Wu bewildered. As if she were staring at a stranger. Hu Jio gently squeezed Xiao Wu's hand, fully aware that this would happen. Oscar, did you hear Tang San's words? I advise you, some thoughts should not be entertained lightly. The consequences can be dire. With a disdainful glance at Oscar, Hu Jio sneered coldly. If you don't teach him, then so be it. Why make it sound so terrifying? You're making my heart race. Oscar, with a comical gesture of cradling his heart, began to act obnoxiously again, appearing rather dim-witted. Yet, deep within his mind, a storm of anger and jealousy brewed, not only directed at Hu Jio but also at Tang San. He had not anticipated that merely wishing to learn a soul skill would provoke such a strong reaction. Especially at the moment when Tang San's killing intent surged towards him, leaving him breathless. Come on, don't take it too seriously. Little Ao is still young and doesn't understand the rules of the Soul Master world. Please don't hold it against him. Dai Mubai feigned bravado as he patted Oscar on the shoulder, laughing heartily while explaining to Hu Jio, Dai Lauda, what rules exist in the Soul Master world? Did I really say something I shouldn't have? Oscar looked at Dai Mubai with innocent curiosity. In the Soul Master community, due to the unique characteristics of self-created soul skills that can be learned and passed down, everyone is extremely cautious. Those wishing to learn soul skills face severe scrutiny, and it is even possible for them to become enemies, as they may believe you intend to usurp their techniques. This is particularly true among prominent families. Dai Mubai elaborated. He held Oscar's earlier actions in contempt, thinking, a country bumpkin is just a country bumpkin. He doesn't even know this much. The superiority of belonging to a prestigious family was evident at this moment. So that's how it is. I genuinely had no idea there was such a rule. Oscar looked around with an innocent expression, raising his hands in explanation. I just saw that Xiao Wu and Tang San could perform the spiral pill and thought it could be freely taught. Forget it. Just mind your own business. Hu Jiao waved his hand disinterestedly, casting a glance at Tang San, then took Xiao Wu's hand and turned to leave. Behind them, Ma Hongjun obediently followed. Whether Oscar was aware of the Soul Master community's rules was of little concern to Hu Jiao. As long as he didn't provoke him, that was sufficient. They asked for the rules of the Soul Master world. They had nothing to do with him. If he wanted to teach, he would, and if he didn't he wouldn't. It depended on his mood. Initially, Hu Jiao thought that the matter of the day would simply pass. However, he did not anticipate Oscar's audacity. The next day, after training, Oscar was mocked by Ma Hongjun for his bizarre sausage being inferior to Hu Jiao's carrot. Oscar blurted out, "What's wrong with my incantation not sounding pleasant? Just look at Hu Jiao's. Do you think his sounds any better? If it were so nice, why doesn't he ever recite it?" Hu Jiao, who was playfully teasing Xiao Wu, suddenly stiffened. This was the third time. As the saying goes, bad things come in threes, and despite Hu Jiao's usual magnanimity, he felt a surge of anger at this moment. The first time, Flander had them eat sausages while Oscar had proudly recited his incantation with annoying gestures, prompting Hu Jiao to want to give him a beating. Yesterday, Oscar had asked him for the spiral pill soul skill, which had filled Hu Jiao with disdain. Now, today, Oscar was not just regretful but was also attacking his incantation again. With a swift thought, Hu Jiao's body swelled, activating his transformation skill, and in an instant, he appeared before Oscar. "What gave you the illusion to provoke me repeatedly?" He seized Oscar by the neck, lifting him effortlessly with a palm the size of a fan. Oscar flailed in midair, his feet kicking wildly as he tried to bat Hu Jiao away, his breath constricted, turning his face a shade of deep purple. Hu Jiao, what are you doing? Xiao Ao is our companion. How can you treat him this way? Dai Mubai roared, his eyes glowing with a fierce light as he rushed to Hu Jiao's side, grasping his hand. Fortunately, Dai Mubai was not foolish enough to attack Hu Jiao at that moment. He merely sought to pry his hand open. Otherwise, it would be catastrophic for the White Tiger companion. That is yours. I have never acknowledged him. Hu Jiao scoffed, casting a glance at Dai Mubai, maintaining his grip firmly. Don't think it's just him. I never acknowledged you either. Though he refrained from voicing this last comment aloud, it lingered in the air. Chapter 85. Punishment. Zhouge. This is unnecessary. Xiao Ao merely has a loose tongue. Don't be so impulsive. In the brief moments it took Hu Jiao to lift Oscar by the neck and for Dai Mubai to intervene, Ma Hongjun was caught off guard, struggling to comprehend the situation. Once he grasped it, he rushed forward to mediate. Ma Hongjun sensed that Oscar had been increasingly foolish lately. Anyone with eyes could see that Hu Jiao was the leader of their group. Why did he keep provoking him? Now, he had truly angered Zhouge. Humph. Hu Jiao snorted disdainfully, pushing aside Dai Mubai, who was still grappling with him, and forcefully tossed Oscar onto the ground. He then raised his foot and kicked him several meters away. While he could disregard Dai Mubai's feelings, he could not do the same with Ma Hongjun. As a newcomer to their group, Ma Hongjun deserves some respect. Want to know what my incantation is? Let me tell you. Grandpa has a big carrot. How about that? Are you satisfied with this incantation? Hu Jiao sneered at Oscar, filled with contempt. Just because you lack ability, you think you can resort to underhanded tactics? What good will that do? You cough. Do you dare to hit me? Oscar gasped, fear and anger etched across his face. How could he dare? They were in the academy. Did he not fear the teachers? Dare. Didn't you just see it? Let me advise you. Some people are not worth provoking. If their essay next time, it won't be as simple as a kick. Hu Jiao, you were too petty. Xiao Ao was just joking. Why take it so seriously? Dai Mubai glared at him, his eyes ablaze with anger. This Hu Jiao was truly arrogant, disregarding even him, a senior who had been there for several years. Indeed, I am precisely that petty. Hu Jiao raised his head, taking this remark as a compliment. He was not only petty, but also vengeful, more sensitive than a woman. Anyone who upset him would find themselves even more uncomfortable. I will report this matter to the dean. Prepare for punishment. Dai Mubai, furious at Hu Jiao's nonchalant attitude, glared fiercely. Had he not known he could not win, he would have argued back. Dai Lauda, that isn't necessary. It is just a minor conflict among classmates. Why escalate it to the dean? If the dean finds out, neither Zhouge nor Xiao Ao will escape punishment. Ma Hongjun urged anxiously. He was well aware of their teacher's temperament. He could not tolerate any disrespect, and if the truth came to light, the consequences could be severe. Expulsion was not out of the question. Dai Lauda. This is a matter among students. Informing the dean would be overstepping. Tang San also stepped in to advocate for reason. Hey, what's wrong with you? It's just a fight. Back in the day, my sister Xiao Wu was unbeatable in the academy, and no one dared to tell the teacher. They said those who do are cowards. Are you a coward? Xiao Wu puffed out her chest defiantly and made a face at him. Xiao Wu, don't speak. Tang San noticed Xiao Wu calling him a coward, further igniting Dai Mubai's fury. However, upon considering their respective strengths, he managed to hold back. If you want me to keep quiet, then let him apologize to Xiao Ao. Dai Mubai looked at Tang San, his tone resolute. Tang San replied, for Xiao Jia to apologize, but that's impossible. Has he forgotten how Hu Jia would often wield a hammer at the Nodding Academy? Why should we apologize? Although Xiao Jia acted out, it was Oscar's loose tongue that got him into trouble. Xiao Wu protested. Then I'll inform the teacher. All right, what is there to discuss? If he wants to tell the teacher, let him. At worst, we'll just beat him up again. Hu Jia interrupted Tang San. Indifferent. Are you threatening me? Dai Mubai's eyes gleamed dangerously. He could no longer contain himself and charged at Hu Jia with a roar. Now that's more like it. If there's a fight, let us all join in. No one should hold back. Hu Jia laughed heartily, raising his fists and rushing forward. Dai Mubai was in a state of martial spirit possession, while Hu Jia was in his transformation state. They fought like brutes, neither using their soul skills, simply exchanging blows. Stop. Don't fight. Little Wu excitedly dashed forward, joining the fray. Observing her swift kicks, one directed east and the other west. It was as if she were coordinating an ambush on Dai Mubai alongside Hu Jia, rather than attempting to mediate. Tang San shook his head, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Then, he shouted loudly, activating his ghost shadow perplexing track as he rushed into the fray. Stop fighting. The teacher will be here soon. Tang San was genuinely trying to intervene, but his focus seemed to be exclusively on restraining Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun wished to mediate as well, yet he dared not approach, opting instead to yell from the sidelines for them to cease hostilities. Oscar also desired to halt the skirmish, but as a food system soul master, he found himself powerless to intervene. A quarter of an hour later, Hu Jia triumphantly gazed down at Dai Mubai, who lay on the ground, and kicked him with disdain. Are you convinced yet, little Wu? Hands on her hips, also delivered a triumphant kick. I refuse to accept this. You are not playing fair. Dai Mubai, gritting his teeth in indignation, shouted vehemently, perhaps so enraged that he momentarily lost consciousness. You all have quite the audacity. In just a few days, you dare to brawl within the academy. Who gave you such boldness? The next day, Hu Jia, Little Wu, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar lined up, while Flinder, infuriated, raised his mustache and ranted, showering the group with spittle, leaving them all with heads bowed low, unable to lift them. Dean, I was ambushed by them, protested Dai Mubai. Refusing to accept blame, he initiated the attack. Hu Jia pointed a finger at Dai Mubai. He insulted Xiao Ao. Silence. All of you. Run around the village until you realize your errors, and only then may you return. Flinder's thunderous voice echoed, his unique aura of a soul sage suppressing the cacophony of complaints. The group obediently scampered away, Flinder's imposing presence rendering them fearful of staying. Once they departed, Flinder rubbed his forehead, immediately feeling the onset of a headache. Haha, boss. Now you see that having gifted students is not so easy to manage. Is it? Xiao Wujing teased from the side. These little rascals are all troublemakers. Flinder sighed, feeling a blend of happiness and frustration. Each of these students displayed remarkable talent, yet their genius made them unbearably arrogant. Even Tang San, who appeared modest, proved to be a formidable character. I can't fathom what the boss is troubled about. They are all monsters, after all. That if they are to be called monsters, they must possess some temperament. Moreover, considering their boundless energy, we should throw them into the Grand Soul Arena. Once they experience its brutality, they will have no time to think of anything else. Zhao Wujing chuckled, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Is that truly wise? They are still mere children, Flinder remarked, his eyes gleaming with conflicted thoughts. You shameless scoundrel. Chapter 86. The Grand Soul Arena. After the punishment concluded, Flinder summoned them together. Considering that you have acknowledged your mistakes this time, I shall not pursue individual responsibility. Go rest for a while. This evening, I shall take you to an entertaining place. Flinder wore a congenial expression, his small eyes glinting with cunning. Something is amiss. The sight of Flinder's demeanor sent shivers down everyone's spines. They had committed such a grave error. Could the dean truly be so magnanimous? Tonight, it can't possibly be that place, can it? Hu Jia pondered, a sudden realization dawning upon him. After lunch, Hu Jia was dragged by Zhao Wujing to his training grounds to cultivate his indestructible body. Ever since Zhao Wujing became his teacher, life had become arduous for Hu Jia. Previously, he had managed well enough, relying on the automatic training panel to enhance his skills. Hard work had not matched the efficiency of the panel. Unless he was crafting his own soul skills, he had spent most of his time idling and playing around with Little Wu. However, after taking Xiao Wujing as his mentor, Hu Jio's days of torment had begun. Whenever Xiao Wujing sensed Hu Jio was free, he would summon him for grueling training, leaving no time for Hu Jio to slack off. A truly miserable experience, especially upon discovering Hu Jio's remarkable talent for cultivating the indestructible body. Xiao Wujing intensified his training regimen. After all, Hu Jio's fourth ring soul skill was a comprehensive recovery ability, allowing him to bounce back even after sustaining injuries. If one skill wasn't enough, he could always rely on another. The indestructible body, being a skill honed through hardship, was an affront to talent to leave such potential untapped. Thus, regardless of Hu Jio's protests, he remained ensnared in the clutches of Xiao Wujing's relentless training. "Teacher, I can't take it anymore. If you keep this up, you'll beat your beloved disciple to death," Hu Jio cried out in despair, gazing pleadingly at Xiao Wujing. Xiao Wujing wielded a wooden stick as thick as a wrist, mercilessly striking Hu Jio, regardless of his frantic dodges, unyielding in his assault. "Haha, good disciple, hold on a bit longer. You'll soon reach 1,000 strikes. Fear not, your teacher is mindful of his strength. I won't break you." Xiao Wujing encouraged Hu Jio loudly, continuing his relentless barrage of strikes. Suddenly, just as Hu Jio was on the verge of his limits, his movements abruptly halted, his feet twisting into a peculiar shape, allowing him for the first time to evade Xiao Wujing's blows. "Hey, teacher, you can't hit me now," Hu Jio's proud laughter echoed, his heart soaring with joy. It turned out that just moments ago, his shadow evade skill had successfully advanced to the first level. In that instant, a sudden understanding of how to evade attacks surged in his mind, his muscles quivering and reorganizing, drastically enhancing his reflexes. At that moment, Hu Jio had instinctively evaded Xiao Wujing's 2 strikes, his mind still catching up with the movements of his body. "Xiao Jio, what just happened? Tell me, has your shadow evade reached proficiency?" Xiao Wujing, no fool himself, quickly connected the dots. "Indeed, teacher, I have mastered shadow evade." Hu Jio beamed with pride. "Teacher, keep hitting me. Let us see if you can land a blow." "Hey, are you asking for trouble? Come. Don't think that just because you learned a soul skill, your teacher can't handle you," Xiao Wujing retorted, his excitement momentarily overshadowed by the urge to challenge Hu Jio. Thwack! Xiao Wujing increased his pace, and this time, no matter how Hu Jio dodged, the wooden stick still landed accurately upon him. "Teacher, stop. I was wrong. I'll never dare again." The familiar sting from the stick ignited Hu Jio's reflexes, causing him to jump in pain. "Ha ha ha, good lad, you've got some spirit," as the training concluded. Xiao Wujing looked at Hu Jio with satisfaction. In just a few short days, Hu Jio had not only mastered the indestructible body, but also achieved something Xiao Wujing himself had never accomplished, mastering the shadow evade. This level of talent left Xiao Wujing both astonished and delighted. "Xiao Jio, I have many soul skills left. Shall I teach you the shockwave as well? Your offensive techniques are still too few." Xiao Wujing gazed at Hu Jio with excitement, eager to impart more skills. "Teacher, hold on. Let us pause the soul skills for now. I believe 2 soul skills are already my limit. Once I fully comprehend them, I'll learn new ones. Please don't give me more to avoid distraction," Hu Jio pleaded, suppressing his desire and waving his hands in refusal. He too yearned for new skills, yet his automatic training panel did not allow it. One flaw of his training panel was that once a skill was placed, it could never be removed. In this moment, Hu Jio felt a wave of regret for having been greedy for Tang San's hidden weapon techniques. Had he not possessed that automatic skill, he wouldn't have to watch the opportunity to learn new skills slip through his fingers. "Well, that's acceptable. I shall pass them on to you later." Xiao Wujing nodded in satisfaction, praising, "I didn't expect you to be so composed. Of course, as a disciple, I conduct myself with prudence. How could I fail to distinguish between what is important and what is trivial?" Hu Jio replied, proudly lifting his chin, graciously accepting Xiao Wujing's commendation. "Get lost. If you were truly composed, I wouldn't need to supervise your training." Xiao Wujing laughed and scolded, feigning to kick Hu Jio. That evening, after dinner, Hu Jio and the others naturally gathered on the playground. From their respective teams, it was evident that the scene had divided into 2 factions. One was led by Hu Jio, accompanied by Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun. The other was headed by Dai Mubai, with Oscar by his side. Each group stood together, engrossed in their own activities, showing no signs of interaction. It was a complete standoff. When Flander arrived and beheld this scene, he was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "Follow me. Today, I shall take you to a splendid place." As if he had not noticed the unfolding scenario, Flander cleared his throat and, with an earnest demeanor, led the way. Behind him, Hu Jio and the others exchanged glances, then nonchalantly trailed after Flander. Once they exited the academy, Flander increased his pace dramatically, not even utilizing his soul power. With a mere tap of his toes against the ground, his body soared effortlessly into the distance, exuding both grace and speed. As they walked, Hu Jio realized he had indeed deduced correctly. Flander was guiding them straight to Sodo City. Sodo City was not far from Shrek Academy, and within less than an hour, they arrived at the southern gate of the city. The nightlife in Sodo City was far more vibrant than during the day, with vendors bustling about and an array of enticing sights and sounds overwhelming the senses, particularly for Xiao Wu, who was witnessing such a lively scene for the first time. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she darted from one stall to another, nearly getting lost were it not for Hu Jio's familiarity with her preferences. Observing Xiao Wu's naive wonder, a hint of disdain flickered in Dai Mubai's gaze. "Xiao Wu, let us go." Hu Jio shook his head in resignation, hastening to grasp Xiao Wu's hand, lest she truly wander off. "Xiao Jio, let us explore a bit. I didn't expect Sodo City to be so lively at night. There are so many things that weren't here during the day," even as Hu Jio pulled her along. Xiao Wu's enthusiasm remained undiminished, her head bobbing excitedly, her braided hair swaying rhythmically behind her. "All right, I shall bring you here to play every day in the future." Hu Jio affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, though he contemplated when he might untangle it, believing her loose hair would be far more beautiful. "Now, we have a little time to spare. Let us sit for a moment." Flander led the group to a modest tea stall and halted, saying, "Here we are." The seven of them gathered around a simple table as Flander miserly ordered a cup of tea foam for them. "Principal, really? This is all you're treating us to?" Hu Jio frowned, staring at the frothy concoction before him, instantly losing any anticipation of enjoyment. Xiao Wu, too, wrinkled her nose at the unwashed stains on her cup, promptly distancing herself. "Less chatter. This is better than nothing. Tio nurture you all. This is what you shall drink," Flander said nonchalantly, taking a sip himself. "I brought you here primarily to visit that place." He gestured toward a massive structure not far away, speaking with a grave tone. The group followed Flander's finger, gazing at a towering edifice that loomed like a colossal beast in the night, its surface adorned with twinkling lights, obscuring its true nature. "Principal, what is that place?" Tang San inquired with curiosity. "The Grand Soul Arena," Flander replied tersely. "So that's the Grand Soul Arena. I've heard it's quite entertaining. I assent it." Upon hearing the name, Xiao Wu's interest piqued immediately. Hu Jio had previously regaled her with tales of its excitement, filling her with longing. "Entertaining, indeed. However, whether you enjoy it depends on your capabilities," Dai Mubai remarked with a light chuckle, eagerly anticipating whether these so-called geniuses would find themselves intimidated inside. "Humph, you who speaks with such disdain. Do you not recall who once toppled you? Twice, if memory serves," Xiao Wu retorted playfully, sticking out her tongue at him. "You, humph, I shan't argue with you. There are many stronger than me within the Grand Soul Arena. If you possess skill, then defeat them all." A hint of irritation flashed in Dai Mubai's double pupils, but recognizing his own precarious position, he chose to suppress his frustration. "Now, let me introduce you to the Grand Soul Arena. Your task is simple. Before graduation, you must all acquire a Silver Soul badge. Dai Mubai, please explain the particulars within." Flander glanced at the group, assigning the task to Dai Mubai, evidently hoping for peaceful coexistence among Hu Jio and his peers. "Yes, Principal." Upon receiving such an assignment, Dai Mubai felt elated. It was a clear sign of Flander's regard for him, as it was rare for such an opportunity to be bestowed upon him. The Grand Soul Arena, as its name implies, is the venue for soul masters to engage in soul battles that a soul master S level or the number of soul rings does not truly reflect their combat prowess. Only through tangible battles and the results obtained within the Grand Soul Arena can one's true strength be revealed. The Grand Soul Arena is divided into 8 ranks of badges: iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. These badges are universally recognized across all major arenas on the continent and serve as symbols of strength. Upon securing a victory in the arena, one earns an Iron Soul badge and 1 point. As points accumulate to a certain threshold, one is promoted. "How are the points calculated?" Tang San inquired curiously. "Quite simply, A victory grants you 1 point, while a loss deducts 1 if you manage to win 5 consecutive matches. Each subsequent victory thereafter grants you 2 points. After achieving 10 consecutive wins, each win thereafter awards you 100 points. TO upgrade from an iron to a copper badge requires 100 points. And from copper to silver requires 1,000 points. Do the math. What a convoluted calculation. Stopping Dai Mubai's explanation, Tang San pondered for a moment before finally grasping the concept. Xiao San, do not fret. As long as you can continue winning, the rules and calculations are inconsequential. Why overthink it? Hu Jio said with a smile, patting Tang San on the shoulder. Heh, as if winning continuously is that easy. Let me enlighten you. Do you know how many points I currently have? I've participated in 16 matches, winning only 4 and losing 12, so my current score stands at -8. And you think I can keep winning? Dream on. Dai Mubai looked down on Hu Jio with scorn. What does it matter if you're impressive? There's a chance I may surpass you. Dai Mubai's confidence stemmed from a rule within the Grand Soul Arena. Participants must face opponents of the same rank, though challenges beyond one's rank do not count. Even within the same rank, significant disparities in combat strength exist. Currently, Hu Jio was a level 41 Soul Master. If fortune favored him, he might encounter an opponent of equal standing, but such occurrences were rare. Most often, he would likely face opponents at the latter stages of their ranks, around levels 48 or 49. Moreover, Dai Mubai held firm confidence in the notion that Hu Jio, being a food system Soul Master, would struggle against him. His prowess stemmed from being a higher tier, but how would he fare against a combat-type Soul Master, with that spiraling technique and hammering style? Oh, right, it seemed weapons were prohibited in the Grand Soul Arena. Thus, could Hu Jio truly rely solely on a spiraling technique to achieve continuous victories? Was that feasible? I cannot say whether you will win, but I do know I shall not allow my points to fall into the negatives. Hu Jio replied with a calm smile, unable to mask the mirth in his eyes. Moreover, as a food system Soul Master, combat is not my forte. For you to challenge me, a food system Soul Master, in battle, are you out of your mind? Chapter 88. Disguise. You cannot even defeat a food system Soul Master. You cannot surpass a food system. The echoes of Hu Jio's words reverberated incessantly in Dai Mubai's mind. A surge of emotions flooded him. Humiliation, resentment, and jealousy. Am I truly nothing but a pitiful wretch, akin to a stray dog? He pondered. Is this my fate? No, I refuse to accept it. I shall not believe. Dai Mubai's inner turmoil solidified into a fierce resolve. Hu Jio, I will surely defeat you. Abruptly rising, his eyes ablaze with battle intent, he declared, very well, I await your challenge. Hu Jio replied, taken aback that Dai Mubai had not lost his composure beneath his sharp tongue. In that moment, he realized he might have underestimated him. After all, a future warrior would not be so easily vanquished. However, to conquer oneself is an endeavor that remains eternally unattainable, given his pace of cultivation. Being able to suppress Dai Mubai by a single realm now, in the future, he may well suppress him by 2 realms, a prospect that renders any hope of resurgence in this lifetime futile. Let us proceed. The time has come. Once we arrive at the Grand Soul Arena, I shall instruct you on the necessary actions, Flander proclaimed as he rose to his feet, upon raising his gaze. He realized that, unbeknownst to them, the Grand Soul Arena had already been illuminated, with a throng of people eagerly making their way inside. Many wore expressions of excitement and anticipation on their faces. Dai, I've heard that one can engage in betting battles inside. Is that true? Recently, due to purchasing cultivation carrots from Hu Jio, Ma Hongjuan's pockets were emptier than his face, leaving him in a state of discomfort. Thus, driven to desperation, he contemplated the idea of betting battles. Betting battles can only take place in the main Soul Arena. Do not entertain such notions. I advise you to refrain from indulging in such fanciful ideas, lest you find yourself stripped of your undergarments. Dai Mubai cautioned Ma Hongjun with a hint of detachment. Very well, I shall merely inquire. Ma Hongjun sighed disappointment. He was well aware of the perils of gambling. As a frequent visitor to dubious establishments, he prided himself on being well informed. Understanding that the Grand Soul Arena was no charitable organization and that the waters ran deep within, he simply posed the question out of curiosity. Little horse, are you short on funds? Hu Jio observed Ma Hongjuan's distracted demeanor and instantly grasped the situation. This lad was indeed feeling the pinch. Brother Jio, what do you think? Ma Hongjun gazed at him with a forlorn expression, lamenting that had it not been for the purchase of Hu Jio's carrots, he wouldn't be in such a predicament. Hu Jio shuddered at the look Ma Hongjun cast his way. You gluttonous fool. Do not regard me with such eyes. It's merely money. I have it. Take it for now. And if it's insufficient, I have more. Hu Jio produced a handful of gold soul coins from his storage wristband. Counting none and simply thrusting them towards Ma Hongjun. No child should suffer while we endure. Brother, you are truly my kin. Rest assured, once I am wealthy, I shall repay you double. No, tenfold. Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled as he accepted the gold soul coins. Thumping his chest in fervent promise, acquiring wealth is not a daunting task. Ma Hongjun, within the Grand Soul Arena, winning just one match can yield 10 gold soul coins. Thus, if you wish to make money, give it your all. Flander, overhearing their conversation, smirked and turned to deliver an exhilarating piece of news. Upon learning that participating in matches could indeed earn them gold soul coins, not only did Ma Hongjun feel a surge of excitement, but even Tang San quietly clenched his fists, instilling within himself the unwavering belief in victory. Short on funds, are we? Ma Hongjun is fortunate, having only recently started purchasing Hu Jio's carrots with minimal debt. But my situation is different. After 4 long years, even at a single gold soul coin per day, that amounts to over 1,000 gold soul coins. Where on earth can I acquire such a substantial sum? Yet here, he saw a glimmer of hope. As long as he followed Hu Jio's advice and emerged victorious each time, repayment would come in due course, perhaps by simply participating in a few more matches. As they approached the Grand Soul Arena, Hu Jio suddenly halted them. Wait a moment, did you all enter like this before? What? Is there something wrong with entering this way? Dai Mubai paused, perplexed by Hu Jio's inquiry. Disguise. Look at our conspicuous physiques. If we win a few matches in the Grand Soul Arena, won't we instantly draw attention? Following Hu Jio's reminder, the group quickly realized the implications. Indeed, they were all quite young. Dai Mubai, the eldest, was merely 14, neither too young nor too old, presenting no significant issue. Oscar was similarly youthful, yet his facial hair made it challenging to discern his true age. However, Hu Jio, Xiao Wu, and Tang San were another matter. They appeared unmistakably young, and no amount of pretense would suffice. If their true ages and soul power levels were discovered, it could lead to complications, and Hu Jio wished to avoid unnecessary attention. Thus, possessing such exceptional talent can be a burden. It complicates even the simple act of entering the Grand Soul Arena. How vexing. Hu Jio expressed his discontent. The others exchanged glances, taken aback by Hu Jio's audacity. Indeed, Hu Jio makes a valid point. I had not considered this aspect. It seems your training plan must be postponed for a time, Flander acknowledged, nodding in agreement with Hu Jio's assessment. There was no other choice. With Hu Jio having attained the remarkable status of a level 41 soul master at the tender age of 11, alongside Xiao Wu at level 31, Tang San at level 33, and the extraordinary martial soul of Ma Hongjun, plus the innate full soul power of Oscar, even Dai Mubai was a rare prodigy. Should they catch the attention of the Grand Soul Arena, even Flander, a soul sage, might struggle to protect them. It is worth noting that the Grand Soul Arena represents a unique power. Aside from the 2 great empires in the Spirit Hall, it stands as the largest force, albeit one that has consistently maintained a low profile. The ongoing conflict between the 2 empires, with the Spirit Hall interceding, has rendered them too preoccupied to focus on the Grand Soul Arena. If the Grand Soul Arena were to discover and take an interest in these exceptionally talented students, what could he do? Therefore, Flander preferred to forego their entry into the Grand Soul Arena rather than risk their safety in any regard. Director, that may not be necessary. We merely require some form of disguise. Hu Jio replied with a faint smile, producing a red carrot to explain. This is my second soul ring ability. You have witnessed its effects. It can alter a person's physique and appearance, even disguising martial souls and soul rings, though it can only modify their exterior, not their inherent abilities. The others were still in shock at the peculiarity of Hu Jio's second soul ring ability, while Ma Hongjun's eyes gleamed with excitement. If he could use Brother Jio's carrot to transform into a handsome figure, would he not find it easier to attract women without spending a dime? It is known that when a person reaches a certain level of attractiveness, many women willingly pursue them. Contemplating this, Ma Hongjun donned a mischievous grin and eagerly approached Hu Jio. Brother Jio, how much for one of these carrots? I want to buy one. No, 10. Get lost. Hu Jio kicked Ma Hongjun aside, fully aware of the gluttonous intentions behind his gaze. He couldn't possibly think that he could use his soul ability to charm women without his presence. That was out of the question. Had he not considered this before, he had long entertained such thoughts. Furthermore, there was Xiao Wu. Having such a beauty by his side would surely render all other women unworthy of his attention. And besides, he was but 11 years old. His body was simply not ready for such pursuits. Chapter 89. The formation of the Xiao Wu combination. Come now, each of you take 1 carrot and transform into the appearance you desire. Hu Jiao smiled at the group, and with a thought, his body began to grow taller. Muscles rippling with newfound strength.